Chapter 1. Half a Crumbling Tower. In the frigid depths of winter, as the year draws to a close, Hanemo finds himself on the outskirts of Pingyang village. Clad in a thin, long-sleeve garment, years of wear have left his arms exposed to the biting cold, his frail silhouette elongated under the waning sunlight. The chill wind has stripped the color from his cheeks, rendering them pale as a blade, while his lips bear a purplish hue. With each step, Hanemo sinks knee-deep into the snow. Whenever the icy gusts seep through his sleeves, he instinctively breathes warmth into his palms, rubbing his arms together in a desperate attempt to fend off the cold, striving to survive this wintry desolation. Just a bit more, and I can ensure that the old blind man and I survive this winter, he muses, burdened with a basket brimming with firewood. The basket, now larger than his upper body, teeters precariously as if on the verge of toppling. Yet, even in such frigid weather, nothing can deter Hanmo's resolute stride as he gradually distances himself from Pingyang village. This marks his first venture so far afield. Yet necessity drives him. He must gather more firewood to prevent both himself and the old blind man from succumbing to the bitter cold. Earlier, having finished his chores in the village, Hanmo earned 2 steamed buns as payment and began collecting firewood for his return. However, a group of village children ambushed him along the way. Not only were his buns snatched away, but his firewood was taken as well. Although he yearned to reclaim his belongings, he was but one against 7 or 8 children and ultimately found himself outmatched. After being toyed with for nearly half an hour, Hanemo had no choice but to concede defeat. The adults in the village had already stripped the area of firewood, leaving him with no option but to venture farther afield. It seemed as though the grown-ups possessed a foresight, anticipating the deadly chill that would soon arrive, preparing in advance. Since that time, Hanemo had yearned to possess such foresight himself. Later, the old blind man imparted wisdom to Hanemo, explaining that winter arrives with unwavering regularity each year, prompting farmers to stockpile enough firewood for the season. Thus, Hanemo began to monitor the sky daily, attuning himself to the temperature of the air. When he sensed the gradual onset of cold, he would head up the mountain to gather firewood. Yet, despite his efforts, he still found himself outpaced by the adults. The villagers engaged in farming had ample leisure to prepare for winter. In contrast, Hanemo was perpetually occupied busy with menial tasks to fill his belly, observing the adults harvest crops, struggling to survive. In the whirlwind of activity, he often lost sight of his own purpose. When hunger struck, he sought food. When firewood dwindled, he journeyed further afield. Guided by the old blind man's teachings, he measured distance in steps, knowing that 2,000 steps equated to a kilometer. He could not discern how long he had been walking, but he distinctly recalled traversing over 20,000 steps. Only when the sun had fully set and the moon ascended did he finally behold a desolate mountain. The ground lay blanketed in snow, yet beneath it, the scattered firewood brought a smile to Hanmo's lips that he could hardly suppress. Eagerly, he pressed forward through the knee-deep snow. After approximately half an hour, Hanemo succeeded in filling his basket to the brim, securing 2 additional small bundles snugly under his arms. That moment, a protest emanated from his stomach. Hanemo caressed his belly and smacked his lips. Just a little longer. Once we return, the old blind man will surely save us a morsel. Despite his words, it was evident that Hanemo was reluctant to let his stomach suffer. He scooped up a handful of snow from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth, shivering as the cold compelled him to rub his hands together for warmth. After a few hearty bites, enough to quiet his belly, Hanemo slung his backpack over his shoulder and grasped some firewood in both hands. However, as he rose, whether due to an abrupt movement or the weight of the firewood, he inadvertently tumbled down the slope, rolling head over heels. Hanemo gasped in pain, letting out a cry of distress as he struggled to his feet, retreating a few steps in trepidation. Before him lay a precipice, hundreds of meters high. If he happened to roll forward just a few more meters, he would forever remain below. Hanemo felt his foot make contact with something and instinctively shifted sideways, only to wince in pain and collapse onto the ground. He lifted his foot to discover a gaping wound had appeared beneath. He looked down, bent over, and dug through the snow for a while, finally thrusting his hand into the snow to grope blindly. It was sharp, with flat sides, and as he continued to probe, he discerned a layered structure reminiscent of a tavern in the city. This was the shape he had gleaned through touch. With a determined effort, he pulled out the entire peculiar object. It was a small tower, no larger than half the size of his palm, or more accurately, it was half of a dilapidated tower, surrounded by a shambles, lacking a base. Hanemo observed that the bottom of the tower had a remarkably smooth cut, as if severed by some razor-sharp instrument. Yet he found it odd this crumbling tower felt as solid as iron, and even a mountain-cutting knife would struggle to produce such a clean edge. Casually, he grabbed his clothing to wipe the bloodstains from the tower, only to find no trace of blood remained on his garment. Han Mo looked around the holes and its surface appeared hollow. However, when he lifted the broken tower above his head to inspect it from below, he could not discern its apex. It was a blur, a chaos, a most peculiar sensation. Han Mo secured a piece of hemp rope around his waist, and the moment the broken tower dangled from him, he realized that the flurrying snow was inexplicably kept at bay, failing to land upon him. He marveled at this miraculous phenomenon, attributing it to the broken tower. After toying with it for a while, he tenderly wrapped it in his clothing, fearful of prying eyes. Upon returning to Pingyong village, Han Mo was astonished to find that he had nearly sprinted back. Not only that, but he did not feel particularly fatigued. In the past, carrying even half the firewood he bore today would have required frequent breaks to reach home. Moreover, he noticed that throughout the journey, he felt no chill, as if his energy were inexhaustible. The curiosity of a child is, after all, quite profound. Upon reflection, Han Mo gazed at the broken tower hanging at his waist, scrutinizing it back and forth, yet unable to decipher its mysteries. He resolved to continue attributing his good fortune to the tower and hurried towards the old blind man's ramshackle hut. Han Mo scanned the farms lining the village path. Although the moon had yet to ascend fully to its zenith, each household was shrouded in darkness. Pingyong village was home to ordinary families, many of whom barely managed to scrape by, often going to bed early after dinner. This was done not only to conserve energy, but also to minimize the waste of precious oil when lighting lamps at night. Perhaps there was only one exception, the old blind man of Pingyong village. He was the only one who would leave a flicker of light to guide Han Mo home to his dilapidated abode before he returned. Strange, the old blind man should be waiting for me at the village entrance with a torch. Why is he absent today? There's no scent of tobacco either. As Han Mo walked, an inexplicable sense of unease began to swell within him. He quickened his pace. At last, he arrived at his home, the residence shared with the old blind man. Yet before him, there was no familiar glow awaiting him, only an enveloping darkness and an unusual chill in the air. Old blind man, Han Mo called out, dropping his burden and rushing into the house. In the darkness, he deftly located the fire starter and, after much effort, managed to ignite the kindling. Finally, by the dim light, he discerned the scene within the room. The old blind man leaned against the wall, his pipe dangling from his mouth, the only visible sign being a faint spark within the bowl of the pipe. Han Mo approached, mimicking the way the old blind man used to examine patients, pressing his ear against the old man's chest and testing his heartbeat with his palm. Then, following the old blind man's method, he placed his fingers beneath the old man's nostrils that he recalled the old man's words. If you feel no breath beneath the nostrils and the temperature of the chest is lower than elsewhere, then this person has perished. The old blind man was dead. In that moment, Han Mo felt a tightness in his nose and tears streamed down his face as he collapsed onto the old man. Old blind man. With the old blind man gone, Han Mo allowed himself a moment of indulgence, letting the fire burn through the night until dawn, dispersing the frost that had settled upon the old. The break of day. Han Mo awoke to the gnawing pangs of hunger. He noticed that on the battered stove, a bowl of cornmeal porridge remained, half-eaten. It was insipid, with scarcely any visible cornmeal. The cold of the night had long since turned the porridge into frozen lumps. As he gazed at it, his eyes moistened. For the past 2 years, the old blind man had always left him something to eat, inviting him to spend the night in that shabby dwelling. Especially during winter, fearing that Han Mo might perish from the cold, the old blind man had scavenged a filthy, tattered quilt, which had allowed Han Mo to survive one winter after another. Now that the old blind man was gone, Han Mo would have to chart a new course for himself. He could not allow himself to meet the same fate as the old blind man, dying alone in the depths of a winter night. Senwa, come out. It's time to return with your aunt. Chapter 2. The World Within the Tower. Aunt has seen you. Come out. The sharp, caustic voice stirred a flicker of apprehension in Han Mo's eyes, as if he were reminded of some fearsome event. Han Mo covered the old blind man with a tattered quilt. Beside him, then took the frozen corn mush and stuffed it into his pocket. He moved to the back of the door and opened it just a crack. Aunt San. Peering through the narrow opening, Han Mo was met with the face he had long feared, accompanied by 3 men he recognized as laborers from Zhu Siling's household. Startled, Han Mo instinctively took 2 steps back. I cannot return with Aunt San. She would sell me to improve their household's provisions. The resolution formed in his heart, and he quietly approached the back door, which was more a makeshift windbreak constructed of rice straw than an actual door. As he pulled aside the straw, a biting wind rushed in, prompting him to raise his arm instinctively for protection, only to realize that he felt no sting against his face. In fact, he did not feel the cold at all like tea that moment. Hanamo was not overly concerned. He glanced back at the motionless old blind man before resolutely stepping into the frigid wilderness. Suddenly, as Hanamo exited the thatched hut, a wall behind him collapsed with a thunderous crash, startling Aunt San. She turned toward the sound and spotted the furtive Hanamo. "Hey, you little rascal, come back to Aunt San. I want go Zhu Siling doesn't feed me and has killed many children. He will surely kill me, too." A surge of unexpected courage propelled Hanamo to refuse Aunt San for the first time, inciting her fury as she advanced, cursing under her breath. "What? You refuse?" Zhu Siling offered 4 taels of silver to have you work. "You will go, whether you like it or not." Seize that little wretch. The 3 men who had followed her closed in on Hanamo. With reddened eyes, he evaded their grasp with his frail body, but malnutrition caused him to stumble in the snow. Perhaps out of fear instilled by Zhu Silang's reputation, Hanamo scrambled to his feet and fled into the snowy expanse. "I cannot go. Zhu Silang is a devil. The children he buys all end up dead. If I go, he will surely kill me." Directionless and driven solely by the instinct to survive, Hanamo ran. Behind him, the 3 men relentlessly pursued him, determined to drag him back. "Damn, how can this little brat run so fast? Don't let him escape. The master has ordered us to bring this little demon back, or we'll have our rations cut for 2 days." Hanamo pushed himself to sprint fiercely, stumbling several times, yet forcing himself back up to continue his flight. He dared not look back, fearing that doing so would seal his fate, binding him forever to Zhu Silang's household. "Little brat, come back with us!" A sudden shout from behind startled Hanamo, and he tried to distance himself, only to find it increasingly impossible. After all, he was just a child. How could he outrun grown men? He had already left the village behind, facing only an expanse of white snow and an invisible path ahead, starving and struggling to escape from the clutches of 3 middle-aged men in such bitter cold. It seemed an insurmountable task. "Is this truly my destiny? I've got you!" As one man excitedly reached out to seize Hanamo by the collar, his hand unexpectedly slipped, failing to even graze Hanmo's clothing. "What's happening? Why can't I catch him?" The man was perplexed at this distance. He was confident he could grasp Hanamo. Yet, at the moment of contact, it felt as though an unseen force repelled his hand. The trio of adult men stood less than a meter away from Hanamo, yet despite their earnest efforts, they could not touch his garments. Soon, Hanamo spotted a narrow path, leading a few hundred meters ahead to a dense forest. Within the forest, not a single snowflake could be seen. Even in broad daylight, it appeared dark and foreboding from a distance. "Sanwa, halt. We cannot proceed." Suddenly, one of the adult men shouted in alarm, stopping to block his companions. However, to Hanmo's ears, these words sounded like deceit, an attempt to trick him into stopping so they could capture him and take him to Zhu Silang's abode. He was still reveling in his escape from the 3 adult men. "That I won't have to toil at Zhu Silang's anymore. I won't be beaten to death by him," Hanamo thought joyfully. "Alas, this Sanwa has ventured into the Infong Ridge. What shall we do?" Upon hearing those words, fear flickered in the eyes of the 3 men in unison. "We cannot enter. We might go hungry for a couple of days, but at least we can consider other means of survival. If we venture in, we may not return." Ultimately, their cowardice and instinct for self-preservation led the 3 to choose hunger over the peril of entering the Infong Ridge. They dared not step into that ominous place, rumored to harbor creatures more perilous than wolves or leopards in the entirety of Pingyang village. Only the wealthy Li had braved it once. When he emerged, he had lost an arm. According to the villagers, Li had practiced martial arts. If even a skilled fighter struggled to escape, what fate awaited mere farmers like them? Thus, they refrained from entering. The 3 adult men could only watch helplessly as Hanamo dashed into the depths of the Infong Ridge. "This Sanwa is unlikely to survive. Let us return." One man's eyes reflected concern. A twinge of sympathy mingled with regret. Hanamo paused at the forest's edge, catching sight of the 3 men retreating down the path, a smile of relief spreading across his face. "I've survived. I won't be sold into labor by my aunt anymore." Yet, as he laughed, a wave of despondency washed over him. "The old blind man is gone. Pingyang village can no longer accommodate me. If I return, my aunt will surely come with others to capture me once more." The thought of the old blind man caused Hanmo's eyes to well with tears. "I am sorry, old blind man. Wait for me a few days. I'll return quietly to bury you. Goodbye, old blind man. Thank you for taking care of me these past 3 years in Pingyang village. You are the only one who showed me kindness. As he spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks. With a sudden movement, Han Mo knelt on the ground and bowed towards Pingyong village. This place remains perilous. If my aunt brings more people, I will still be captured. I must find a place to spend the night tonight. After rising to his feet, Han Mo wiped away the traces of tears from his face and turned back thrice as he entered the shadow wind. Ridge. Unbeknownst to him, Han Mo wandered through the forest for quite some time, yet he still failed to find a suitable place to spend the night. Although he was adept at climbing trees, these stood tall and straight, devoid of any branches. Ascending the slope, Han Mo finally reached the summit before dusk descended, successfully discovering a cave. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach voiced its protests, reminding him that he had not eaten since yesterday, but there was nothing edible in sight. Outside, at least the snow could serve as a meager sustenance that I still have some gruel. Han Mo exclaimed with excitement as he retrieved a chunk of ice from his pocket and vigorously bit into it. It was hard and rather bland. As he held it in his mouth, it began to melt slowly, and at last, he savored the cornmeal within the gruel. Scarce, yet flavorful, he decided to preserve a portion for the morrow's sustenance. After a modest repast, Han Mo gathered some leaves to lay a layer within the cave, then ventured outside to seek out some dry twigs nearby. Han Mo took out a fire starter, blowing on it for quite some time before a flicker of flame emerged. Igniting the dry twigs, with his hands drawn close to the source of warmth, Han Mo felt that today's fire was even more comforting than usual. Thankfully, he had brought the fire starter with him. Otherwise, he would have faced the peril of freezing to death this night. Once he felt a semblance of warmth, Han Mo added more twigs to the fire and reclined on a bed of leaves, contemplating how to navigate the morrow. Gradually, he succumbed to slumber. In his dream, Han Mo beheld the dilapidated tower he carried with him, which astonishingly reached heights of several hundred meters, resembling a grand palace. Approaching the palace, he observed an expanse of flat ground stretching wide before him. Han Mo, filled with excitement, bounced joyfully on the ground. If only I had a piece of land like this, I could cultivate some crops, and then I wouldn't have to endure hunger. As he spoke, Han Mo felt that perhaps he was overthinking. To grow crops, one needs seeds. At present, he possessed nothing. Indeed, seeds were essential. Only then could he sow grains on this land. Years of habit had conditioned Han Mo to awaken just before his stomach would voice its discontent. Upon stepping out of the cave, Han Mo was immediately struck by an overwhelming desire to seek sustenance. However, he was rendered motionless by the astonishing sight before him. The area that had been nothing but rugged rocks the previous day had transformed into an expansive clearing, spanning several tens of feet in width. To add to the marvel, delicate new sprouts had begun to emerge upon this newfound expanse. Han Mo recalled the common knowledge imparted by the old blind man, confirming that this was indeed the tender sprout of corn. Chapter 3. Old Blind Man, I shall lay you to rest. Is this a dream? The first thought that crossed Han Mo's mind was that he had experienced a dream he had never dared to indulge in. The pain. Han Mo pinched his arm fiercely, the excruciating pain finally instilling a semblance of belief in the land and the corn seedlings before him. To further affirm the reality of his perception, Han Mo even returned to the cave and emerged several times, and in a surge of excitement, he leapt into the air. This is not a dream. This is not a dream. I possess a piece of land and seeds, and I shall no longer endure hunger. Han Mo, filled with excitement, inadvertently stepped on a tender seedling. Noticing the fragile sprout nearly crushed beneath his foot, he felt a pang of sympathy and quickly approached, gently scooping up a handful of soil to support the delicate shoot. Satisfied, he took 2 steps back. Yet, how could corn seeds possibly thrive in this place? Han Mo murmured curiously, his gaze drawn to the dilapidated tower at his waist, and a bold idea began to take root in his mind. In my dream, it was within this crumbling tower that I beheld the land. Could it be that this small tower holds the power to grant wishes, to make my desires come true? Such fanciful thoughts led Han Mo to momentarily believe he might be losing his sanity. Even if this were merely a dream, he resolved to linger within it a little longer. Dying in a dream would still be worthwhile. Throughout that day, Han Mo spent nearly all his time in the cornfield, tenderly nurturing each young seedling as if they were cherished treasures, unable to part with them. It was only as night fell that Han Mo emerged from his exhilaration, his stomach audibly rumbling in perfect timing. Han Mo reached into his pocket, only to discover that the icy morsel had been consumed unknowingly over the course of the day. Yet, such a meager portion could hardly satiate his hunger. I must persevere a little longer. I shall seek sustenance at once. Han Mo, feeling the pangs of hunger gnawing at his emaciated belly, contemplated venturing into the forest in search of sustenance, yet he was beset by apprehension for his cherished haven. Ensnared in a quandary. As his stomach rebelled for the third time, Han Mo's eyes darkened with desperation, and he could no longer withstand the gnawing hunger. Reluctantly stepping into the woods, glancing back thrice. The descent was steep, and he clung to the protruding stones for support, his head spinning as he narrowly avoided falling several times. At last, he found himself on level ground, surrounded by an enveloping darkness. However, this did not daunt Han Mo. Prior to being taken in by the old blind man, he had often rummaged through refuse for food in the dead of night, honing his keen vision. Moreover, the moonlight filtered through, allowing him to discern the ground beneath him. For reasons unknown, on this particular night, his sight seemed sharper than ever in the obscurity. After a considerable time, Han Mo arrived at the fork in the path that he had traversed earlier. Beyond it lay the boundaries of Pingyong village. By this hour, the villagers would likely be asleep, making it an opportune moment to seek out food. The corn took a long time to mature, and during this period, Han Mo needed to devise alternative means of survival. Resolutely, he treaded the path, braving the heavy snowfall towards the village, and as the moon hung high above, he reached the spot where the farmers discarded their waste. It was here that he had once eked out an existence, until he encountered the old blind man, who had taken pity on him and offered refuge. However, with the old man's demise, Han Mo found himself abandoned, and there were even those who sought to sell him to Zhu Sailang for a mere 4 taels of silver, condemning him to a life of arduous labor. The entire village of Pingyong knew of Zhu Sailang's notorious cruelty. No child had ever survived under his roof, and even the longest lived among them did not exceed the tender age of 10. Han Mo is now merely 7 years old. However, after last night, he has turned 8, as it marked the final night of the year. Given his fragile stature, it is a considerable challenge for him to survive until the age of 9 in the household of Zhu Sailang. Thus, upon learning that his aunt intended to sell him to Zhu Sailang, Han Mo was consumed by a singular thought: escape. It mattered not where he fled, as long as it was away from Zhu Sailang's home. Under the moonlight, Han Mo rummaged through a pile of refuse and unearthed a chicken bone, which sent him into a frenzy of excitement. After much effort, he finally managed to crush it with his teeth and swallow it down. The putrid stench of the garbage assaulted his senses, causing him to shudder, and he mused that it likely came from yesterday's disposal. Yet, this did not deter him from savoring it, for it was sustenance to fill his empty stomach. He wondered whose chicken had met its end. Han Mo licked his lips, feeling a lingering sense of satisfaction. Indeed, during the festive season, one ought to enhance the culinary offerings. However, in Pingyong village, most residents are tenants, and families that raise chickens, ducks, and geese are few and far between. It is rare for them to slaughter their fowl, even on holidays, as they are kept primarily for their eggs. To his surprise, today he savored the taste of chicken bones. Han Mo contemplated that there must surely be more bones, so he continued to rummage through the refuse. However, after an extensive search, he found no second bone. Just then, Han Mo heard the faint growl of a dog from the other side of the heap, accompanied by the sound of bones being crushed. Han Mo listened intently, and it became clear to him that it was the sound of bones being crushed. I wondered why I couldn't find it, only to realize that it had been devoured by you, this wild dog. Han Mo cursed under his breath as he picked up a stick from the ground and struck it fiercely against the wild dog's back. The beast yelped in pain before hastily fleeing. Of course, Han Mo had no intention of depriving the dog of its meal. He merely could not tolerate the sight of the wild dog snatching away his food. Han Mo discarded his stick and, shrouded in the cloak of night, stealthily departed from the refuse heap. He then proceeded to inspect each household, particularly those affluent families that kept poultry, all of whom had fallen victim to Han Mo's nocturnal visits. After considerable effort, he finally discovered a nest of eggs within a chicken coop, finding a total of 10. After shooing away the brooding hen, he cautiously took 2 of the eggs and then scaled the wall to escape, only to be met with the irate curses of the farmer from that household. Although Han Mo was reluctant to engage in such underhanded activities, his desire to survive prevailed. Furthermore, he had neither stolen chickens nor touched dogs. In fact, he often lingered beneath the classroom window, eavesdropping on the scholars who would say that a scholar's pursuits were not theft, but rather a borrowing. Having attended a few lessons, he considered himself somewhat of a scholar. Thus, after borrowing today, he intended to return it later. Whether by coincidence or fate, Han Mo inadvertently found himself at the old blind man's thatched cottage. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately stepped inside. A faint, unpleasant odor wafted into his nostrils, and Han Mo frowned, deducing that the old blind man had begun to decay. Fortunately, it was winter. Had it been during the sweltering heat, the entire Pingyang village would likely have been engulfed in the stench of decomposition. Han Emo approached the old blind man, the quilt rendered stiff by the cold. "Old man, I shall take you to your final resting place." Han Emo departed briefly, only to return shortly thereafter. However, this time, a wooden cart was stationed at the entrance. Although referred to as a cart, it lacked wheels. It was a rudimentary hand-pulled vehicle that Han Emo had crafted using 2 long wooden sticks and some dry firewood, bound together with rope. Han Emo took out a fire starter and, with great effort, extracted some dry straw from the quilt. With the ignitable materials combined, he finally illuminated the room. Before departing, Han Emo meticulously cleaned the thatched cottage, gathering every usable item, including jars, and loading them onto the handcart. The candles were also worth taking, for the cave was shrouded in darkness, and the firewood would not last long each day. Besides, there was not an abundance of firewood for me to collect. Han Emo separated the candle from its base, poised to toss it into the vehicle, when suddenly he froze, his gaze fixated upon the candle's pedestal. It was strikingly familiar. Han Emo appeared to have recalled something. He took down the worn tower he carried with him, and, upon comparing it to the candle holder, was astonished to discover that the 2 cut surfaces were identical. This was a cohesive entity. Even the old blind man possessed half of the broken tower. Han Emo instinctively merged the 2 pieces into one, and a surge of attraction emanated from his hands. To his astonishment, he witnessed the shattered tower's 2 segments astonishingly unite. Chapter 4. The Transformation of the Celestial Tower. The Black Bear Ascends the Mountain. However, his elation was short-lived, as the base and the tower body adhered for less than a second before slipping apart and falling to the ground. Han Emo found it peculiar, pondering how 2 iron objects could adhere to one another. Although the contact lasted merely a fleeting second, he distinctly observed their undeniable attraction. He resolved to investigate this phenomenon further when time permitted. At last, he and the old blind man's dwelling had been nearly emptied, leaving only a few immovable items behind. With great care, Han Emo lifted the old blind man's lifeless body onto the cart. Proceeding ahead, he secured the rope over his shoulder, grasped the sides of the cart, and dragged the old man's corpse across the snowy ground. By the late hours of the night, Han Emo finally returned to the trailhead. Regrettably, the cart could not pass through. Han Emo wished to reduce the size of his cart, but doing so would render it unable to accommodate the old blind man and would also consume precious time. With no alternatives, Han Emo had no choice but to carefully lift the old blind man down. After transporting their belongings to the opposite side of the cliff, he returned to carry the cart across, and then returned once more to gently hoist the old blind man onto his back. With great caution, he moved step by step, ultimately returning safely to the other side. He then reloaded the cart and continued his ascent up the mountain. The following day, outside Han Mo's new home, a mound of earth had appeared, and as he gazed upon the corn sprouts that had grown even taller than the previous day, his heart swelled with joy. Days passed in this manner. Aside from foraging for food, Han Emo spent nearly all his time in the cornfield. During his leisure, he would wield his handcrafted wooden hoe to weed the land. In the remaining hours, Han Emo would descend the mountain to gather firewood, gradually accumulating supplies for his cave. Han Emo observed the corn rising steadily day by day. Finally, after a fortnight, some of the corn began to tassel, holding the emerging flowers in his hands. Tears glistened in his eyes. Soon, there would be food to eat. Strangely, these seedlings were growing even faster than those cultivated by the villagers of Pingyang. At this rate, within another half-month, I shall be able to harvest this batch of corn. All of this is thanks to you. Han Emo lifted the tattered garment around his waist, cradling the tower of his dreams. For some time now, he had been haunted by the same dream each night, where the corn seedlings appeared anew each day. And upon awakening, the corn outside the cave mirrored the heights of those in his dreams. Such remarkable transformations. Upon discovering this peculiar phenomenon, Han Emo was convinced that this dilapidated tower was indeed a celestial artifact. The old blind man had often regaled him with tales of the wondrous world beyond, claiming to have encountered immortals. Ever since, Han Emo had yearned to venture outside, to behold the immortals spoken of by the old man and to witness the celestial treasures they possessed. Little did he ever imagine that he would come into possession of such a divine object. He pondered whether the celestial tower had an owner. If so, that owner would surely search far and wide for their lost treasure. Han Emo murmured to himself as he carefully shielded the small tower once more, anxious about being discovered. Despite this, he had not encountered a second soul on the Inwind Ridge. Han Emo gathered several leaves and slender twigs, igniting the branches before inserting them into the mound of earth. He then set the leaves ablaze, reducing them to ash before the mound. This served as a tribute to the old blind man. "Old blind man, I shall live well," he declared. "You promised to take me to the outside world when I grew up. Now that you are no longer here, I must venture out alone to explore that world. Upon my return, I will share with you all that I have witnessed." Hanemo stood up and approached the puddle to wash his face. As he gazed at the reflection of his soiled visage on the water's surface, he realized it was high time for a bath. In the past, he would cleanse himself in the small river outside the village during the sweltering summer days. However, with the arrival of winter, the river would freeze entirely, rendering his bathing rituals even more rudimentary. Stripping off his clothes, he would leap into the snow, using the flakes to scrub his body. Despite the numbing cold that accompanied each encounter, Hanemo glanced around and realized that there was not a single flake of snow in sight. Below the mountain, there appeared to be a pond, untouched by the chill, remaining unfrozen. Hanemo recalled his previous excursion in search of food, during which he passed by a pond with water that was refreshingly sweet, surpassing even that of Pingyong village. On his return, Hanemo marked the spot. Following the markers he had previously made, he finally located the pond from his memories. As he prepared to plunge into the water after shedding his garments, an unsettling feeling washed over him, prompting him to instinctively glance at his waist. Oh no, where is the Celestial Tower? Hanemo was taken aback, for the Celestial Tower was the treasure that ensured his survival. Hanemo rummaged through his tattered, filthy garments and finally unearthed the coveted Celestial Tower. With a long rope secured around his waist, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Without hesitation, he leaped in, vigorously scrubbing the mud from his body. The icy water struck him like a sharp blade, causing his breaths to quicken as he contemplated finishing his cleansing ritual swiftly in order to ignite a fire for warmth. Only when he felt a sense of comfort envelop him did he emerge from the water, kindle a fire, and push aside the thickets to reveal his secret haven. Within the underbrush, numerous red fruits had blossomed. The last time he visited, they had been green, but now they had ripened to a vibrant red, each the size of his fist. Hanemo eagerly plucked a fruit and devoured it in 3 bites, casting a lingering gaze at the remaining 3. No. If I consume them all, there will be none left. Hanemo, suppressing his cravings, abruptly rose to his feet. However, in that instant, darkness enveloped him, and dizziness overtook his senses. Unable to steady himself, he tumbled directly into the pond. After choking on a few mouthfuls of river water, Hanemo struggled desperately, only to find that his limbs were utterly unresponsive, gradually succumbing to unconsciousness. When Hanemo finally opened his eyes again, the familiar scenery brought him a sense of relief. He found himself in the world within the Immortal Tower, surrounded by cornfields abundant with ripe ears of corn. It seemed he had been so fatigued that he had merely dreamed of falling into the river. But what was this? A rockery had appeared. Soon, Hanemo noticed a rockery in the realm of the Immortal Tower, from which a crystal-clear spring flowed. He cupped his hands to drink from the water, finding it sweet and refreshing, so delightful that he yearned for more. Moreover, he discovered that the spring cascading from the rockery was truly nourishing. Hanemo searched nearby and discovered a half-broken bucket. With it, he filled it with water and began to nourish the corn. Once he finished his task, Hanemo was overjoyed to see that all the corn had borne fruit. At that moment, he felt a peculiar itch on his face, but when he reached out, he could not discern what it was. His vision gradually faded to darkness, and when he opened his eyes, he was taken aback to find a bear's face before him. The bear, with its tongue lolling out, was licking him. Oh dear bear! Hanemo was so startled that he let out a cry, quickly pushing himself backward with both hands, nearly plunging into the pond below. Hanemo stumbled to his feet and desperately sprinted up the mountain. Believing he had finally evaded the black bear, he instinctively glanced back, only to find the bear leisurely trailing behind him. Han Madong glanced around and noticed a harmless branch on the ground, attempting to scare off the black bear. The bear neither flinched nor retreated. Instead, it sat on the ground, its small eyes fixed intently on Hanemo. Did the black bear not harm me? Could it be that it saved me earlier? Hanemo recalled that just before losing consciousness, he had indeed fallen into a pond, and upon awakening, he found his clothes to be drenched. Could it be that he had been unconscious for an entire night? Was it you who saved me? The curious nature of the young child, Hanemo, led him to believe that he could engage in conversation with a bear. For quite some time, he spoke, while the black bear remained in a single posture, seated on the ground, motionless, gazing intently at him, more precisely, at his waist. A mystical tower. Hanemo immediately realized that the black bear had set its sights on the Celestial Tower. He quickly reached for his waist, confirming that the Celestial Tower was still there. and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, within the realm of the celestial tower, the corn had already borne fruit. Hanemo suddenly recalled that the corn outside the cave mirrored the progress within the world of the Siantal. Thus, he hurriedly made his way back towards the summit, with the black bear rising to follow closely behind him. At long last, Hanemo ascended the mountain and returned to his home. The scene before him left Hanemo utterly astonished. Chapter 5. The corn matures, the land doubles. After Hanmo's meticulous care, the corn that had sprouted a few days prior now bore fruit. As he peeled back the skin of the kernels, he discovered grains that could yield water. Hanemo felt even more delighted. He craved something to eat. Hanemo swiftly lit a fire and retrieved an old, half-broken clay pot, once used by the blind man to make porridge. He placed the corn inside, and soon a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, making Hanmo's mouth water. A few minutes later, unable to withstand his hunger any longer, he scooped up the steaming corn and took a hearty bite, consuming both the kernels and their husks. At this stage, the husks were remarkably tender, and Hanemo couldn't bear to discard them. Even after finishing the kernels, he still felt a hint of hunger. Gazing at the corn cob, he swallowed hard and directly chewed the cob until it was pulverized. After consuming one, he finally felt a sense of satiety. With one cob remaining, he couldn't bear to waste it. He devoured it entirely, even drinking the water used to boil the corn. Burp. For the first time in his life, Hanemo felt so full. Just then, he heard a distant whimpering sound. When he focused his gaze, he was astonished to see a black bear had followed him to the mountaintop, now staring at him with eager eyes. Was the bear hungry? No. It was after my corn. Hanemo immediately realized that corn was in peril. He picked up a stick from the ground and rushed forward. Yet he felt diminutive compared to the black bear. If the bear retaliated, there would be no escape for him. The entire field of grain would also fall victim to the bear's wrath. Despite the precariousness of his situation, and the fact that he had finally found a way to have enough to eat in the days to come, he could not quite fathom the source of his audacity as he stood his ground against the bear. He dared not strike the creature, and strangely, the bear exhibited no signs of aggression towards him. Those dark, beady eyes continued to fixate on him, and in the gaze of the bear, Hanemo sensed an unspoken plea. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Hanemo finally relinquished his stick and ventured into the cornfield. He uprooted a corn stalk that had borne fruit, stripped it of its leaves, and discarded it before the black bear. The bear lowered its head, sniffed the offering, and with its paws, lifted a leaf to its mouth, chewing voraciously. As it consumed the foliage with increasing ferocity, it soon devoured every leaf on the ground and turned its gaze towards the corn stalk in Hanmo's hand. Hanemo hesitated for a moment. The corn stalk was undeniably delectable, and he was reluctant to part with it. After severing the stalk, he tossed the upper portion to the black bear, retaining the lower half for himself. He peeled away the outer skin, took a bite, and savored the succulent sweetness, extracting every drop of moisture. It was astonishingly sweet. Hanemo had never tasted such a delightful cornstalk before. Previously, he had sampled the discarded stalks from the farmers in Pingyang village, which were devoid of moisture and utterly flavorless, quite unpalatable, indeed. However, he had also encountered a few sweeter stalks in his time. In comparison, he found himself preferring the ones he had cultivated himself. The black bear, mimicking Hanmo's actions, seemed to have discovered a new treasure after its first bite, swallowing the sweet juice whole. Thus, the pair, one human and one bear, devoured an entire cornstalk together. Yet, while Hanemo felt satisfied, the bear remained unsated. No. It would be better to wait a few more days for the remaining stalks. They would taste even more exquisite then. Hanemo rejected the black bear, which, as if comprehending his words, stood up and ambled down the mountain. Thus, Hanmo's corn crisis was miraculously resolved. In the ensuing days, Hanemo vigilantly watched over his cornfield, only harvesting a few ears when hunger became unbearable. To his astonishment, he discovered that the black bear, contrary to his expectations of it entering hibernation, visited his home daily, feasting before descending the mountain once more. An unusual understanding formed between the man and the bear. Throughout the following days, Hanemo traversed the mountain path repeatedly, with the black bear faithfully trailing behind him, which filled him with trepidation. Fortunately, the bear never harmed him. Having been away from Pingyang village for nearly a month, this period marked the happiest time of his life. He tended to his cornfield daily, occasionally turning the soil on the mountain and collecting firewood on his descent. Meanwhile, the corn on the mountain gradually ripened. Finally, on the 25th day, Hanemo confirmed that all the corn had matured and began to harvest his first batch of crops. After a busy morning, he successfully gathered all the corn, accumulating 2 large bags, while a pile remained on the ground. However, lacking additional sacks, he could only set it aside temporarily. Hanemo selected some rather aged corn, meticulously peeling each kernel and laying them upon the rocks to dry, intending to store them for future planting. If he were to consume 4 ears a day, it would suffice for an extended period, at least a month or 2 without issue. Furthermore, he could grind the dried kernels into flour, thereby increasing his supply of cornmeal for sustenance. That evening, Hanemo ventured into the realm of the Celestial Tower, only to find that the corn within had vanished, leaving behind a barren expanse. To his astonishment, he also noted that this desolate land appeared to have doubled in size. This revelation filled Hanemo with exhilaration for quite some time. He pondered whether the land outside would also expand upon waking, allowing him to cultivate even more corn. In the Celestial Tower, Hanemo, as was his custom, cleared the land and sowed some corn seeds, diligently watering them afterward. Exhausted from his labors, he reclined beneath the tower and drifted into slumber. Upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself back in the cave. Hanemo could hardly contain his excitement as he emerged from the cave, beholding the land outside, which had doubled in expanse, along with freshly sown seeds. This confirmed the suspicions he had harbored in his dreams. Indeed, akin to the Celestial Tower, he had acquired a greater stretch of land and the promise of newly planted seeds. Hanemo, concerned about stepping on seedlings, surrounded the area with stones, marking the boundaries of his safe passage. He vowed not to repeat the mistake of crushing a young plant as he had done previously. Although he had managed to rectify the situation, the loss had weighed heavily on his heart for several days. On this particular day, Hanemo was in high spirits and decided to boil an extra couple of corn cobs. As expected, the black bear returned. Upon seeing the barren land, a flicker of disappointment crossed the bear's eyes. However, when Hanemo presented a steaming corn cob before it, the bear eagerly seized it with both paws and began to feast. "Great Black Bear, I have prepared food for you over there. You must not venture onto my land, for if you do, we shall both face starvation. Do you understand?" Hanemo employed various gestures to convey his intentions to the black bear. The bear appeared to grasp the meaning, albeit vaguely, yet still proceeded to the location indicated by Hanemo, picking up 2 corn stalks before descending the mountain. Hanemo gazed upon the ground strewn with corn and suddenly realized the urgency of addressing the situation. If left unattended for too long, the corn could rot or even sprout, ultimately benefiting the great black bear while he himself would remain hungry. But he could take it to the market for sale. With spring yet to arrive and the planting season for corn still distant, his corn would be unique. Surely, those who desired corn would be inclined to purchase it. Once he sold it, he could procure other seeds and improve his living conditions. Resolute in his decision, Hanemo sought out the handcart he had used a month prior to transport Old Blind Man up the mountain. He reinforced it and added a railing. Furthermore, he found a wooden wheel he had discreetly collected during a previous visit to the village, which fit perfectly. The cart could traverse the small path down the mountain, making it less laborious. With the snow melted, relying solely on brute strength to drag it through the terrain was no longer feasible. This time, Hanemo had acquired his very own unicycle. He piled a substantial amount of corn onto the cart until it could hold no more. And only then did he begin his descent. As he reached the bottom of the mountain, he was astonished to spot the great black bear, which had surprisingly made a den nearby. The bear was sound asleep inside. Hanemo vividly recalls that this path is the essential route for ascending the mountain. There was no den here before. Could it be that the black bear has been guarding this mountain for the past half-month? Hanemo experienced a flicker of affection for the great black bear for the first time. Sometimes, animals exhibit a greater sense of humanity than people do. Yet, the majority of the inhabitants of Pingyang village, particularly Aunt San, seemed preoccupied with the idea of selling themselves to Zhu Sailang for a mere 4 taels of silver. It is astonishing to ponder that these individuals may be even less noble than a black bear. "Oh, the great black bear!" Hanemo called out twice before the black bear finally opened its eyes. Just as it was about to express its anger, it recognized Hanemo and consequently calmed down. Hanemo took out 3 corn cobs from his unicycle and tossed them before the great black bear. "Big black bear," he said, "keep a vigilant watch over the mountain and ensure no one ascends. If you find yourself hungry, feel free to consume the corn cobs I have prepared for you. But you must not venture into my cornfield. Do you understand?" Hanemo attempted to communicate with the black bear through gestures, uncertain whether the creature comprehended his intentions. He only observed that after finishing its meal, the bear shifted its body and then lay down to continue its slumber. Perhaps we can assume that the great black bear understood him. Han Mo descended the mountain and arrived at the familiar path he had once traversed. This time, equipped with a unicycle, he effortlessly navigated the trail with ease and safety. Concerned about being discovered by the villagers of Pingyong, who might report to Aunt San, Han Mo deliberately took a longer route. At last, after a journey of an hour and a half, he reached the marketplace. Since he had arrived rather late, the market was now bustling with a throng of people. Han Mo, with his soiled attire and tattered clothing, quickly attracted the attention of those around him, some even keeping their distance. Ultimately, Han Mo found a suitable corner to place his unicycle and arranged the corn neatly on the ground. Han Mo, blushing, called out hesitantly. Amidst the bustling street, his voice was scarcely audible, yet for reasons unknown, perhaps out of habit, Han Mo's tone suddenly grew louder. Fresh corn. Sweet and fragrant corn for sale. Indeed. His voice swiftly captured the attention of passers-by, and a middle-aged woman halted beside Han Mo's unicycle cart. Young man, how much for your corn? Chapter 6. The Purchase of Grains. Han Mo raised his gaze and beheld the weathered visage of a woman. Dressed in modest attire, her garments bore numerous patches, and despite appearing to be in her 30s, strands of silver had already begun to adorn her hair. With her roughened hands, she lifted an ear of corn. Inquiring of Han Mo gazed at his first customer, feeling a mixture of astonishment and hesitation as he struggled to articulate a price. He was apprehensive, fearful that if he quoted too high, she might not purchase, yet if he set it too low, it would undervalue the corn he had painstakingly harvested, which represented not only his labor but also his sustenance. Moreover, Han Mo seldom had the opportunity to visit the market. His sole experience had been prior to his abandonment, when his third aunt brought him along, not to buy him treats or clothing, but to employ him as a laborer. At that time, he was merely 4 years old, toting a burden larger than himself, stumbling along behind his aunt. After a few moments of contemplation, Han Mo quietly said, "Auntie, please offer what you deem fit. Rest assured, my corn is exceptionally tender and fragrant. It will grant you boundless energy and leave you yearning for more." Fearing rejection, he hurriedly promoted his corn. The woman smiled faintly, then peeled back the husk and pinched a kernel. Indeed, as Han Mo had claimed, it was remarkably tender, releasing moisture, and emanated a subtle aroma. "Young man, the corn is 3 coins each, remember that," she stated, handing him 6 copper coins. Han Mo cradled the coins in both hands, trembling as he placed them into the prepared cloth bag, then bent down to select 2 large ears of corn for her. As the woman prepared to depart, she suddenly remarked, "Young man, cornmeal is a bit pricier, you know." Han Mo etched the woman's words into his heart and continued to peddle his wares. With the arrival of his first customer, his confidence in selling corn soared, and his voice grew louder, drawing an increasing number of onlookers. Overjoyed by the throng of customers, Han Mo eagerly introduced his corn, recalling the woman's earlier statement that each ear cost 3 won. He became quite adept at his sales pitch. As moments slipped away, the stock of corn in his cart diminished steadily. By the time the market vendors began to pack up their goods, Han Mo had sold every ear of corn he had brought. His money pouch was nearly bursting, heavy with coins. Han Mo gleefully shook the pouch, relishing the delightful clinking of the copper coins within. Han Mo counted the coins, and there were over 600 of them. This was the first time in many years that he had seen such a sum of copper coins, and they were all his own. If only the old blind man were here, he would surely be delighted to see that I can earn money. At that moment, Han Mo suddenly recalled the old blind man's advice about keeping wealth concealed. A wave of apprehension washed over him, prompting him to hastily hide the pouch of coins at his waist, covering it with his clothing. Only then did he feel a sense of satisfaction as he pulled away on his unicycle. As he passed by a grain shop, Han Mo abruptly halted, remembering that his second purpose for visiting the market was to purchase some seeds to take home and cultivate other crops. Han Mo entered the grain store, where an extensive variety of seeds for cereals and grains was available. Han Mo wandered around the grain shop, and the proprietor, mistaking him for the little beggar of the street, kept his gaze lowered, continuing to tally on the abacus before him. After an indeterminate passage of time, 3 varieties of grain seeds were laid before the shopkeeper: millet, wheat, and legumes, namely yellow rice, wheat, and beans. Han Mo originally intended to purchase some seeds for various grains. However, upon reflecting on the limited arable land in the mountains, he abandoned the notion, deciding instead to postpone his plans until he could cultivate some barren land in the future. The shopkeeper, observing these seeds, wore a perplexed expression and mused whether the young man was a mere customer, clad in tattered garments, He resembled a small beggar, yet he had neither stolen nor robbed. The shopkeeper inquired about the price of the seeds. Hesitating, he considered that his clientele typically comprised wealthy landowners who would purchase in bulk, often a stone at a time. Faced with the young man's modest request, he found it challenging to determine a fair price. After a brief moment of mental calculation on his abacus, he extended 5 fingers in response. Hanemo was taken aback. 51. Such an exorbitant price? How many ears of corn must he sell to recoup that amount? The shopkeeper chuckled, hastily clarifying, 51? Young man, do you possess such wealth? This is at least 6-1, but I shall offer you a discount. Let us settle on 5-1. Upon hearing the price of 5-1, Hanemo let out a reluctant sigh of relief, yet still felt a twinge of regret. It was nearly equivalent to 2 ears of corn. Hanemo turned away, retrieving 5 coins from his pouch, placing them swiftly upon the table before making a hasty escape with a handful of seeds. This left the shopkeeper in a state of astonishment for a considerable while, after which he placed the 5 coins into a wooden box nearby. An hour later, the sky had turned a murky gray as Hanemo finally returned to Pingyong village. However, he continued to take a circuitous route, wary of being spotted by the villagers. Despite having been away for a month, he remained apprehensive that Aunt Sin might be searching for him in the mountains, for he had seen individuals lurking at the trailhead on several occasions, including during his recent trip to the market, prompting him to exercise great caution. At last, Hanemo arrived at the familiar trailhead, feeling an involuntary sense of relief. Fortunately, Aunt Sin was nowhere in sight. Strangely, it had been over a fortnight since anyone had frequented this place, with visits occurring less frequently and dwindling in number. Nevertheless, Hanemo did not dare to let his guard down. Prior to his wandering days, Aunt Sin would often beat and bully him, and even after he became a drifter. Each time she spotted him, she would scold him and deliver a few kicks before leaving, as though such acts of aggression had become second nature to her. Hanemo cast aside the tumult of thoughts swirling within his mind and swiftly traversed the narrow path, meticulously erasing the footprints he left behind. Upon reaching the mountainside, he found the great black bear still slumbering, albeit in a different position. At the sound of approaching footsteps, the bear abruptly opened its eyes, bared its teeth, and upon recognizing Hanemo, its fierce demeanor softened as it leisurely rose to its feet. As Hanemo took a step forward, the black bear followed closely behind. Upon reaching the summit, Hanemo observed the corn seedlings, which had already grown over half a foot. With keen attention, he noticed that this batch of corn sprouts seemed to be growing even faster than the last. He took out the celestial tower, a radiant smile blossoming on his face. You truly are my precious savior. Hanemo did not notice that the black bear behind him, upon catching sight of the celestial tower, was instantly captivated, its eyes gleaming with wonder. As it leaned in closer, its nose nearly brushing against the tower, Hanemo swiftly retracted the celestial tower. Hanemo gazed longingly at the barren expanse before him, instantly seized by an urge to sow the seeds of grain. Yet, a wave of disappointment quickly washed over his countenance. Previously, he had endeavored to plant corn seeds outdoors, but had witnessed naught but failure, for when he unearthed them, they had succumbed to decay. It was then that Hanemo realized that only the seeds sown in the realm of dreams at night, within the ethereal sanctuary of the fairy tower, would sprout and ripen swiftly. It seemed he must await the twilight hours. Approaching the pile of corn stalks, he observed that not a single one had diminished. Turning around, he regarded the approaching black bear, its nose inquisitively close. Dear black bear, have you not eaten all day? The bear, though unable to comprehend his words, slowly nodded upon seeing the barren stalks devoid of corn that Hanemo pointed to. Hanemo helplessly shook his head and stepped forward, gathering a bundle of corn stalks to present before the black bear. Thus, the man and the bear together eradicated the corn stalks strewn upon the ground. The bear gazed at Hanemo with lingering curiosity, though Hanemo remained oblivious to the fact that the bear's attention was drawn to the celestial tower concealed beneath his garment at his waist. Let us be on our way. I must retire for the night. Ultimately, Hanemo could not suppress his yearning to plant the newly acquired seeds. The bear rose to its feet and ambled leisurely down the mountainside. Hanemo returned to the cave, ignited the bonfire, and gathered some corn husks from outside to lay beneath the leaves, thus ensuring that he would not be disturbed by the unevenness of the ground beneath him. Hanemo held the purchased seeds in his arms, a smile gracing his lips as he closed his eyes in contentment. Soon, his consciousness began to blur. Chapter 7. Zhu Sailang enters the Windridge. Upon reopening his eyes, Hanemo was greeted by the sight of the magnificent celestial tower he had longed to behold. He hastily extended his hand, and once again, the sensation that he possessed magical powers washed over him. Followed by the emergence of the 3 types of seeds he had acquired that day, Hanemo approached the entrance of the celestial tower, removed the hoe hanging on the door, and made his way to the vacant wasteland. There, he began to dig holes, placing the seeds within and covering them with soil, repeating this process diligently. After 2 hours of earnest labor, Hanemo successfully planted all the seeds he had purchased. Soon after, he picked up the leaky wooden bucket and ventured to the foot of the celestial tower to fetch water. This bucket, though flawed, proved advantageous by carrying it around. He could easily water an entire row. Hanemo carried a wooden bucket, traversing back and forth numerous times until he had thoroughly watered all the seeds he had sown. Upon returning to the base of the mountain, he shed his clothes and filled a bucket with water to cleanse himself, washing away the weariness that clung to his body. However, he did not notice that the mountain before him seemed to have grown significantly taller. After his bath, his stomach rumbled with hunger, signaling that it was time to awaken. Hanemo was well acquainted with this phenomenon. Each time his belly emitted the gurgling sounds of hunger, it foretold his impending return to consciousness. After placing the farming tools back in their rightful spots, he stood at the periphery of the barren land, gazing at the fruits of his labor from the night before, now sprouting new shoots. Suddenly, he felt a heaviness in his eyelids and hastily lay down on the ground, closing his eyes in a deep slumber. When he opened them again, he found himself back in the cave, his awareness gradually returning. The fire beside him had extinguished, leaving only a few glowing embers that still radiated warmth. As usual, Hanemo selected 2 ears of corn, 1 tender and 1 mature, and stepped out of the cave. He gazed at the newly cultivated wasteland, where fresh sprouts emerged, and an innocent smile unconsciously graced his face. He found a half-clay pot, frequently used for boiling corn, and fetched water from a nearby puddle, placing it on a makeshift earthen pit to kindle a fire. With the unpeeled corn nestled within, Hanemo began the wait. Naturally, he would not squander this time. He planned to visit the marketplace today to sell more corn and earn a bit more money to improve his living conditions. Observing the pair of corn on the ground, he approached and meticulously selected the tender ear, distinguishing it from the rest. He realized he could not sell them all, as the corn in the field required a month to mature. During this period, he would need to rely on these ears for sustenance, reserving the less tender and the mature ones for himself, while taking the rest to the market. Having made his decisions, Hanemo set aside enough provisions for a month, then ventured outside to retrieve his unicycle cart, beginning to load it. In less than 15 minutes, he filled the cart with corn once more. He also found his carrying basket for firewood and packed an additional corn. Today, he aimed to sell more, and with the extra earnings, he could purchase some much-needed supplies. At that moment, Hanemo heard the pot on the fire bubbling gently, the aroma of the boiled corn wafting toward him. He inhaled greedily, rushing to the fire pit outside. The corn was ready. Hanemo eagerly grasped a scalding ear of corn, wincing as the heat made him grimace. He switched it from his left hand to his right, and vice versa, puffing his cheeks to cool it down. Once acclimated to the temperature, Hanemo devoured it as if he had not eaten for days, forsaking the peeling and sinking his teeth directly into the succulent kernels. The sweet juice burst forth in his mouth, eliciting a contented sigh from him as he chewed and swallowed hastily. Even the remaining hard kernels were crushed and swallowed, providing a satisfying fullness to his belly. With limited corn at his disposal, he was determined not to waste a morsel. Having finished the first ear, he swiftly grabbed a second, which was now less scorching. He consumed it with remarkable speed, and soon both ears had vanished, satisfactorily filling his stomach. Patting his belly, Hanemo approached the pile of corn stalks, selecting one to tear open its tough exterior. He savored the sweet water within, leaving nothing behind. After quenching his thirst with the contents of the clay pot, he stood up, thoroughly content. He tucked a cooked ear of corn into his pocket, slung his backpack over his shoulders, and hoisted his unicycle while tossing a few stalks onto it before making his way down the mountain. As he reached the hillside, he noticed the black bear still in deep slumber. Hanemo placed the corn stalk before the black bear and positioned the fragrant corn near its nose. The enticing aroma of the corn swiftly roused the bear from its slumber. "Great Black Bear, this shall be your reward for today. Guard this place well, and ensure no one ascends the mountain. Do you understand?" Hanemo, as he had done the day before, cautioned the great black bear once more before setting off again. At last, Hanemo beheld the familiar path, cautiously maneuvering his unicycle across to the other side. Suddenly, he halted, noticing several footprints imprinted in the snow beneath him. This is trouble. Aunt Sen must have returned with others to ambush me. Han Mo immediately recognized that the people from Pingyong village had returned, sensing their persistent presence like lingering spirits. He swiftly erased any traces he had left behind, then made his way back across the river. Shouldering his burden and hastening his pace, he even chose an alternate route to circumvent Pingyong village. Continuing his journey on a longer path, Han Mo remained unaware that, after his departure, 3 individuals arrived beside a narrow path nearly half an hour later. The man in the center was clad in luxurious garments, with a plump visage that unmistakably marked him as someone of affluence. While the 2 individuals flanking him bore ashen faces, their forms resembling little more than skin over bone, evidently hailing from the impoverished households of Pingyong village. Had Han Mo been present, he would surely have recognized these 2 as the accomplices brought by Aunt Sen a month prior to capture him, and the rotund figure in the middle as the notorious Zhu Sailang, known for his cruel treatment of children, a landlord of Pingyong village, possessing both residence and farmland. Master Zhu, shall we not venture into Yinfeng Ridge? One of the men suggested cautiously. Indeed, Master Zhu, the other echoed. Li the wealthy once entered and lost a hand. He was skilled in martial arts. Zhu Sailang, cradling his belly, felt the flesh on his face quiver as he retorted. I did not bring you 2 along merely to intimidate me. Should we encounter peril, you are to protect me first. Rest assured, if you perish, I shall not neglect your families. I will look after your wives and raise your sons. Upon hearing this, the 2 tenants were so frightened that they fell to their knees before Zhu Sailang, fervently kowtowing and pleading for mercy. Please, Master Zhu. My son is but 5 years old. Have mercy and spare him, I beg you. Zhu Sailang's jovial expression darkened ominously. With a swift crack of the whip, he lashed out mercilessly at the 2 tenants. Enraged, he commanded, lead the way ahead. If we tarry and the red-skinned fruit sought by the Immortals is lost, I shall take your lives and ensure your sons are left without heirs. After this harrowing threat, the 2 tenants dared not resist any longer, obediently proceeding before him. A quarter of an hour later, Zhu Sailang and the 2 tenants navigated through the forest, when suddenly they stumbled upon tracks of cart wheels imprinted in the ground. Zhu Sailang's countenance shifted dramatically. Trouble was at hand, for someone had discovered the red-skinned fruit before them. Quickly, increase your pace, he bellowed, his voice echoing through the woods. Meanwhile, on the mountainside, a black bear, having finished its meal, was preparing to resume its slumber when it sensed the commotion. Its ears perked up, and it became alert. With a powerful roar, the bear thumped its chest and swiftly made its way down the mountain. Chapter 8. Whose family in Pingyong village has suffered a death? At the marketplace, Han Mo returned to the spot where he had set up his stall the previous day. Although he had squandered more time on the road than the day before, he arrived relatively early, and despite the throngs of people bustling about, there remained ample space for his backpack and cart once they were arranged. Han Mo stood firmly between the backpack and the unicycle, guarding them. Today, he carried more corn than yesterday, surely ensuring a greater profit than before. Han Mo eagerly awaited, gazing at the bustling pedestrians, anticipating the arrival of the day's first customer. Fresh corn for sale, he called, deliciously fragrant and sweet tender corn. Han Mo no longer exhibited the same timidity and shyness as the previous day. His voice grew increasingly louder, drawing the attention of nearby vendors, who could not help but gaze in his direction. Young man, quite impressive, remarked one vendor, observing Han Mo's grimy face and tattered clothing. He then filled a bowl with porridge and approached Han Mo. You arrived so early. I presume you haven't had breakfast yet. Come, enjoy it while it's warm. Han Mo gazed at his boss in astonishment, suddenly recognizing the man beside him. He was about to decline, claiming he had already eaten. But the bowl of congee had already been placed in his hands. Drink up, it's on me. Hearing these words, Han Mo felt a pang of emotion in his nose. He was momentarily perplexed as to why there existed such a stark contrast between individuals, though he had known this kind-hearted man for less than a day. The man selflessly offered him a bowl of congee. In contrast, in Pingyong village, where he had coexisted with others for several years, even relatives like Aunt Sen treated him with disdain. Villagers scorned him, readily resorting to violence and insults, while even the local children would frequently snatch away his food and the firewood he had painstakingly gathered. Aunt San, for a mere 4 taels of silver, sought to sell him to the village's notorious landlord, Zhu Sailang. Han Mo savored every last drop of the porridge, then cautiously approached the vendor's stall. Sir, I shall take this bowl back to wash it thoroughly and return it to you tomorrow. The kindly stall owner smiled warmly, waving his hand dismissively. It's merely a bowl. My friend, it's a trivial matter. Ah, it seems someone wishes to purchase your corn. Hanemo was taken aback and hurried back to the corn stand. An elderly farmer had arrived. Young man, how is it possible for you to cultivate corn in the midst of this harsh winter? Upon hearing this, Hanemo was momentarily at a loss for words. It was the elderly vendor at the porridge stall who came to his rescue. You old man, if you wish to eat, simply purchase it. The corn was cultivated through someone's expertise. Are you attempting to deceive this child? The old farmer, upon being addressed in such a manner, felt a flush of embarrassment on his wrinkled face. After hastily dropping 9 coins, he quickly gathered 3 large ears of corn and departed. Thank you, kind sir. Hanemo gazed at the porridge vendor with sincere gratitude. What is your name? He inquired. I am Hanemo. The vendor nodded, refraining from further conversation, as Hanemo had brought a surge of customers, gradually attracting more patrons to his humble stall. You know, young man, your corn is absolutely delightful. My family of 3 relished it so much yesterday that we chewed the kernels until they were nothing but mush, exclaimed one customer. Indeed, I must say, after eating your corn, I felt invigorated, as though I had boundless energy. The crowd surrounding Hanemo extolled the virtues of his corn, eagerly thrusting money into his hands before hastily collecting their purchases from the cart. Some discreetly took an extra ear, fearful of being noticed, unable to bear the sight any longer. The porridge vendor approached Hanmo's stall and seized the hand of an elderly farmer. Have you paid for these? Your hands are rather unclean. Do you believe I won't report you to the authorities and have you locked up for 10 days or more to teach you a lesson? The old farmer, terrified, quickly dropped 3 ears of corn and fled with the 2 that rightfully belonged to him. Fear not, gentlemen. I have brought plenty today, enough for everyone. With the vendor's presence, no one dared to cheat or deceive. Consequently, by the end of the morning, Hanmo's stall was left with nothing but an empty backpack and a cart, leaving the porridge vendor envious of his success. As for his own stall, he often returned home with a surplus, reluctant to waste any food, which ended up being consumed by his entire family. Day after day, his wife and children lamented their monotonous diet of porridge, yearning for something different, which troubled him greatly. However, with limited funds, he could hardly afford anything else. At that moment, Hanemo approached the porridge vendor once more, producing 2 ears of corn, each the size of an adult's forearm, from his coat. Here, this is for you, he declared. The vendor, astonished, held the corn and stared incredulously at Hanemo. Hanemo shyly scratched his head and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, sir, for the porridge. It is truly delightful. Sir, I have sold out of my corn, so I shall return home now. Hanemo placed the backpack upon the unicycle, the strap slung over his shoulder, as he departed from the market, pulling the unicycle behind him. The porridge vendor observed Hanmo's retreating figure, his heart filled with profound reflections. As usual, Hanemo stumbled along the market streets, pulling his unicycle. Finally reaching the outskirts of the town, he placed the unicycle in a secure spot before taking out his purse to count the coins. He had earned 150 more than the previous day. Hanmo's face radiated an irrepressible smile as he contemplated the earnings of the past few days. Yesterday, he had earned 600 won, spending nearly 5 on seats. After tallying the figures over the 2 days, Hanemo, counting on his fingers, took quite some time before arriving at the total, 1,345 won. To think I possess such a sum. Old blind man, do you see? I can indeed make money now, and my wealth has increased so significantly. Hanemo gazed at the sky, as if an old blind man were sharing the joy of his newfound wealth with him. Today, he would procure some additional items. Hanemo has resolved that after selling seeds yesterday, he shall purchase a hoe today. The wooden hoe he has utilized for a month is exceedingly light, requiring minimal effort. However, it proves ineffective against hard ground, rendering it utterly incapable of breaking through. On occasions, when he inadvertently strikes a stone, the hoe becomes damaged. It is simply not durable. Hanemo arrived at the blacksmith's forge. The blacksmith cast a glance at him before returning to hammering the iron on the anvil. Master, I wish to purchase a hoe, he declared. Go away. What does a little brat like you need a hoe for? You look more like a hoe yourself. Hanemo was shoved to the ground, landing painfully on his backside. However, the blacksmith, too, was not unscathed. He felt as though he had been struck by an unseen force, causing the hammer in his hand to slip and nearly cloud him in a sensitive area. This left him quite alarmed, prompting him to hastily inspect himself, and only after confirming he was unscathed did he breathe a sigh of relief. You little beggar. Be gone at once, or I shall end your life. The blacksmith rose, brandishing his hammer in a menacing manner towards Han Emo, having never before witnessed such a scene. Han Emo found the blacksmith to be intimidating, even more so than the villagers of Pingyong, though not quite as fearsome as Aunt San. Summoning his courage, Han Emo stood up and placed a handful of copper coins on the table. I wish to purchase a hoe. How much does it cost? The blacksmith, astonished that a mere beggar could produce such a quantity of copper coins, felt his eyes widen with greed, thinking that Han Emo must possess even more. Just as the blacksmith's malicious thoughts began to form, Han Emo suddenly shouted, "Do you believe I will report you to the authorities and have you imprisoned for 10 days or more, enduring physical hardship?" This outburst attracted a crowd, with several recognizing Han Emo. The blacksmith's heart sank, clearly intimidated by the commotion. Sensing his advantage, Han Emo grew bolder. 201. Han Emo observed the expressions of those around him, confirming that the blacksmith shop owner was not lying. Only then did he hand over the money and depart with his hoe slung over his shoulder. Passing by a fabric shop, Han Emo initially contemplated having a garment made. However, he quickly reconsidered. New clothes would undoubtedly be expensive, and he worried about the possibility of insufficient corn for sustenance. The thought of rummaging through refuse for putrid leftovers weighed heavily on him. Thus, he relinquished the notion of acquiring new attire. An hour and a half later, Han Emo returned to Pingyong village. From a distance, he could hear the mournful wail of a swona reverberating through the air. It struck him as peculiar that, just a month after the new year, someone in Pingyong village had passed away. Chapter 9. The new grain germinates, and crisis approaches stealthily. From afar, the village was bustling with activity. But Han Emo dared not linger for too long. He took a circuitous route to avoid the gaze of the villagers and eventually made his way back to Infeng Ridge. After walking for less than a quarter of an hour, Han Emo suddenly halted, his eyes drawn to the splattered blood on the ground, sending a chill of fear through him, leaving his face ashen. Someone had ventured into the mountains. A thought suddenly sprang to Han Mo's mind, prompting him to hastily pull the unicycle up the mountain. There lay his land, along with the newly sown crops. If it were discovered that someone could plant crops, particularly corn, before the onset of spring, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble, especially with Aunt San. Could it be that Aunt San had brought others up the mountain? Han Emo was suddenly consumed by a profound sense of worry. He felt a twinge of fear towards his third aunt. If discovered, he would inevitably be captured and taken back. Yet, if he chose not to go, what would become of the newly sprouted seedlings if his third aunt were to destroy them? Should he go, he risked facing a fatal blow from Zhu Xiling. And should he stay, his relentless aunt would not relent, leaving him nowhere to escape. Ultimately, he would be left to perish from starvation. In that moment, Han Emo experienced, for the first time, the true essence of helplessness. Han Mo's speed increased dramatically as he finally arrived at the tree nest constructed by the great black bear. At that moment, the bear was peacefully slumbering inside. Rather than disturbing the creature, Han Emo hastily sprinted up the mountain. After all, death was inevitable. If he could drive away the three ants, he would at least avoid starvation. As he gradually reached the summit, his heart raced in his chest. He set down the unicycle and carefully removed the hoe from it, then tiptoed closer. At last, Han Emo beheld the cave, the stacks of corn stalks, the makeshift earthen pit where corn was often boiled, and the untouched cornfield, all intact and undamaged. Han Emo finally exhaled in relief. His aunt had not arrived, allowing him to preserve the sanctuary upon which his existence depended. Han Emo returned the unicycle to the cave and, wielding a hoe, ventured into the cornfield to clear away the overgrown weeds. Subsequently, he reinforced the earthen pit used for boiling corn, ensuring its sturdiness to prevent soil from infiltrating during the cooking process. Having completed these tasks, dusk settled in, casting a gray veil across the horizon, and Han Emo remembered it was time to indulge his hunger. He returned to the cave and gathered 2 ears of corn, deciding that one would suffice for his evening meal. After eating, he would retire for the night, lest he be tempted to consume the second ear. The remaining corn should sustain him until the next harvest ripened. After a prolonged wait, the aroma of the corn emanating from the clay pot beckoned him. Han Emo hurriedly retrieved it, blowing away the scalding steam before ascending to the highest vantage point to enjoy his dinner while admiring the sky beyond the forest. From this perch, he could glimpse Pingyong village, albeit distant and minuscule, resembling a mere palm's breadth. However, tonight, the village was not shrouded in darkness. Flickering flames danced against the night, leading Han Emo to speculate that a death had occurred in Pingyong village. Deaths were commonplace in the village, and the tenants, lacking financial means, would typically resort to hastily weaving a mat of hay to carry the deceased to a common grave. Without the fanfare that seemed to characterize this evening's events, tonight's bereaved family, however, was illuminated and even had hired a Swana player. Had he not feared the villagers of Pingyong might report him to Aunt San, Hanemo would have eagerly rummaged through the refuse for scraps. For families capable of hosting such gatherings were not particularly impoverished. If circumstances permitted, they might even slaughter a few chickens or procure a piglet from a nearby farm to enhance their feast. In such instances, they would ensure to strip the meat from the bones before boiling them into a substantial broth, discarding the remnants afterward, before being taken in by the old blind man. Hanemo had once fortuitously discovered a marrow bone in the refuse, still warm, which provided him with a rare and satisfying meal. Yet, such musings remained mere thoughts. He dared not return to the village. Even under the cover of night, a careless misstep could result in being caught, and Aunt San would undoubtedly send workers from Zhu Silang's household to drag him back. Hanemo is not yet inclined to succumb to despair, for he is currently well fed. However, as he gazes upon his meal, he cannot help but swallow hard, envisioning that what he holds is indeed a succulent pork bone, which he could easily gnaw upon. Devouring it alongside the corn cob. Once I have amassed greater wealth, I shall indulge in purchasing meat, particularly fatty cuts. Relishing the delight of savoring such a feast once or twice a month, it would undoubtedly be a blissful experience. Hanemo pondered to himself, suddenly startled by his own thoughts. How extravagant! Even the wealthiest families in the East, like the Li family, would not indulge in such excesses once or twice a month. Here he was, a mere pauper, yet he fantasized about living a life even more lavish than that of the affluent. Casting aside such notions, Hanemo descended the rocks, landing at the entrance of the cave. As usual, Hanemo kindled a fire in the cave, then placed some dry hay beneath his bed to ensure a more comfortable slumber. He then embraced his beloved fairy tower and drifted into a deep sleep. Once more, he found himself in the realm of the fairy tower, where he hoisted his newly acquired hoe and tenderly nurtured each corn seedling, ensuring that not a single weed marred the soil. Satisfied with his labor, he hung the hoe on the door of the fairy tower. Following this, Hanemo routinely picked up a wooden bucket to water the corn. After completing all the tasks befitting a farmer, he settled outside the field, watching the corn grow taller, especially after the watering. As he observed the stalks reaching about a foot high, now at the level of his thighs, the thought of waking up tomorrow to see the corn grown to his thigh height filled him with joy. As he waited, Hanemo knew it was time for him to awaken. Upon waking, he immediately secured the fairy tower to his waist, only to discover that the base of the tower had unexpectedly adhered to him, and after a brief moment of connection, it fell to the ground with a soft thud. Hanemo estimated the passage of time, finding it to be 2 breaths longer than before. This revelation filled him with excitement, deepening his conviction in the extraordinary nature of the Immortal Tower. Remarkably, without any effort on his part, the tower had taken the initiative to mend itself. Initially, Hanemo had planned to sell the remaining corn at the market, intending to exchange the earnings from the past few days for silver. Although the copper coins appeared plentiful and the clinking sound they made when shaken brought him a sense of enjoyment, the sheer weight of them made it cumbersome to carry. Presently, he possessed 1,145 coins. Selling the remaining corn would likely yield him around 1,500 coins, translating to 1 tael of silver and half a tael of broken silver. Silver was far more convenient to transport. And who would suspect that a ragged little beggar like him could possess such wealth? Copper coins, on the other hand, produced a clattering noise as he walked, making him vulnerable to danger. Yet, the memory of the footsteps he had observed at the intersection yesterday, along with the bloodstains at the foot of the mountain, filled him with trepidation. He resolved to refrain from descending the mountain for the next few days, at least until the funeral arrangements in Pingyong village were properly concluded. Hanemo contemplated, fervently hoping that these tender cornstalks would not decay, for if they did, he would be unable to sell them, resulting in a loss of half a tael of silver. Thus, he temporarily relinquished the idea of descending the mountain, spending his days tending to his crops in the fields and his nights in the realm of the Immortal Tower, weeding and watering. On one evening, 2 days later, Hanemo discovered that the millet and wheat seeds he had sown had sprouted new shoots, while the bean plants had entwined themselves around the cornstalks. This revelation invigorated his diligence. He mused that once the bean and wheat crops matured, he would be able to enjoy wheat flour and yellow rice. Although his harvest would be modest, it would suffice to have yellow rice once or twice a month. Such a prospect was unimaginable for tenant farmers. as even the landlords could only afford pure rice without husks 4 or 5 times a month. Any surplus husks were crushed and fed to the household's workers, as well as the chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs. Moreover, Hanemo also had wheat flour. Hanemo seemed to envision a future of daily indulgence in rice and flatbreads, a life so lush and comfortable. For the next several days, he tended to his crops, ascending to the highest point of the cave each evening to gaze upon Pingyong village. After nearly a week of such tranquility, the village finally settled into silence. The lights dimmed. Yet unbeknownst to Hanemo, a crisis was stealthily approaching him. Chapter 10. The deceased Zhu Sailang, the Immortal ascends the mountain. In Pingyong village. At Zhu Sailang's residence, the spacious tile-roofed house echoed with the faint sounds of elderly voices, women, and children weeping. Some men, burdened with their meals, exited the house, shaking their heads in irritation at the mournful atmosphere. A sharp reprimand rang out, startling the men, who hastened their departure. Silence! Cease this clamor! With that command, the house fell quiet, only to be interrupted by a woman's sobs and pleas. Inside the house, a young man clad in a Taoist robe stood with eyes half closed. A green-sheathed longsword, nearly 3 feet in length, hanging at his waist, exuding an aura of otherworldly grace. Before him, an elderly woman and a young woman knelt on the ground, while a young boy stood on a table, consuming offerings. Immortal, I beseech you to avenge my husband, cried the elderly woman. Indeed, Immortal, my son, in the prime of his youth, met an untimely demise. How shall I, his grieving wife, carry on? Mother, I want meat. There is still meat in the kitchen. A sharp slap echoed, followed by the woman's curses and the child's cries. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating, and your father is dead. The Immortal frowned, and the woman, stricken with fear, quickly took the boy outside and returned to close the door. She fell to her knees once more. Immortal, my son Sailang perished in the treacherous Windridge while seeking the healing redskin fruit for you. I implore you, in light of Sailang's kind heart, avenge him. The elderly woman trembled, leaning heavily on her cane, slowly kneeling before the Immortal, tears streaming down her face as she clutched the hem of his robe. The Immortal displayed a look of disdain, subtly shifting to create distance. Oh, Immortal, my son met such a tragic fate. It is said that demons dwell in Windridge. He died at their hands while attempting to save you. You possess great power. Surely you can vanquish these fiends and avenge my son. The Immortal took 2 steps back, freeing himself from the woman's tear-stained grasp, a hint of indifference flickering in his eyes. Zhu Sailang was indeed of assistance to me, and I am eternally grateful. Yet, I am still gravely injured. At the implication of refusal, the elderly woman and the young woman began to prostrate themselves repeatedly before him. Finally, the Immortal nodded, very well. Out of compassion for your longing hearts, I shall venture to Windridge and personally slay the demons to avenge your grievances. Thank you, Immortal. Thank you. The elderly woman, overwhelmed with gratitude, suddenly lifted her head at the sound of a splash from outside, recalling the existence of a water pool in the courtyard. Tiger, my dear child, she cried out, her voice hoarse as she rushed out of the door, only to witness her son struggling in the water, flailing his arms desperately against the surface. She extended her arms in a futile attempt to rescue him, but alas, she was unable to swim. The old woman, leaning heavily on her cane, emerged slowly and saw her precious grandson gasping for air, his face turning pale with fear. In a frantic state, she discarded her cane and began to pound her thighs in distress. My grandson, Immortal, save my child, save my son. The Immortal raised his hand to his chest and spoke slowly. How can this mundane water touch my celestial body? Moreover, my descent to the mortal realm is bound by cause and effect. A moment's carelessness could lead to destruction. At these words, both the elderly woman and the mother sank into despair, helplessly watching as the boy drowned in the pool. It was only a rough passerby who leapt into the water to rescue the child, bringing him back to the surface, his face pale and his belly swollen. Mother, do we still have money? The boy asked weakly. The elderly woman remained silent. Their savings had been exhausted with the burial of Zhu Sailang. Unless they sold their land, which would take time, her precious grandson would be lost to decay. Furthermore, there was a local custom in Pingyong village. Children under 10 who died were not buried, but instead wrapped in straw mats and discarded in a mass grave, left to become wandering spirits on the mountain. Ultimately, the mother covered her face in sorrow, lamenting, "Let us weave a straw mat and cast him away. Attend to the funeral arrangements. I shall make a visit to Windridge," the Immortal declared as he stepped out of the tiled house. With a single hand gesture, a 3-foot-long sword flew from his waist, and he departed, soaring away on its blade. At the peak of Enfong Ridge, Han Mo arrived with a wheelbarrow at the site where the corn was piled, preparing to take the remaining tinder corn to the market. He had initially feared that the corn would spoil after lying there for so many days. However, to his astonishment, even in the dim, damp cave, the corn remained as fresh as if it were still growing on the stalk. Han Mo promptly resolved to take the remaining goods to the market in exchange for currency, anticipating a return of 1 or 2 silver coins and perhaps a bit more. With the proceeds, he intended to procure some farming tools, and if fortune favored him, he yearned to acquire a new garment. The attire he had been wearing since the tender age of 4 had become ill-fitting. It bore the scars of wear, with seams stretched and several gaping holes, leaving his rear end exposed. It was becoming increasingly untenable. Moreover, Han Mo's appetite was insatiable, as he contemplated purchasing some fatty meat. Yet he was uncertain of the prices, having never ventured to buy meat himself, and he was too timid to approach the butchers. Those butchers, having slaughtered countless pigs, bore fierce visages that instilled a sense of dread in onlookers. Big Black Bear, I shall descend the mountain today to exchange my goods for silver. Guard our abode well, and upon my return, I shall prepare a meal for you. Should you find yourself thirsty, there are corn stalks and a small water hole outside. Be cautious near the water hole, as it is close to the grain field. Take care not to tread upon the crops. Do you understand? Han Mo tossed a kernel of corn to the Black Bear, then proceeded to load the remaining corn onto the cart, all the while reminding it softly. Han Mo discovered that during this period, the Black Bear seemed to comprehend his words. He no longer needed to employ excessive gestures. The bear instinctively understood what was required, even when he wasn't present in the grain field. This realization brought Han Mo considerable peace of mind. After loading the vehicle, he approached, attempting to touch the Black Bear. The bear was engrossed in consuming corn, displaying no signs of resistance. At last, Han Mo managed to stroke the bear's fur. It was surprisingly coarse, an unusual sensation. He had presumed that animal fur would be soft and pleasant to the touch, yet the Black Bear's hair felt as stiff as bristles. At that moment, the bear suddenly stood upright, catching Han Mo off guard and nearly causing him to stumble. Just as he was about to express his irritation, the Black Bear let out a fierce roar and dashed down the mountain. On the ground, a half-eaten cob of corn remained. This was peculiar. A large Black Bear would never waste food indiscriminately. Even the corn stalks would be chewed and swallowed. However, today the bear had shown defiance, even discarding its beloved corn. Such an anomaly must signify something amiss. Could it be that someone had ventured up the mountain? Han Mo, aware of the acute sensitivity of animal olfaction, immediately realized that someone might be ascending the mountain. He carefully picked up a half-eaten ear of corn from the ground and followed suit. Han Mo followed the footprints on the ground and discovered that the direction of the great Black Bear was not towards the foot of the mountain, but rather in another direction. Han Mo recalled a certain spot where there was a pond, a place he often frequented for bathing. Could it be that someone had ventured up the mountain? Yet, the earlier behavior of the bear seemed filled with rage. Roar. At that moment, Han Mo heard the bear's voice again, but this time, amidst its fury, he also discerned an undertone of anguish. What could be the source of the bear's pain? Indeed, someone had entered the forest. This time, Han Mo was thoroughly convinced that intruders had breached the woods, prompting him to quicken his pace. After approximately half an hour, Han Mo arrived at the opposite side of the pond, where he beheld the great Black Bear. Before the formidable creature stood a young man clad in a long robe, brandishing a sword as he confronted the bear. Han Mo beheld the youth, his body marred with countless claw marks. The robe he wore tattered in numerous places, stained crimson with blood. Beast, today, I shall take your life. Chapter 11. Han Mo slays the Immortal. The youth, wielding a 3-foot-long sword, leaped gracefully into the air, soaring to a height of several dozen feet. As the azure blade descended upon him, Han Mo clearly observed a radiant aura emanating from the youth, coalescing upon the peak of his head. Celestial prowess. Could this be the Immortal that the old blind man frequently spoke of? The old blind man claimed that the methods of immortals reached the heavens. With merely a flick of a finger, or even a mere glance, they could extinguish life. One must never provoke them. Han Mo concealed himself behind the slope, cautiously raising his head to observe. Suddenly, the long sword plunged into the Black Bear's shoulder, eliciting a pained roar from the creature, its saliva splattering onto the young man's face. Enraged, he prepared to exert force, aiming to sever the bear's entire arm. Yet, in the next moment, astonishment overtook his features as he realized that the sword had become lodged between the bear's bones. As if the beast had deliberately endured the agony to trap the blade, rendering all his efforts futile. At that instant, the black bear abruptly raised its paw, lunging fiercely towards the young man's chest. His expression shifted dramatically. There was no time to evade. The bear struck true, sending him flying, his shirt torn open, revealing gruesome claw marks from which blood flowed uncontrollably. "Cursed beast, how can you be so tenacious?" he thought, lying on the ground, clutching his chest in agony, utterly astounded. He had never encountered such an anomalous creature. In the past, with his cultivation at the first level of chi training, he could easily dispatch wild beasts. Yet this black bear, merely a mundane creature, displayed an astonishing vitality, rivaling that of a demon beast. Surely, it had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth or consumed some treasure imbued with spiritual energy, granting it such life force. Upon further reflection, he recalled that he had seen one less red-skinned fruit earlier. It must have been devoured by this bear. With a sudden roar, the black bear advanced, its left arm hanging limply in the air. Seizing the moment, the young man drew his sword and slashed across the bear's chest, channeling his strength into the blade. With a sickening sound, the sword tore through the bear's flesh, exposing its stark white bones. However, the bear seized the opportunity, raising its foot. While the young man positioned his sword defensively, the blade pierced the bear's paw, causing it to roar in pain, its massive form collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Yet the young man was not unscathed. This strike had drained the last of his stored spiritual energy, making it exceedingly difficult for him to even stand. Then the thought struck him, the red-skinned fruit. He recalled that these fruits possessed healing properties and hastily crawled towards the nearby thicket. Pushing aside the branches, he uncovered 3 remaining red-skinned fruits. Just as he plucked one and was about to consume it, a shadow loomed over the underbrush. Initially, he feared it was the bear rising again, but upon closer inspection, he realized the shadow was too slender to belong to such a creature. It was a person. Alarmed, the young man quickly turned to lie on the ground, his gaze fixated on the figure, his pupils dilating in shock. A child, an ordinary child, soaked to the skin. What did he intend to do? The child stared at him for a moment before turning away, allowing the young man to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that a mere child, with innocent intentions, posed no real threat to him. Thus, he turned his attention back to the red-skinned fruit. Extending his hand to touch its skin, a long-missed sensation of comfort coursing through his fingertips, filling his heart with joy. Then, a sudden noise erupted. At that moment, a sharp stone struck the back of his hand, shattering his palm. "Do not touch my food," the young man screamed, witnessing the child who had just walked away returning, cradling a stone the size of a head in his hands. "You insolent child, I am a celestial being. Do not hinder my gathering of the crimson fruit," the young man bellowed. To his astonishment, the child raised the stone once more and brought it crashing down upon the young man's head. With a blood-curdling cry, the young man's hand faltered and fell lifeless to the ground. Amidst this chaos, the child heard the black bear emit a soft whimper and, discarding the stone, hurried over. "Great black bear, do not die, great black bear." The bear struggled to lift its head, its nose brushing against the child's hand as if in a gesture of goodwill. In its small, beady eyes, the child saw the familiar companion of the past month. Indeed, this child was Hanemo. Upon witnessing the black bear grievously injured, Hanemo leaped into the water and swam to the opposite bank. He understood that the celestial being possessed extraordinary powers and dared not harbor any ill thoughts. Once he was certain that the celestial being was weakened, Hanemo mustered his courage to find a stone and smashed it upon the celestial's palm. This was the fruit he had discovered. It could not be taken away by another. Earlier, he had seen the fury in the celestial's eyes, which filled him with dread, fearing that the celestial would kill him. Thus, he lifted the stone again and struck down upon the celestial's head. He merely wished to survive. What Hanemo did not anticipate was that the celestial, like any ordinary person, could perish from a blow to the head. It seemed the celestial was not as formidable as the old blind man had claimed. Yet, gazing at the black bear, now on the brink of death, Hanemo felt an emptiness within, his face etched with sorrow. Despite being a wild beast, over the past month, the bond formed between the boy and the bear transcended words, creating a profound connection. The bear had never shown aggression at times. It had even helped him chase away birds and kept him company during tranquil evenings. Though communication was impossible, the bear always sat beside him, listening intently. Every morning, Hanemo awoke to the bear's waiting silhouette. They shared meals together at dawn, noon, and dusk. After the old blind man's passing, he had no family, no relatives, no friends. The bear's presence was the first time Hanemo truly understood the essence of companionship. In truth, He had come to regard the black bear as his dearest friend, even akin to family. But now, the bear was dying. His sole remaining friend was on the verge of death. The sorrow swelling within Han Mo was indescribable, reminiscent of that fateful night when the old blind man had died. In that moment, he felt once again isolated from the world, as if the solitude he had known before meeting the old blind man had returned. At this juncture, Han Mo noticed the black bear leaning against his waist. The celestial tower. As Han Mo reminisced, he recalled the first appearance of the black bear, which had fixated its gaze upon his celestial tower. Numerous times, he had feared that the bear intended to seize his precious tower, prompting him to guard it diligently. You cherish the celestial tower, do you not? I shall give it to you. Oh, mighty black bear, do not perish. I will offer you the celestial tower. With these words, Han Mo swiftly untied the ropes and brought the tower closer to the black bear. The creature emitted low whimpers, with blood trickling from the corners of its mouth. Han Mo cupped his hands beneath it, but they quickly became stained crimson, failing to halt the bear's relentless bleeding. In that moment, Han Mo noticed the black bear nudging the celestial tower with its nose, sniffing intently. He gently pushed the tower closer. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the tower, causing Han Mo to shield his eyes, crying out in anguish. Gradually, the blinding radiance began to dissipate, and he regained his sight, albeit still perceiving a haze that enveloped him. Han Mo rubbed his crimson eyes, tears flowing uncontrollably. At last, Han Mo regained his vision, only to find that the black bear had vanished, leaving behind nothing but the solitary fairy tower. Han Mo was instantly taken aback, meticulously surveying his surroundings. Yet he still did not spot the nearly lifeless giant black bear. The giant black bear, the giant black bear. Han Mo called out loudly, yet received no response. Could it be that this celestial tower had taken the great black bear away? Han Mo boldly speculated in his heart, realizing that he could only venture into the realm of the celestial tower in his dreams at night. Ah, that immortal. Han Mo steadied his emotions and approached the lifeless figure of the immortal. At the center of its chest, a corner of a weathered book was revealed. Chapter 12, The Spirit Summoning Technique, The Burial of the Immortal. With keen eyes, Han Mo noticed the book cradled in the immortal's embrace. Yet he was apprehensive of the possibility that the immortal might suddenly revive. He recalled the words of the old blind man, which served more as a reminder than a mere explanation. The might of an immortal is extraordinary, possessing the divine ability to reverse death and inconceivable disparity for mere mortals like us. How could one even contemplate inflicting harm, let alone claim its life? However, Han Mo pondered again. The immortal had already been wounded by the great black bear, and its head was shattered, a gruesome sight of blood and flesh. In such a state, surely it must be dead, mustn't it? Han Mo felt a sudden surge of lingering dread, and his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. I have taken a life. The first thought that crossed Han Mo's mind was that he had taken a life. If discovered and reported, the authorities would certainly return to apprehend him, throwing him into prison where he would endure unspeakable torment. Furthermore, as he gazed at the white, wispy substance oozing from the head of the celestial being, Han Mo felt a tumultuous upheaval within his very core, compelling him to lean over the edge of the pool and retch violently. After a prolonged bout of vomiting, his complexion turned ashen, and strands of saliva hung from the corners of his mouth. Observing the corn he had ingested floating upon the water's surface, the overwhelming nausea began to dissipate, replaced instead by a profound sense of regret etched upon his face. Had he known, he would never have consumed so much. Now, it was all expelled. This was Han Mo's immediate reflection, as he felt that the guilt of wasting food weighed more heavily upon his conscience than the act of taking a life itself. Han Mo cautiously returned to the side of the immortal's body, waiting for a considerable time without witnessing any sign of revival. Gathering his courage, he slowly approached and delicately extracted the book from the immortal's embrace, fearful of disturbing the slumbering figure. At last, Han Mo successfully held the book in his hands. Its pages were entirely yellowed, as if it had been preserved for countless years. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the cover, which bore 3 captivating characters: Spirit Summoning Technique. Han Mo could not comprehend the meaning of these 3 characters, yet his curiosity compelled him to open the first page of the book. Upon doing so, he beheld a humanoid figure depicted on the page, seated in a meditative posture, with eyes gently closed, hands poised with fingers united, the left hand supporting the right, which rested upon the chest. Beneath the figure, a plethora of text sprawled. Qian Kuan Ding Yuan, Qi Chun Dan Tian, Ba Fong Ji Ju, In Ling Ru Ti. Fortunately, Hanemo had spent some time clandestinely studying in the corner of the classroom, allowing him to recognize a few characters. After considerable effort, he finally deciphered the entirety of the text. Each character was familiar to him, yet when combined, their meaning eluded him. However, he soon pondered that the items associated with immortals were certainly not ordinary. Much like the Immortal Tower, which appeared unremarkable at first, yet ultimately bestowed upon him unexpected benefits. With the Immortal Tower, he had acquired a plot of land, along with maize, and in the future, rice, wheat, and an abundance of other grains. All these blessings were gifts from the Immortal Tower. What remained uncertain was the identity of the tower's master. Deep within, Hanemo harbored a hope that the owner would not seek him out. Otherwise, he would lose his source of sustenance and face the specter of starvation. After perusing the first page, Hanemo continued to delve deeper into the book. However, as he progressed, the content grew increasingly profound and esoteric, rendering it rather difficult for him to articulate. Although he remained uncertain of the book's purpose, Hanemo believed it would prove as unexpectedly rewarding as the Celestial Tower. He decided to tuck the book into his waistband. Subsequently, Hanemo bent down, mimicking a celestial being as he lay on the ground. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the celestial figure's embrace, filled with anticipation, hoping that more divine artifacts would manifest from within. Hanemo retrieved a branch and reached into the embrace of the immortal, persistently probing, yet he unearthed nothing. Disheartened, he rose to depart, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly halted, turning back to gaze at the immortal. No, if the officials were to discover a corpse here, they would undoubtedly apprehend me. The old blind man had mentioned that immortals belong to sects, much like how the mundane world's officials are governed by the county magistrate. Should the magistrate of the immortal's realm uncover that one of their own has vanished without a trace, the immortals would certainly not remain passive. They would dispatch searches far and wide, extending to the ends of the earth. If, by chance, the unfortunate demise of the immortal were to be revealed, with remains laid bare in the wilderness, the ensuing turmoil would be beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. In the grand tapestry of existence, where cause and effect intertwine, the paths of immortals and mortals diverge, yet none can escape the inexorable web of fate, and the consequences would be utterly unimaginable. Hanemo was immediately struck with fear, his complexion turning ashen. In a swift motion, he fled, and within less than half an hour, he returned, this time with his unicycle. He positioned the unicycle beside the immortal and, gathering all his strength, he finally managed to lift the immortal onto the unicycle after exhausting himself. Subsequently, he used his garment to absorb some water to cleanse the bloodstains on the ground, and finally covered the area with withered branches and leaves before taking a respite. After a brief moment of rest, having previously felt nauseated and vomited his food, Hanemo, now feeling an intense hunger, realized he had not brought any corn or other provisions with him. But it seems there are some fruits nearby. Hanemo suddenly recalled that there were fruits here. The last time he had eaten one, there should still be 3 remaining, which he had deliberately saved. Moreover, it seemed that the immortal from earlier also intended to pick this fruit. Hanemo was unwilling to let others take his food, and out of desperation, he sought to thwart the immortal's grasp. However, the immortal's wrath filled Hanemo with profound trepidation as he feared for his very life. In a moment of panic, he struck the immortal's head with a stone, inadvertently causing the immortal's demise. It was not my intention. I merely wished to survive. In his heart, Hanemo repeatedly uttered apologies as he ventured behind the thicket, where he stumbled upon vibrant, ruby-red fruits that ignited an insatiable craving within him. He plucked one and devoured it in 3 swift bites, feeling a surge of vitality. Encouraged, he reached for another, but upon finishing it, he sensed an unusual warmth enveloping his body. Dismissing it as mere fatigue from earlier exertions, he thought little of it. However, as he consumed a 3rd fruit, an alarming sensation surged through his nostrils, and a crimson torrent cascaded forth from his nose. Panic-stricken, Hanemo clasped his hands over his face. His youthful countenance contorted in discomfort. The intense heat. As the blood continued to flow, his body ignited with feverish warmth, prompting him to scratch at his skin restlessly. Suddenly, he collapsed. Hanemo hurriedly rolled to the edge of the pool and promptly plunged into the water. The blood from his nose quickly stained the surface a vivid red. He recalled the old blind man's advice that when experiencing a nosebleed, one should keep their mouth open for easier breathing, yet avoid tilting their head back, lest the blood flow into the throat and cause suffocation. However, applying cold water to the bridge of his nose and the area behind his ears could swiftly halt the bleeding. Hanemo hastily followed this guidance, submerging himself entirely in the water. As the seconds ticked by, the oppressive heat began to dissipate somewhat, yet it remained unbearable for Hanemo. A sense of drowsiness enveloped him, prompting him to fight for consciousness, even resorting to biting his tongue. This method proved effective in the past. When he was on the brink of freezing to death in the frigid cold, he had often employed this technique to stay alert. At last, the overwhelming heat vanished, and Hanemo surfaced, quickly scrambling to the shore. He stripped off his clothes, wrung out the heavy water, and then donned them once more. Hanemo did not dare to waste any time. Approaching the unicycle, he slung the rope over his shoulder like a beast of burden, grasping the handles on either side with both hands, and began to pull the celestial being up the mountain. Indeed, a full stomach bestowed him with remarkable strength. Hanemo felt an inexhaustible reserve of energy, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon reaching the summit, he still did not experience any fatigue. This left Hanemo in a state of bewilderment, for he had indulged in hearty meals before, yet never had he felt so invigorated, surpassing even the might of oxen and horses. Hanemo believed this was due to fear. Hesitant to waste any time, he shouldered a hoe and began to dig a deep pit beside the old blind man's mound, a pit ample enough to conceal a person. Hanemo pushed the Immortal beside the pit, intending to bury him within. However, he soon became captivated by the Immortal's robe, glancing at the tattered rags he wore. Thus, Hanemo approached, silently reciting an apology thrice in his heart before finally removing the Immortal's long robe and casting it aside. Once he had filled the pit with soil and compacted it thoroughly until no trace remained, he felt a sense of relief. Stepping aside, Hanemo bowed 3 times before the Immortal and then turned to examine the long robe. What is this? Hanemo opened his long robe and beheld a piece of jade hanging at his waist. Chapter 13. Exchanging silver, tailoring the celestial robe. Hanemo took down the jade for inspection. It was an unremarkable piece, entirely pearly white, with one side inscribed with the character Shin and 3 scratches etched on the opposite side. Hanemo could not comprehend the unique qualities of the jade, so he kicked it into his embrace and took the garments into the cave. He concealed the celestial garments and pondered deeply. Subsequently, he rearranged the fire pit, excavated a small hole, and buried the jade of the Immortal within the earth, then restored the fire pit to its original position. After completing these tasks, Hanemo meticulously inspected every inch, both inside and out, even returning to the pool at the foot of the mountain for a thorough examination before finally making his way back. Hanemo let out a long sigh of relief as he carried the remaining corn stalks back to his cave, arranging his makeshift bed to be a touch softer, thus ensuring a more comfortable slumber. Previously laid out, the bedding had rendered him cold and uncomfortable during the damp nights, making rest quite arduous. Moreover, when parched, he could easily extract a stalk to sip the sweet water within. With the demise of the great black bear, these corn stalks were now of no use to him, as excess consumption could lead to stomach troubles. After refurbishing his humble abode, Hanemo recalled the necessity of visiting the market to exchange his copper coins for silver. Thus, he procured a sizable burlap bag, filling it with all his saved copper coins, which he then secured around his waist before descending the mountain. On this occasion, Hanemo refrained from carrying corn, for the remaining supply sufficed only for his own sustenance. Selling it all would leave him without food and compel him to spend money on other grains. Not only would this be a waste of resources, but Hanemo also believed corn to be more delectable. If he grew weary of it, he could always shell the kernels, dry them, and grind them into flour to enjoy cornmeal paste. Although the kind aunt had mentioned that cornmeal was more valuable, Hanemo had neither the time nor the inclination to meticulously shell each kernel, considering it an inefficient use of his time. Furthermore, upon inquiring about prices, he discovered that the difference between corn and cornmeal was merely a single coin. Soon enough, Hanemo arrived at the market's sole pawnshop, a place dedicated to currency exchange, including silver and gold, though gold remained a rare commodity, with the shop possessing only a scant supply. Hanemo stepped into the money shop, and upon noticing the ragged attire of the child, the owner instinctively assumed he was merely a street urchin. Consequently, he took a small coin from his own pocket and said, "Here you go, little one. Do not hinder my business." The proprietor's tone was amiable. Yet Hanemo shook his head and replied, "I do not seek money. I come to exchange for silver." Upon hearing this, the owner burst into laughter, clutching his belly. "You, little child, have you ever seen silver? I have not, and that is precisely why I come to exchange for it," Hanemo candidly responded, and the moneylender, finding the child intriguing, engaged in further conversation. "Child, He inquired, "How many coins can one exchange for a tael of silver?" Hanemo raised his fingers, his earnest counting eliciting hearty laughter from the moneylender. Just as he was about to reveal the answer, Hanemo abruptly extended all 10 fingers. 1001. The moneylender was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. 1001 amounted to exactly 1,001. This child, although his answer was unexpected, was not incorrect. "Young one, money must be strung together. A bundle requires a full 1,001. Do you understand?" The moneylender explained, then inquired again, "So, do you possess 1,000 won?" The child replied, "I do." Hanmo's voice resonated with confidence. Yet the owner of the pawn shop regarded the child as merely jesting at his expense and was about to dismiss him. Suddenly, Hanmo produced a bulging cloth bag from behind, placing it on the table with a clatter that momentarily startled the pawn shop owner. Could it be copper coins? Skeptically, the owner unfastened the bag, his eyes widening in astonishment. To his disbelief, the bag was filled entirely with copper coins. Yet, could a mere child, appearing no older than 7 or 8, possibly possess such wealth? "These are the profits from selling corn, legitimate currency," Hanmo clarified. The pawnshop owner nodded, understanding that his business revolved around exchanging silver, money, and gold, with little regard for anything else. Moreover, the child had asserted that it was earnings from selling corn. Recently, he had indeed heard of a child selling corn at the market. Perhaps it was this very boy. The pawnshop owner felt a newfound admiration for him. As Hanemo had not strung the coins together, the owner began to count them individually. 1,145 coins. Is there an issue? Upon hearing this, Hanemo began to count using his own method, eventually nodding in affirmation. Indeed, it amounted to 1,145 won. Originally, he could have possessed 1,501, but he needed to sell the remaining tender corn, and of course, he had consumed a month's worth of his stored grain. However, upon noticing the footprints down the mountain, fear gripped him. Thus, setting aside the 5 won for purchasing seeds and the 201 for acquiring a hoe, he was left with only this amount. He prudently exchanged it all for silver, albeit receiving just a tael, while retaining the remaining 145 won for his personal use, which was not much, especially considering he still needed to procure a few other items. "Child, in the future, string your copper coins together." With the approving gaze of the money shop owner upon him, Hanemo stepped out of the establishment, now possessing funds and feeling considerably lighter. He walked with a straightened back and an air of confidence. Hanemo contemplated that this time he would procure some needles and threads, and if circumstances permitted, he might also acquire a pair of scissors. Furthermore, he harbored the desire to purchase a bed. Although the cornstalk bed in the cave provided a fair degree of comfort, having been supplemented with corn husks to enhance its softness, it ultimately proved inadequate. The damp environment could not be endured for long, and prolonged exposure would inevitably inflict irreversible harm on his health. He had witnessed some young individuals from Pingyong village constantly lamenting aches in their knees and pain in their finger joints. Hanemo does not wish to grow up, burdened by the incessant issues that plague him. If only there were a bed to elevate him from the ground, such troubles could be averted. These are lessons imparted to him by the old blind man. After inquiring along the way, Hanemo finally discerned the various wares available at the marketplace. The Eastern market offers gold, silver, jewels, and spices. The Western market is filled with daily necessities and foodstuffs. The Southern market showcases textiles, silk, and cotton, while the Northern market features agricultural products and handicrafts. Hanemo wandered through the streets and finally discovered a tailor shop in the Southern market, where he spent 20 coins to purchase needles, thread, and a pair of scissors. Subsequently, he made his way to the Northern market. Upon inquiring, he learned that a bed would cost a staggering 200 coins, prompting Hanemo to abandon the idea immediately. Although he possessed enough funds to buy a bed, he deemed such an extravagant luxury unsuitable for his current circumstances. He resolved to consider acquiring a bed only after amassing greater wealth. As he retraced his steps, Hanemo unknowingly found himself at the bustling selling street of the Western market. From afar, he caught a whiff of tantalizing meat aromas that irresistibly drew him toward a steam bun shop, causing his mouth to water uncontrollably. To his delight, it was filled with savory meat buns. Hanemo wished to purchase some meat buns, but was dissuaded upon seeing the sign that stated they cost 5 won each. The price seemed exorbitant. A single meat bun nearly equated to the cost of 2 corn cobs. With 2 cobs, he could enjoy a satisfying meal, whereas he would need to consume at least 3 or 4 meat buns to feel full. When calculated, The cost of 4 meat buns would necessitate selling 9 corn cobs merely to break even. In the past, the price was only 3 won each. But that was years ago. Furthermore, this year had been one of calamity, leading to a rise in pork prices and, consequently, the price of meat buns. Never mind. He thought he would simply indulge in the aroma of the meat buns to satiate his hunger. Thus, Han Imo squatted at the leeward side of the bun shop, eagerly inhaling the fragrant air whenever the wind blew, fanning the delightful scent towards his nose with both hands. "Child, would you care for one? They're very inexpensive, just 5 won each." Upon hearing this, Han Imo shook his head in refusal. The Baozi shop owner chuckled, disregarding Han Mo's response, and continued to peddle his dumplings. After managing to satisfy his appetite, Han Imo rose, preparing to return. He was eager to swiftly tailor the Immortal's garment into a fitting attire, lest he incite further complications. Chapter 14. Learning the spirit summoning technique. By the time Han Imo returned to the Shadow Wind Ridge, night had already fallen. Fortunately, he was able to see clearly in the dark, preventing him from colliding with trees. Even Han Imo felt perplexed. It seemed that ever since he had escaped from the Shadow Wind Ridge, numerous changes had transpired within him. His strength had increased, and his vision had sharpened considerably. Even in the pitch-black night, he could see further than the average person. Han Imo was uncertain whether this transformation was due to the influence of the Immortal Tower, so he decided to attribute it to the tower for the time being. Upon reaching the cave, Han Imo swiftly finished his dinner. Finding that corn was far more delectable than he had anticipated, it was more fragrant and satisfying than meat baozi. Although he had never tasted meat baozi, it did not hinder his thoughts. It was already too late for the day. He resolved to cut the Immortal's garment and fashion a new outfit first thing in the morning. As Han Imo pondered, he recalled the inexplicable disappearance of the great black bear earlier that day, suspecting it to be linked to the Celestial Tower. He compelled himself to fall into a swift slumber, yearning to enter the celestial realm in his dreams and encounter the great black bear. Yet, more importantly, he needed to admonish the bear not to desecrate the land within the tower. The earth inside the Celestial Tower was interconnected with that outside, primarily governed by the realm of the tower. Any damage to the interior would inevitably reflect upon the exterior. Carelessness was not an option. However, the more Han Imo sought to drift off, the more elusive sleep became. The events of the day had been too numerous, nearly surpassing his comprehension, each scene replaying vividly in his mind, preventing him from finding rest. Ultimately, however, he could no longer withstand the silence of the night. A flicker of weariness washed over him, and he gradually closed his eyes. Upon gaining entry into the Celestial Tower's world, the very first thing Han Imo did upon opening his eyes was to search for the black bear. "Great black bear, where art thou?" Han Imo called out. Yet the world around him was desolate, echoing only his own voice. Recalling his homeland, Han Imo hastily checked and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the land intact. "Great black bear, I am unaware if you are present, but let us assume you are here. Henceforth, your duty shall be to safeguard the lands of the Celestial Tower realm." Han Imo muttered to himself. Yet his hands remained busy as he hoisted a hoe from the door of the Celestial Tower and ventured into the fields to rid them of weeds. The weeds here grew with astonishing rapidity, transforming the landscape daily. By day, he tended to the fields outside, and by night, he engaged in the same labor within the realm of the Celestial Tower. Each time Han Imo meticulously cleared the weeds, he was met with a fresh crop of them upon his return the following evening. It seemed that not only did the crops thrive in this land, but the weeds flourished just as swiftly. Notably, today as corn had grown remarkably well, with some ears already beginning to form, while the accompanying beans also surged upwards, entwining with the corn and reaching the same height. However, Han Imo had yet to see any tender beans sprouting, nor even the flowers that would precede them. In another plot of land, the yellow millet and wheat fared quite well, having grown beyond his knees. Han Imo, as usual, began to traverse the land with a wooden bucket in hand, filled with water. At last, it is done. Han Imo approached the periphery of the land, gazing upon his masterpiece, wiping away the sweat from his brow, filled with immense satisfaction. As he inadvertently lifted his gaze, he discovered something novel. Shielding his eyes with his palm, he looked towards the Celestial Tower. To his astonishment, the tower had unexpectedly gained an additional tier. This revelation piqued Han Mo's curiosity, as it was something he had previously overlooked. He wondered if the Celestial Tower would similarly acquire another layer by the morrow. Through the window of the tower's outer wall, he endeavored to discern what lay within, yet all he could perceive was an expanse of chaos, as if a veil had been draped over his vision. Hanemo was eager to ascend to the pinnacle and observe, yet the celestial tower was devoid of any means to climb. Helpless, Hanemo could only gaze from a distance. After returning the hoe and wooden bucket to their rightful places, it was time for Hanemo to depart. Although he had accomplished his tasks with remarkable swiftness that day, he was accustomed to the sensation of dawn approaching, signaling that he too should awaken. Indeed, in the next moment, Hanmo's consciousness gradually returned, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself back in the cave. Hanemo eagerly picked up the celestial tower to inspect it, and a surge of joy washed over him as he discovered an additional layer. With his suspicions confirmed, his curiosity about the celestial tower ascended to new heights. He longed to enter its realm at any moment, freely traversing in and out, allowing him to observe the growth of his crops every second. Stepping outside, he noticed that the weeds in the field had begun to sprout once more. In a fit of anger, Hanemo vented his frustration. Alas, like persistent weeds, they cannot be extinguished by wildfire. With the arrival of spring, they inevitably flourish once more. Hanemo chose to wait for the weeds to grow a bit taller before clearing them away all at once. He then picked a single ear of corn to cook and consume. Initially, he had intended to prepare two. But recalling that he had almost vomited the two he had eaten the previous day, he decided to punish himself for the waste by limiting himself to just one today. However, after finishing his meal, Hanemo felt an overwhelming sense of boredom. In the past, when the great black bear was around, he could frolic with it and sit beside it, engaging in solitary conversations. Although the bear might not have comprehended his words or responded, Hanemo persisted in this daily ritual, finding solace in it and passing the time. Now, with the great black bear deceased and absent from his life, Hanemo felt an acute sense of loneliness. The first day had scarcely begun, and he was already struggling to endure the solitude. If only he had a book, he thought, he could become a true scholar like his peers in the village. Hanemo suddenly had a thought. Did he not possess a book of his own? Hanemo drew forth the book he had discovered on the Immortal, only then realizing that he had been sleeping with it tucked at his waist throughout the night. He opened to the first page, encountering the same humanoid figure and rows of incomprehensible characters. However, Hanemo did not feel inclined to abandon his efforts. Instead, he decided to imitate the figure depicted in the book. He found a clean spot and sat cross-legged, attempting to mimic the posture with earnestness. Yet, he felt no sensation. Rather, an oddness enveloped him. Was there truly any difference between sitting idly and wasting time? But the book still contained text, did it not? Hanemo abandoned his seated position and lay on the ground, meticulously reading the characters above. The principles of the universe, energy settling in the Dantian. The techniques of the 8 directions, guiding the spirit into the body. Although he could not fully comprehend the text, Hanemo stammered through it, finishing a reading before flipping to the back, where he was astonished to discover even more characters. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that it required more than just sitting. He needed to follow the instructions provided. In addition to silently reciting the incantations in his mind, he was required to perform certain foundational movements. For instance, he had to relax his shoulders, lightly close his eyes, press his tongue against the roof of his mouth, breathe naturally through his nose, and during inhalation, allow the air to circulate gently within his head before swallowing it into his abdomen. Hanemo could grasp the earlier instructions, yet the latter part eluded him. How could he make the energy flow within his mind? Each breath he took seemed to go directly from his mouth to his stomach. At times of hunger, he would gulp down air, barely managing to inflate his belly. The sudden requirement to breathe naturally while allowing energy to enter his mind was exceedingly challenging for Hanemo. He contemplated giving up, but the thought of merely sitting idly motivated him to persevere, leading him to attempt the methods described in the book. After a full day of effort, Hanemo finally committed the contents of the first and second pages to memory, occasionally forgetting. He would sneak a glance before promptly closing the book, much like his peers memorizing their lessons in school. Initially, he needed to vocalize the words, but eventually, he could recite them silently, even verbatim. The sense of accomplishment invigorated him, and he recalled the sitting posture mentioned earlier, prompting him to continue his studies. However, upon opening the book, he was startled to realize that night had fallen. Reluctantly, he hurriedly consumed his dinner before returning to the cave, igniting a fire. By its flickering light, Hanemo observed, bit by bit, how to properly sit in meditation. After an indeterminate amount of time and adding firewood 5 times, he suddenly experienced an epiphany. So that was it. Chapter 15. Hanemo descends the mountain again. The following day, Han Mo awoke early, inspecting the tender corn and millet beans in the ground. The corn had begun to tassel, yet the ears remained diminutive, lacking any kernels. Nevertheless, Han Mo felt no urgency, knowing that in 10 days, the corn would be ripe. He then returned to the cave, noting the small pile of corn on the ground. After counting, he meticulously planned his daily consumption, ensuring it was neither excessive nor insufficient, just adequate for the remaining days. With the concern of food resolved, Han Mo finally felt a sense of relief. He quickly finished his breakfast and promptly ascended to the top of the cave. This elevated terrain provided him with a splendid view of the sky, and during moments of leisure, he delighted in contemplating lofty thoughts. Even reaching out as if to touch the heavens, only to feel the gentle caress of the air slipping through his palm. Han Mo pondered. If only he could stretch out his hand to touch the heavens, to glimpse the nature of the sky. What if he, like the celestial being spoken of by the old blind man, could effortlessly soar through the air, wielding a sword in flight? The thoughts of a child are innocent, capable of conjuring vivid images in the mind. However, Han Mo's curiosity about the sword-wielding flight described by the old man was particularly piqued. Yet, from this day forth, he cast aside such musings, settling himself upon a large stone. He retrieved the Spirit-Summoning Sutra, reciting the incantations until he could flawlessly recite them from memory, then reflecting on the insights gained from the previous night. Thus, he sat in stillness, emulating the posture of the little figure he envisioned, closing his eyes and simultaneously whispering the incantation while adjusting his position. Time slipped away unnoticed, and eventually, Han Mo found a semblance of tranquility, though he occasionally fidgeted. Ants and insects crawled upon his neck and arms, inducing an itch that compelled him to swat at them, interrupting his recitation time and again. In exasperation, he decided to pause. However, when he glanced skyward, believing only a brief moment had passed, he was startled to discover that the sun now loomed directly overhead. How swiftly time had flown. Observing his tattered garments, he recalled his initial intention to tailor a robe befitting a celestial being. Descending from the stone, he returned to the cave, where he found the long robe he had stripped from the celestial figure, holding it against himself for a rough estimate of its shape. He took out the scissors he had purchased and began to snip the robe into several pieces. Yet, as he held the fabric scraps, he found himself at an impasse. He had no skill in sewing. Frustration mounted as he attempted to thread a bone needle with hemp thread, embarking on the daunting task of stitching the garments. In a moment of carelessness, he barely noticed the sharp tip of the needle as it unexpectedly pricked his fingertip, causing a sudden sting that pierced through his defenses, prompting an involuntary gasp. Immediately, he brought the crimson-tinged finger to his lips, gently sucking and licking away the blood before resuming his slightly clumsy sewing. Due to his inexperience, every finger bore the marks of his efforts, and from time to time, pained exclamations echoed within the cave. At long last, through Han Mo's relentless perseverance, he succeeded in crafting a garment. Han Mo, filled with excitement, donned the garment only to discover that it fit him poorly. His midriff was exposed, and the sleeves failed to cover his arms. In some areas, the fabric was even unsewn, revealing several unsightly gaps. Han Mo removed his garments and meticulously refined them. He added fabric where necessary and patched the holes, ultimately rendering them wearable. The entirety of the attire, from top to bottom, bore the marks of hasty stitching. Yet for Han Mo, it sufficed. This was his inaugural piece of new clothing. Following this, Han Mo undertook the tedious tasks of cutting and mending, resulting in a pair of trousers. With his newfound experience, he managed to avoid significant injury, though his fingertips bore traces of blood. Even his garments bore the stains of his labor. Han Mo rose to his feet and regarded himself with a sense of satisfaction. To allay any suspicions, he shredded his former garments and meticulously stitched numerous patches onto his new attire. Thus, he had transformed it into a newly tattered ensemble. Han Mo glanced at the time outside. It was still not dark. He contemplated continuing his studies and thus retrieved the spirit summoning technique once more. However, this time Han Mo chose not to ascend to the summit of the cave, opting instead to sit upon his makeshift bed. The stone was too rigid, causing discomfort to his posterior. More importantly, the cave was devoid of insects, ensuring he would not be disturbed. Inhale, breathe, exhale. According to the instructions in the book, Han Mo inhaled naturally through his nose and exhaled through his mouth, repeating the process in a continuous cycle. Gradually, he began to feel a warmth in his body, though it did not hinder him. Despite his efforts, Han Mo was unable to achieve the state described in the book, where the breath would flow into his mind. Instead, his breathing resembled the ordinary pattern, where the air would enter through his mouth, descend into his stomach, and then be expelled. He felt no sensation of breath circulating within his head. He even speculated that there might be an error in the text. How could one possibly direct breath into the mind without fearing one might become foolish? However, Hanmo's stubbornness prevailed. He was determined to succeed. He sat in meditation until the dawn of the following day, initially mistaking the morning light for twilight. It was only when the sun rose in the east that he realized a whole night had passed. He had sat there for hours without any sensation other than a slight numbness in his legs, and it took him a while to adjust before he could stand and walk. Curiously, despite not having slept the entire night, he felt an unexpected surge of energy, even more invigorated than before. After completing a day's work, Hanmo consumed 2 cobs of corn and resumed his practice of the meditative sitting technique described in the book, continuing this endeavor for several days. Hanmo even replaced sleep with merely sitting still, as he found himself unaffected by drowsiness. Moreover, through these recent days of idle contemplation, he sensed his mind becoming increasingly sharp, allowing him to perceive his surroundings with greater clarity at night. At times, he could even hear the whispers of the wind rustling through the cornfields. It's no wonder that the adults often sat at the door in a trance. It was not mere daydreaming, but rather, they engaged in this behavior for a reason of their own. Hanmo envisioned himself as an adult. It was only on the 7th day that he hastily concluded his meditation, for the weeds in the cornfield had grown significantly taller, reaching a height that, when walking through the field, could nearly engulf his calves. Hanmo realized that he had not entered the celestial tower world for several days. Weeding outside proved futile. At best, it merely left him with the illusion of a tidy land, only for the weeds to regrow to the same height the following day. Upon returning to the celestial tower world, he found that the weeds remained. Thus, Hanmo concluded that only weeding within the celestial tower world bore any fruit. That evening, he refrained from practicing the sitting meditation and opted for an early slumber. After several days, Hanmo once again ventured into the celestial tower world. Without hesitation, he approached the entrance, hoisted his hoe, and plunged into the earth to commence his weeding endeavor. This time, the weeds proved more obstinate than before. Hanmo decided to first manually tear the weeds from the ground, subsequently using the hoe to uproot them entirely. After 2 consecutive nights of labor, he finally restored the land of the celestial tower world to its pristine state. A wave of accomplishment surged through him once more. Hanmo gazed upon the corn, as thick as his own arm, and could hardly contain his eagerness as he tore away the husk. Revealing the plump, succulent kernels, he gently pinched one with his nail, causing its juice to burst forth. Excitedly, Hanmo licked the nectar from his fingertip. The tender beans entwined around the corn stalk had also flourished abundantly. Subsequently, Hanmo made his way to the fields where he had sown millet and wheat, only to discover that they had merely begun to sprout, with grains yet to form. When dawn broke the following day, he could scarcely wait to harvest a couple of ears of corn and some tender beans to cook and savor. The corn was sweet, and the beans delightfully crisp. With each bite, Hanmo experienced a taste of earthly delight, far surpassing even the flavor of meat. Although he had never tasted meat, it did not diminish his conviction. The corn was not yet fully ripe, and it would take a couple more days before he could take it to the market for sale. Finally, the moment arrived when the corn reached maturity. However, this time he had learned not to harvest it all at once. Instead, he picked a cartful a day early. Each subsequent day, the remaining corn grew sweeter and more glutinous, promising an even more rewarding sale when the time came. Hanmo gazed at the vines entwined around the corn stalks, laden with tender beans, and thus filled his basket with the delicate harvest. With the basket slung over his shoulder and a wheelbarrow in tow, Hanmo descended the mountain once again after a hiatus of more than half a month. Chapter 16. The Yamen Arrests. North Market of the town. Hanmo has come to realize that the northern market is a hub for agricultural produce. He mused to himself. No wonder he was often chased away during his first visit. It turns out he had wandered into the wrong place. Only those small vendors and purveyors of prepared foods are able to navigate freely among the 4 corners of the city. The slender figure of Hanmo swiftly attracted the attention of the crowd. Unlike the last time he appeared in tattered clothing that deterred people from approaching him, this time he donned a new outfit. Though still patched and mended, it at least exuded cleanliness. Passers-by observed the sight of a mere child, no more than 7 or 8 years old, bearing a burdensome load on his back that seemed larger than himself, while struggling to navigate with a cart laden with goods. Compassion inevitably stirred within some hearts. Yet in this society of impoverished souls, no one stepped forward to offer assistance. Heaven may have bestowed upon them the empathy for all living beings, but it did not grant them the means to alleviate the suffering of others. Despite their own unsatisfactory circumstances, they could hardly bear to witness the myriad afflictions of the world, especially when it came to a child like him. Women wept silently, watching Han Mo's solitary figure traverse the streets of Beishur. At last, he arrived at the very spot where he once sold corn. "Ah, little Han Mo, you have finally returned." Just as he set down the unicycle and backpack, a familiar voice reached his ears. He looked up to find the owner of the porridge stall. "Uncle, is it really you?" The two greeted each other as if they were old friends, with Han Mo eagerly stepping forward to help reposition the vendor's cart. The porridge stall owner beamed with warmth, ladling a bowl of porridge and presenting it to Han Mo with kindness. Han Mo initially intended to decline, but the uncle at the porridge stall waved his hand and insisted, "Drink up. I can't sell it all anyway. It would be a waste if you take it back and don't finish it." Upon hearing the word waste, Han Mo immediately acquiesced, tilting his head back to gulp down an entire bowl of porridge in one go. His voracious manner elicited hearty laughter from passers-by, yet as they chuckled, some women found their eyes glistening with unshed tears. How many days had this child gone without food? Yet, wasn't he supposed to have so much corn? Why then was he enduring such hardship? Perhaps he suffered abuse at home, denied sustenance while being forced to sell corn. It seemed he was too honest, not daring to secretly consume a few kernels to stave off hunger. Yet deep down, everyone understood that his family had meticulously calculated the price. Even a single penny short would be swiftly noticed. It was unimaginable that if he dared to do so, he would undoubtedly face a severe beating at home. Consequently, the women stepped forward, taking 2 ears of corn from Han Mo's unicycle and willingly offering him 6 coins. Some even generously added an extra coin. Han Mo was unaware of the thoughts of those around him. He only knew that the corn was selling rapidly today, leading to a greater profit for him. "Child, how much do you sell these tender beans for?" This inquiry immediately captured the attention of the crowd, who then noticed that Han Mo's backpack was brimming with plump, succulent beans, each one appearing utterly delectable. Han Mo was suddenly at a loss. He was unsure of the appropriate price for the tender beans, much like his initial experience selling corn. At that moment, the porridge vendor approached and said, "Dear villagers, it is just the beginning of spring, and both the tender beans and corn are quite difficult to thrive. As for young Han Mo's corn, it shall be sold at the regular price. Regarding the tender beans, I propose an increase of 1 coin, making it 4 coins per pound. What do you all think?" Han Mo was deep in thought. The words of the porridge stall owner resonated with the crowd. After all, spring had just begun, and many families had only recently loosened the soil, with the more industrious among them having sown their seeds. The harvest would take at least 3 to 4 months to mature. Thus, the availability of corn and tender beans at a premium price was entirely justifiable, as rarity begets value. Moreover, the price difference was merely a pittance. However, Han Mo soon encountered a new dilemma. The tender beans could not be sold by the piece. "I have some. I have some," a robust man proclaimed, brandishing his scale. The porridge stall owner, recognizing Han Mo's inexperience, stepped forward, momentarily setting aside his own stall. 8 ounces, here you go. We welcome you to return." The porridge stall owner handed over the 8 ounces of tender beans, receiving 2 coins in return, along with praise for Han Mo's perceptiveness before the man departed. "Little Han Mo, come here. I'll teach you to read the scale." While selling the tender beans to Han Mo, the porridge stall owner took the opportunity to instruct him on how to use the scale. When the scale was balanced, the position of the weight on the string indicated the item's weight. Han Mo grasped the concept swiftly. After a single demonstration, he was able to replicate it, and within 2 or 3 tries, he became quite adept. This drew the admiration of those around him. Finally, by noon, Han Mo had sold all the tender beans in his basket, and his coin pouch had swelled, jingling merrily as he walked. A delightful sound indeed. "Little Han Mo, are you heading home?" The porridge stall owner greeted him with a warm smile. Han Mo approached and, as he had before, left 2 ears of corn for the stall owner, while also taking handfuls of tender beans from the pocket the stall owner had minted for him. "Thank you for today, Uncle." The stall owner initially intended to decline the gesture, but upon seeing Han Mo's sincere gaze, he softened and accepted the offering. "Little Han Mo, where do you live? Would you like me to walk you home?" Han Mo pondered for a moment, nearly revealing that he resided in the mountains, but quickly corrected himself. "Uncle, I live in Pingyong Village. I can return home by myself." "Pingyong Village?" The porridge vendor's eyes widened momentarily, his heart filled with astonishment. Pingyang village is situated over 10 miles from here. Goodness, how has this child managed to traverse such a distance, laden as he is? Does he not fear encountering bandits in the mountains? A complex expression flickered in the uncle's gaze. Words he wished to express lingered on the tip of his tongue. Yet he swallowed them back. With a wave of his hand, he signaled goodbye to Han Mo, who then proceeded to pull his unicycle away. As he journeyed, Han Mo contemplated the necessity of acquiring a scale for selling yellow millet and wheat in the future. Thus, he resolved to procure a weighing scale. In the northern city, Han Mo recalled a particular shop and set off with a unicycle in search of it. Eventually, he successfully located his destination, placing the unicycle at the entrance before stepping inside. "Excuse me, ma'am, I would like to purchase a scale." The woman in charge of sales, noticing Han Mo's petite figure, playfully teased him about his ability to read the scale, yet she still presented him with two options. "Which one would you prefer?" Han Mo discovered that the two scales were distinct. One was notably smaller. He pondered that the smaller scale would be more convenient to carry. However, the woman remarked, "This one is designed for weighing gold and other precious items. Are you looking to weigh gold?" Upon hearing this, Han Mo was taken aback and hastily corrected himself, exclaiming, No, I meant to weigh beans. I require a different scale, a scale for gold." Although he had never laid eyes on gold, the woman's words reminded him of the small scales he had indeed seen at the money exchange. After the woman's explanation, Han Mo learned that this diminutive scale was called a dungzi, designed specifically for weighing gold and other precious items. Reflecting on the money exchange, he recalled that the earnings from today could be converted into silver, and this time, his profits exceeded those from his last visit. However, Han Mo was deeply concerned. Being merely an 8-year-old child, wandering the streets with such a substantial amount of money made him vulnerable to the predations of unscrupulous individuals. There was a grave risk of encountering malicious characters who could rob him outright, or worse, leave him bereft of both life and fortune. Furthermore, he had overheard passers-by speaking of the authorities apprehending fugitives, notorious for lurking in desolate areas and robbing unsuspecting travelers. If they found no money, they could resort to murder. It would be prudent to maintain a low profile. The money exchange, conveniently located at the heart of the 4 marketplaces, was easy to locate. As Han Mo entered the money exchange, the proprietor immediately recognized him, a testament to the indelible impression Han Mo had left during his previous visit. The mere recollection of Han Mo counting with his fingers invariably elicited a chuckle from him. Upon encountering Han Mo once more, the moneylender, cradling his ample belly, greeted him warmly. "Ah, young lad, here to exchange silver again?" Chapter 17. The villagers ascend the mountain, and Han Mo is discovered. Having exchanged his currency, he ventured up the mountain. Han Mo unearthed the clay jar he had buried in the cave. As he shook it, a delightful clinking sound emerged. With his eyes closed and ears pressed against the jar, he savored the melody of silver coins colliding within. Satisfied, he set the jar down and retrieved his money pouch, extracting a couple of taels of silver and a piece of broken silver, which he placed inside with care. The cheerful clinking resonated once more. He often heard the scholar proclaim that money could uplift one as spirits. In the past, Han Mo could not comprehend this notion, yet now he found himself in agreement. Money indeed brought joy, and it was a profound happiness at that. After reburying the jar, Han Mo tenderly covered it with dirt, ensuring it was firmly packed, before relocating his bed to conceal the hidden treasure. Having completed these tasks, he ventured to the cornfield and, upon observing the state of the crops, contemplated rising early the next day to sell them at the market. He then climbed to the top of the cave with newfound ease. Unlike before, when such an ascent would leave him breathless, he felt his strength growing day by day. However, just as Han Mo settled down to practice his meditation, his gaze was suddenly fixed upon the rising flames in Pingyang village. It struck him as peculiar. Why was there a fire at such a late hour? Could it be that someone had passed away once more? It had been 2 months since he left Pingyang village, and in that time, it seemed a great deal had transpired, particularly in the last fortnight. Initially, there had been a death, and the village was illuminated for 7 continuous days and nights, an event befitting a prominent family. And now, flames appeared again. He wondered how many days this occasion would last. As Han Mo pondered, he noticed the flames shifting and moving rapidly, their trajectory directed towards the forest. No, they were heading into the forest. A vast inferno, a sea of fire. Han Mo hastily rose to his feet. The first thought that sprang to his mind was of his third aunt. Could it be that she had returned with a group, intending to drag him back to sell to Zhu Xiling? But why would she venture into the mountains with such a large entourage so late in the day? Moreover, it had been 2 months since he had last been seen by the villagers of Pingyang. He might as well have perished in the biting cold 2 months prior. Indeed, over these past 2 months, he had observed the villagers of Pingyang gradually relinquishing hope, from an initial dozen to merely 7 or 8, dwindling to 2 or 3, until finally, no one appeared at the crossroads. Han Mo speculated that the villagers of Pingyang believed he had perished, yet it seemed they had suddenly regained their determination. A wave of trepidation enveloped Han Mo's heart. He dared not to let down his guard even for a moment. Quickly, he descended along the protruding rocks, soon arriving at a concealed vantage point situated at a higher elevation. From this vantage, Han Mo beheld flickering flames at the mouth of the path. Indeed, they were making their way up the mountain, but the distance was too great for him to discern how many individuals there were or who they might be. Han Mo hurriedly rose to his feet, intent on descending the mountain, for he had no desire to be captured. The mere thought of his third-ant visage filled him with dread. Yet, after taking only a few steps, he hesitated. Glancing back at the expanse of corn and the still unripe yellow millet and wheat, if his third aunt and her companions were to discover this place, they would undoubtedly scour the mountain. What should I do? The familiar pang of helplessness resurfaced on Han Mo's countenance as he gazed at the old blind man's mound. His eyes reddened. Old blind man, what should I do? Beneath these mountains, there lies but a single winding path, which has become a prison from which I cannot escape. In his words, a subtle quiver betrayed the fragility of his heart, as if he were seeking answers from the sage who now slumbered beneath the earth. Answers that could no longer be obtained. Once upon a time, the old blind man had been the beacon guiding him forward, through storms and tempests. There was always a clever stratagem to navigate his predicaments. However, now that light had extinguished, leaving behind only endless darkness and solitude as his companions. Even the act of living had become a solitary endeavor. After enduring years of hardship, he had finally found refuge with the old blind man. Enjoying 2 or 3 years of companionship, only to be left alone once more 2 months prior. He had hoped that the celestial tower would cultivate a small haven in this desolate land, promising brighter days ahead. Yet now, all of that beauty seemed poised to extinguish under the cover of night. Those below had already ventured into the mountains, with only 2 or 3 torches remaining at the trail's entrance. No, he could not allow them to discover him. Han Mo's gaze grew resolute. This forest was more familiar to him than anyone else, and given his small stature, he could easily conceal himself. All he needed was to find a shadowy, secluded corner, ensuring he would be difficult to detect. It was a pity for the crops, yet he could only hope not to be discovered. With this thought, Han Mo resolutely turned and descended the mountain. However, this time he did not take the main path. Instead, he ventured into the thicket filled with thorns. In truth, each time he descended, he chose a different route. Previously, his choices had been relatively easy, but today was different. He needed to remain hidden in the mountains and avoid detection, which compelled him to select a more arduous path through the thorny brush. As he traversed the dense underbrush, Han Mo had yet to glimpse the flickering flames when he suddenly heard voices gradually drawing near. Perhaps we should return. It is far too dangerous out here at night. Oh, what are you afraid of? That is a celestial being. The Immortal has been in the Shadow Wind Ridge for half a month, after such a lengthy time. The creatures of Shadow Wind Ridge must surely have been vanquished. Indeed, the monsters of Shadow Wind Ridge have undoubtedly been defeated by the Immortal. Then why has the Immortal not returned yet? Are you foolish? The Immortal must be healing. After slaying the monsters, once healed, they will surely return. Our remote and impoverished locale is hardly suitable for someone of their stature. Amidst these snippets of conversation, Han Mo finally grasped some valuable information and let out a sigh of relief. It turned out they were not here to capture him. In the dense thicket of thorns, Han Mo's garments were torn in numerous places, and his hands, feet, and even his face bore the marks of the thorns, stained with blood. However, at this moment, Han Mo had not yet fully relaxed and felt no pain. Although the villagers of Pingyang were not there to capture him, Han Mo dared not venture outside. At least not tonight. He needed to wait until they departed. Should the cornfield on the mountain be discovered, the villagers would undoubtedly suspect him, necessitating a change of location. It was uncertain whether a disagreement had arisen, as Han Mo was disturbed by the cacophony of their voices. Yet, in the end, they reached a consensus, and the discussions of the villagers once again filled the air. Our ancestors from Pingyang village have never set foot in the Infeng Ridge. There must be many treasures within. Now that the monster has been vanquished by the Immortal, we shall set a precedent and venture into the Infeng Ridge. Han Mo heard that the individuals at the entrance of Windridge had divided into 4 directions and descended the mountain together. Han Mo could only pray that everyone would head north, for the northern slope of the mountain concealed the summit from view. Perhaps it was due to Master Li's previous venture into the ominous Windy Ridge that the others tacitly followed his lead, resulting in a greater number of followers accompanying him, particularly towards the southern direction. Southward, Han Mo's heart raced as he reached his throat, for the mountaintop faced south, and with so many people ascending towards the south, the cornfield would undoubtedly be discovered. Han Mo was engulfed in a palpable tension, his heartbeat resonating in his ears. Suddenly, a faint voice pierced the silence, and he recognized its owner, Master Li. Wait a moment, it was in the southern region that I encountered the creature years ago. It is perilous there. Are you all certain you wish to accompany me? The group fell silent, daunted by his words. Master Li continued, then you shall proceed north, and I will traverse south alone. At least you will have each other for support. Given Master Li's assertion, the consensus shifted toward the northern path. With no imminent danger and the prospect of unearthing treasures in the mountains, who would willingly venture south to face certain doom? With Master Li heading south alone, Han Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. After what felt like an eternity, Han Mo spotted a flicker of flame approaching his direction. Swiftly crossing the thicket where he lay concealed, Han Mo cautiously followed, picking up stones from the ground along the way. Just then, he noticed that Master Li had altered his course, no longer ascending the mountain. Descending? Han Mo suddenly recalled that the direction in which Master Li descended the mountain was the very same pool where he often indulged in bathing. Could it be that he was also drawn to those crimson fruits? Han Mo pondered for a moment before following suit. After approximately half an hour, he trailed behind Master Li, ultimately arriving at the vicinity of the water pond. At that moment, Master Li abruptly halted and turned to gaze in his direction. Come forth. Little ghost, there is no need to shadow me any longer. Han Mo's heart raced to his throat in an instant. Chapter 18. The Wealthy Li of the East Village. Li, the wealthy landowner, thrust the torch into a branch, drawing his trusty machete from his waist with his remaining arm. He turned around, fixating his gaze on the thicket behind him, cautiously advancing. Amidst the underbrush, Han Mo initially believed Li was merely attempting to intimidate him. However, upon witnessing Li's stance, Han Mo realized that he had indeed been discovered, and with Li wielding a knife while he himself held nothing more than a stone, the disparity was evident. Even if their weapons were exchanged, Han Mo was acutely aware that he could not possibly match Li's prowess in combat. It was common knowledge among the villagers of Pingyang that Li had received martial training. Helplessly, Han Mo pushed aside the foliage, gripping the stone tightly in both hands as he stepped forward to stand before Li. Is that you, little Han Mo? Han Mo initially anticipated that Li Kaiju would strike him down, yet he was taken aback by the sound of Li Saizu's astonishment. Upon seeing Han Mo, Li Saizu's expression shifted from confusion to profound surprise. Is it truly you, little Han Mo? He took a step forward, prompting Han Mo to swiftly retreat a step back. This alert demeanor caused a pang of concern in Li Saizu's heart. Little Han Mo, it's me, Uncle Li. Do you not remember me? Han Mo continued to retreat, gripping the stone in his hand with increasing intensity. I recognize you. You are the wealthy landowner Li from Pingyang Village. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Li was further convinced that this was indeed Han Mo, who had fled to the Wind Ridge 2 months prior. However, in Han Mo's voice now, there lingered a trace of weariness and a hint of coldness. Han Mo has undergone a transformation. What exactly has transpired within these 2 months? How could Han Mo have changed to this extent? The perilous situation at Ridge is fraught with danger, and even he dares not linger for a moment. Yet, how did Han Mo manage to survive alone in Ridge for 2 months? Countless questions swirled in Li Saizu's mind, leaving him astounded. A flicker of concern etched upon his face. Step back. Do not advance any further. Han Mo raised the stone in his hand, causing Li the rich man to pause abruptly, hastily standing still and raising his hand in a gesture of peace. All right. Uncle Li won't advance any further. Little Han Mo, please do not be agitated. I am not here to apprehend you like the laborers from Zhu Siling's household. Noticing the persistent wariness in Han Mo's demeanor and the glint of a beastly ferocity in his eyes, Li the rich man suddenly realized that it was he who had frightened Han Mo. Consequently, he cast aside the large knife he held into the nearby pool of water. Look, little Han Mo, I truly have no intention of capturing you. Li the rich man quickly glanced at Han Mo, feeling a sense of relief as Han Mo's vigilance eased somewhat, though not entirely. He remained uncertain about what had transpired to cause Han-mo to adopt such a demeanor, which left him feeling rather unsettled. Taking the initiative, Li the rich man stepped back and sat down by the water's edge, patting the space beside him. Little Han-mo, may we converse? Han-mo fixed his gaze upon Li Kaiju, a sense of astonishment coursing through him. He had not anticipated that Li Kaiju would so willingly discard his weapon into the water. This act had inadvertently placed Han-mo in a position of advantage. He approached Li Kaiju cautiously, yet maintained an air of vigilance. As he prepared to pass by Li Kaiju, seated to his right, Han-mo suddenly halted, stepped back 2 paces, and took a seat to Li Kaiju's left, deliberately leaving a distance of 3 feet between them. Given that Li Kaiju had lost his left hand, this positioning afforded Han-mo the confidence that should Li Kaiju make a sudden move, he could evade and strike him decisively with the stone in his hand. The two sat in silence by the shore, one large and one small, neither uttering a word. Li Kaiju contemplated the moonlight's reflection on the water, while Han-mo, gripping the stone, unwaveringly observed Li Kaiju's every movement. After a span that felt akin to the burning of an incense stick, Li Kaiju unexpectedly sighed and spoke. Little Han-mo, I owe you an apology, and I owe one to the old blind man as well. The sudden admission caught Han-mo off guard. Li Kaiju continued. When I first arrived in Pingyang village, I could hardly bear to witness the sufferings of the world, especially yours. I believed that by having the old blind man take you in, you would experience a better life. Yet, for various reasons, I neglected both him and you, ultimately leading to the old blind man's demise in the cold of night. Han-mo perceived the tone of Master Li, imbued with remorse, regret, and sorrow. After 2 days, the news finally reached the eastern village. Upon learning of the old blind man's demise, my foremost concern was for your well-being, prompting me to hasten to the old man's residence. However, he was already gone, and I heard whispers that you had fled to the Wind Ridge. I ventured to seek you there, yet I found nothing. The perilous terrain of Wind Ridge led everyone to presume you had perished, and I too relinquished hope. As Li spoke, he suddenly cast a glance in Han-mo's direction, causing Han-mo to instinctively become alert, retreating to maintain a safe distance. Li's right hand hovered in the air, frozen for a breath, before slowly descending, his gaze fixed upon the water's surface. But, little Han-mo, I am sorry for not caring for you adequately. The air fell into a profound silence, and Li sat beside Han-mo for what felt like an eternity. At that moment, a cry for help pierced through the stillness. It was the voice of a villager from Pingyang. Simultaneously, Han-mo noticed that Li had turned his head toward the source of the distress. With urgency, Li propped himself up and prepared to leave, suddenly addressing Han-mo. Seeing you alive brings me joy. Rest assured, I shall ensure no one discovers your presence here. He intended to extinguish the torch, but, observing Han-mo's lingering caution, he placed the torch a short distance before him and promptly turned to depart. Master Li, why do you care so much about whether the old blind man and I live or die? Li halted, turning his back to Han-mo, lifting his chin slightly. Perhaps it is due to the old blind man's kindness towards me, or perhaps it is you who has awakened my conscience. These words left Han-mo bewildered. He could not grasp what Li meant by kindness and awakening conscience. All he knew was that he seemed to be safe at last. Li departed, leaving the torch behind. As Han-mo gazed in the direction of Li's exit, a sense of astonishment washed over him. The north was a great distance away, and while he could hear it, perhaps due to the presence of the celestial tower, it was astonishing that Li could as well. Could it be that he possessed some celestial artifact too? Splash. Han-mo cast a stone into the water, then withdrew a torch and hurled it into the pond. The flames extinguished, plunging the surroundings back into darkness. Han-mo stepped into the thicket. The flicker of light stood out starkly against the night. It was better to navigate in the shadows without the risk of drawing attention to himself with such conspicuous objects. Han-mo ascended the mountain and returned to his home. He ignited a fire, using damp wood that smothered the flames. In an instant, thick smoke billowed forth, swirling out of the cave and descending towards the heavens. Han-mo was alarmed. Should the smoke be noticed, their presence would undoubtedly be revealed. Although visibility was limited at night, the moonlight this evening was relatively bright, making detection all too easy. Han-mo hurriedly rushed to the small puddle outside, filling a clay pot with water to extinguish the fire, finally feeling a sense of relief. That night, Han-mo was besieged by a torrent of thoughts. Unable to find solace in sleep, he could not fathom the reason behind his incessant contemplation, only feeling an overwhelming fatigue and restlessness. Thus, he resolved to practice the sitting meditation once more. To his astonishment, he found himself still seated the following day, and discovered that his spirit was remarkably invigorated. Could it be that this meditation technique truly revitalized the mind? Without dwelling on it further, Han Imo hastily consumed his breakfast, then swiftly ascended to the summit of the cave, straining his ears to absorb all surrounding sounds. It appeared that the villagers of Pingyang had departed the previous night. Han Imo pondered to himself, realizing that under these circumstances, he could descend the mountain with ease and return to the market to sell his corn. As he descended, Han Imo hurriedly fetched his wheelbarrow and backpack. Just then, he heard someone calling his name from the base of the mountain. Was it Master Li? Why had he come again? Chapter 19. The maturity of yellow millet and wheat, all to be exchanged for money. Han Imo immediately became alert. Swiftly returning to the cave while hoisting his hoe down the mountain, he could not allow anyone to discover his treasured land. Following the sound, Han Imo located Li Kaiju, who was calling out and searching in the forest. Not far from there lay the pond where he had encountered Li Kaiju the previous night. Instead of revealing himself immediately, Han Imo concealed himself behind a tree, watching Li Kaiju with cautious vigilance. Today's Li Kaiju appeared quite different from yesterday, while he had brandished a weapon the night before. Today he bore a pouch of money at his waist and held 2 white steam buns in his hands. Little Han Imo, Li Kaiju shouted, abruptly turning to catch sight of Han Imo hidden behind the tree, startling him momentarily. The astonishment stemmed from Han Mo's fierce demeanor. Resembling a wild beast fixated on its prey, his hoe gripped firmly in a combative stance. Having weathered many storms and taken many lives in his youth, Li Kaiju was surprised by the sudden jolt of fear that surged through him upon meeting Han Mo's gaze. Little Han Imo, there you are. I have brought you some food, come quickly. In the face of Li Kaiju's temptation, Han Imo swallowed hard but remained steadfastly distant. Steam buns made from white flour? Once my wheat ripens, I shall enjoy buns of my own, and I can forage for wild vegetables on the mountain to make dumplings far superior to your white steam buns. In Han Mo's heart, any desire for the white steam buns in Li Kaiju's possession had dissipated. This place is inconvenient. Shall we go by the pond instead? He suggested. For what purpose? Have you drawn your knife, intending to slay me? This remark momentarily stunned Li Kaiju, who felt as though a stone lodged itself in his throat, and his nose tinged with moisture as he nearly succumbed to tears. Over the past 2 months, what had transpired with young Han Imo to provoke such a transformation? He recalled the times when Han Imo would frequently visit from his Aunt San's home, often making his way to the eastern village to beg for food, relishing every morsel he received. Yet now, Han Mo's gaze resembled that of a foe. To utter the words intending to kill me was unfathomable. What trials had he endured? Li Kaiju silently vowed to unearth the truth behind Han Mo's circumstances from 2 months prior. Little Han Imo, I shall leave the buns here. You must remember to eat. Li Kaiju placed the white steam buns on the ground and gestured as he gradually retreated, making his way back to the main path. With each step he took, Han Imo mirrored his movements, his gaze unwavering upon him. Eventually, they swapped positions, with Li Kaiju offering words of comfort as he backed away until he vanished from Han Mo's sight. Only after confirming Li Kaiju's departure did Han Imo advance, his eyes fixated on the steaming white buns. Gently pressing one, he found it soft and springy, instantly awakening his taste buds. Han Imo swallowed hard, grasping a steamed bun only to halt just before bringing it to his lips. A wave of trepidation washed over him as he gazed at the bun with lingering fear. He set the white bun back down and departed without a backward glance. Upon his return to the mountain, Han Imo keenly discerned that Master Li had vacated the Infeng Ridge. He ascended the peak to ensure that Master Li had indeed entered Pingyang village before he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Consequently, Han Imo proceeded to load the day's harvest of corn and tender beans, while also inspecting the growth of the wheat and millet. The stalks were already adorned with grains, and in just a few days, they would reach maturity. Han Mo's mouth watered in anticipation of savoring the white steam buns he had crafted himself in just a few days. He had not partaken of the offerings sent by Li the Wealthy, harboring fears of potential poison. As was his custom, Han Imo returned shortly after noon. This time, he brought back a couple of taels of silver and half a tael of broken silver, which he carefully stored in his jar. Saving money. Han Imo is currently singularly focused on saving money. Once his jar is full, he plans to purchase a gravestone for the old blind man. Today, he inquired and discovered that a gravestone costs at least 20 taels of silver. Although the old blind man is merely an ordinary person, he has shown Han Imo great kindness, and Han Imo wishes to provide him with the best. In the days that followed, Han Imo diligently brought back 1 or 2 taels of silver each day. However, on the 5th day, instead of harvesting corn and tender beans for the market, he returned with a measuring tool. This tool makes it easier to measure rice. Han Emo recalled the old blind man mentioning that 1 dough of rice weighs approximately 12 jin, while 10 dough equals 1 shur, roughly 30 kilograms. This will allow him to accurately gauge the yield of his yellow rice and wheat, facilitating the selling process. After dismissing Li Kaiju as usual, Han Emo commenced harvesting his yellow rice and wheat. He found it curious that, for the past couple of days, Li Kaiju had been making daily visits to Infeng Ridge, each time bringing along steamed buns. This unexpected gesture led Han Emo to occasionally entertain the notion that Li Kaiju might be a good person. However, this thought was quickly dismissed as he became absorbed in the joy of his harvest. After a long day of labor, Han Emo wiped the sweat from his brow and eagerly gazed at the substantial pile of grain beside him. He meticulously recorded each dough, ultimately harvesting 500 dough, equating to 50 shur, with even a little extra. He had become quite adept at this. According to market prices, a shur of grain sells for between 300 and 600 won. Given the excellent quality of his grain, he could expect to sell it for at least 500 won. In total, this means his harvest could yield at least 25 taels of silver. Han Emo could hardly fathom the sudden influx of wealth, a notion he had never dared to entertain. At that moment, he recalled the words of the elderly woman during his first corn sale. Cornmeal will be worth even more. It dawned on him that this was the crux of the matter. Regrettably, he had been oblivious to the underlying trade practices at the time. Had he known that grinding corn into cornmeal would allow him to sell it by the stone, he could have reaped greater profits. However, obtaining cornmeal required the corn to be exceptionally mature and thoroughly dried before it could be milled into flour at a grain workshop, a process laden with complexities. Moreover, the workshop would take a share, charging 10 won for every stone of grain processed. Thus, from his 50 stones of grain, 500 won would be deducted, effectively rendering 1 stone of grain a gift to the workshop. Han Mo could not help but admire the profitability of the workshop. On any given day, there were at least a dozen or 20 individuals frequenting it, generating a daily income of no less than 4 or 5 taels. However, it soon occurred to him that since the workshop was established, its purpose was undoubtedly to be lucrative, ensuring its continued operation. Consequently, Han Mo resolved to wait until the remaining corn matured thoroughly before delivering it to the workshop. As for the intervening period, he planned to sell the rice and wheat, accumulating more funds to procure other grains for sustenance. As it was already quite late today, Han Emo decided to postpone his trip to the market until tomorrow. Han Emo calculated the time. Master Li should be arriving soon. Master Li visits twice daily, once at noon and once in the evening, each time bringing food. Indeed, just as Han Emo lifted his hoe, he heard Master Li's call from the foot of the mountain. Han Emo descended the mountain and encountered Master Li. Master Li, take it back. I shall not partake in it, and do not return henceforth. Master Li placed the steamed buns upon the ground, next to a burgeoning pile that had formed into a small hill. He was acutely aware that Han Emo had indeed not consumed a single one. All the buns he had delivered over these past few days lay untouched here. Yet, Master Li understood that the changes occurring within Han Emo were not ones that could be resolved in mere days. Little Han Emo, I have uncovered the truth regarding the events that transpired 2 months ago. Chapter 20, Evil Begets Evil. Little Han Emo, I have unearthed the truth about the events from 2 months ago. It was the old blind man who perished 2 months prior. I escaped and have survived until now. For reasons unknown, upon the mention of the old blind man, Han Emo suddenly lost control of his emotions and shouted vehemently. Master Li stood frozen in place, silently observing Han Emo. The two, one large and one small, remained locked in a tense standoff, with the white flower bun in Master Li's hand lingering unoffered. After an indeterminate time, Master Li abruptly approached the riverbank, placing the bun on the ground. After a moment's hesitation, he added it to the pile of buns, albeit at a slight distance. Little Han Emo, Zhu Sailang has died. He passed away half a month ago. Your third aunt was apprehended by the authorities for human trafficking. She is likely to be imprisoned for 3 to 5 months. These 2 individuals have indeed met their just deserts. Furthermore, did you not frequently visit me to request books? Master Li chuckled self-deprecatingly. What does a rough fellow like me know of literature? These are volumes I requested from the teacher at the academy. He produced several books from his bosom and placed them on the ground. Having spoken, Master Li, as was his custom, exchanged positions with Han Emo and subsequently departed from the scene. Han Emo gazed at the 2 items on the ground, a steamed bun and a book. He promptly disregarded the bun and approached the books instead. There were 2 volumes. One was a treatise on divination, while the other was the Book of Changes. The bun might be poisoned, but surely the books could not harbor such treachery. Besides, he was not yet so famished as to rely on books for sustenance. Thus, Han gingerly picked up the treatise and the Book of Changes, fearing to damage them. Ever since he had begun studying the spirit summoning technique, he had developed an insatiable passion for literature. Regrettably, he had only mastered the spirit summoning technique, which left him practicing mere meditation. Now, with these two books in his possession, he could occupy his time during moments of ennui. However, this was not the moment for reveling in the joy of knowledge. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Han returned to the mountain, confirming that Master Li had departed from Infeng Rich. Only then did he load 2 stones of pure grain onto his wheelbarrow, followed by an additional stone into his backpack. All consisted of yellow millet and wheat. He deemed the corn too cumbersome to take to the market. Today, he had a different purpose in mind, to find a workshop to process these harvested grains. A stone of grain weighs no less than 30 kilograms, totaling a substantial 90 kilograms. Relying solely on brute strength would indeed be taxing for Han Mo. Yet the wheelbarrow alleviated much of the burden. Han Mo was somewhat astonished by his own strength. It seemed that ever since he consumed the corn cultivated by the Celestial Tower, his vigor had been increasing daily, particularly after indulging in the crimson berries by the pond. Han Mo distinctly sensed this transformation. At merely 8 years of age, possessing such might was remarkable. One could only imagine the extent of his strength as he matured. With such prowess, he would be able to haul an abundance of grain to sell at the market. Han Mo began to look forward to the day when he would grow up. From morning until noon, he set down his heavy burdens with a weary expression. Quickly consuming the corn he had prepared, he sat there to rest and regain his strength before departing once more, laden with his responsibilities. Han Mo ventured far and wide, unaware that a few heads had emerged from the hillside where he had recently rested. "Brother, this little brat is quite the oddity. I wouldn't know how to handle 3 stone of grain either." The leader, a one-eyed bald man wielding a pig-slaughtering knife, cast a gloomy gaze at Han Mo's departing figure before turning back to the direction from which Han Mo had come. This year was particularly disastrous. And if this young boy could procure such a substantial amount of grain, their village must surely have surplus. The one-eyed bald man grinned, inquiring, "What lies in that direction?" "It seems to be Pingyong Village, though I am not entirely certain." "Let us head to Pingyong Village. I heard a landlord there has met his demise, and we should pay a visit." Meanwhile, after resting 3 times, Han Mo finally arrived at the marketplace and continued toward the northern market. The sight of a young child carrying 3 stone of grain astounded the onlookers. The men exclaimed in awe at his apparent strength, while the women turned away to wipe their tears. At last, Han Mo reached the northern market, where he encountered many familiar faces, those who frequently visited his stall to purchase corn. "Oh, little Han Mo, why are you carrying so much?" came a familiar voice from the porridge vendor, who hurried over to relieve Han Mo of the heavy burden on his back. The vendor's expression shifted as he realized the weight, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. This child endures so much hardship. Once the 1 stone of grain was offloaded, Han Mo felt significantly lighter and expressed his gratitude to the porridge vendor. The vendor waved his hand dismissively. Having known the boy for quite some time, he felt compelled to assist. Carrying such a substantial load surely indicated a trip to the workshop. So the porridge vendor decided to accompany Han Mo. Upon arriving at the workshop, the robust men greeted the elderly vendor and the young boy with wide smiles, treating them as if they were revered ancestors. Business was scarce, especially in this year of calamity, and the workshop was on the verge of closing. To their surprise, however, customers had come knocking at their door. Han Mo set down the unicycle and surveyed the tools within the workshop. What a large measure this is. It must be a 100-liter container, quite different from the ordinary household measure. 2 burly men mistook it for a grandfather and grandson pair, and thus approached the uncle at the porridge stall directly. "Sir, the customary fee is 10 for every share of grain. Shall we process all of it as per the usual practice? You might want to ask this young lad. All this grain belongs to him." Upon hearing this, the 2 men exchanged bewildered glances, slightly taken aback. However, Han Mo was the first to speak up. "Could you possibly lower the price?" The men had initially intended to con the child, but upon catching sight of the porridge stall uncle's fierce and intimidating gaze, they hastily clarified, Yes, we can reduce it. How about this? We take 70% from each share of grain. That's the least we can do. We cannot go any lower." "Very well. 70% it is." 7 for each share of grain was acceptable to Han Mo. After all, whatever the uncle stated was tantamount to agreement. And there was plenty more on the mountain. Thus, he would still have 3 when left from each share, and with 50 shares, he could retain 151. 151. How much corn would he need to sell to earn that amount? Hence, this deal appeared quite advantageous. He then inquired of the two men, I have several tins of shears of yellow millet and wheat remaining at home. Could you assist me in transporting them? Han Emo merely inquired symbolically about the remaining 47 stones of grain. With his back and forth trips, he could carry at most 3 stones each time, leaving him uncertain as to when he could transport all of it to the market for processing. Moreover, Han Emo had his own plans. If the quantity was substantial, he intended to discuss a commission with the two brothers. To his surprise, they readily agreed. Given the poor state of the workshop business, the revelation that this child possessed surplus grain, and in considerable amounts, could indeed revitalize the workshop. How much did he have left at home? At least 40 stones. Could they transport that much? The two brothers were momentarily astonished. A mere child possessed over 40 stones of surplus grain, marking him as a minor landlord in the village. Very well, rest assured, we are reliable in our endeavors, they affirmed. All right then, you two shall accompany me shortly to transport the surplus grain. Meanwhile, the porridge stall uncle observed Han Emo, noting how after 2 months of trials, the child now bore an air of maturity. Little Han Emo, may I assist as well? He offered. Hearing this, Han Emo felt conflicted, for the uncle still needed to tend to his porridge stall. Sensing Han Mo's hesitation, the uncle remarked, It is now the 3rd watch of the day, porridge sales have dwindled. He then leaned closer to Han Emo, whispering, Those who transport grain also require wages. If I provide them with food, you can reduce their pay a bit. Besides, taking the porridge back would be wasteful. Upon hearing the word waste, Han Emo shook his head vigorously, insisting that food should not be squandered. Then it shall be a labor of love for you, dear uncle. Chapter 21. The mountain bandits enter the village. On the desolate mountain path, Han Mo led the way, with the workshop brothers guiding a cart behind him. The road ahead was muddy and riddled with potholes, necessitating assistance from behind to navigate through. The porridge stall uncle watched Han Emo traverse this familiar route, struck by a profound sense of awe. In this impoverished and remote area, where the roads were so dilapidated that walking was a challenge, how had little Han Emo managed to navigate it all? Just how harsh had his family been towards him? Holding back his curiosity, the uncle observed Han Emo, his gaze filled with complexity. Little Han Emo, is it still far? He asked after approximately half an hour, noticing the gradually leveling road. The workshop brothers nodded in agreement. Echoing his inquiry, Han Emo surveyed his surroundings and pointed towards a grand mountain in the distance. Beyond the 2 mountains ahead lay Pingyong village. Upon hearing that there were still 2 mountains to traverse, the brothers from the workshop felt a pang of concern, not for their legs, as they were robust peasants accustomed to arduous labor for their livelihood. They could endure any distance if it meant ensuring the survival of their workshop. However, their horse, struggling along the bumpy path, was laboring to leap over each obstacle and was now panting heavily. They feared it might not hold out much longer. Yet, the brothers were equally astonished by the stamina of the young boy. After nearly an hour of walking, he had shown no signs of fatigue and appeared remarkably at ease, even more so than some grown men. At the persistent urging of the workshop brothers, the group finally found a relatively flat spot to rest, primarily to allow the horse to recuperate. The humans could manage, but the horse needed to pull a cart laden with several hundred pounds. The thought of the horse soon having to haul dozens of stones of grain filled them with sympathy. But what could be done? The fate of the horse was to be ridden and shackled by the burdens of destiny, much like the impoverished souls of this world, oppressed and bound by their chains. After another half hour of travel, the group finally spotted a village not far ahead. The workshop brothers gently stroked the horse's mane in a gesture of comfort, thankful for the horse's endurance. Just then, Han Emo abruptly halted and instructed, You all wait here. I will fetch the remaining supplies. Upon hearing this, the uncle from the porridge stall was taken aback, and the workshop brothers paused their preparations. Little Han Emo, is it not just a short distance away? Why not enter the village? That way, the 3 of us could assist you as well. Faced with the uncle's entreaty, Han Emo firmly declined. He could not reveal to the 3 that he had lied. He certainly could not disclose that he did not reside in Pingyong village, but rather lived on the other side of Infeng Ridge, a mere 2 miles away. Furthermore, the cart could not navigate the narrow paths nor ascend the mountain. Seeing that Han Emo remained resolute, the 3 had no choice but to wait. Meanwhile, Han Emo took hold of his unicycle and backpack, making his way towards Pingyong village. Once out of sight from the others, he veered onto a narrow path, heading towards Infeng Ridge. As Han Emo glanced at the sky, he mused that he should be able to finish moving the remaining grain by the hour of you. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Emo reappeared within the sight of the three. He was seen pulling a cart laden with 3 stones of grain, with a weighing 1 stone on his back. The cord hanging around his neck was so tight that it turned his small face crimson, stirring deep concern among the trio. The porridge stall owner hurriedly approached to relieve Emo of the, nearly stumbling to the ground in the process. It was exceedingly heavy, weighing more than a stone. It was then that everyone noticed there was a measuring tool on Mo's cart, presumably for measurement purposes. The workshop possessed its own measuring instruments. There, when filled, contained precisely 2 stones, making calculations quite convenient. Mo filled the sacks with grain from the workshop, loaded them onto the cart, and then swiftly returned. After several trips, the porridge stall owner could no longer bear to watch and insisted on accompanying Mo. However, upon witnessing the stall owner's determination, Mo once again declined his offer. He could transport nearly 4 stones of grain in a single trip, and it would not take long to load everything onto the cart. The stall owner, unable to sway Mo, could only watch with a heavy heart as Mo made his repeated appearances. Even the brothers from the workshop were moved to tears. Finally, after the 14th trip, Mo successfully transported all the yellow millet and wheat down the mountain, filling both carts to the brim. "Young brother, we have a total of 47 stones," one of the brothers announced after discussing among ourselves. "We have decided to forego your wages and reduce your commission to 1 stone and 6 won. In total, that amounts to 282 won, which you can settle with the workshop after you sell it." Meanwhile, the porridge stall owner, surprised by Mo's actions that had influenced the brother's decision, hurriedly reminded him, "Young Mo, shouldn't you express your gratitude?" Mo quickly regained his composure and expressed his gratitude profusely. The uncle at the porridge stall, feeling genuinely happy for Mo, remarked, "Gentlemen, I still have some warm porridge left at my stall. If you do not mind, you may enjoy it free of charge during these days while the workshop is processing." "Thank you, thank you." Although the brothers had their reservations about the waived fees and reduced commissions, the thought of not having to worry about meals for the next couple of days brought them considerable relief. As the sky grew darker, they realized they needed to hasten their return, for the night could harbor bandits along the way. Ultimately, they were just ordinary people, and those ruthless miscreants would kill without a second thought. If they were to encounter such danger carelessly, they could lose their provisions and even their lives. Hence, they must return before nightfall. Mo wasted no time in loading the unicycle onto the cart and following suit. However, at that moment, he suddenly halted. Glancing back towards Pingyong village, his brow furrowed. Was that the voice of Lee, the wealthy landowner? "What is it, young Mo?" inquired the vendor at the porridge stall. Noticing the change in Mo's expression, no sooner had he spoken than the trio was startled by the rapid sound of hoofbeats striking the ground, accompanied by shouts of violence and chaos. "This is dire. It is bandits." The 2 brothers immediately recognized the peril, having heard rumors of convicts who had escaped from prison and turned to a life of banditry in the mountains, pillaging along their path. Yet, they had never anticipated that these marauders would strike so brazenly in broad daylight. "We must flee. We must flee. The bandits have come to burn and plunder." With a resounding clap, the brothers struck the horse's flank, spurring it into a swift retreat, laden with provisions. The porridge vendor swiftly pulled Mo onto the cart, only to witness 3 figures galloping fiercely in pursuit of the one-armed man ahead. Of course, at such a distance, it was impossible for an ordinary person to discern their features. They could only hear the frantic pounding of the hoofs. Mo then realized that on the very day of his departure, the mountain bandits had invaded the village. A sense of elation filled him. The bandits robbing the vile villagers of their grain seemed a fitting retribution, allowing them to experience the hardships they had once inflicted upon others. Yet, a twinge of compassion surfaced within him as he thought of the many infants in Pingyong village. If the bandits seized the grain, these innocent lives would be reduced to begging, ultimately leading to starvation. At that moment, the voices of his fellow craftsmen interrupted Mo's contemplation. "We cannot carry this weight any longer. Our pace is insufficient to outrun the bandits. We must abandon some of the surplus grain." The 2 brothers quickly took the most prudent course of action, but just then, Mo abruptly leaped from the cart. "I shall divert the bandits. You must take the small path ahead. Uncle, I would also appreciate your assistance in safeguarding the remaining grain." "Little Mo, what are you doing? Get back up here," cried the porridge vendor, alarmed. The 3 men were frantic. Halting now would mean certain capture by the bandits, forcing them to watch as Mo's silhouette diminished in the distance. The cart soon reached the fork in the road that Mo had mentioned, and without hesitation, The craftsman veered onto the small path. Meanwhile, Hanemo stood his ground, and upon spotting the bandits, he shouted, "I am here. Come and chase me." He could not allow them to seize the grain. Otherwise, all his efforts over the past month would be in vain. Having fought so hard to survive, he must adhere to the words of the old blind man and live tenaciously. To live was not merely to exist. It was to protect that which one held dear. What he sought to protect was his grain. Just then, a panicked voice broke through the tension. It was Master Li. "Little Hanemo, flee. Quickly, I shall draw them away." From a distance, Hanemo saw Master Li frantically running before 3 mountain bandits in a state of utter disarray. The bandits pursued relentlessly. Initially, Master Li had intended to escape into the depths of the mountains, with Infeng Ridge being a prime choice for evasion, planning to lure them south to the place where the monsters had once gravely injured him. However, worrying about Hanemo's safety in Infeng Ridge, he decided against this escape route. To his astonishment, Hanemo was not in Infeng Ridge. He had left it behind. What could he possibly be doing? Master Li was now filled with trepidation, experiencing his second moment of panic since arriving in Pingyang village. The first being when he could not locate Hanemo after the old blind man's death. There was no time for further contemplation. Master Li quickly altered his course, determined to divert the 3 bandits, for otherwise, Hanemo would surely fall victim to their blades. Just then, the bandits spotted Hanemo and heard his taunts. "Boss, it's that kid from this morning. We couldn't find any grain in Pingyang village, so he must have hidden it. Boss, let me capture this brat." Having spoken, a bandit swung his long whip, striking the horse's flank, causing it to gallop furiously towards Hanemo. Mr. Li, the wealthy landowner, was seized by panic and summoned every ounce of his strength to dash towards Hanemo. "Little Hanemo, come with me." Without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to seize Hanemo and flee, only to suddenly realize that the 8-year-old boy possessed remarkable strength, rendering him incapable of moving the child. In that instant, he lost his grip. Alarmed, Mr. Li sought to turn back, but it was too late. "Little Hanemo," he shouted, only to witness Hanemo leap down the hillside. Without hesitation, he followed suit. The bandits, seeing the two choose such a path, dismounted and brandished their cleavers as they pursued. "Little Hanemo, what are you doing out here?" In response to Mr. Li's reprimand, Hanemo remained unfazed, offering no reply, but rather ensuring that the bandits were not gaining on them. He could not allow the bandits to catch up with the workshop brothers, for that would jeopardize his provisions. Acquainted with the terrain, he knew that as long as they could reach the depths of the forest, there was a chance to evade the bandits. Thus, he led the way, plunging into the thicket. After an indeterminate time, Hanemo suddenly halted, for he had overheard the bandits conversing. "Big brother, they have fled into our territory," one remarked. "Quite clever, but alas, their cunning will be their undoing. They believe they can outmaneuver us in our own woods. This is disastrous." In a state of alarm, Hanemo inadvertently stumbled into the stronghold of bandits, leaving him in a state of disarray. What should he do now? Venturing outside would undoubtedly lead to capture. The dense forest enveloped him, rendering any sense of direction utterly futile, and thus the two found themselves hiding among the trees. It was unclear how much time had elapsed when darkness fully enveloped the sky. Suddenly, Hanmo's heart raced as he became acutely aware of a sound. Turning his gaze cautiously to see a vague figure slowly emerging from the shadows of the woods. As the figure drew closer, it revealed itself to be Master Li, who was clutching a handful of wild fruits. Initially, Master Li intended to hunt for game to quell his hunger. However, he reconsidered, realizing that lighting a fire at night could attract the attention of the bandits, so he opted instead to gather some wild fruits. "You must be hungry, young Hanemo. Here, have some fruit to fill your stomach." As Hanmo's stomach grumbled audibly, he merely cast a fleeting glance before turning his head away. Li Kaiju managed a strained smile, then settled beside Hanemo, picking up a fruit and taking a bite. "See, it's not poisonous." Li Kaiju savored the fruit with evident delight, while Hanemo swallowed hard, opting to close his eyes and avert his gaze. "Little Hanemo, can you tell me what exactly transpired? The old blind man once told me that should he pass away, I was to look after you," Li Kaiju continued. But he noticed Hanemo covering his ears, abruptly ceasing his chewing and forcing the morsel down. "Rest early, little Hanemo, I shall keep watch outside." With that, Li Kaiju departed, and Hanemo opened his eyes, observing the solitary figure of Li Kaiju, while also noticing the fresh blood seeping from the wound on his back. Li Kaiju seems different from Aunt San. The words of Li Kaiju had evoked memories of the old blind man, who had shown similar concern for Hanmo's well-being and had protected him much like Li Kaiju did now. Unbeknownst to him, Each gesture of Li Kaiju stirred a delicate and intricate array of emotions within Han Mo, leading to a subtle yet profound transformation. He glanced at the fruit on the ground, ultimately suppressing his hunger and turning away. After all, enduring hunger was not a novel experience for him. What difference would one more occasion make? A little patience would see him through. Little Han Mo, there is a great benefactor to the east of Pingyong Village, namely Kaiju. He is not originally from Pingyong Village, yet upon his arrival, he frequently aids the impoverished villagers who struggle to put food on their tables. Then why does he not come to aid us? Because we reside in the West Village. The West Village is the territory of Zhu Sailang. At that time, Han Mo could not comprehend why Li Kaiju, despite being from the same village, dared not venture into the West Village. It seemed to him that he was merely putting on a facade of kindness. Han Mo lay on the ground, gazing up at the moon overhead, his mind incessantly replaying the many words spoken to him by the old blind man, as he contemplated the mention of Li Kaiju. Run, Han Mo. Suddenly, the voice of Li Kaiju echoed through the air, prompting Han Mo to spring to his feet, his expression filled with vigilance, and he dashed towards Li Kaiju's direction. Upon his arrival at the scene, he was taken aback to find a bandit standing atop Li Kaiju, who, despite the peril, clung fiercely to the bandit's foot, shouting, "Run." Han Mo hastily picked up a dry twig from the ground, aiming it at the bandit for a surprise attack. "Damn it, you little brat. So you were here?" The bandit exclaimed upon spotting Han Mo, cursing as he forcefully kicked Master Li aside and advanced towards Han Mo with his knife drawn. Master Li, enduring the pain, once again seized the bandit. Little Han Mo, flee swiftly. Upon observing the scarred visage of the mountain bandit, Han Mo could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. He yearned to flee, yet found himself utterly immobile. As the bandit drew closer, Han Mo's heartbeat quickened in a frantic rhythm. Was this to be his end? Summoning his courage, he shouted, hurling a piece of firewood at the bandit. "I will slay you. I will slay you." With a crack, the firewood splintered, inciting the bandit's fury as he raised his blade, intent on teaching Han Mo a harsh lesson. At that critical moment, however, Master Li unexpectedly leapt up, clinging to the back of the bandit. "You seek death." The bandit roared, executing a swift throw that sent Master Li crashing before him, a knife aimed at his abdomen. With a sickening thrust, the blade pierced through, eliciting a gasp as blood poured from Master Li's wound. Enraged, the bandit approached Han Mo with a menacing scowl, raising his cleaver to deliver a lethal blow. In a desperate act, Han Mo crossed his arms above his head to shield himself. Suddenly, the bandit's expression shifted dramatically. The strike he had sworn would split the boy's skull met an unexpected resistance, as if striking a formidable object, resulting in a powerful recoil. With a sickening sound, the blade rebounded, its back colliding with the bandit's face, embedding itself deep into his flesh, extinguishing his life on the spot. Han Mo swiftly approached to assess the injuries of Master Li, only to discover that he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Without uttering a word, Han Mo hoisted Master Li onto his back and hastily departed from the forest. As he sprinted, he glanced back intermittently to ensure that no bandits were in pursuit. Fortunately, he traversed the path unscathed and eventually returned to Infeng Ridge. Upon ascending the mountain and entering the cave, Han Mo emulated the old blind man's previous actions, cautiously checking Master Li's breath, followed by a gentle touch on his chest. There was still a pulse, and warmth lingered. Master Li had not yet perished. Observing the continued bleeding from Master Li's abdomen, Han Mo found himself at a loss. He tore strips from the remaining, binding them around Master Li's wound. To Han Mo's astonishment, the once profusely bleeding gash miraculously ceased its flow after being dressed. Han Mo placed Li Kaiju on the bed and kindled a fire, sitting nearby to keep watch. The following day, upon noticing a slight movement from Li Kaiju, Han Mo was about to approach him, but in the next moment, he restrained himself. Li Kaiju soon awoke, his gaze falling upon Han Mo, who bore dark circles under his eyes, and then on the bandages wrapped around his abdomen. It dawned upon him that it was Han Mo who had rescued him and had kept vigil throughout the night. In his state of unconsciousness the previous night, he had only seen the mountain bandit brandishing a knife directed at Han Mo, followed by the bandit collapsing, after which he had completely succumbed to darkness. He remained oblivious to the events that transpired thereafter. However, he was unequivocally certain that it was the young Han Mo who had saved his life. Li Kaiju's expression grew solemn, his demeanor remarkably complex, and in a hoarse voice, he uttered, "Thank you, young Han Mo." Chapter 23, The Transformation of Han Mo's Attitude. That simple expression of gratitude was heartfelt and sincere. Li Kaiju could never have anticipated that he would face such a life-and-death ordeal, only to be saved by a mere child. At this moment, his heart was a tumultuous sea of conflicting emotions and thoughts. He yearned to uncover the truth of what had transpired the night before. How had Han Mo managed to escape from the clutches of the mountain bandits? Rest here. I shall procure some food. With an impassive expression, Han Mo uttered a single sentence before exiting the cave. It was only then that Li Kaiju began to assess his injuries. Despite the evident severity of the wounds, he felt no pain. Merely a tingling sensation where the blade had struck. The wound was healing. Cautiously, Li Kaiju unwrapped the cloth, only to discover that the injury was scabbing over at an astonishingly rapid pace. Is this the work of an immortal? A profound shock coursed through Li Kaiju's heart. During his time training in the temple, he had witnessed his senior brothers employing mystical techniques and consuming various healing elixirs. Yet none had proven as effective as this cloth. Observing the fabric, he noted its texture was not that of an ordinary person's possession, surpassing even the garments of the affluent families in Tianyong City. Doubts began to creep into Li Kaiju's mind regarding this cloth, and as his gaze drifted towards the cave's entrance, he was inexplicably filled with a sense of foreboding. At that moment, Han Mo re-entered the cave, 3 ears of corn in hand. Eat, he urged. Han Mo left behind 2 ears of corn, then stepped aside and began to devour them voraciously. Observing Han Mo's gluttonous consumption, even down to the corn husks and cobs, stirred a deep sense of concern. Had the past 2 months been endured in such a manner? With a heart full of mixed emotions, Li Kaiju picked up a cob of corn and attempted to mimic Han Mo's approach. It was tough and difficult to swallow. However, soon a look of astonishment appeared in Li Kaiju's eyes, and his chewing slowed as he seemed to savor the flavor with newfound appreciation. This corn surprisingly contained spiritual essence. Li Kaiju was inwardly astonished. He had absorbed spiritual energy from the corn, a sensation he had not experienced since leaving the temple after his studies. Little Han Mo. From where did this corn originate? Han Mo glanced back at Li Kaiju, swallowed the chewed corn kernels, then turned away. Eat your corn. His tone remained rather indifferent. Yet Li Kaiju discerned a hint of concern within it, causing a faint smile to appear on his lips. He sensed that Han Mo had changed. He was no longer as aloof as when they first met. Li Kaiju fell silent, consuming the corn voraciously, no longer finding it difficult to swallow. Instead, he savored each bite, wary of consuming too quickly and losing the essence of the spirit energy. After finishing, he felt his strength beginning to return, enabling him to stand and move freely. At that moment, Li Kaiju noticed Han Mo hoisting a hoe from the stone wall and departing, prompting him to follow. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Li Kaiju was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him, fields of corn stretching as far as the eye could see, overwhelming him with astonishment. Such rich spirit energy. The corn contained an abundance of it, even more potent than that of the Celestial Mountains. Years ago, he had sought enlightenment on the Celestial Mountain. Yet unfortunately, he failed to awaken his spiritual roots. Fortunately, his earnest desire for knowledge had led the master to take him in at the temple, where he trained in martial arts for over a decade, though he never awakened his spiritual roots. His prolonged exposure to the Celestial Mountains allowed him to sense the heavenly spirit energy, albeit unable to convert it into vital force. After leaving the celestial realm, he returned to the mundane world, settling in the small village of Pingyong, where he remained for half his life. With his martial prowess, he surely could have achieved great things, but after years of cultivation, he had grown indifferent to desires. With no children of his own, he merely wished to earn a little more money to aid the villagers who were so impoverished they resorted to begging in the streets. Yet, the local landlord, Zhu Sailang, frequently obstructed his efforts, and his master had taught him not to engage in conflict lightly. Thus, he endured Zhu Sailang's tyranny for decades. This patience led to the villagers in the east suffering greatly. This endurance allowed the old blind man to perish in the frigid winter and forced Han Mo to flee Pingyong village, seeking refuge in Infeng Ridge. But now, witnessing Han Mo's self-sufficiency and his flourishing crops, Li Kaiju felt no regrets. Little Han Mo, is there anything you require of me? In the cornfield, Han Mo lifted his head to glance at Li Kaiju before bending down to continue weeding. The corn had matured and needed to be harvested today. He planned to set aside some tender ears for consumption and send the rest to the mill to be processed into cornmeal for sale. As for weeding, he could no longer bear the sight of it, intending to venture into the Celestial Tower world later that evening to plant new grains. This time, Han Mo decided to cultivate only yellow millet and wheat. Li Kaiju approached the field, single-handedly lifting the weeds Han Mo had cleared and tossing them aside near a mound. Do not leave them there, Han Mo suddenly shouted loudly, startling Li Kaiju, who looked at him in confusion. Over there, by the pile of weeds. Li Kaiju nodded repeatedly, placing the weeds in the designated spot, then curiously gazing at the small mound of earth. It seemed that little Hanemo cared deeply about this mound. Little Hanemo, what is this mound for? Have you buried money in it? Li Kaiju's words caught Hanmo's attention. Buried money? No, what lies beneath is far more precious than money. It holds the most significant people in my life and my past. Inside is old blind man. This simple statement rendered Li Kaiju silent, his smile fading into a solemn expression as he slowly approached, clearing the remnants of weeds from the mound. No wonder the mound was so pristine, devoid of any weeds. Kneeling beside the mound, Li Kaiju placed his palm against the soil and sighed deeply. Old blind man, Li Shan, am sorry for not fulfilling my promise from back then. If I had gone to West Village that night, you would not have died. And little Hanemo would not have been forced by the third sister-in-law to flee into the cornfield of Infeng Ridge. Hanemo had already pulled out all the corn stalks, diligently removing the roots and stripping the leaves to retain the sweet parts. Li Kaiju's words outside the old blind man's home reached Hanmo's ears. He did not wish to listen, yet even with his ears blocked, the words were crystal clear. Time passed, and Li Kaiju, wiping away his tears with his sleeve, feigned nonchalance as he returned to the field. Let me help you. Despite having only one hand, this posed no challenge for him. Stepping on the roots, he exerted force, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he effortlessly obtained a corn stalk. He was unaware of Hanmo's purpose for these stalks, but he was willing to assist in whatever Hanemo endeavored to do. Hanemo remained silent as he stepped aside, placing the hoe back in the cave, before emerging some time later. I am heading to the market. If you have no pressing matters, you should descend the mountain. Upon hearing that Hanemo intended to go to the market alone, Li the landlord's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily tidied the last cornstalk in his hand and immediately followed Hanemo. It is perilous outside now. I shall accompany you for your protection. Chapter 24, Li the landlord's perspective on Hanemo. Hanemo neither agreed nor refused, merely descending the mountain path, while Li the landowner hurriedly followed. Throughout this journey, Hanemo spoke little, yet Li the landowner chattered incessantly, seemingly eager to recount all the events of recent days. From Li's words, Hanemo learned that after the mountain bandits invaded the village, the villagers of Pingyang scattered in fear, with only 3 bandits, who focused solely on pillaging grain. One was tasked with transporting the loot, while the other 2 went from house to house demanding supplies. In the end, they amassed barely a dozen stone of grain. Li the landowner had prudently hidden his provisions early on and secured a safe haven for nearby villagers, subsequently drawing the bandits away before crossing paths with Hanemo. The ensuing events saw both of them pursued by the bandits. Furthermore, the home of Zhu Sailang, being that of a landlord, was subjected to particularly harsh treatment by the 3 bandits. Zhu Sailang's 4 young wives were brutalized, while the vile old matriarch was slain. Tragically, Zhu Sailang's wild children also met with humiliation and death at the hands of the bandits. This could be seen as poetic justice, given Zhu Sailang's history of abusing and even killing the children of ordinary tenant farmers. Strangely, upon hearing of these events, Hanemo felt a sense of exhilaration. After 2 hours of travel, they arrived at the bustling market of Tianyang City. Li the landowner was contemplating how to negotiate with the guards for entry when, to his surprise, the guards recognized Hanemo and promptly allowed them passage into the city. Still puzzled, Li observed Hanemo greeting various vendors in the market, exhibiting an air of familiarity. Little Hanemo, how do you know the guards of Tianyang City, and how is it that you are acquainted with all these vendors? A passing woman seized Hanmo's attention, glancing around in search of the corn she had been longing for. Little one, are you not selling corn today? Hanemo responded with a smile, stating that he would not sell today as he had sold out, and would deliver some to the elderly lady next month. Sold out. That's splendid. This means you can indulge in something good, she remarked. Is your family treating you well these days? The woman expressed her delight in Hanemo and did not forget to inquire about his current living situation at home. Hanemo pondered for a moment and replied, It's quite pleasant. I am living splendidly. The woman smiled as she bid farewell to Hanemo, and soon, an increasing number of people approached him to exchange greetings, each inquiring why he was not selling corn today. Hanemo patiently explained to each of them. Meanwhile, behind Hanemo, Li Kaiju remained silent, his eyes reddening. He finally comprehended how Hanemo had managed to survive, understood the depth of his familiarity with the guards of Tianyang City, and recognized why he was acquainted with the vendors in the marketplace. It turned out that for the past 2 months, Hanemo had been living in this manner. He had assumed that the corn Hanemo cultivated was solely for consumption, unaware that Han Mo had been transporting it to Tianyong City, several miles away, to sell. At merely 7 or 8 years of age, what could Han Mo possibly know? That vast expanse of cornfield spanned at least 4 or 5 acres. And he had to traverse over 10 miles. How much must he sell to sustain himself? A journey of more than 2 hours would challenge even the most robust of men to endure daily. Yet, little Han Mo must shoulder the burdens of life over those 10 miles. His diminutive frame bears the weight that one so young should not have to endure. While children of his age are comfortably engaged in their studies, with meals provided for them, Han Mo must navigate the treacherous paths of Ianwind Ridge. Laboring diligently for his daily sustenance, Lee the landlord stood still, observing the distant figure of young Han Mo. Feeling as though he no longer resembled a mere child, but rather a small adult, striving for survival. Little Han Mo, little Han Mo. All along, he had called him by this endearing name, yet he was unaware of when Han Mo had transitioned into adulthood. Perhaps it was the night the old blind man passed away, or perhaps it was that fateful evening when his third aunt sought to sell him to Zhu Siling. Or it may have been during his struggle to survive in Ianwind Ridge. At last, they arrived in Bayshore, where Lee the landlord discovered that many more people recognized Han Mo. Vendors and passers-by alike seemed familiar with him. It became clear to Lee that this was indeed the place where Han Mo eked out his existence. A boisterous butcher, spotting Han Mo, raised his cleaver with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ah, little Han Mo, we've kept a spot for you at the stall. Why haven't you brought any corn today?" With a smile, Han Mo greeted and explained. Subsequently, Li Kaiju etched this place into his memory, particularly the 3 vacant spaces. As the crowd ebbed and flowed, Li Kaiju envisioned Han Mo standing there daily, peddling his wares. Each cry resonated like a blade piercing his heart, causing waves of sharp pain. In Pingyong Village, everyone despised Han Mo, often resorting to violence and scorn. Yet here, he was recognized by all, embraced by the community, and treated with genuine kindness. This place seemed to be Han Mo's true home. Han Mo made his way towards the workshop, guided by the memories of yesterday. After the duration of a fragrant incense stick, he finally beheld the workshop, where the porridge vendor sat at the entrance with a furrowed brow. Inside, the 2 brothers, their eyes shadowed, diligently processed the yellow millet and wheat for him. "Uncle." With a resounding call from Han Mo, the porridge vendor abruptly lifted his head, immediately extending his arms and rushing towards Han Mo, enveloping him in a warm embrace. "Oh, little Han Mo, you're alive. You're alive. You frightened me to death." Observing this scene, reminiscent of a grandfather and grandson, Lee the landlord was transported back to that fateful night when the old blind man took Han Mo in. It was an eerily similar tableau. Unbeknownst to them, for years had silently elapsed. At that moment, the workshop brothers also noticed Han Mo outside, promptly pausing their tasks and approaching him. "Little brother, it's truly wonderful that you're safe. We were exceedingly worried." The second brother of the workshop gestured towards the interior. "Please wait just a moment. My brother and I will soon have everything completed." Han Mo nodded and subsequently retrieved a string of copper coins from the pouch he carried. "Esteemed brothers, here are 300 won. I am immensely grateful for the provisions you escorted me with last night. Were it not for your assistance, I would have likely lost all my supplies." Han Mo did not hesitate in the slightest. Promised 285 won, he handed over 300 won instead, prompting the workshop brothers to express their gratitude profusely. Lee the landlord finally understood that Han Mo's refusal to accompany him yesterday, even at the risk of his life to divert the mountain bandits, was ultimately to safeguard his grain from detection. It dawned on him that Han Mo had been bearing such a heavy burden merely to survive. After a moment, the workshop brothers emerged. "Young brother, it's ready now. Please inspect it. How do you intend to handle this rice bran and wheat chaff?" "2 elder brothers, I plan to sell it all, but I am unsure where to find a market for such a large surplus." The workshop leader pondered for a moment and replied, "You could sell it at the granary in Tianyong City. The prices are quite favorable. Additionally, you could sell it to the distillery, as they also purchase a significant amount of pure grain. Both locations accept such byproducts." Granary and distillery. Those indeed sound like promising venues, Han Mo noted silently. "Young brother, our cart has been returned. You may need to find your own means of transport." Han Mo nodded as he spotted his backpack and unicycle in the workshop, prompting him to ask the workers to retrieve them. With great anticipation, he claimed his cherished backpack and unicycle, eagerly loading the cart with 3 stones of grain, and placing an additional stone into the backpack. "Dear brothers, I will make a few more trips. Please assist me with the remaining grain," he implored. "It's a small matter. Do you need help?" Considering the need for compensation, Hanemo hesitated but ultimately declined the offer. He then approached, fastening the rope around his neck with determination, hefting the backpack aloft as he rose. With the coarse rope deftly looped around his neck, he grasped the handlebars, inhaled deeply. His small face flushing crimson and gradually straightened up, the backpack snug against his back. With resolute steps, he exited the workshop. The fully laden unicycle and the bulging backpack being carried by his diminutive figure. At that moment, Mr. Lee, his eyes already glistening, vividly envisioned Hanemo trudging 10 miles with such a heavy load of grain. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, he broke into tears. Hanemo. Chapter 25. The barrier disappears. It was only after he had transported all the grain to the granary that Hanemo finally took a moment to breathe, quenching his thirst with the spring water provided by the kanji vendor. Feeling the weight of the purse at his waist, Hanemo was immensely pleased. With 25 taels of silver, along with some scattered coins and copper, plus the money buried in the cave, he realized he had amassed at least 30 taels of silver. Finally, he possessed a greater sum of money, and all his efforts had been worthwhile. Uncle, I've earned money. I finally have funds. I want to buy 5 meat buns to eat. The kanji vendor smiled warmly, genuinely happy for Hanemo, witnessing the radiance of joy on Hanemo's face. Mr. Lee, with reddened eyes and a complex expression, approached him. 3 stones of grain weighed a staggering 90 kilograms. Even a man trained in martial arts would find it taxing. Yet Hanemo bore it alone. Mr. Lee knelt, enveloping Hanemo in an embrace, repeatedly uttering apologies. This long-awaited warmth, coupled with those heartfelt apologies, conjured the visage of the old blind man in Hanemo's mind, causing his eyes to well up. Since the old blind man's death over 2 months ago, he had lived in constant fear, terrified of being sold by his aunt, yet he had not cried. He hadn't wept when hunger twisted his stomach into knots, nor when he carried grain several times heavier than himself over great distances. But in this moment, hearing Mr. Lee's repeated mention of the old blind man, Hanemo felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. The pain he had suppressed in his heart was magnified infinitely, and he burst into tears, even fainting in Mr. Lee's embrace. The kanji vendor speculated that this one-armed man must be a relative of Hanemo's, and immediately began to chastise Mr. Lee, recounting the hardships Hanemo had endured over the past 2 months. Had it not been for Mr. Lee's robust stature, the vendor might have been inclined to strike him. Upon witnessing the unconscious Hanemo, the porridge vendor ultimately relented and brought both Lee Kaiju and Hanemo back to his humble abode. When Hanemo regained consciousness, he found himself in an unfamiliar dwelling, his face betraying a palpable tension. Crouching in a corner and clutching his knees, he seemed to recall something significant. Hastily reaching towards his waist, it was still there. The celestial tower remained intact. Hanemo exhaled with relief as the wooden door creaked open. Instantly alert, he relaxed upon recognizing the porridge vendor. Little Hanemo, feeling better? Don't be tense. This is my home. After a few comforting words, a woman's sharp reprimand pierced the air from outside. The porridge vendor urged Hanemo to remember to drink his porridge before hastily exiting. Soon, the woman's disdainful curses followed. Look at you. What have you achieved? The family is struggling so much that we can barely put food on the table, and yet you bring home 2 burdens. Are you trying to drive us to bankruptcy? Keep your voice down. Keep my voice down? This is my house. I will raise my voice as I please. And that one-handed man is nothing but a mute. For 3 days, he has done nothing but eat. I tell you, those 2 must be thrown out today, or I will take my son back to my mother's house. I will report them to the authorities. After all, they are out capturing bandits, and I shall claim they are bandits. With a creak, the wooden door swung open again, and the porridge vendor turned to see Hanemo, hastily urging him to return and rest. We'll leave today. We won't disturb Aunt. Humph, you speak so nicely. I heard from my husband that you are the one selling corn on the street. If you wish to show your gratitude, bring us more corn. I've heard you've recently sold quite a bit of pure grain. Given how much my husband has helped you, you should at least bring a couple of measures as thanks. You, be quiet. What are you saying to a child? The 2 began to argue in the yard, and after pondering for a moment, Hanemo decided to leave the porridge vendor's home, with Lee the landlord silently following him. Upon returning to the workshop, Hanemo sought out his fellow workers. I left a stone of pure grain here yesterday. Have either of you seen it? The workshop leader laughed heartily. The yard was damp the past 2 nights, so I moved it inside the workshop. Here it is. The workshop's second worker emerged, shouldering a bag of grain. Hanemo took the burden upon himself, carrying it to the rice porridge vendor's home, where he gently placed the sack at the doorstep and knocked before swiftly departing. It was not long before the vendor opened the gate, discovering a hefty sack of grain. At least one stone. He brought the bag inside. Look, do you see? This is a gift from that child. Are you satisfied now? Silence enveloped the room for a considerable time. Meanwhile, Hanmo navigated the market with ease, soon locating a stone workshop in the northern city. Upon learning that a stone tablet would cost no less than 20 taels of silver, he did not hesitate to purchase one. Instructing the stone mason to etch the words, "Tomb of the Blind Old Man." Beside him, Master Li regarded the scene with puzzlement. A child who would not spare even 5 won for a meat bun was now so willing to spend 20 taels on a stone tablet. Clearly, the old blind man held a profoundly significant place in Hanmo's heart. Hanmo carefully placed the stone tablet onto the unicycle and set off. As he passed by the steamed bun shop, he swallowed hard, ultimately abandoning the thought of purchasing a meat bun. Li, the wealthy landlord, had been aware of Hanmo's longing for meat buns for quite some time. Thus, he took out some copper coins from his pocket and bought 5 meat buns. Approaching Hanmo from behind, Li remained silent and simply extended the meat buns towards him. Hanmo hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately accepted the meat bun, taking a gentle bite and softly uttering his thanks. Although Li, the wealthy landowner, did not respond verbally, a subtle smile graced his lips, betraying his delight. He cradled the meat bun with one hand, struggling to hold it as he hunched over to take a bite. "This is all mine." Suddenly, Hanmo spoke, and as Master Li smiled, tears streamed down his face, as if the chasm between them had begun to dissipate. "Well, it is all thanks to you, Hanmo." This time, Master Li refrained from addressing him as Little Hanmo, for Hanmo had matured. The duo, one tall and one small, playfully departed from the bustling market of Tianyong City. Though they exchanged no words along the way, the nature of their relationship appeared to have transformed. Master Li sensed that Hanmo no longer harbored any resentment towards him. As they neared Pingyong village, Master Li suddenly inquired, "Hanmo, with Zhu Sailang now deceased and your third aunt still imprisoned, do you wish to return to Pingyong village? Do you wish to go back?" Hanmo had indeed contemplated this matter, yet he never considered returning. The old blind man's death was a consequence of the villagers from Pingyong, and he distinctly remembered the faces of each individual. Pingyong village was no longer his home. His true home resided on Wind Ridge. "Li, I shall not return. Wherever the old blind man rests is my home, and I find comfort in the mountains, free from the scrutiny of others." "Very well, whatever you desire. I shall support you. For the time being, you should remain in the mountains. Your wounds have yet to heal, and the bandits may return. I am quite familiar with Wind Ridge. Should they dare to intrude, I am confident that they will never leave." Li noticed an unprecedented ferocity in Hanmo's eyes as he uttered these words, a murderous intent. Alarmed, Li pondered how an 8-year-old child could harbor such thoughts. At that moment, a group of officials appeared in sight, 2 of whom were carrying a stretcher draped in white cloth. Curiosity piqued, Li intercepted them. "Excuse me, officials. What is this?" "Oh, we are from Pingyong village." Upon hearing this, the officials relaxed their vigilance. One official lifted the white cloth, and a flicker of surprise crossed Li's gaze. The corpse maintained a grip on a knife, the blade embedded in its forehead. This was not from that night. Li, recognizing the need for discretion, feigned ignorance. "This is one of the escaped criminals. We suspect he took his own life out of guilt." Chapter 26, The Shock of Li Out of Guilt? Li mused inwardly. He found it hard to believe that a bandit who had slaughtered dozens in Pingyong and looted their supplies would succumb to such despair. As this thought crossed his mind, he inadvertently glanced at Hanmo, curiosity swirling within him about the events of that night. Esteemed officials, were there not 3 bandits? What are the other 2? The official suddenly realized and hastily warned the others, "You must be careful. The remaining 2 bandits have disguised themselves and hidden within Pingyong village. We cannot capture them at this moment, especially with this child in tow." The revelation that the bandits had infiltrated Pingyong sent a jolt through Li. It seemed a return to Pingyong was out of the question for now. "Thank you, officials." After parting ways with the officers, the 2 trudged in the opposite direction of Pingyong village, heading towards Wind Ridge. Along the way, Li took care to erase their footprints, finally feeling reassured. Upon reaching the mountain, Hanmo set down the wheelbarrow and proceeded to carry the stone tablet to the grave of the old blind man. He dug a hole in front of the mound, then placed the tablet within the pit and pressed the earth down firmly with his hands. "Old blind man, once I earn my fortune, I shall build you a better home." Hanmo, bowing 3 times before the old blind man's grave, reflected on the resurgence of weeds in the fields, a daily task that had become his responsibility. He perceived the financial matters not as a sign of abnormality, but merely as remnants that had not been tidied up in due time. Is it possible for you to stay atop the mountain for a few days? Considering Han Mo's feelings, the wealthy Li inquired about his preference. That is acceptable. But I have only one bed. Upon receiving Han Mo's consent, Li felt a surge of joy and promptly discarded the weeds in the designated spot. By nightfall, he gathered some dry leaves and the previously discarded weeds, laying them down to create a makeshift bed. He yearned to experience Han Mo's former life, to understand him better, and to fulfill the old blind man's promise as a means of recompense. To him, both the old blind man and Han Mo had bestowed kindness upon him. When he first arrived in Pingyang village, it was the old blind man who offered him a plot of land, allowing him to establish his footing. Later, encountering Han Mo reminded him of his mentor's teachings and rekindled fragmented memories from his time on the Celestial Mountain. This endeavor was, in essence, an act of gratitude. That night, Li noticed Han Mo's back turned toward him but thought little of it. The transformation in Han Mo was sufficiently remarkable. What Li did not realize was that Han Mo had entered the realm of the Celestial Tower. After several days' absence, the Celestial Tower world had dramatically changed. With weeds towering over 3 feet high, Han Mo felt a wave of frustration wash over him, for he could not see a soul among the fields. Only rows upon rows of weeds lying in disarray. Even upon awakening, he had not managed to clear them all, leading to a sense of melancholy. A single day was insufficient to complete the task, revealing that he had indeed been rather complacent. However, he mused, if only he could enter the Celestial Tower world at will, he could manage the weeds as they sprouted, regardless of the time. Han Mo glanced at the empty straw mat beside him and realized that Master Li was no longer in the cave. Stepping outside, he found Master Li surprisingly tilling the soil. He wished to inform him that this endeavor was futile, yet he was at a loss for words to articulate his thoughts. Regarding the matter of the Celestial Tower, he had no intention of confiding in anyone. The old blind man had once advised that wealth should remain concealed. The fewer who are aware, the safer it is for oneself. Han Mo squatted by the fire pit, kindling a fire to cook corn. Before long, he handed 2 ears of corn to Li Kaiju. Noticing that Han Mo only had 1 ear of corn in his hand, Li Kaiju candidly remarked that he never partook in breakfast. Han Mo remained silent, and after finishing his meal, he climbed to the mountaintop. Li Kaiju, filled with trepidation, feared that a careless misstep could lead to a fatal fall. He hurriedly positioned himself beneath Han Mo for protection. However, it wasn't long before Li Kaiju observed Han Mo seated in a lotus position atop a stone, his hands forming peculiar seals before his chest. A wave of astonishment washed over him. He was taken aback and, uncertain, hastily followed him up the mountain. Upon witnessing Han Mo's flawless posture, Li Kaiju's pupils widened in disbelief, transporting his thoughts back to his time on the Immortal Mountain. Back then, his senior brothers had engaged in similar practices, stating that they were sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, converting it into primordial force for cultivation. Regrettably, at that time, he was merely an ordinary mortal, unable to sense the spiritual energy or awaken his spiritual roots. Thankfully, his body had been nurtured by this energy for over a decade, allowing him to perceive the faintest traces of it, though he could not absorb it. Now, however, Han Mo's actions mirrored those of his senior brothers, and he could feel the spiritual energy beginning to coalesce around him, albeit not absorbed. Thus, it seemed that Han Mo had already embarked on the path of cultivation. The reason he could not absorb the energy was clear. Han Mo had yet to awaken his spiritual roots. Li Kaiju was astounded. The ability to attract such dense spiritual energy without awakened roots was astonishing. If he were to awaken them, what might he achieve? Calculating the time, Han Mo was already 8 years old, the prime age for awakening spiritual roots. He resolved to return to the Immortal Mountain when the opportunity arose, seeking his mentor's assistance in awakening Han Mo's roots. Yet suddenly, a realization struck him, and he gazed at Han Mo with alarm. How could this boy, a mere beggar from Pingyang village just 2 months prior, begin to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? To attract such energy, one must possess celestial techniques. Where had he acquired such techniques? Li Kaiju's shock lingered, compelling him to sit beside Han Mo and wait, reasoning that Han Mo was merely at the beginning of his meditation and would not take long. Yet, this wait extended into an entire day. Seeing no signs of Han Mo awakening, Li Kaiju decided to descend the mountain in search of edible wild fruits. As the moon rose high in the sky, Han Mo awoke to find it had grown dark outside. Eagerly, he returned to the cave to lie down and sleep, resolving to clear the weeds as soon as possible. Emptying his mind, Hanmo's consciousness gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, upon returning and finding Hanmo asleep, Li Kaiju presumed he was exhausted and refrained from waking him. He then stepped outside the cave to converse with the old blind man in the dirt mound. The following morning, he left a note and descended the mountain. In the subsequent days, Hanmo maintained a routine of rising early and retiring early. During the day, he continued to practice the sitting meditation technique, discovering that this method invigorated him with energy and strength. At night, he ventured into the world of the Immortal Tower to clear the weeds. After several days of diligent effort, Hanmo successfully cleaned the entire area of the Immortal Tower and, just last night, planted millet and wheat across nearly 10 acres of land. Indeed, it was 10 acres. Hanmo also discovered a peculiar characteristic of the Celestial Tower. With each harvest, the land within the Celestial Tower would expand to twice its previous size. Initially, he possessed a little over 2 acres. During the second harvest, it increased to 5 acres. And now he has acquired a total of 10 acres. Outside the cave, due to the terrain, the newly added land encircled the mountaintop by half. The abundance of land brought immense joy to Hanmo. With such a vast expanse, he could cultivate more crops and generate greater profits. Moreover, based on his previous observations, the yellow millet and wheat would reach full maturity in just a month and a half. He still had 10 taels of silver at home, sufficient to sustain him during this month and a half. On the 10th day, Master Li returned in a state of panic, wielding a machete and an axe. Chapter 27. Mountain Bandits Enter the Mountains. Hanmo's Celestial Techniques. Master Li discarded his weapons and hurriedly approached to check if Hanmo was injured. Upon seeing that Hanmo was unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Master Li, what troubles you? The officials have sent people to the village to apprehend individuals. The 2 mountain bandits got wind of this and fled to the Wind Ridge. I rushed back as soon as I heard the news. Mountain bandits are entering the mountains? A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through Hanmo, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. After spending considerable time in meditative practice, he had honed his ability to perceive the sounds emanating from the base of the mountain. Typically, the presence of visitors would be betrayed by the rustle of footsteps. Could it be that someone had stealthily entered the mountain under the cover of night while he rested? Come, let us return. Without a moment's hesitation, the rich landowner seized Hanmo and urged him up the mountain. Yet, as they ventured forth, the increasing expanse of land around them filled the landowner with mounting astonishment. When he departed 10 days prior, Hanmo's territory was limited to a mere patch outside the cave. Now, it appeared to be encircled by an expansive area. Had Hanmo truly cultivated this land all by himself during that time? Moreover, the plot closest to the cave was already sprouting a multitude of seedlings. A pang of regret struck the landowner's heart as he lamented that had he not left, he could have assisted Hanmo, who he could well imagine toiling day and night in the fields. Unbeknownst to him, the credit for this flourishing land belonged to the Celestial Tower, though the sheer volume of 10 acres was still beyond Hanmo's complete cultivation. Hanmo, you mentioned you finished the last 2 books. I have brought you more. As he spoke, the landowner retrieved an array of books from his bundle, causing Hanmo's eyes to gleam with excitement as he eagerly approached, flipping through them one by one. Since delving into the mathematical texts in the Book of Changes gifted by the landowner, Hanmo had gained profound insights, mastering arithmetic with newfound confidence and developing an unprecedented passion for literature. Alas, he had exhausted the contents of the 2 volumes. While the latter sections of the spirit summoning technique remained inscrutable to him, especially the mentions of spiritual roots, which he could not comprehend. Fortunately, the landowner's timely arrival with these new books would allow him to acquire even more knowledge. Hanmo, peruse the books here. If there's anything you don't understand, make a note of it, and I shall elucidate it upon my return. After imparting this advice, the landowner, armed with an axe and a knife, descended the mountain but did not leave the Wind Ridge. After a time equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, Hanmo heard the sounds of timber being felled below. However, this would not disrupt his study of the texts. By evening, the landowner returned with an assortment of timber. Having made several trips, and the area outside the cave was soon piled high with wood. Landowner, what purpose do you have for all this timber? He inquired. The landowner chuckled heartily, approaching the wood with a short knife in hand. I shall construct a bed for you, thus saving you the expense of purchasing one. A bed? Hanmo did not recall that Li the Wealthy possessed such a talent. After toiling for quite some time, the daylight had faded, and only then did Li the Wealthy reluctantly cease his activities and step into the cave. So, is there anything that remains unclear? Upon hearing this, Hanmo promptly approached with a book in hand to inquire. Initially, Lee the landlord pondered for quite some time before providing a response, which was exceedingly detailed. Lee the landlord, did you not previously claim to be illiterate? A faint blush of embarrassment crept across Lee's face as he chuckled awkwardly. I feared you might not comprehend. So I have been seeking guidance from the scholar in the village during this period. Although it was merely a mundane exchange, Hanemo felt a warmth in his heart. Lee the landlord, in this manner, resembled the former blind man, diligently engaging in every matter and patiently elucidating any questions that arose. As time swiftly passed, half a month had elapsed, and Hanemo had completed reading all the books brought by Lee the landlord. He dedicated an additional 5 days to comprehend and assimilate the knowledge within. Over the span of 20 days, Hanemo ascended the cave's summit each morning to practice meditation, study books in the afternoon, and tended to the garden in the world of the celestial tower by watering and weeding at night. Not a moment was squandered. Furthermore, Hanemo noticed that since the last harvest, the duration of the celestial tower's 2 parts merging seemed to have increased. It could now sustain for 5 breaths. Thus, Hanemo discovered a second remarkable feature of the celestial tower. As long as he cultivated more crops and acquired more land, the tower would eventually be fully restored. Meanwhile, Lee the landlord crafted 2 beds, one large and one small, which fit perfectly within the cave, leaving ample space for other belongings. That night, as the two prepared to sleep, Hanemo suddenly opened his eyes and sat upright. Observing Hanmo's reaction, Lee inquired, "Are you not accustomed to this bed? I shall make you another one come morning." "No, there are whispers in the mountains." Upon hearing this, Lee the landlord immediately became alert, hastily retrieving his axe from beneath the bed and handing a short knife to Hanemo. Soon enough, Lee too heard it. Hanemo was indeed correct. Voices echoed from the mountains. The voices seemed to belong to the 2 bandits who had concealed themselves in the hills. It appeared that a peaceful slumber would be elusive this evening. Who could say if the bandits would discover their whereabouts? Should they sleep too soundly and be found? They would surely meet their demise here. Conceal yourself here. I shall venture out to investigate. Lee the landlord exuded confidence. Previously, he had been distracted while protecting the villagers during their retreat, which had allowed the bandits to injure him. However, now, facing 2 ordinary bandits alone posed no challenge. Even with just one arm. Let it not be forgotten, he had trained in martial arts upon the celestial mountain. Lee treaded softly, descending the mountainside, following the faint sounds to ascertain their source. After a half-hour of careful navigation, he finally discerned 2 figures in the darkness. As the moonlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, Lee recognized their faces. Indeed, they were the 2 bandits who had escaped. Are you certain that the young lad resides within these mountains? Do you recall our pursuit of that individual, who possesses but one arm? He is the landlord of East Village. He has been frequently traversing this mountain in recent days. If that lad is not in Pingyong Village, he must be here. In the darkness, Lee the wealthy man felt a tumult of emotions within. He never anticipated that he would be the one to expose Hanmo's whereabouts. Suddenly, with a snap, he inadvertently stepped on a branch, alerting 2 mountain bandits. Who goes there? Come out. The bandit tightened his grip on the machete and approached Lee. Instantly, Lee felt an overwhelming sense of tension. He had intended to launch a surprise attack, but that plan was now untenable. Nevertheless, even face to face, he held no fear. These mere common bandits were not enough to instill dread in him. Spotting the trees before him, a plan swiftly formed in Lee's mind. As the bandit swung his machete, clearing the underbrush, he found nothing concealed within. Suddenly, a shout erupted from above, and Lee descended from the heights, drawing his axe from his waist mid-fall, aiming for the one-eyed bandit's head. The one-eyed bandit's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly pulled his companion in front of him. With a sickening thud, the axe struck true, cleaving the bandit's skull in 2, resulting in instant death. The one-eyed bandit, unaccustomed to such ferocity from a villager, wasted no time and fled. "Stop!" Lee exclaimed, realizing that the bandit's path led directly to the mountain's summit where Hanemo remained. Yet, the one-eyed bandit's speed was astonishing. The weight of the axe severely hampered Lee's pursuit. Without hesitation, he discarded the axe and seized the machete from the fallen bandit, pursuing the fleeing figure. In the inky night, one fled while the other chased, and soon they reached the mountain peak. From a distance, the one-eyed bandit beheld the flickering flames ahead and spotted Hanemo at the cave's entrance, surrounded by fields brimming with crops. His heart soared with joy. At last, "I have found it. No wonder there is such an abundance of food. It all resides here." The one-eyed bandit felt emboldened, convinced that the young boy would be paralyzed with fear. Thus he advanced, raising his machete to deliver a fatal blow to the child. intending to disrupt the one-armed villager and turn the tides in his favor to seize the bounty of the land. Child, perish. The one-eyed bandit snarled as he swung down towards Hanemo. But in the next heartbeat, the bandit's expression shifted dramatically. The machete rebounded with force, striking him at the neck, and his head fell to the ground. Lee stared wide-eyed, having witnessed the entire event unfold with clarity. A layer of milky white barrier suddenly enveloped Hanemo, thwarting the strike of the one-eyed bandit and rebounding the mountain-splitting blade. This is sorcery. Hanemo unexpectedly possesses celestial powers. Chapter 28. A Bountiful Harvest, Awakening the Spiritual Roots. The body of the one-eyed mountain bandit toppled backward, his head rolling to rest at Hanmo's feet. Just as Lee the landlord approached to offer comfort, he witnessed Hanemo kick the head aside with disdain. Without hesitation, Hanemo effortlessly lifted the 200-pound corpse and carried it to the side, discarding it down the slope. Upon inspecting the area, Lee discovered a pit that had clearly been prepared by Hanemo, spacious enough to accommodate 2 bodies. I shall retrieve the corpse from below for burial. Lee soon grasped Hanmo's intent and promptly turned to descend the mountain. Before long, he returned, shouldering a corpse missing half its head, extracting the severed portion from the clothing and tossing it into the pit. Later, Lee fetched a hoe, jumped into the deep pit, and filled it in, subsequently placing logs on top to secure it and covering it with dry twigs and leaves to conceal the evidence. The night passed in silence, having committed murder. Neither of the two could find rest, choosing instead to sit by the fire and engage in idle conversation. From Lee, Hanemo learned that many lives had been lost in Pingyong village as the mountain bandits hoarded food deep in the mountains, leaving the villagers without supplies and destined to resort to begging for survival, much like Hanemo once did. Lee suggested that Hanemo leave Windridge, for eventually the authorities would discover their deed. Yet, Hanemo steadfastly refused, reiterating his unwavering resolve. Wherever the old blind man is, there is my home. Thus, the matter faded into obscurity. In the ensuing long stretch of time, Hanemo diligently tended to the fields, weeding and watering, ensuring the millet and wheat flourished remarkably. In addition, Hanemo had committed all the knowledge from his books to memory and requested Lee to bring him more literature. Each time Lee ascended the mountain, he was astonished by the rapid growth of the millet, transforming daily, yielding a harvest in a month. The growth surpassed that of the tenant farmers below by a considerable margin, leaving Lee marveling at Hanmo's extraordinary methods, perhaps akin to the techniques of the celestial beings he had witnessed on the celestial mountain. However, Hanemo was no celestial being. He had yet to successfully absorb spiritual energy into his body, causing Lee to grow increasingly anxious. He contemplated a visit to the celestial mountain to seek the aid of a sage to help awaken Hanmo's spiritual roots, though he was also concerned for Hanmo's safety, leading to a delay in action. One day, Lee arrived at Windridge to find Hanemo laboring alone in the fields. He ventured to the cave to fetch a sickle and joined Hanemo in the harvest. Though they worked swiftly, after a full day of toil, they had barely gathered half of their crop. Lee calculated that they had harvested less than 3 acres, yielding 16 stones of grain, more than twice the usual yield of the tenant farmers. Over the years, he had cultivated grain himself, with an acre yielding a maximum of 3 stones. In this year of disaster, 2 stones per acre was considered a high yield. Yet Hanemo's fields produced at least 5 stones per acre. By calculation, those 10 acres would yield no less than 50 stones. Certainly, this was merely a rough estimate by Master Lee. The precise yield would only be known after the entire harvest had been collected. After 5 days of labor, the 2 men had finally gathered all the grain from the 10 acres of land. To Master Lee's astonishment, there remained a remarkable surplus of 100 stones of grain, far exceeding his expectations. Calculating this yields 10 stones per acre, which is comparable to the annual harvest of half of Pingyong village. It seems that I, despite my stature, am not adept at arithmetic. Master Lee felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing his miscalculations, particularly regarding the acreage harvested on the first day. Hanemo, how do you intend to handle this grain? I propose to continue selling to the winery and granary. However, the winery may not require such a large quantity, so the remainder will go to the granary. In this year of calamity, grain is already scarce. In recent days, he had read extensively and learned that Tiannong City belonged to the royal family of the Great Zhou. With external threats looming over the Great Zhou, grain was being purchased from all corners to ensure the soldiers in the north had adequate supplies. Thus, the granary would accept grain at any quantity, albeit at a slightly lower price compared to the winery. Hanemo had no intention of continuing to sell grain, as the market price was even lower than that of the granary. The distillery had specific requirements for grain, as it needed to be processed on-site. However, there was a silver lining. They also accepted the byproducts, while the granary, aiming to minimize transportation costs, only accepted coarse grains. The front lines had their own makeshift workshops, and the byproducts could be used to feed the horses. After devising a plan, Hanmo made his way to Tianyang City to meet with the workshop brothers, instructing them to prepare 5 carts for transporting the grain. Upon learning that Hanmo had surplus grain, the workshop brothers, eager for work, readily agreed to his request. Subsequently, Hanmo visited the distillery and discovered that they only required 30 stones of grain. He promptly signed the sales contract and then proceeded to the government office to obtain the necessary documentation for selling the grain. This document was exclusively for the granary's use. It meticulously recorded the quantity sold, and the granary would only pay based on the documentation, refusing any excess. This served as a safeguard for himself. The following day, the workshop brothers, adhering to Hanmo's instructions, waited with their carts at the agreed-upon location, soon spotting Hanmo and the wealthy Li approaching in the distance. In the rear, Hanmo exerted his strength, while Master Li secured a hemp rope at the front of the wheelbarrow, slinging it over his shoulder to facilitate his efforts and alleviate Han's challenges as they ascended the slope. Upon witnessing the remarkable 5 stones of grain that Hanmo had transported in one go, the workshop brothers were utterly astonished, pondering the immense strength of the young lad. Little did they realize that this was a newly crafted wheelbarrow by Master Li for Hanmo, offering greater capacity and ease of transport. With Master Li's assistance, the task became significantly lighter. After a total of 10 trips, 5 carts were filled to the brim, amounting to a full 100 stones of grain. The workshop brothers beamed with delight, recalling the previous arrangement where they would receive 5 as their share. In total, they earned 501. And with the additional transportation fee, their earnings exceeded a tale of silver. Transporting grain proved slightly more lucrative than processing it, considering the risks involved in years of disaster. Mountain bandits posed a significant threat, and one misstep could cost them their lives. Furthermore, with the daily minor earnings, they could anticipate an income of 2 to 3 taels of silver each day, a sum quite substantial. The workshop brothers finalized their accounts, clearly stating that they would return to the workshop in 3 days to collect the grain. Hanmo paid the fee and subsequently departed from the workshop, carrying some corn. He had not forgotten his promise to Aunt Ju to deliver some corn to her, having specifically reserved a small plot of land for its cultivation. Upon arriving at Aunt Ju's residence, she initially expressed some confusion. However, after understanding the circumstances, she candidly admitted that she was merely joking and had not anticipated Hanmo taking her seriously. After accepting the corn, Aunt Ju invited Hanmo to share lunch with her before bidding him farewell. The remaining corn was then distributed to those who had once aided him. The uncle at the porridge stall received 10 ears of corn and half a bag of grain, continuously expressing his gratitude to Hanmo. At last, after a day filled with activity, the two decided to return. Upon leaving Tianyang City, Master Li suddenly called out to Hanmo, "We are relatively close to Baiyan Temple. Come with me, and I shall invite the master to awaken your spiritual root." At the mention of awakening the spiritual root, a flicker of excitement sparked in Hanmo's eyes, accompanied by a sense of yearning. He had come to understand what a spiritual root entailed, in essence. It was the prerequisite for becoming an immortal, for only by awakening one's spiritual root could one ascend to immortality. Master Li had previously informed him that the sitting meditation he often practiced atop the mountain was, in fact, a form of meditation training, wherein one transforms spiritual energy into primordial force for absorption. It was then that Hanmo realized the reason he could not allow energy to enter his mind. It was not true energy, but rather primordial force, the conversion of the world's spiritual energy into primordial force, absorbed within the body. This was the true mastery of the spirit guiding technique. Only by awakening the spiritual root could one allow the primordial force to circulate throughout the body, thus commencing genuine cultivation. Old blind man, do you see? I too can become an immortal. Chapter 29, Baiyan Temple. Hanmo returned to Tianyang City, requesting his workshop brothers to assist in coordinating with the distillery and granary, assuring them that he would soon return to settle the payment. The workshop brothers readily agreed. Upon his return, Hanmo followed Master Li eastward toward the celestial heights, their silhouettes elongated in the twilight glow. Yet this journey stretched on for 4 days and 3 nights, leading them to a foreign city, Fengchuan City. Fengchuan City is renowned for its bountiful harvests, supplying the majority of the grain for the Great Zhou each year. However, with the onset of warfare between the Great Zhou royal family and foreign tribes, Fengchuan City soon became a prime target for occupation. The royal family, determined not to let Fengchuan fall, dispatched heavy troops to guard it, rendering it impervious to siege for over a decade, compelling the invaders to relinquish their attempts. Yet, years of conflict had left Fengchuan in ruins, its inhabitants displaced and desolate. Due to the city's unique geography, it harbored not only the people of the Great Zhou, but also many from foreign tribes. Han Mo had already discerned this characteristic on his journey, and he noted the soil's remarkable fertility, making it indeed suitable for agriculture. This voyage piqued Han Mo's curiosity about the environment around him, for it was his first venture beyond Pingyang village, and he marveled at the myriad of landscapes he encountered. Upon entering Fenghuan City, Master Li's gaze remained fixed on Han Mo, cautioning him that this was a frontier of the Great Zhou, teeming with diverse ethnicities, and warned him not to trust anyone. "Wait here while I retrieve the transit documents," he instructed, leaving Han Mo at the government office. Shortly after Master Li departed, a strangely dressed man appeared across the street, leaning against a wall and fixated on Han Mo. After about a quarter of an hour, Master Li emerged. Reassured by Han Mo's safety, his earlier anxiety dissipating. "We are being followed," Han Mo alerted as they proceeded toward the eastern gate of Fengchuan City. Master Li paused momentarily but revealed no signs of disturbance. After presenting the transit documents and confirming their passage with the city guards, they were permitted to continue. "Be cautious. The mountain roads are rife with bandits." Master Li expressed his gratitude to the guards, and together they ventured eastward. 3 days later, they finally arrived beneath the overlapping mountains. Gazing upward, they saw wisps of white mist swirling about the mountain's midsection, obscuring their view of the peculiar peaks above. At the foot of the mountain, a stone staircase wound its way into the depths of the mist. The two ascended the stone steps, entering the mountain range, and shortly thereafter, a strangely dressed youth followed them, unaware of their presence. As they delved deeper, Han Mo noticed travelers pausing to rest along the way. Curiously, each of these travelers shared a common trait. They all accompanied children, ranging from 6 or 7 years old to 16 or 17. Observing Han Mo's perplexity, Master Li elucidated. "In recent days, the Celestial Mountain has been recruiting, which has drawn these people here. We have arrived at an opportune moment." Li the rich man smiled, quickening his pace. And Han Mo immediately kept up, walking as effortlessly as a cloud, astonishing the surrounding youths of 16 or 17 years. They had climbed to this point, panting and exhausted, only to find that a mere child of 7 or 8 surpassed them in speed, which inevitably sparked a sense of rivalry within them. Ignoring their parents' calls, they gritted their teeth and followed suit. Their parents, resigned, had no choice but to accompany them. As they ventured deeper into the white clouds, the mist enveloped them, and Han Mo felt as though he had entered a fairyland. An unparalleled sense of comfort surrounded him, prompting him to call out towards the empty mountain. Within his tender voice, there was a hint of weariness. Observing Han Mo's expression, Li the rich man pondered that the boy had been suppressed for too long and needed to release his emotions. "Is this the Immortal Mountain, Li the rich man?" After a moment of exhilaration, Han Mo pointed towards the clouds and mist of the empty mountain, unable to suppress his curiosity, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for Li the rich man's response. Li the rich man smiled gently and raised his hand to point above the clouds. "Once we enter the mountain and traverse the clouds, only then do we reach the Immortal Mountain." These words resonated with Han Mo, akin to the skills of the immortals, causing him to reveal a longing expression and quicken his steps once more. As evening approached, the sky darkened, and a chill wind blew. Han Mo, already clad in thin garments, involuntarily shivered. Noticing this, Li the rich man removed his coat and draped it over Han Mo's shoulders. "By noon tomorrow, we shall be among the clouds." That night, as the cold intensified, they reluctantly sought refuge in a nearby household. Upon seeing Li the rich man, the family was initially taken aback, then welcomed them as if they were old friends, ushering them into their humble abode. They were treated to dinner and provided shelter, and Han Mo developed a fondness for this family. Upon inquiry, he learned that they bore the surname Yi and had one son who had entered the Immortal Mountain to apprentice under a Taoist master. Listening to their tales, Han Mo's anticipation for the Immortal Mountain grew. How wonderful it would be to join the Immortal Mountain. However, his excitement waned upon hearing that once one became a disciple of the Immortals, returning to the mortal realm would not be easy. In the words of the Yi family patriarch, once you enter the Immortal Gate, the paths of immortals and mortals diverge. He yearned to become a disciple of the Immortals, but did not wish to part ways with the old blind man. who had shown him kindness. If he were to become an immortal and forget the old blind man, Hanemo questioned himself. Could he truly do that? In that moment, he suddenly longed to return to Tianong City, to Pingyong Village, to the Yin Wind Ridge, to live as an ordinary person, to farm daily, to be well-fed and clothed, and to pass his life in peace. Of course, this thought was merely a fleeting notion. The next morning, Li the rich man bid farewell to the Yi family and led Han Mo back onto the stone steps, just as the hour suggested. As Li the rich man had foretold, they indeed reached the clouds. Beyond the clouds, there were no more stone steps. Han Mo found himself at a loss as to which way to proceed. This seemed to serve as a reminder to mortals. The path to immortality is fraught with challenges, more difficult than ascending to the clouds. Not everyone can become a cultivator. At that moment, a stone ladder suddenly soared from the depths of the clouds. A miraculous feat that left Han Mo in awe. A mere stone, gliding effortlessly through the air. Was this the magic of the celestial beings? Master Li chuckled softly and beckoned Han Mo to step onto the stone ladder. As a gentle breeze swept by, the ladder began to move. Han Mo, caught off guard, nearly lost his balance, but fortunately, Master Li swiftly grasped his arm, preventing him from falling. Han Mo once believed that Yifeng Ridge in Pingyong Village was the highest mountain. But upon looking down, he discovered that this place was even loftier than the Yifeng Ridge he stood upon. Han Mo felt a lingering fear. Should he fall, his remains would surely be obliterated. The stone steps ascended slowly towards an unseen horizon, and as the surrounding mountains faded from view, a sense of emptiness enveloped Han Mo for reasons he could not discern. Entering the immortal realm, there would be no turning back. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed ominously from all directions, prompting Han Mo to look around, yet he saw no one. This served as a warning from the ancestral master to all who yearned for immortality. Han Mo remained silent for a moment before suddenly turning his gaze towards Master Li. Is it true that once one enters the immortal mountain, it becomes exceedingly difficult to return to the mundane world? Not necessarily, replied Master Li, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Those who truly tread the path of immortality are invariably those blessed with spiritual roots. Without such roots, one cannot hope to become a disciple of the immortals. However, if one possesses unwavering sincerity, the gates of the immortal sect may still be opened, allowing one to remain in the immortal mountain to perform menial tasks, and occasionally even to learn martial arts. Han Mo nodded, lost in thought. After a considerable time, he sensed the pace of the stone steps easing. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a mountain gate ahead, adorned with stone lotuses suspended in midair. Inscribed upon the stone plaque were 3 characters, Bai Yunguan. The grand gate stood wide open, while the stone lotuses twirled, revealing gilded script, azure waters, and vermilion hues. In leisurely years, amidst the celestial mountains and jade pavilions, appear hard on the path of immortality, within Bai Yunguan, the immortal of white clouds. Chapter 30. The 5 Elements of Mixed Spiritual Roots. The gilded couplets instantly captivated Han Mo's gaze, rendering him momentarily spellbound. Here, figures clad in Taoist robes awaited him. Han Mo understood that these must be the immortals from the celestial mountains, and he immediately felt a profound respect, harboring not the slightest hint of disrespect. Han Mo observed that these individuals were adorned in extravagant attire, reminiscent of the opulent robes he had previously encountered. The celestial being he had once slain with a stone wore a similar garment, yet there were notable distinctions when juxtaposed with the attire of these individuals. Han Mo recalled that the celestial being had possessed a jade pendant, upon which the character Shin was inscribed. In contrast, these individuals also bore a jade stone at their waists. Yet it was too distant for Han Mo to discern the inscriptions clearly. Upon returning to the stone platform, Han Mo was finally able to see that the jade worn by these individuals bore not the character Shin, nor was it limited to a single character. Instead, it inscribed the words Bai Yun. Han Mo observed as Master Li unexpectedly approached and bowed to the gathered individuals. Greetings to my esteemed senior brothers. The crowd responded with cupped fists. Han Mo keenly noticed that Master Li, despite being older than these celestial beings, displayed profound respect in their presence. This was in stark contrast to Pingyong Village, where younger individuals were expected to show deference to their elders. Junior Brother Li, is this child of yours from the mortal realm? Master Li smiled and explained to the youngest-looking celestial being present. Indeed, Brother Zhang. This child is the descendant of an old acquaintance. I recognized his potential for cultivation and intended to invite a master down from the mountain to awaken his spiritual roots. However, due to various trivial matters, I brought him here personally, only to unexpectedly encounter the annual selection at the temple. Oh, I see. Please wait a moment. Once the other children arrive, I will have junior brother Chen guide you to meet the master." Upon hearing this, Master Li was immensely grateful to the celestial being. "Thank you, senior brother." After approximately 4 hours of waiting, the crowd at the mountain gate grew increasingly curious, with even the children's parents expressing their admiration. "Now that everyone has arrived, let us ascend the mountain." With that, the long-robed masters turned and ascended the stone steps, moving with remarkable speed and grace. While the mortals struggled to keep pace, Master Li followed closely behind the celestial being known as Brother Zhang, who remarked, remarkably composed, "This child seems to have undergone body refinement. Did you assist him in this?" Master Li was taken aback, glancing at Han Mo in surprise. Unaware that Han Mo had indeed completed the body refinement, but at a loss for how to respond to Brother Zhang's inquiry. "Brother Zhang, this child possesses the ability to absorb spiritual energy, which is truly remarkable." Upon hearing this, the others finally noticed Han Mo's extraordinary nature. As the surrounding spiritual energy flowed toward him, though it could not be transformed into primordial power, it was nonetheless absorbed by Han Mo. The crowd felt a sense of intrigue. Brother Zhang furrowed his brows slightly and said in a solemn tone, "Once the ancestor has examined him, perhaps we will understand the situation better. Junior Brother Chen, please take Junior Brother Li to meet the master." A tall celestial being stepped forward, leading Master Li and Han Mo away, eliciting envy from the parents and children who had been trailing behind, as they reprimanded their own offspring for not stepping forward to showcase themselves. However, the expressions of Brother Zhang and the others remained unchanged as they focused solely on the journey. Upon arriving at the prearranged wooden hut, Brother Zhang finally halted. "You shall stay here tonight, and at dawn tomorrow, the master will come to awaken the spiritual roots of your children. Those with spiritual roots are fated for the path of immortality and may remain on the celestial mountain. Those without spiritual roots, who are unfit for this path, must return whence they came." After Brother Zhang finished speaking, he departed, leaving a group of younger disciples to arrange accommodations for the parents and children. Meanwhile, Li the Wealthy and Han Mo had already arrived at a side hall. Upon entering, they were greeted by an entirely different scene, a courtyard with a pond where lotus flowers bloomed, exuding a fragrant aroma that brought a sense of tranquility to Han Mo's mind and body. The three of them paused outside a pavilion to wait, and after a moment, an elderly man with a head of white hair emerged from within the hall. "Master, Brotherly Shan has entrusted me with a matter." Brother Chen bowed respectfully. The old man nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Brother Chen to step back out of the hall. "Studently Shan, I pay my respects to you, sir." Upon seeing this person, Li the Wealthy hurriedly knelt down, and Han Mo hesitated for a moment before following suit. The old man nodded, and upon noticing Li the Wealthy's missing left arm, a flicker of sympathy crossed his eyes. He then turned his attention to Han Mo, suddenly exclaiming in surprise, "Strange, strange, unawakened, yet able to draw in spiritual energy." The old man immediately recognized Han Mo's uniqueness and deduced the reason for Li the Wealthy's return to Bayun Temple. He then extended a finger, gently touching the space between Han Mo's brows. In an instant, the old man let out a voice of regret. "How peculiar! A child so harmoniously attuned to the spiritual essence of heaven and earth possesses a mixed 5-element spiritual root. What a pity, what a pity!" The master quickly assessed Han Mo's spiritual root and had just awakened it. However, upon hearing this result, Li the Wealthy appeared exceedingly agitated. "Master, does Han Mo's awakening of a spiritual root mean he can cultivate?" Li the Wealthy failed to notice the flicker of worry in Han Mo's eyes upon discovering he indeed possessed a spiritual root. Nevertheless, the master looked earnestly at the two and proceeded to explain. "The path of cultivation indeed requires one to have a spiritual root to enter. But how far one can progress on this journey depends on the quality of the spiritual root. Common spiritual roots are categorized into 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the rare mutated roots. The quality of spiritual roots is divided into 4 levels: heavenly, earthly, human, and pseudo. Heavenly spiritual roots are singular and exceptionally pure, allowing for smooth cultivation. They are the top-tier roots that countless sects and powers in the cultivation world covet. Earthly spiritual roots, with 2 harmonious attributes, have a slower cultivation speed than heavenly roots. Human spiritual roots consist of 3 types, cultivating at a moderate pace but excelling in versatility. As for pseudo-spiritual roots, also known as mixed 5-element roots, they can sense the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, yet their cultivation efficacy is exceedingly poor, making it extremely difficult to overcome bottlenecks. one may spend an entire lifetime without breaking through the early stages of qi refinement. Particularly in this cultivation world where spiritual energy is scarce, rendering it even more challenging. One might even say they are fated to be estranged from the path of immortality. Unless vast resources for cultivation are poured in, it is difficult for anyone, let alone ordinary people, to support a mixed five-element root, even among the royal families. The master truly had not anticipated that Han Mo would turn out to be a pseudo-spiritual root. Therefore, Li Shan, do you understand my meaning? The smile on Master Li's face gradually faded, replaced by a sense of melancholy. He had never awakened a spiritual root and now realized the intricate classifications that existed. It was a revelation that merely awakening a spiritual root did not guarantee the ability to cultivate. With a mixed five-element spiritual root, one might struggle throughout their life to break through the initial stage of qi refining. Moreover, Han Mo lacked the familial support to bolster his ambitions. The prospect of reaching the qi refining stage seemed as daunting as ascending to the heavens. Li Shan, take this child down the mountain, pleaded Master Li. Sir, I implore you to keep Han Mo here, allowing him to study martial arts on the Immortal Mountain, just as your students did in the past. Master Li was reluctant to relinquish hope. If he, without a spiritual root, could learn martial arts for over a decade, how much more potential lay in Han Mo? Although merely a pseudo-spiritual root, Han Mo was undoubtedly stronger than himself. Should he pursue martial arts, his achievements would surely surpass Master Li's own, enabling him to join the military and secure a position within the royal court, a far better fate than languishing as a destitute tenant for all his days. In 10 years, when Han Mo reached the prime of his youth, he would undoubtedly display valor on the battlefield, thereby earning the favor of the royal family. However, the instructor shook his head, stating, "You are not this child. How can you know his desires? Would you have him tread the same erroneous path you once did?" Master Li fell silent, reflecting on the misguided road he had traveled. Did he truly wish for Han Mo to repeat his mistakes? Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Han Mo, with unwavering determination and a resolute tone, declared, "I shall not pursue immortality any longer. Master Li, I do not wish to cultivate. I want to return to accompany the old blind man, to return to farming, and to live a peaceful life. Old Immortal, I have made my decision. I am truly grateful for your assistance in testing my spiritual root, as it has allowed me to understand what I truly desire." From the very beginning, Han Mo spoke little, his mind consumed with contemplation about what he truly desired. Entering the realm of immortality, where the paths of the celestial and the mortal diverge, he pondered the implications of dwelling in a world devoid of the old blind man, completely forgetting him. Such a choice would only lead him to lose his true self. Though the lifespan of mortals is exceedingly brief, what of it? What he sought was simplicity, to cultivate the land, to have sufficient sustenance each day, and eventually to marry a diligent wife, living out his days until death, all while being accompanied by the old blind man who had shown him kindness. That alone sufficed. Upon learning Han Mo's genuine thoughts, Master Li grew anxious, not wishing for Han Mo's life to stagnate in such a manner. He hoped for a more prosperous existence for him. Yet, his capabilities were limited, leaving him pondering how he might assist Han Mo. In contrast, the teacher found joy in Han Mo's aspirations, leaving Master Li perplexed. "Teacher, do you also believe that to live a life of toil, facing the earth by day and the sky by night, is a commendable choice?" The teacher, stroking his white beard, gently tapped Master Li thrice. "Isn't a life devoid of desires and demands the most admirable attitude one can possess? Li Shan, you overthink and complicate matters, which has led you down many winding paths. Let me ask you, what is the purpose of life?" This query left Master Li in silence, and after a moment, he tentatively offered his answer, to live for the sake of living. The teacher was greatly pleased by this realization, for grasping such a truth at this juncture indicated that he was not entirely foolish. Yet, Master Li, everyone in this world lives to survive. Even those who commit heinous acts do so to sustain their existence. Whether through violence or hardship, are they not all striving to continue living? This child possesses such insight. Even if he spends his life in toil, he can still achieve something remarkable. Master Li furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend why the teacher would condone violence, fearing it would lead others astray. Sensing Master Li's confusion, the teacher continued, "You perceive this as wrong, but that is merely your perspective. If you were to view it from another standpoint, your thoughts might change. The path of the Tao is merciless, and the way of immortality is equally devoid of compassion. You believe that this path will bring prosperity and security, yet what lies ahead is a treacherous expanse of bloodshed and corpses. Every cultivator lives to survive. Their means may differ from those of mortals, but they all share the same goal. Go forth. One day, you may comprehend the words I speak today, and perhaps it will lead you to an opportunity for immortality. With that, the teacher turned and vanished into the air, disappearing from the sight of the two. Soon after, Brother Chin returned. The teacher has instructed that you may stay here for one day. After the grand selection concludes tomorrow, you may depart. Thank you, brother. Li Kaiju bowed in gratitude and followed Brother Chin out of the side hall. Soon, the two were settled in a wooden cabin at the foot of Bayun Mountain. They spent a night in silence. Li Kaiju retired early but could not find sleep, his mind occupied with the words spoken by the master that day. At dawn, the melodious chirping of birds filled the air, and outside the cabin, the voices of parents urged the children to hasten, eager for the master to assess their spiritual roots and determine their futures. On the observation platform, Li Kaiju regarded Han Mo with a complex expression, still feeling a sense of reluctance. Parents stood with their children in the square, awaiting the arrival of the esteemed master. After a brief incense burn, a figure in white robes descended from the heavens, igniting immense excitement among the crowd. Gone was the curiosity that had adorned Han Mo's face the previous day. After 3 hours of testing, out of the 15 families present, only 5 children were identified with spiritual roots. Notably, one child exhibited dual earth spiritual roots, the finest quality among the trio, distinguished by a splendid brocade robe, setting him apart from the other children clad in coarse linen, indicating his affluent background. 2 children were found to possess human spiritual roots, thus securing their place at Bayun Temple to embark on the path of cultivation. The remaining 2, like Han Mo, were deemed false spiritual roots, yet their parents seemed to have made prior arrangements, insisting they remain at Bayun Temple. Even if they could not cultivate, they would learn martial arts. Reluctantly, the children accepted, aware that defying their parents' wishes was futile. And so, the 5 children remained at Bayun Temple. As for those who were not identified with spiritual roots, they were sent down the mountain, destined to become mere tenants in their localities, living lives of insignificance, eventually returning to the earth. As the time to depart neared, Li Kaiju grasped Han Mo's arm. Han Mo, are you certain? If you wish to stay, I can plead with the master once more. No, Li Kaiju, I wish to accompany the old blind man. Besides, there is a saying that one must mourn a deceased elder for 3 years. I want to spend more time with him. You need not seek the old immortal on my behalf. He will not acquiesce. With no choice left, Li Kaiju respected Han Mo's decision. Just as the master had said, each individual's life is theirs to determine. Before descending the mountain, Brother Zhang approached Li Kaiju, gifting him a handwritten manual of celestial techniques for Han Mo, signifying the permission granted. Nowadays, all celestial arts were under the control of the sect, and for mortals to cultivate, they required authorization, otherwise, calamity would ensue. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Li Kaiju visited the Yi family at the mountainside, exchanging pleasantries. Upon learning of Han Mo's false spiritual roots, the head of the Yi family expressed regret. After bidding farewell to the Yi family, Li Kaiju left with a heavy heart, uncertain when they would meet again. Perhaps it is the next decade, or perhaps it is a parting from which we shall never reunite. Upon descending the mountain, I discovered a multitude of carriages gathered here, arranged by the White Cloud Temple to escort those who had journeyed from afar back to their homes. Naturally, Master Li and Han Mo took their seats upon the steeds. After a day's travel, the carriages brought the two to Fengchuan City. Upon verifying their identities and the consistency of the documents, the sentinels at the city gate permitted their entry into the city. Han Mo purchased some local specialties in Fengchuan City, which he carried with him as he embarked on the journey back to Tianyang City. After 4 days of travel, the two finally returned to Tianyang City. Unlike Fengchuan City, the guards at the city gates recognized Han Mo, allowing him to pass without delay. Upon returning to the workshop, the brothers there greeted him warmly and promptly handed him a box. Young brother, there are a total of 60 taels of silver. Please count it. It had been nearly half a month since they set out, and the brothers had eagerly awaited their return. Han Mo nodded and promptly counted the coins, confirming their accuracy before presenting a reward of 31. According to market rates, a day's labor warranted 2-1, recognizing the industriousness of the workshop brothers. He generously offered them half a month's wages, eliciting their heartfelt gratitude. As he departed, the workshop brothers informed Han Mo that should there be any surplus grain, he must consider their workshop, assuring him that prices could be negotiated. Han Mo readily agreed. Upon returning to Infeng Ridge in Pingyang Village, Han Mo was filled with profound reflections. After venturing out, his mindset had undergone a transformation. He had witnessed mountains loftier than Yifeng Ridge and landscapes more magnificent than those of Tianyang City. Ultimately, it was Yifeng Ridge that instilled in him a deeper sense of belonging. Upon reaching the summit, he found the area overgrown with weeds. Han Mo and Master Li devoted 5 days to meticulously clearing the 10 acres of land. Of course, the most crucial factor was that Han Mo entered the realm of the Immortal Tower each night. Without that, any efforts made would have been in vain. Han Mo, you have now awakened your spiritual roots. Although they are merely pseudo-spiritual roots, you can still attempt to draw spirit into your body. One day, Master Li descended the mountain, intending to procure more books for Han Mo. In his absence, Han Mo seized the opportunity to plant yellow millet and wheat across the 10 acres. Overall, yellow millet and wheat proved to be a more profitable choice. After completing the planting, Han Mo took out a volume of immortal techniques gifted to him by senior brother Zhang, the mountain-crushing palm. Chapter 32. Qi Refinement. The cultivation method for the mountain-crushing palm is rather straightforward. Although it does not qualify as a true immortal technique, it surpasses martial arts manuals by a considerable margin. If mastered and integrated thoroughly, one could effortlessly shatter a giant boulder 9 feet wide. A common person would be unable to withstand such force. After dedicating 2 hours, Han Mo successfully grasped the essential principles of the mountain-crushing palm. He was now able to recognize all the characters and comprehend their meanings, even those he was unfamiliar with. He could infer their general intent. Upon realizing the formidable nature of this martial arts manual, Han Mo was astonished. The text stated that one must strike a stone 1,000 times each day without interruption. Should one falter, they would have to start anew. Moreover, in the initial stages of cultivation, one must shatter a 6-inch stone to progress to the next level. According to the instructions in the secret manual, Han Mo procured a boulder the size of a head and began to channel the power within him, concentrating it in his hand before striking the massive stone. With a resounding slap, pain surged through his palm, causing Han Mo's expression to change instantaneously. How excruciating! Han Mo was on the verge of surrendering. Yet the series of events that unfolded during this period made him realize the necessity of possessing a means of self-preservation, with the crumbling mountain palm being the most suitable choice. Thus, Han Mo gritted his teeth against the pain, resolutely striking the stone with one palm after another. As time swiftly passed to 1/4 past the hour of Shun, Han Mo approached the water pool, cradling his hands, and immersed his burning palms into the cool water. Experiencing a significant sense of relief, though the piercing pain lingered. After acclimating to the discomfort, Han Mo proceeded to the fields to drive away the birds and beasts, simultaneously uprooting the solitary weeds. By nightfall, he retired early to sleep, entering the realm of the Immortal Tower. In this manner, Han Mo's life began to flourish. Each morning was dedicated to cultivating the spirit summoning technique, followed by the crumbling mountain palm at noon, laboring in the fields during the afternoon, and retreating to the Immortal Tower at night. Occasionally, Master Li would visit, bringing with him new books, allowing Han Mo to engage in study during his spare time, an endeavor he found utterly enjoyable. Furthermore, Han Mo discovered that since returning from the Baiyun Temple, the Immortal Tower had undergone remarkable transformations. Its surface was no longer marred by rust, now gleaming with a subtle radiance, even emanating a faint glow at night. The alignment of time had also improved, extending from the original 5 breaths to sustaining at least 1/4 of an incense stick's duration. As days turned into weeks, 3 months swiftly elapsed. Upon harvesting all the grains, Han Mo summoned his workshop brethren, entrusting them with the processing of the crops for sale to the granary and winery. Naturally, Han Mo still needed to personally oversee the administrative tasks involved, yet he did not allow this to hinder his practice of the crumbling mountain palm. After a month of rigorous training, he found himself free from pain, although calluses had multiplied on his palms. One day, after awakening, Han Mo ascended to the mountaintop to practice the spirit summoning technique as usual when, quite suddenly, he snapped his eyes open. This sensation, Han Mo was taken aback. Just moments ago during his cultivation, he sensed a flow of energy coursing through his mind, and in that fleeting instant, his spirit became remarkably clear and utterly at ease. Is this what it means to summon the spirit into the body? Han Mo was overwhelmed with excitement. The book stated that to allow the flow of air through the brain, one must transform spiritual energy into primal force. Now that he had achieved this, it implied that he could indeed convert spiritual energy into primal force and commence his cultivation. With this realization, Han Mo swiftly re-entered a meditative state, attuning himself to the spiritual energies permeating the universe. Indeed, that sensation arose once more. Han Emo endeavored to increase the speed of his spiritual energy absorption. But the next moment, he collapsed to the ground, only regaining consciousness at noon. Han Emo smiled wryly, realizing that one must not be overly eager. Haste makes waste. Tomorrow shall not be like this, he contemplated as he concluded his practice of the spirit calling technique. He prepared a pot of porridge using the refined rice, consuming the entire pot by himself, yet he found himself still unsated. Ever since he embarked on his cultivation journey, his appetite had significantly increased. Han Emo prepared another pot of food and gazed at the dwindling grains, pondering the necessity of processing the remaining stock swiftly. Over the past 3 months, he had harvested thrice, and his land had expanded to nearly 50 acres. Han Emo noticed that each subsequent harvest yielded less land from the Celestial Tower. Nevertheless, he felt content. This land was ample for a lifetime of cultivation, and with the Celestial Tower, he would never face starvation. Given the surfeit of surplus grains, he had already amassed over 200 stones in storage. It was imperative to engage a caravan to transport some of the grains. Naturally, this task fell upon Lee, the local landlord, who promptly assembled a team of horses the following day, instructing them to wait 3 miles from Wind Ridge. On this occasion, Han Emo sold 200 stones of surplus grain, earning a tidy sum of 100 taels of silver. Were Han Emo still residing in Pingyong Village, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a landlord, wealthy and landowning. Alas, the existence of these precious lands must remain a secret. Lee, being astute, consistently concealed the truth, never revealing it to anyone. The villagers, who had resorted to begging, harbored no suspicions. They merely noted the improvement in their meals over the past month, with Lee's porridge increasingly rich in rice. As long as they could survive, Lee was their benefactor. Lee's stature in Pingyong Village continued to rise, particularly after Zhu Siling's demise, when the villagers from the east learned of the kindness exhibited by the landlord from the west. Thus, Lee earned the esteemed title of a great benefactor, as all passing refugees respectfully referred to him as such. Yet, only Lee knew that the true merit lay with Han Emo, the genuine benefactor. Observing the influx of refugees, Lee felt a swirl of emotions within him, and he began to comprehend the meaning of living as once articulated by his mentor. One day, Lee arose early, evading the gaze of the crowd, and ventured into Wind Ridge. Upon reaching the mountaintop, he beheld Han Emo seated in meditation, surrounded by the ethereal energies of nature, which gradually transformed into primordial power, absorbed by Han Emo. Lee refrained from disturbing Han Emo, choosing instead to sit quietly nearby. Suddenly, Han Mo's voice echoed. "If you have come, just call me." Startled, Lee was taken aback. His movements had been so light that they produced scarcely a sound. How had Han Emo detected his presence? Had he begun to touch the realm of chi refinement? "Are you refining chi now?" Han Emo shook his head and smiled. At present, the only thing he could achieve was transforming spiritual energy into primordial force, yet his body resembled an insatiable abyss, eternally unfulfilled. The text had explicitly stated that once one could absorb primordial force, they would be able to open their dantian and master the application of spiritual techniques. However, 4 months had passed, and he had only managed to grasp the application of spiritual techniques. The mountain-crushing palms served as the best testament to his current strength. He could now lift stones weighing up to 400 pounds. The 6-inch stone he had initially prepared had already been shattered, and he had now replaced it with a 1-foot stone. Yet, as for the dantian, he felt no sensation whatsoever. Instead, the time he spent in close proximity to the Immortal Tower had extended to half a stick of incense, leading Han Emo to repeatedly question whether the tower was siphoning off the primordial force he had cultivated. Only when the dantian is opened and begins to store spiritual energy in gaseous form does one truly enter the chi refinement stage. His current state was rather peculiar. He had completely tempered his body, as if he could reach the chi refinement stage with just a gesture, yet no matter how hard he tried, he remained unable to do so. It was no wonder the old Immortal had consistently emphasized the difficulties of cultivating a pseudo-spiritual root. Han Emo had not anticipated such challenges, finding it arduous even to reach the chi refinement stage. After a lengthy conversation filled with comfort and guidance, Li Kaiju departed. When Li Kaiju returned to the Wind Ridge, winter had already set in, and in just a few days, it would be New Year's Eve. In the blink of an eye, it had been a year since Han Emo left Pingyong Village. Wrapped warmly in thick clothing, Li Kaiju stood outside the cave, where a layer of rubble had accumulated. Meanwhile, at the mountain's peak, the spiritual energy surrounding Han Emo began to thicken. and the rate at which it transformed into primordial force accelerated severalfold. Bang! With a muffled sound, Li Kaiju abruptly turned his gaze towards Han Emo. He saw Han Emo focusing his energy into Dantian, slowly opening his eyes, his face visibly beaming with joy. He had finally entered the Qi refinement stage. Chapter 33, The Imperial Decree of the Great Zhou Emperor. After months of diligent effort, Han Emo finally sensed the existence of his Dantian, where a minuscule amount of spiritual energy was stored. This heralded his entry into the Qi refinement stage. Once he filled his Dantian with spiritual energy, he would advance to the first layer of Qi refinement, and upon filling it a second time, he would reach the second layer. After 9 cycles, he could attempt to challenge the foundation building stage. Of course, Han Emo had not contemplated such distant aspirations. The old Immortal had cautioned against impatience in cultivation, advocating for a step-by-step approach. Moreover, being a pseudo-spiritual root, reaching the foundation building stage would be exceedingly difficult throughout his life. Thus, Hanmo's current focus was not on foundation building, nor on the mid-stage of Qi refinement, and certainly not on the early stage, but rather on achieving the second layer of Qi refinement. Only by advancing step by step could he discern his next course of action. Haste makes waste. This adage remained etched in Hanmo's mind. Upon learning that Han Emo had indeed become a Qi refinement practitioner, Li Kaiju felt a genuine joy for him. He promptly ventured deep into the mountains and soon returned with a wild rabbit to celebrate Hanmo's accomplishment. Han Emo experienced his first taste of meat. The cunning beasts of the mountains had proven elusive, despite several attempts on his part, leading him to ultimately abandon the endeavor. To his astonishment, however, Master Li effortlessly captured wild game, affirming that professional tasks are best left to the experts. Han Emo, in a few days it will be New Year's Eve. Would you like to spend it in Pingyong Village? Upon hearing this, Han Emo realized that he had been away from Pingyong Village for an entire year. Last New Year's Eve, the old blind man had passed away, and he had fled to the Infeng Ridge, where he had remained for a year. In previous years, the old blind man had accompanied him, but now, without him, Han Emo found it difficult to recapture the sentiments of yesteryears. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely shook his head. No, I shall stay at Infeng Ridge. At least here I can keep the old blind man company. He gazed towards the old blind man's grave. Throughout the year, whenever he earned money, Han Emo dedicated a substantial portion to refurbishing the old blind man's mound, which was now enclosed with gravestones and adorned with a finer headstone. The old blind man, much like himself, had finally attained a better existence. As silence enveloped the air, Master Li observed Hanmo's despondency and felt a pang of sympathy. Han Emo, if the old blind man could see you now, he would not be pleased. He only wishes for your happiness, and that is enough. I understand, but I still wish to be with the old blind man. Recognizing Hanmo's resolute decision, Master Li refrained from further discussion and made his own resolution. In that case, I shall accompany you to honor the old blind man. Master Li departed to prepare more porridge for the new year approached, bringing with it an influx of refugees, particularly in recent months. As word spread of a benevolent figure in Pingyong Village distributing porridge, although the distribution occurred only 3 or 4 times a month, it was a significant blessing for the refugees, especially in the days leading up to the new year. Of course, all of Master Li's charitable acts were sanctioned by Han Emo, who understood the hardships of begging and thus permitted Master Li to provide porridge to the passing refugees. As for Han Emo, he remained diligent, resuming his planting that very evening. Recently, he had also discerned a remarkable connection with the Immortal Tower, discovering that, on 2 or 3 occasions, he could leave the world of the tower midway. This revelation brought him joy for several days, as he believed that with persistent effort, he would one day be able to enter and exit the Immortal Tower at will, eliminating the need to wait until nightfall to enter. After 3 days, Han Emo had successfully cultivated rice across the entirety of his 50 acres. Indeed, this time Han Emo has chosen to cultivate rice. Serendipitously, he discovered that rice is even more delectable than millet, and it invigorates him, endowing him with greater strength. This proves to be immensely beneficial for his practice of the crumbling mountain palm and the spirit guiding technique, particularly the former, which imposes stringent demands on physical power. Failure to meet these standards makes advancement exceedingly challenging. Presently, the stones he utilizes for his training have been upgraded to 2 inches in size. Finally, the eve of the new year has arrived, and Master Li has come as promised, bringing Han Emo several new outfits. Throughout the year, Han Emo had expended nearly all his funds on the old blind man's grave, scarcely allowing himself the luxury of new clothing. The two sat by the grave of the old blind man, engaging in conversation throughout the night. Han Emo stood before the grave of the old blind man, recounting in meticulous detail the events of the past year and explaining how he had managed to survive. He shared with the old blind man the assistance he received from Li, the landlord, and elaborated on the matters concerning the Baiyun Temple. Among these tales, Han Emo spoke most vividly about Baiyun Temple, as if he had spent the night there. He particularly recalled the gilded 4 lines at the entrance, which remained etched in his memory. In that moment, Li, the landlord, realized that Han Emo still aspired to become an immortal, that his heart was ensnared by numerous ties, each a knot binding him. This knot was of his own making. It is said that only the one who ties the knot can untie it. Thus, it would require Han Emo himself to unravel it. Perhaps the day he succeeds in doing so would mark the moment of his profound transformation. After this night, Han Emo would turn 9. Life returned to a state of tranquility. He rose earlier and went to bed later than before, yearning for more time to cultivate his skills and tend to the fields. He often lamented the scarcity of time, even berating himself for not exerting enough effort. This year, the Zhou royal family achieved great victories, repelling the northern barbarians and the eastern sea tribes. The year of calamities had passed, and the people began to enjoy a stable life, expressing their gratitude to the heavens. Within the Zhou royal family, unbeknownst to Han Emo, the frontline general reported that their successes were largely due to the continuous supply of grain. The soldiers and their steeds were well fed, enabling them to fight with greater vigor against their foes. The emperor, perplexed, noted that the previous year had been one of great disaster, during which the grain collected by local officials had been insufficient to support the entire nation through the calamity. He questioned the general on the source of this abundant supply. The general, equally confounded, revealed that the grain was consistently delivered from a place called Tianyang City. Intrigued, the emperor dispatched envoys to investigate. This inquiry led them to a small locale named Pingyang Village, where the officials of Tianyang City, not daring to be negligent, conducted thorough inquiries and ultimately located Han Emo, who had been selling grain to the granary. They also learned of another individual named Li Shan, who had contributed to these efforts. The officials of Tianyang City promptly relayed Han Mo's story to the emperor in Tianjing, a process that consumed nearly 4 to 5 months just for the transmission of messages. Upon learning of Han Mo's plight, the emperor was profoundly moved, especially upon discovering that this boy could cultivate grain even in the bitter cold and at an astonishing pace, declaring it a miraculous feat worthy of divine recognition. He immediately issued an edict instructing the officials of Tianyang City to bestow lavish rewards upon Han Emo in Pingyang Village. It took nearly a month for the imperial decree to reach the officials of Tianyang City. Upon receipt, they swiftly arranged for the road to Pingyang Village to be cleared and prepared substantial gifts for their visit. On that day, the villagers of Pingyang rejoiced, having learned that the officials were coming to commend them, believing unanimously that it was the benevolence of Li, the landlord, that had touched the emperor in Tianjing. However, only Li knew the truth, that it was all due to Han Emo. Li, the wealthy landlord, relayed this matter to Han Emo and expressed his hope that Han Emo would descend the mountain to receive the imperial decree. Upon hearing of the emperor's command, Han Emo felt compelled to comply. Furthermore, he contemplated the implications of not descending. It was likely that the officials would ascend the mountain with their entourage. The human heart is the most inscrutable of entities, and Han Emo was keen to keep his cherished land from being discovered by others, thus he acquiesced. The following day, the villagers of Pingyang lined the path to welcome the official. However, the official noted the absence of Han Emo and inquired about his whereabouts. "I have learned that a boy named Han Emo resides in Pingyang Village. Where is he?" The villagers, taken aback by this inquiry, expressed their bewilderment. "Esteemed official," they replied, "the Han Emo you speak of passed away on the eve of the Lunar New Year 2 years prior." Chapter 34, Dividing the Rewards. Indeed, he perished at Infeng Ridge. The villagers pointed in the direction of Infeng Ridge, and the official, turning to look, felt a chill run down his spine upon gazing at the seemingly innocuous ridge. Unbeknownst to him, Infeng Ridge was a place of great malevolence, home to lurking demons and spirits. The common folk recounted how Han Emo had ventured into Infeng Ridge and had not been seen since. Each villager chimed in, filling the official's heart with doubt. This contradicted the account provided by Supervisor Yu, who managed the granary. Yu had explicitly stated that there was indeed a boy named Han Emo who frequently sold grain to the granary, a claim corroborated by the tavern owner as well. This had occurred mere months after the last Lunar New Year, yet thereafter, it was the brothers from the workshop who managed the transactions. Why then did the villagers assert that Han Mo had perished 2 years ago? The official felt convinced that this boy named Han Mo was indeed, as the emperor had described, an ethereal being, elusive and seldom seen by mortal eyes. He looked upon the villagers, perceiving their narrow-mindedness. The official was unwilling to squander time in this place. He dared not misappropriate the emperor's mandate, for discovery would lead to charges of treason, a fate that warranted execution. He promptly resolved to lead his entourage into Infeng Ridge. Esteemed official, why do you take these rewards with you? Are they not meant for Li, the landlord of the East Village? The official pulled back the curtain of his sedan chair and coldly replied, these rewards belong solely to Han Mo. If Li has indeed contributed, his rewards shall be delivered accordingly. With that, he commanded his men to proceed toward Infeng Ridge. The villagers, witnessing this, were filled with confusion. Han Mo is already deceased. Why should the official venture into Infeng Ridge? Is he not courting death? They collectively obstructed his path. Esteemed official, he is dead. Why take these rewards to him? Han Mo is a part of Pingyang Village. We, the common folk, should have some claim to these rewards. Indeed, esteemed official, even if you were to go to Infeng Ridge, you would only find a skeleton. Why not leave the rewards in Pingyang Village for its development? Thus fulfilling Han Mo's wishes, the villagers voiced their opinions, each adding to the chorus. The official, feeling increasingly vexed, realized that these individuals were Han Mo's neighbors and thus hesitated to express his irritation. The official remained unaware of the entire sequence of events and had no insight into the character of the villagers from Pingyang. He had merely received a decree of commendation instructing him to locate Han Mo and deliver the rewards. Step aside quickly. Such actions obstruct the imperial edict, a grave offense punishable by death. The official raised his hands in salute towards the heavens, cautioning the villagers. Yet, despite his admonitions, the villagers steadfastly refused to move, their eyes fixated on the cart brimming with treasures of gold and silver. Sir, the Infeng Ridge is not a place to venture, one villager implored. Indeed, sir. The wealthy Li from the West Village has trained in martial arts. A decade ago, he lost his arm to the demons of Infeng Ridge, a fact witnessed by many. Another added, if we go to Infeng Ridge, those treasures would surely fall prey to the monsters. The villagers' fears became increasingly exaggerated, causing even the official to break into a sweat, instinctively wiping his brow with his sleeve. My lord, did the decree not mention Li Shan? Why not send him to find Han Mo? If misfortune befalls him, it would not implicate you. The scribe's suggestion suddenly illuminated the official's understanding. Indeed, if it was said that the Infeng Ridge was off limits, and since Li Shan had previously ventured there, with the imperial command acknowledging Li Shan's merits, it stood to reason that Li Shan would possess a means to locate Han Mo. As the scribe pointed out, should Li Shan suffer any harm, the official could easily report that it was the work of the wolves in the mountains. As for the villagers' claims that Han Mo was dead, he dismissed them outright. Prior to his arrival, he had inquired among the citizens of Tianyong City, all of whom confirmed they had seen Han Mo, particularly the brothers from the workshop and the porridge vendor from the North Market, who spoke with unwavering conviction. Moreover, the workshop brothers had stated that they encountered Han Mo monthly. This posed no issue. Where's Li Shan? Let him proceed to Infeng Ridge and summon Han Mo to receive his reward. Soon after, a soldier hurried over to inform the official that the wealthy Li from the West Village was not at home. After further inquiries, it was revealed that no one from Pingyang knew of Li's whereabouts. The official found himself in a quandary. Neither going nor staying seemed viable, while the villagers incessantly urged him to distribute the treasures. At that moment, the scribe approached quietly and suggested, my lord, in that case, why not allow these villagers to share in the spoils? When Pingyang Village flourishes, should His Majesty inquire, you may declare that Han Mo, being generous of heart, distributed the treasures among the villagers. You could also reap some benefits, and His Majesty would not hold you accountable. Upon hearing this, the official's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he contemplated the proposal. The scribe continued, consider, my lord, in other jurisdictions, any funds or rewards dispatched from the capital are often siphoned away through layers of bureaucracy, leaving little for the local officials. And those in power are fully aware of this. This revelation served as a comforting reassurance, allowing the official to relax. Tianyong City was remote, and there were rumors that it might be abandoned, though their veracity remained uncertain. Nonetheless, this commendation was the first he had received since assuming his post, fueling his greed but not his courage. With the scribe's analysis fortifying his resolve, he ultimately decided, then let it be shared. Upon issuing the order, The official specifically instructed his secretary to reserve half of the gold and silver to be sent back to the yamen, proclaiming it was for Hanemo, when in truth, it was destined for his own pocket. The villagers, having divided the wealth, wore expressions of excitement, their eyes still fixated on the remaining half-cart of jewels. Everyone was acutely aware of the reality, yet no one dared voice their thoughts. Meanwhile, Master Li had already descended the mountain with Hanemo, and from afar, they spotted the official's carriage stationed at the entrance of Pingyang village, surrounded by common folk, each clutching a bar of gold or silver. A sense of foreboding arose in Master Li's heart, yet he noticed that Han Mo's demeanor remained utterly unchanged. Hastily, Master Li pushed through the crowd and approached the official. Bowing deeply, commonly Shan pays respects to the esteemed official. Official, these rewards are clearly intended for Hanemo. Why have they been distributed? Impudently Shan. The official acts under imperial decree. You have kept the official waiting for quite some time. With a benevolent heart, he has chosen to share the bounty with the villagers of Pingyang, thereby benefiting the community. Do you dare instruct the official on how to conduct his affairs? Are you aware of your transgression? The secretary's imposing manner left Master Li momentarily stunned. Official, I merely spoke the truth. What crime is there in that? Moreover, I have brought Hanemo here. This gold and silver rightfully belong to him. The official lifted the curtain of the sedan chair, peering out at Master Li. Hanemo? Where is he? I have never laid eyes on him. Upon hearing this, Master Li quickly dispersed the crowd and beckoned Hanemo to step forward. You are Hanemo? Hanemo furrowed his brow and merely bent slightly in a bow, declaring, I am Hanemo. Upon hearing his words, the villagers turned their gazes toward him, their faces revealing expressions of astonishment. What? He is Hanemo? I beg to differ. Was he not dead? A year of transformation had rendered Hanemo unrecognizable to the villagers, compounded by the disheveled appearance he had in Pingyang village years prior, leaving them uncertain of the truth. Moreover, could a child of 7 or 8 truly survive a year in the ominous Windridge? This seemed highly improbable. Before the official could utter a word, the scribe stepped forward, pointing at Hanemo and stating, Young man, my master, recognizing your tender age, has entrusted your reward to your elder neighbors for safekeeping. Without allowing the scribe to finish, Hanemo interjected, I have no connection with them, so why should I consent to give them anything? Chapter 35. The granary refuses to accept surplus grain. I have no connection with them, so why should I consent to give them anything? A single remark from Hanemo left the surrounding villagers in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and indignation. Hanemo, what do you mean by that? We are all neighbors and fellow villagers. Should we not assist one another? Indeed, Hanemo, now that everyone's lives have improved and you have received commendation from above, it is your duty to lend a helping hand, enabling us all to thrive. Your noble deed will be remembered by all. And should the need for assistance arise in the future, we would render our support without hesitation, would we not? The villagers clamored, each vying to persuade Hanemo to acquiesce. Yet, upon hearing such lofty proclamations of righteousness, Hanemo felt an overwhelming surge of anger, particularly when recalling the death of the old blind man, a resentment that festered within him. Neighbors and fellow villagers, mutual assistance? How sweetly you speak. When I was dependent on the old blind man, had it not been for Master Li's discreet aid, slipping provisions from the west village to the east village, both the old blind man and I would have succumbed to starvation. And what of you? The powerful oppressed me, dishonored me, struck me, and scorned me, while the young among you, lacking in virtue, pilfered my firewood and seized my food, forcing me to scavenge for sustenance in the refuse you discarded, merely to survive. Where was your talk of neighborly support then? Hanmo's words instantly compelled everyone to lower their heads. The children hid behind their parents, too timid to meet Hanmo's gaze. They could not fathom why, but today, Hanemo seemed a stranger to them. He was no longer the Hanemo who had once been bullied. Now, he spoke with the authority of a teacher, his words logical and piercing, leaving them feeling utterly ashamed. Sir, I demand that they return the rewards. This is unacceptable, Hanemo. These rewards were distributed to us by the magistrate, and they rightfully belong to us now. Why should we return them? I concur, Hanemo. We have not acted excessively in the past. Do not dwell on this matter. How can you claim these rewards as yours, Hanemo? They are clearly intended for Pingyang village, for Master Li. It should be Master Li who decides their rightful distribution. The crowd still believed that the rewards belonged to Master Li, having cast aside the magistrate's previous declarations. However, Master Li, being well-versed in such matters, quickly devised a plan. Magistrate, did you not receive an imperial edict? Why not read it aloud here and clarify to whom these rewards truly belong? Upon hearing this, the magistrate's face paled with anxiety. He had appropriated half of the rewards for himself, and should he read the edict aloud, the crowd might not easily relent. Should word of this reach the capital, his own safety would be at risk. Thus, he hastily turned to his clerk, who, in a moment of inspiration, whispered a suggestion. The magistrate's eyes brightened at the clerk's words. Ahem, an imperial edict? What edict? The higher authorities are unaware of this matter. These rewards were granted solely by me to Pingyong village. The excess is merely a portion of the tax revenue. Saying this, the magistrate dismounted from his carriage and tossed 10 taels of silver at Master Li's feet. Given your charitable acts towards the needy, this is your reward. Without further ado, the magistrate intended to leave, not wishing to engage with these obstreperous villagers. This infuriated Master Li, who protested vehemently, demanding to go to the magistrate's office to seek justice. Fortunately, Han Mo intervened. Going there could lead to your arrest. Even if you are innocent, they could easily fabricate a charge against you. Though he was not entirely aware of the magistrate's corrupt practices, he recalled a saying, "Greed is an abyss. Even the swiftest horse will stumble." Corruption among officials is as uncontainable as water flowing through a channel. Thus, the matter faded away without resolution. The villagers buried their newfound wealth at the roots of their household trees, their ignorance akin to the belief that one could reap what one sows. Even more foolishly, some hoarded jewels, unsure of where to hide them, living in constant fear, unable to sleep at night, ultimately succumbing to the strain of their anxiety. With the dawn, their straw mats would be rolled up, and they would be buried in the earth, considered laid to rest. In contrast, Han Mo swiftly adjusted his state, allowing his life to return to a semblance of normalcy. Perched atop the mountain, Han Mo sat cross-legged, meticulously attuning himself to the celestial energies that enveloped the world. Over the past few months, he had discerned a troubling decline in the surrounding spiritual essence, becoming increasingly scarce and elusive. Gazing at the pitifully scant energy within his dantian, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him, as it appeared unchanged from several months prior. The stone he employed for his cultivation at the cave's entrance had, however, increased from 1 inch to 2. With each change of stone, he found that within 3 or 4 months, he could completely shatter it, progressing to the next level of the crumbling mountain palm technique. Yet, he had only achieved a minor success thus far. Despite the slow advancement, the effects were remarkably evident. Han Mo's strength had escalated to an astonishing degree, enabling him to lift and move stones weighing 500 to 600 pounds with considerable effort. Outside the cave, rubble lay strewn about, with no trace of mud marking his passage. The only object that continued to capture Han Mo's attention was the Immortal Tower, which had remained with him since it began to align with 3/4 of a stick of incense. In a somewhat peculiar manner, he had tied the two sections together with a piece of hemp rope, achieving a semblance of unity. At night, he would occasionally witness a white light emanating from within the tower, twinkling like stars as it radiated outward. On this day, Han Mo gathered the harvest of rice, meticulously packing it before personally making his way to Tianyong City. However, this time, he found himself barred at the gates, and upon closer inspection, he realized that the guards of Tianyong City had changed their appearance. How could he gain entry? Han Mo inquired, for he observed that others were granted entry while he was denied, pondering that it must surely be the decree of the officials. The guards offered no response, merely standing vigil at the city gate. Left with no alternative, Han Mo resolved to wait there and entrusted those entering the city with a message for his brothers at the workshop. Approximately half an hour later, the brothers from the workshop finally met with Han Mo. They informed him that the officials were currently withholding the necessary documentation, thus rendering Han Mo unable to sell his grain in full. In the absence of official acknowledgement, should he sell 100 sure, it would be of no consequence if the authorities refused to recognize it. The documentation serves as a mutually agreed-upon certificate, although it provides proof. Any discrepancies must be rectified accordingly. Thus, Han Mo had always ensured the weight was accurate before delivering to the official granary. However, the officials of Tianyong City were no longer issuing such documentation, complicating the situation with the grain piled at Winridge. Brother Han Mo, if you trust my brother and me, we shall assist you in selling. Han Mo promptly agreed, yet when the workshop brothers returned, they indeed possessed the official document, which distinctly stated that only 50 pickles of surplus grain would be accepted from Han Mo. Anything beyond this was deemed unnecessary, and the rationale offered was rather superficial. Citing the recent victories of the Great Zhou royal family and the subsequent overflowing granaries following the end of the disaster year, However, who in this realm has granaries that are truly overflowing? The authorities, it seems, would gladly accept all available grain, retaining some for themselves while also contributing to the tax grain for the Great Joe. This was clearly an intentional act of obstruction. Furthermore, the workshop's policy dictated that they would only accept 50 pickles at a time, a fixed standard that over time totaled merely 100 pickles. According to Hanemo, the surplus should have amounted to no less than 700 or 800 pickles. The workshop brothers felt a sense of injustice on behalf of Hanemo brother Han. My sibling and I can assist you with 100 pickles. As for the remainder, we have a plan. However, the journey is fraught with peril, as bandits abound. We could venture to Jianzhou City, located 50 miles south of Tianyong City. Chapter 36. Heading south to Jianzhou City, encountering bandits. Indeed, to Jianzhou City, south of Tianyong City. Jianzhou City. Hanemo pondered carefully in his heart. To the east of Tianyong City lies Fengchuan City, a distance of 100 miles. Without an experienced guide, one might inadvertently wander into the territory of the Sea Tribe. To reach Fengchuan City, one must traverse through Tianyong City, a considerable distance, which is evidently impractical. Thus, the only viable option at present is to head south towards Jincheng, which is merely about 50 miles away. Having now mastered the mountain-crushing palm, capable of shattering stones 2 inches thick with a single strike, he considered it worth a try. As he departed from Tianyong City, his workshop companions cautioned Han Mo about the perilous journey to Jincheng, warning him of a certain sect that tyrannized the surrounding cities, bringing untold suffering to the populace. They urged him to exercise utmost caution. An hour later, upon returning to Yinfeng Ridge, Mr. Li, not seeing the caravan at the foot of the mountain, was filled with curiosity. Upon inquiry, he learned of the bureaucratic hurdles imposed by the officials of Tianyong City, declaring his intent to seek justice. However, upon discovering that Han Mo intended to transport grain south to Jincheng, Mr. Li grew increasingly worried. Although he was not well acquainted with the road conditions between Tianyong City and Jincheng, he often heard his brothers at the Baiyun Temple discuss this route during his time there studying martial arts. Among their tales was mention of a sect situated 15 miles north of Jincheng, known as the Xianjin sect. Established over 200 years ago, this sect was predominantly composed of qi refinement practitioners, and its leader, a pinnacle cultivator at the 9th level of qi refinement, had harnessed the fortunes of heaven and earth to break through to foundation establishment, subsequently launching attacks on smaller sects in the vicinity, thereby expanding their influence. Notably, Baiyun Temple, despite its majority of qi refinement practitioners, had a founding master who had been a formidable foundation establishment expert for many years. After a century of struggle, the Xianjin sect had never managed to assimilate Baiyun Temple. In recent years, their ambitions shifted toward the imperial family, resulting in immense suffering for the nearby Jincheng. Although the imperial forces were numerous, they were mere mortals, utterly powerless against those who practiced the arcane arts. With just 4 or 5 members, the Xianjin sect could easily rout 500 elite soldiers, and when employing celestial techniques, the casualties would be even more devastating. In fortunate circumstances, if a disciple of the celestial sect happened to be out in the field, they might avert a crisis or two. However, the common folk suffered greatly, being ordinary individuals even less capable than regular soldiers. Their lives were unbearable, with not a single household within 10 miles remaining intact, all having fled into Jincheng. The Xianjin sect, which outwardly resembled a prestigious sect, engaged in nefarious deeds that incited deep resentment among the people, leaving them powerless to act against such tyranny. Presently, with grain in short supply, it indeed presented a promising destination, yet it was fraught with peril. Moreover, the presence of numerous bandits along the way poses a significant challenge. After much contemplation, it became evident that only the city of Jianzhou could effectively manage the remaining provisions. However, Master Li was well aware of Han Mo's resolute character. Once he made a decision, he would undoubtedly follow through. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced, thinking that should circumstances take a turn for the worse, he could offer counsel. The following day, Master Li summoned a caravan, which was even larger than the previous one, now accompanied by 2 cultivators in the qi refining stage, ensuring a degree of safety. As they loaded the surplus grain, the 2 qi refining cultivators were astonished to witness the remarkable strength of a mere 9-year-old child, leading them to speculate that he too was a practitioner of the mystical arts, igniting a spark of curiosity within them. At last, after 2 hours of laborious transport, Han Mo departed with 300 stones of grain, accompanied by the caravan, while Master Li followed suit. Due to the encroaching twilight, They traveled south for 5 or 6 miles until they reached a desolate expanse. Beyond this wasteland lay the southern outskirts of Tianong City, an area increasingly surrounded by mountains and rife with bandit activity, particularly known for ambushes on the plains. Consequently, the caravan deemed it prudent to set up camp outside the wasteland for a night's rest, as traversing it after dark would be perilous. That night, unlike his usual routine, Han Mo did not succumb to slumber. Instead, he sat cross-legged, diligently practicing the spirit summoning technique. After a considerable duration, the two chi refining cultivators approached him. "What level of chi refinement are you currently at, my friend?" Han Mo, unaware of the treacherous nature of the immortal cultivation world, pondered little and replied earnestly that he had just begun to engage in the chi refinement stage. Upon hearing this, the two cultivators realized that he had not even reached the first layer of chi refinement and thus inquired about his master. Han Mo, fully aware that he had no mentor to speak of, could only recall his solitary visit to the Baiyan Temple, where the old immortal had aided him in awakening his spiritual roots. Otherwise, he might not have even grazed the chi refinement stage. The two were taken aback. A practitioner without a master, yet possessing spells from an immortal sect implied illicit learning. Should this be discovered, anyone associated with him would face repercussions. They took note of Han Mo's words and moved aside, no longer engaging with him. Han Mo, oblivious to the sudden shift in their demeanor, resumed his meditative state. Since he had begun his foray into the chi refinement stage, over 5 months had elapsed, and the spiritual energy stored in his dantian was but a scant trace. At this pace, it would likely take 3 to 5 years to break through to the first layer of chi refinement. This realization led Han Mo to chastise himself for not exerting enough effort, prompting him to seize every moment. During times when the land required no labor, he would utilize the night to draw spiritual energy into his body, enhancing the reserves within his dantian. The following day, the caravan stirred to life at the break of dawn, rousing everyone to prepare for departure. Han Mo had awakened early and occasionally overheard the two chi refinement practitioners whispering, mostly discussing him, and deliberately maintaining their distance. Han Mo did not ponder much and continued to follow the caravan. After traversing a distance of several kilometers, they halted at noon to feed the horses with chaff and quickly consumed their provisions. A man approached the two cultivators, his demeanor respectful. A mere 10 more miles ahead lies the realm of Jianzhou City, notorious for the presence of bandits. Should any situation arise, we kindly request the intervention of the immortals. The two waved their hands dismissively, replying nonchalantly, "We have honed our skills over many years and possess extensive knowledge and connections. In this stretch leading to Jianzhou City, we have numerous acquaintances. Even the bandits will consider their reputation. A modest tribute of silver will suffice to ensure safe passage for the caravan." Upon hearing this, the man expressed boundless gratitude to the immortals and guided the horse team onward. As they neared the edge of the wilderness, they spotted 10 figures in the distance. Clad in garments woven from coarse cloth and wielding blades, they obstructed the exit. The caravan was immediately thrown into disarray. They had indeed encountered bandits. Han Mo keenly perceived a palpable aura of malevolence emanating from the 10 bandits, an essence not commonly possessed by ordinary individuals. Although it did not quite possess the ethereal quality of true spiritual energy, it certainly transcended mundane vitality. This particular essence he had only previously encountered in the presence of Master Li. Each of the 10 bandits was imbued with martial prowess. Han Mo observed as Li Kaiju extended his hand to grasp the cleaver concealed beneath the remaining provisions. Within the group, a chi refining stage cultivator approached to engage in negotiations with the opposing party. "May I inquire the name of your esteemed lord? Perhaps I am acquainted with him." The merchant group perceived the commencement of discussions and felt a glimmer of hope, believing that a mere exchange of silver would suffice. However, at that very moment, the negotiations took a sudden turn as both parties fell into a heated dispute. The chi refining cultivator, infuriated, prepared to strike, when the bandits, trained in martial arts, simultaneously raised their weapons to attack him. 10 figures encircled him, brandishing their blades in a frenzied assault, and it was not long before they ceased their strikes, leaving a lifeless body on the ground. The merchant group was taken aback, while another chi refining cultivator's expression drastically altered, though he quickly regained his composure. It was merely a moment of negligence on his companion's part that led to such a tragic demise. As a chi refining second-layer cultivator, he would not be intimidated by a handful of bandits. Simultaneously, Li Kaiju, without giving Han Mo a chance to intervene, charged forward with his weapon drawn. The cultivator also acted, and although Li Kaiju possessed only one arm, his ferocity was remarkable. In just a quarter of an hour, another 10 corpses lay upon the ground. Li Kaiju sustained only minor injuries, which were inconsequential, and he thoroughly looted the fallen adversaries, while the chi refining cultivator paid them no heed. To cultivators, these were mere objects devoid of value. Upon returning to the group, Li Kaiju urged the merchant company to hasten their departure from the desolate plains. Chapter 37. The Xianjian sect blocks the path. The merchant company dared not linger, hastily urging their horses to quicken their pace. Along the route, they encountered numerous bandits and could not afford to tarry. Having just eliminated a scattered band of bandits, should they be discovered, their situation would undoubtedly become perilous. As they departed, Han Mo witnessed the chi refining cultivator approach his fallen companion's corpse, trace his finger over the spatial ring, and then the body vanished from sight. This must be what is referred to in texts as a spatial ring. Han silently yearned for such a celestial artifact, as it is said that a true immortal would possess a spatial ring. He longed to own one himself, for with a spatial ring, he could store a greater supply of provisions, making transportation considerably more convenient. However, upon further reflection, he realized that such a ring is no ordinary item. Mundane gold and silver hold no value in the realm of cultivation, and no amount of wealth could procure it. The common currency in the world of cultivation is known as spirit stones, which are imbued with abundant spiritual energy, essential for the cultivation of practitioners. Moreover, should one require a particular celestial artifact, it must be purchased with spirit stones. Spirit stones are classified into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite. The exchange rate is akin to that of the mundane world, where 1,000 coins can be exchanged for 1 tael of silver. And 1,000 inferior spirit stones are needed to acquire a single medium spirit stone. Thus, the spatial ring held by that individual would require at least 10 medium spirit stones. Yet, Han found himself bereft of even a single medium spirit stone, lacking even an inferior spirit stone, and entirely ignorant of what a spirit stone even resembled. It was clear that he could not afford one. Han Mo reflected that he could only afford to fill his stomach at present, yet he found himself contemplating such extravagant behavior. Consequently, he temporarily abandoned the idea of purchasing a Na ring. However, this did remind him of an incident over a year ago when he had inadvertently crushed an immortal. At that time, he had not paid attention to whether the immortal possessed a Na ring. Upon his return, he could excavate the remains to investigate. In Han Mo's mind, he could only hope that the immortal had decayed to the point of being reduced to mere bones. Otherwise, the sight would be nauseating, and he should refrain from eating anything before unearthing it. As Han Mo pondered the immortal, the caravan had already ventured into the mountains, the endless expanse of the desolate plain gradually fading from view. Fortunately, after departing from the wasteland, they encountered no other bandits. Immortal. Just ahead lies the territory of the Xianjian sect. The practitioner of the second layer of chi refinement impatiently waved his hand and spoke in a deep voice. I am aware. Shortly, I shall conceal my presence. The ordinary gatekeepers are merely body refining disciples and will be unable to perceive my aura. The caravan leader nodded repeatedly, assuring that as long as the gatekeepers of the Xianjian sect did not detect the immortal's presence, all would be well. Unbeknownst to them, however, there was one individual they had overlooked: Han Mo. Han Mo was unaware of the conversation between the caravan leader and the second-layer chi refinement cultivator, merely trailing behind the group. From a distance, he perceived an ethereal realm faintly emerging at the mountain's summit, which, upon closer inspection, quickly vanished into the mist, exceedingly wondrous. Much like the White Cloud Temple, it seemed to be born amidst the clouds. The caravan pressed onward, and the pace gradually slowed. The members were even concerned about the horses making noise, so they placed bamboo baskets over their mouths to silence them. After 5 days of travel, the caravan arrived at the foot of a mountain, where a long ladder ascended along the cliffs. The caravan leader, with a hint of trepidation, glanced at the ladder before leading the group to circumvent it, opting instead for a narrow path. Initially, Han Mo noticed nothing amiss, but when he turned to look back at the path they had traversed, he was startled to find that the once visible trail had completely vanished. Once everyone had entered the narrow path, the caravan leader finally exhaled with relief. Fortune smiles upon us. We are safe now, he declared, casting a respectful glance at the second-layer cultivator. Esteemed immortal, please continue to conceal your presence. You mortals need only forge ahead. I shall maintain my discretion. The caravan leader dared not speak further, merely informing the others that they would reach Jianzhou City in 5 days. Then urged the horses to quicken their pace. In the rear, Master Li tightly gripped his hatchet, unwilling to relax even in the newfound safety. His face still etched with tension and unease. Han Mo, I can't shake this ominous feeling. You have taken a life and stolen from others, and thus your heart is burdened with guilt. Now, you feign regret, yet it seems you will never tread the path of immortality. In response to the second-layer cultivator's scornful mockery, Master Li offered little explanation. He simply stated that this was the way for the impoverished to survive, that the money was taken by bandits, and that reclaiming it meant saving more lives, thereby benefiting others. The second-layer cultivator scoffed at this justification. However, just then, his expression stiffened as he fixed his gaze intently on Han Mo, urgently inquiring, "You have not concealed your aura this entire time?" Han Mo was puzzled. Why should I conceal anything, and how would I go about doing so? What Han Mo uttered was nothing but the truth. However, the second-tier Qi refinement practitioner was already in a state of disarray. Alas, I had forgotten that you too are in the Qi refinement stage. Yet, if Han Mo is indeed also at this stage, why did the members of the Xian Sword sect fail to notice? Could it be that Han Mo has yet to reach the first tier of Qi refinement? The second-tier practitioner pondered this, feeling a sense of unease, fervently hoping that this was the reason for the Xian Sword sect's oversight. After all, even if Han Mo had not attained the first tier, he was still in the Qi refinement stage, thus inherently superior to those in the body-tempering phase. Throughout the journey, he remained apprehensive until 3 days later. Upon departing the territory of the Xian Sword sect, he finally felt at ease, though a flicker of indignation arose within him towards Han Mo's ignorance. Such a reckless individual hardly deserves to be a cultivator. To associate with him is a dishonor to oneself. As they continued their journey, the number of surrounding villages increased. Yet they appeared dilapidated and desolate. Many of the villagers were destitute, their bodies mere shadows of skin and bones. Even more distressingly, a child of 5 or 6 knelt on the ground, cradling a broken bowl, begging for alms. As the caravan progressed, the throngs of impoverished souls grew, their plight increasingly heart-wrenching. Upon witnessing the caravan transporting an entire 15 carts of grain, the eyes of the beggars widened in disbelief. However, upon noticing the armed men accompanying the caravan, the paralyzing fear of death ultimately deterred them from approaching. One of the beggars, perhaps driven mad by hunger, took a bold step forward, extending his hands in a gesture of supplication, not to seize the grain but to offer a plea for mercy. Upon witnessing this, Han Mo grasped a handful of grain and placed it into the hands of the other. This scene drew the attention of the other refugees, who approached with expressions of fear and trepidation. Whenever a beggar among the refugees approached, Han Mo would instruct Master Li to distribute a handful of grain to them. Having once experienced the agony of begging himself, he understood the torment of such a life. He realized that a bowl of hard-earned thin porridge or the fortuitous remnants of a meal were not merely sustenance. They represented a flicker of hope, sufficient to sustain a person for 2 or 3 days in the depths of despair, for he had endured such trials himself. This act immediately caused the refugees to kneel behind the caravan in gratitude towards Han Mo. The number of refugees was endless. The grain would be exhausted before it even reached Jianzhou City, making it impossible for him to assist them all. The caravan captain observed Han Mo's actions and deemed the boy naive, thus offering a gentle reminder, which left Han Mo somewhat at a loss. The captain, seeing this, sighed and discreetly quickened the pace, while Han Mo held the grain aloft. Knowing that those refugees could not keep up with the caravan and had no choice but to abandon their pleas, after traveling 3 miles, the caravan suddenly halted, and the second-tier Qi refinement practitioner felt a surge of irritation. What are we dawdling for? I have a mission to fulfill and must reach Jianzhou City within the allotted time. Otherwise, can you compensate for my losses? Suddenly, trouble arose. We have been blocked. Upon hearing this, the second-tier Qi refinement practitioner was filled with fury. He stepped forward and saw 3 individuals, all at the first tier of Qi refinement, who posed no threat. Presumptuous! How dare you obstruct my path? Do you not realize that I am a disciple of the outer sect of Sunset Valley? He intended to intimidate them, but to his surprise, the trio merely chuckled derisively. Sunset Valley was annihilated by our Xianjian sect 5 days ago. Have you not yet received this news? Chapter 38. Disciple of the Xianqing Taoist? Hearing this, the second-tier Qi refinement practitioner was taken aback, immediately denying the claim. Impossible. How could the Xianjian sect have destroyed Sunset Valley? Did not the Xianqing Taoist leave Sunset Valley a year and a half ago? Without the Xinqing Taoist, the Xianjian sect's disciples could not possibly have succeeded in annihilating Sunset Valley. Despite his lengthy rebuttal, it was clear that he remained unconvinced. The trio, however, continued to smirk. That the Xinqing Taoist has departed is a fact. We of the Xianjian sect, seeing that the Xinqing Taoist had not returned, dispatched a 7th-tier Qi refinement practitioner to take action. Your Valley Master, being merely a 6th-tier Qi refinement practitioner, is no match for my esteemed master. Upon hearing this, the 2nd-tier Qi refinement practitioner still seemed skeptical. How could the Xianjian sect dispatch 2 late-stage Qi refinement practitioners solely for Sunset Valley? I do not believe it. The Xianmin Taoist is still at the Baiyun Temple in the east. How could he venture to the distant western Sunset Valley? Seeing his continued disbelief, one of the Xianjian sect members stepped forward, his face filled with scorn. If that is the case, then let us convince you. Whoosh. Suddenly, a radiant beam of golden light shot forth from his hand. Before anyone could comprehend what had transpired, the cultivator at the 2nd level of Qi refinement found himself immobilized. Completely bound, his entire spiritual energy ensnared. As he gazed at the golden ropes encircling him, panic overtook him, and his expression visibly shifted to one of despair. This is the spirit-binding rope of Sunset Valley. You have truly annihilated my Sunset Valley. At this moment, he believed there was but one such rope, and it resided with the Valley Master. Its presence here confirmed the veracity of their claims. He had scarcely departed from Sunset Valley for less than half a month, and now his sect was no more. Capture them all and send them to the Xianjian sect to refine blood elixirs. With the soul cultivator subdued, the 3 were free from concerns, and as for the caravan, they were merely a group of powerless mortals, easily dealt with. Han-Mo, what should we do? Should we fight? I believe I can hold them off for a while to allow your escape. Han-Mo shook his head, stating the inescapable truth. Have you not noticed that we are unable to move? Li Kaiju was momentarily taken aback, realizing that, just as Han-Mo had indicated, an unseen force had taken control of his feet. At that moment, one of the disciples from the Xianjian sect approached Han-Mo, sensing the aura emanating from him, and suddenly furrowed his brow. Senior brother, there is yet another cultivator here. The young man in the center paused, advancing towards Han-Mo. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that Han-Mo had not yet reached the 1st level of Qi refinement and let out a sigh of relief. He has merely touched the threshold of Qi refinement. There is no need for alarm. Take him along. With this command, the youth moved to the side, his excitement palpable as he beheld the 15 carts of grain. This provision would sustain them for a considerable time, and they would also reap substantial rewards from the Xianjian sect. Their expedition had indeed yielded bountiful results. Senior brother, this person bears the aura of our Xianjian sect. This revelation startled the youth, prompting him to return and, after a thorough search, he discovered the spirit-guiding technique on Han-Mo. His expression shifted dramatically. This technique belongs to Master Xinqing. It is not easily bestowed upon others. From where did you acquire this spirit-guiding technique? He exclaimed angrily, unleashing an overwhelming aura that enveloped Han-Mo entirely. I know not of what you speak. This is mine. Return it to me. Han-Mo retorted fiercely, attempting to seize it back, only to find his body constrained by an unseen force, the pressure rendering him completely immobile. Senior brother, I recall now. The youth disregarded Han-Mo's outcry and turned to his junior. Master Xinqing once mentioned that he departed suddenly after sensing a fateful individual among the mundane, intending to take that person as his disciple. Could it be this individual, claiming the spirit-guiding technique as his own? This thought illuminated the youth's mind. So that is the case. It all makes sense now. He nodded, scrutinizing Han-Mo, a mere child yet astonishingly gifted, having ascended from an ordinary person to a Qi refinement practitioner in less than 2 years, a feat that would typically require 4 or 5 years for most. Such prodigious talent was indeed extraordinary, warranting Master Xuanqing's attention. The 2 disciples nodded in agreement and approached Han-Mo, explaining if that is so, this individual could be considered our junior brother. Master Xinqing must have withheld his entry into the Xianjian sect for the sake of tempering him. Where is Master Xinqing? Should we inquire of him? The youth shook his head. Master Xinqing is elusive. Though I am his direct disciple, I too am unaware of his whereabouts. Perhaps he will reveal himself once this individual has passed the test. Boy, where has Master Xinqing gone? Stop. Do not inquire further. Master Xinqing possesses a fierce temperament and despises others prying into his movements. Do not provoke his ire. Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted slightly, and he hastily offered his apologies. The youth spoke, transferring the spirit summoning technique to Han Mo, and instructed others to untie him and his companions. After a thorough inquiry, it was confirmed that Han Mo had no ties to the individuals from Sunset Valley, and thus, the second-level Chi refinement cultivator was escorted back. Throughout the ordeal, Han Mo felt utterly bewildered. Initially, he believed he would be sent to refine some blood elixir, yet these individuals released them and even returned their provisions. Not only that, Han Mo also received the spatial ring of the second-level Chi refinement cultivator. Moreover, from the words of the three members of Xinjian sect, Han Mo surmised that the immortal he had buried back then was likely the Taoist Xianqing. Naturally, Han Mo was wise enough not to reveal the truth. Instead, he crafted an identity for himself, aligning with the tales spun by the trio. In the world beyond, one's identity is self-bestowed. He paid little heed to anything else, understanding only that this identity would ensure his survival. When the members of the caravan learned of Han Mo's newfound identity, their attitudes shifted drastically. The respect they once held was dissipated, replaced by a veil of indifference and alienation. Even the wealthiest merchant, Li, could not sway them with flattery. Had it not been for the warning from the three of Xinjian sect, they might have even considered breaking the contract and abandoning this lucrative venture. Acknowledging the futility of changing their stance, Li decided to relent, attributing their animosity towards Han Mo to the influence of Xinjian sect. Han Mo, are you truly a disciple of that Taoist Xianqing? How is it that I was unaware of this? Li tentatively inquired. Han Mo did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced behind him, ensuring that the three from Xinjian sect had not followed, before he felt at ease. I have no acquaintance with Taoist Xianqing. If what they say is indeed true, I can only confirm that Taoist Xianqing is dead, and I was the one who ended his life. Boom. Li felt as though he had received a staggering revelation, the news exploding in his mind, rendering him dizzy. How could this be possible? That was a cultivator of the 6th level of Chi refinement, and you, Li stammered, struggling to reconcile the reality that Han Mo, a mere child, had once been an ordinary person just over a year ago. Han Mo understood that he could not elucidate the matter, after all. The Great Black Bear had also been involved, and he found it incomprehensible how it had managed to severely injure a practitioner at the 6th level of Chi refinement. Therefore, even if he spoke of it, it would be difficult for others to believe. What I speak is the truth. This celestial technique was obtained after I killed the Xianqing Taoist and searched his body. Master Li, taken aback, nodded slowly, harboring doubt in his heart. However, upon further reflection, he recalled the silk cloth Han Mo had used to bandage his wounds. A mysterious force had been at work, healing his injuries overnight. At the time, he had been unclear about its origin, but now it seemed highly probable that it was the celestial robe of that Xianqing Taoist. Otherwise, how could there be such spiritual energy? Could it be that Han Mo truly killed a 6th level Chi refinement immortal? Chapter 39. The official Lu Zheng of Jincheng City. Throughout the journey, the caravan and Han Mo had scarcely uttered a word. In their minds, since Han Mo belonged to the Xinjian sect, he must undoubtedly be a ruthless villain, not to be trifled with lightly. Finally, after 3 days, the group arrived at Jincheng City. The caravan swiftly unloaded all the provisions Han Mo had brought and departed without even fulfilling their initial promise to find buyers. In desperation, Han Mo had no choice but to search for buyers in the marketplace. Unlike Tianyong City, the marketplace in Jincheng City was devoid of any merchants. As far as the eye could see, it was filled only with destitute refugees. The refugees gazed longingly at the pile of grain behind Han Mo, their eyes shimmering with hope. Such an abundance of provisions could satisfy their hunger and even allow them to store some away. If only these provisions were theirs. They thought to themselves, yet none dared to approach. They had all fled here from the torment of the Xinjian sect. And the sight of a one-armed adult and a child appearing unscathed in Jincheng City, causing the caravan to be so wary, indicated that they were not ordinary individuals. However, a few desperate refugees, driven mad by hunger, rushed forward, reaching out for the grain on the ground. Master Li, witnessing this, gripped his hatchet and struck it down onto the ground with a resounding thud. I dare anyone to move. The sharp rebuke indeed frightened off those attempting to seize the grain, as they swallowed hard, their eyes fixed hungrily on the food. We're starving. Give us something to eat. Please, show us some kindness. More and more refugees gathered around, their dirt-covered hands reaching out towards the two, yet Master Li occasionally displayed a fierce countenance, deterring them from advancing even an inch further. Where is the government office in Jincheng City? Han Mo inquired as an elderly woman, hunched with age, took 2 steps forward. wielding a bundle of firewood in her hands, aiming towards the south. At that moment, a small girl, no more than 6 or 7 years old, suddenly squeezed her way forward. "Please, do not harm my grandmother. She is old and cannot steal your food." The girl's face was ashen, her lips tinged with purple. Yet her gaze remained resolute. Her petite frame stood protectively in front of the old woman, arms outstretched. A hollow sound of hunger emanated from the girl's stomach. Hanemo looked at her, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. Just as he was about to act, Masterly abruptly intervened. "Hanemo, by giving them food now, you would only be endangering this grandmother and granddaughter." Hanemo could not comprehend why giving them food would lead to their demise. The landlord leaned in and whispered softly, "These individuals are driven mad by hunger. They dare not touch your provisions. But if you were to offer sustenance to the grandmother and granddaughter, these desperate souls would likely resort to theft, and it is they who may meet their end at their hands." Upon hearing this, Hanemo immediately comprehended the essence of what Masterly had conveyed. The pair of grandfather and grandson possessed no means of self-preservation. In their extreme hunger, they would resort to any means necessary, just as he had done in the past, scavenging for food amidst refuse, where even the dogs that passed by had to endure his wrath. "Masterly, I implore you to gather resources locally. Prepare a large pot of porridge from a sack of grain and distribute it to these destitute souls. I shall go to the government office to procure the necessary documents." Masterly furrowed his brow and sighed. "Hanemo, you cannot save them. No matter how much grain you possess, it will not alter their fate. Even the royal family of the Great Zhou cannot achieve that." "I understand that." Hanemo inhaled deeply, "but I have endured similar hardships. I cannot bear to witness their plight. They lack the fortune I had. I merely wish to afford them a single meal." Masterly shook his head, choosing not to say more. He immediately summoned 2 relatively robust refugees to gather firewood. "You two, go find a large pot, the bigger, the better, and also procure some firewood." "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. It is not I who shall distribute the porridge, but this child. If gratitude is to be expressed, let it be directed towards him." "Thank you, young master. You are truly a benefactor." Upon hearing that 2 noble souls were to provide porridge, the refugees were instantly filled with exhilaration, bowing repeatedly to the 2 men, while some eagerly set out to seek usable items. Masterly had initially intended to find some wild vegetables, but upon inquiry, he discovered that in Jianzhou City, not only wild vegetables were scarce, but even the bark and leaves of trees had been stripped bare. As he surveyed the surroundings, Masterly came across desiccated bones that had been picked clean in a few corners. After Hanemo expounded on certain matters, he departed from the vicinity, following the direction indicated by the elderly woman. He arrived beneath one of the gates of the city. To his astonishment, Jianzhou was fortified with not 1, but 2 imposing gates. As Hanemo contemplated, he prepared to enter the city gates. The guards posed few inquiries, merely asking for his name and identity before permitting his passage. However, upon crossing this threshold, Hanemo was met with an entirely different spectacle. Here, there were no destitute wanderers, no signs of hunger, but rather an ostentatious display of wealth, albeit one that felt somewhat peculiar. The seemingly bustling streets were devoid of pedestrians. The taverns hosted patrons, each adorned in luxurious silks yet bearing gaunt, sallow faces, and the fare upon their tables consisted solely of insipid broth. "Come up and experience the pleasures of manhood with a handful of grain," cried the women from the 2nd floor of the brothel, their faces heavily painted. Their demands for recompense were not in currency, but in sustenance. Noticing Hanmo's radiant complexion, the women, seasoned in their trade, perceived that he lacked not for food, and thus extended even warmer invitations to him. Despite their fervent solicitations, Hanemo chose not to ascend the stairs. Hanemo remained oblivious to the notion of the joys of man as described by the women, merely considering it a frivolous indulgence of the affluent. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. As he continued his stroll down the street, the surroundings appeared bustling, yet ultimately presented a singular scene. This place, despite its wealth, was undeniably deficient in sustenance. "I possess provisions, while they hold riches. I seek their wealth, and they yearn for my grain. My surplus will undoubtedly fetch a better price here." Hanemo pondered as he swiftly arrived at the official residence of Jianzhou City. "Halt! One must report a case. My lord shall not convene today. Please return another day," he declared. "I have come to request a document for the sale of grain." Upon hearing Hanmo's words, the guards were taken aback. "Selling grain? Child, do not jest with us. In these times of scarcity in Jianzhou, who would be willing to part with their grain?" "I am not a resident of Jianzhou. I hail from Tianyang City. The guards were visibly shocked, clearly unable to fathom how Han Mo had traveled from Tianyang to their midst. Just then, a figure hurriedly emerged from the yamen. How audacious! Hurry and let the young master in. Recognizing the assistant was personally arriving, the guards dared not delay Han Mo and promptly granted him passage, while the assistant swiftly led the way for Han Mo. My lord has been waiting for quite some time, and even mentioned sending someone to fetch the young master. May I inquire about the young master's esteemed surname? I am not a young master. Simply call me Han Mo. But how does your lord know of my arrival? The assistant, bowing respectfully, replied, Young Master Han, you may be unaware, but your charitable act of distributing porridge outside the city has already reached my lord's ears. He specifically instructed me to come and escort you, and fortuitously, you have arrived. Assistant, why does Jinzhou have 2 city walls? Han Mo expressed his inner doubts. The advisor hesitated for a moment and replied in a grave tone, Young Master Han, you may not be aware that Jinzhou city is besieged on 3 sides. To the south lies the southern barbarians, to the north stands the Xianjian sect, and to the east is the Sea tribe. To the west, we have been cut off from the imperial court for 7 or 8 years. Jinzhou city can only manage to maintain a fragile self-preservation. Currently, with the influx of numerous refugees, if we fail to manage the situation properly, it will only accelerate the city's demise. Thus, we have no choice but to construct a temporary refugee area using this method. Han Mo nodded, uttering no further words, merely following behind the steward. Soon, the two arrived at a secluded courtyard, where a solitary figure was seen, rod in hand, attempting to fish. However, the pond was utterly barren, devoid of even the slightest hint of life, with the water lilies completely withered. As they drew nearer, it became evident that the angler had pronounced cheekbones, his hair a striking gray, and his eyes gently closed in a peaceful slumber. This individual was none other than Lu Zhong, the esteemed official of Jinzhou City. Though in his 40s and ostensibly in the prime of life, he bore the unmistakable signs of age, a testament to the burdens of excessive toil. My lord, the young Master Han from outside the city has arrived with the porridge. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhong opened his eyes and suddenly grasped Han Mo's hands. His gaze infused with fervent hope. Young Master Han, do you truly wish to sell grain? Chapter 40. Selling grain at a high price. The corpse of an immortal unearthed at Yifeng Ridge. Young Master Han, I have prepared food and drink to entertain you. Let us sit down and converse earnestly. As Lu Zhong spoke, he led Han Mo into the courtyard. Upon arrival, Han Mo observed that the table was already set with beverages and 3 plates of dishes, all comprised of wild vegetables and roots, accompanied by a scant portion of rice and an empty bowl at one side. A look of embarrassment crossed Lu Zheng's face, to which Han Mo responded with a smile. I hope you do not find this simple fare lacking. In these times, such provisions are indeed considered ample for this grand estate. Han Mo took a seat and exchanged the empty bowl in front of Lu Zhong, saying, I have already dined on my way here, so there is no need for you to be overly courteous, Master Lu. Lu Zhong was about to decline, but he observed Han Mo retrieving 2 pieces of flat bread from his bundle and placing them on the table. This scene caused the assistant nearby to swallow hard. Did Master Han truly look down upon such humble fare? Lu Zhong felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that inadequate hospitality might dissuade Han Mo from his intention to sell grain. Han Mo shook his head and remarked, how could I possibly disdain it? Not long ago, I was surviving solely on the putrid food I scavenged from garbage heaps. The speaker's words were casual, yet the listener was attentive. Lu Zhong did not inquire further, but instead got straight to the point. How much grain are you planning to sell this time, Master Han? In haste. Han Mo had brought along 200 sure, intending to sell it all. What? How much? 200 sure? The clerk, upon hearing this figure, gasped in astonishment. Already calculating in his mind, 200 sure of grain could sustain even the refugee areas outside the city for half a month if rationed carefully. Lu Zheng's astonishment mirrored that of the clerk. A child who once barely survived on decaying food has managed to acquire 200 sure of surplus grain. Truly a remarkable individual to have arrived safely in Jinzhou. Young Master Han, I will purchase all your 200 sure of grain. The market price was 500 won per sure, but I shall offer you 1 tael. Jinzhou may lack many things, but it is certainly abundant in wealth. Although the Xianyuan sect often causes disturbances here, mere gold and silver hold no value for them. They merely seek amusement and slaughter before departing. Meanwhile, the wealthy officials of Jinzhou have ample money but no grain, making it a lucrative opportunity to sell to them. And then I can engage in further dealings with Han Mo. Upon hearing this price, Han Emo was equally taken aback. 1 tael of silver per share of grain meant he would earn 200 taels from this transaction, a true windfall. There were still 600 or 700 share remaining in Yinfeng Ridge. If sold entirely to Jianzhou, it could amount to 1,000 taels, a grand venture. Very well. Let us proceed at the price you mentioned, Master Lu. The two reached a consensus, and Lu Zheng promptly instructed the clerk to fetch ink and paper, drafting an official document on the spot and sealing it with the official stamp, thereby validating the agreement. Master Lu, please send someone with me to collect the grain. Lu Zheng, filled with excitement, declared his intention to accompany them, eager to witness the quantity of grain firsthand. For it had been a long time since he had seen such a substantial amount. Thus, Han Emo led Lu Zheng and others to the refugee area. With an official of Lu Zheng's stature present, none dared to act out of line, fearing expulsion from Jinzhou. They were already grateful to live here, enduring hunger but relieved from the terror of being ruthlessly slain by the Xinyuan sect. In their eyes, Lu Zheng was a benevolent figure, dedicated to the welfare of the people. The grain would be distributed by the government, with porridge served daily at the city gates. Lu Zheng immediately issued the order. And upon hearing this, the refugees were overwhelmed with emotion, kneeling before him, showering him with gratitude. There is no need to thank me. This grain was sold to us by Master Han, who has saved you. Lu Zheng was cautious not to take undue credit. People possess an inherent sense of vanity. And he hoped that Han Emo would continue to sell grain to Jinzhou, for this might indeed offer the city a glimmer of hope in overcoming its difficulties. After the grain was exchanged, Han Emo received a full 200 taels of silver, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. Upon returning to the yamen with Lu Zheng, he ordered the preparation of food anew. This time, the table was graced with white rice. Both Han Emo and the wealthy Li had bowls filled solely with rice, while the bowl of the esteemed official was mixed with husks. The broth was sparse, yet it represented my utmost sincerity. Should my young friend Han have any surplus grain, I am willing to purchase it, and the price is of no concern. In essence, as long as there is grain, the price may indeed rise. After a conversation, Han Emo indicated he had extra grain, much to Lu Zheng's delight, who promptly declared that he would acquire all that Han Emo had. However, the issue lay in the fact that the caravan was no longer willing to transport the grain, even for payment. While Lu Zheng was unaware of the particulars, he prudently refrained from inquiring further and instead accompanied Han Emo back with a convoy of horse-drawn carts. Young friend Han, I shall reserve your next surplus of grain. Should you be willing to sell to Jianzhou City, I can elevate the price to 2 taels. Lu Zheng was indeed concerned that Han Emo might sell the grain elsewhere. The grain acquired this time, if conserved, would last at most a month, and should there be no further connection with Han Mo's supplies within that time frame, Jianzhou City would face even more fatalities. Thus, Lu Zheng resolved to stabilize Han Emo with a price of 2 taels per stone of grain. This price would likely be unattainable for other cities. Unbeknownst to Lu Zheng, the grain possessed by Han Emo was uniquely special. Ordinary individuals need not consume it at every meal, as a single serving could sustain them for over a day, even if not entirely satiating. Of course, this was knowledge that Lu Zheng would only come to realize later. On their return journey, Han Emo and his companions encountered members of the Xianjin sect once more. As the officials prepared for a confrontation, they were surprised to see Han Emo step forward, engaging in negotiations with the members of the sect under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Unaware of the content of their exchange, the officials were astonished when Han Emo returned unscathed. They pondered how even the Xianjin sect would yield to this young lord, speculating on the immense backing he must possess. Surely, even the imperial family of the great Zhou could not rival it. Was he perhaps favored by celestial beings? During the return journey, the presence of official soldiers ensured no bandits obstructed their path, allowing for a smooth passage. After 10 days of relentless travel, they finally arrived back at Tianyong City, Pingyang Village. Alighting from the carriage, Han Emo took a deep breath, expelling the stagnant energy accumulated during his days of introspection, feeling invigorated and refreshed. You shall wait here for 2 days. My lord, we can assist in transporting the grain. The officials, feeling a sense of urgency, expressed their concerns. Having already delayed for 10 days, fearing that Jianzhou City might not survive until their return. No need, I can manage on my own. That grain is sufficient to sustain them for a month. Han Emo immediately declined, regardless of who it was. He had no desire for anyone to be aware of the existence of the Celestial Tower's treasure. Moreover, upon his return, he had a matter of even greater significance that must remain unknown to any third party. Why a third party? Because he trusted Master Li. Once reaching the mountain, Han Mo ensured that no one had followed him, then swiftly made his way to the site where the Immortal was buried. After several confirmations, he finally shouldered the spade and began to dig. Han Mo, what are you excavating? Han Mo remained silent, continuing to wield his hoe. At last, after a quarter of an hour, a deep pit emerged. Master Li beheld a bloodied and mangled hand. Strangely, this hand possessed only 4 fingers. The index finger appearing as though it had suffered a grievous blow from a blunt object, the bones utterly shattered. Han Mo unearthed the body of an immortal from the soil, remarkably preserved, devoid of any signs of decay or unpleasant odor. Master Li furrowed his brow and inquired, Han Mo, who is this individual? He appears to have died only recently. If the individuals from the Xianjian sect were not deceiving him, then he must be Xianqing Taoist. Chapter 41. Treasures Within the Ring. The revelation was astonishing, causing Master Li's heart to skip a beat. His gaze swiftly shifted to the corpse in the pit, his confusion deepening. According to the accounts from the Xianjian sect members a few days prior, Xianqing Taoist had likely perished at least a year and a half ago. Yet, this body exhibited no signs of decay whatsoever. Even the skin retained a hint of color. Is this truly the body of an immortal? However, Master Li soon found it difficult to believe, for at that time, Han Mo was merely an ordinary person, facing a Xianqing Taoist at the 6th level of Qi refinement, destined only for death. How did Han Mo manage to slay the Xianqing Taoist? At that moment, Master Li observed Han Mo leaping into the pit, swiftly rummaging through the corpse of the Xianqing Taoist. Han Mo, what are you searching for? The storage ring. Han Mo casually replied, yet upon thorough examination, he found no storage ring on the body of the Xianqing Taoist. This seemed peculiar. Even ordinary disciples possess storage rings. So how could a senior figure within the sect be without one? Han Mo was engulfed in confusion as he inadvertently glanced at the ring on his finger. It was a gift from several individuals of the Xianjian sect, resting upon his index finger. Wait, where's the index finger of Taoist Xianqing? Han Mo's eyes narrowed sharply as he unexpectedly discovered the missing fingertip of Xianqing Taoist, suddenly recalling the moment when he had struck the Taoist's hand with a stone. Han Mo hastily climbed out of the deep pit and, without a backward glance, made his way down the mountain towards the pond. Li the landowner quickly followed suit. After approximately 15 minutes, Han Mo arrived at the edge of the pond, where he knelt down to clear away the layers of dead branches and leaves that had covered the area. He then proceeded to excavate another layer of soil. This was a precautionary concealment that Han Mo had initially undertaken, but now he was dismantling it entirely. Eureka! Han Mo exclaimed with joy. Suddenly, Li the landowner heard Han Mo's exclamation and rushed over, only to find Han Mo cradling a severed finger in his hands, upon which rested a ring. Li the landowner observed that the ring on the severed finger bore an uncanny resemblance to those worn by the 3 individuals from the Xianyuan sword sect. It seemed evident that this belonged to the Taoist Xianqing without a doubt. Simultaneously, Li the landowner concluded another matter. Han Mo was neither a member of the Xianyuan sword sect nor a disciple of the so-called Taoist Xianqing. For in Han Mo's world, anyone who had extended even the slightest kindness towards him, no matter how trivial, would be treated with utmost benevolence, much like the old blind man. Han Mo is so frugal that he even hesitates to purchase meat buns, all in order to save money for a better tombstone for the old blind man. As for Xianqing Taoist, Han Mo merely dug a shallow grave and hastily buried him. Had he truly been Han Mo's master, Han Mo would never have treated him in such a manner. Han Mo removed the storage ring from his severed finger and immediately employed his spiritual sense to examine the contents within. A chilling longsword emanated an intense aura of frost, alongside several roots exuding a faint icy essence, presumably the spiritual herbs of the cultivation realm. However, as Han Mo had yet to delve into literature regarding this subject, he was unaware of the names of these herbs. In addition to these items, he also discovered a tome of celestial arts, the ice-binding technique, and a glass vial quietly cradling 10 medicinal pills. Furthermore, Han Mo encountered a collection of translucent, irregular stones. These, indeed, were spirit stones. Han Mo's heart raced with a sudden jolt. Within this spatial ring lay not just a treasure, but a remarkable trove of 20 spirit stones, the quality of which remained an enigma. Suppressing the exhilaration swelling within him, Han Mo meticulously secured the ring and then carelessly thrust the severed finger into his pocket as he ascended the mountain. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave, he discarded the finger into the pit and carefully reburied the remains of Taoist Xianqing with earth. Only after completing these tasks did he finally exhale in relief. Han Mo originally intended to thoroughly examine the treasures contained within the ring of the Xinqing Taoist. However, upon glancing up, he realized that time was not on his side. He needed to transport the remaining provisions down the mountain. Thus, he immediately set to work, procuring his usual backpack and cart, loading them to the brim with no less than 5 or 6 stones of supplies. For Han Mo, who had already reached the Qi refinement stage, this weight posed no challenge. He effortlessly maneuvered the cart down the mountain. Meanwhile, Li the landlord followed suit, carrying 1 stone on his shoulder and another at his waist. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, the officials were seated on the ground, resting, occasionally glancing towards the direction from which Han Mo and his companion had departed. It had been 2 hours. Why had the young master not returned yet? Could he have deceived us for amusement? Surely not. As he had promised our superior and even presented documentation, he would not dare to breach such an agreement. As the officials conversed, they suddenly caught sight of 2 figures approaching in the moonlight. They quickly rose, their senses heightened as they scrutinized the silhouettes. No, that appeared to be the young master. An astute official exclaimed, and as they focused, indeed, it was their long-awaited young master, followed closely by the one-armed Li the landlord. Good heavens, the young master! The officials gasped, for they beheld Han Mo arriving with a cart brimming with provisions, his total load possibly amounting to 5 stones. As Han Mo drew near, the astonishment on their faces became evident. A few officials hurried forward to assist in unloading the heavy burden from Han Mo's person. Truly, the young master possesses divine strength. One official, struggling to grasp a stone of provisions, nearly stumbled but managed to place the grain onto the cart, showering Han Mo with praise. After the unloading was complete, they realized that a cart could hold 20 stones of grain, and here were the young master and Li the landlord bringing in half a cart's worth. Thus, it could be concluded that the young master had delivered 8 stones of provisions in one go. Such strength was beyond what even seasoned martial artists could achieve. Could it be that the young master was a cultivator? Young master, it will take considerable time to fill 10 carts. Why don't we brothers lend a hand? We can finish swiftly. Just as Han Mo was about to resume pulling the cart, he suddenly halted and turned to face the officials. I previously stated that your assistance was unnecessary. Moreover, the provisions from Jinzhou City are sufficient to sustain them for more than a month. If you are concerned, you may leave at once. The documents indicate 800 stones, but do not specify that they must be transported all at once. Do not forget, I am the seller of these provisions. Only I can assist you with Jinzhou City. I reiterate, without my permission, none of you are to depart from this place. Should anyone defy my words, I shall withhold these provisions from Jinzhou City. Han Mo's words were starkly realistic, leaving the officials exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words. His tone instilled in them an unexpected sense of trepidation. Han Mo expressed such sentiments out of concern that some reckless youths might follow him up the mountain. The secrets of Windridge were numerous, and even a single revelation could incite unwarranted troubles, which Han Mo wished to avoid at all costs. Please do not take offense, young Master Han. We shall listen and not venture off on our own. From now on, we will transport supplies each night. After conveying this assurance, Han Mo proceeded to pull the wheelbarrow away, favoring the cover of night to evade detection by the villagers of Pingyang. The villagers were far less reasonable than these officials, and having suffered from the plundering of bandits, they were left with scant reserves. If they were to discover the abundance of provisions Han Mo possessed, they would dare to intrude upon Windridge. After making 3 round trips, Han Mo finally filled the cart with supplies, concluding his nighttime endeavors. Upon returning to Windridge, he eagerly retrieved all the items from the storage ring of the Xinqing Taoist, spiritual stones, a cold iron sword, and the freezing technique. Spiritual stones served as the universal currency in the realm of cultivation, brimming with spiritual energy suitable for one's training. The cold iron sword could be wielded for self-defense in critical moments, while the freezing technique was a form of celestial magic capable of temporarily immobilizing an opponent's movements. Recalling the time he had been restrained, Han Mo had initially intended to employ the mountain-splitting palm technique, but alas, the opportunity had eluded him. Since then, he had come to understand the necessity of acquiring greater strength. As for the spiritual herbs and elixirs, he remained unaware of their names and refrained from using them indiscriminately. After considerable contemplation, Han Mo concluded that the freezing technique was the most suitable for his current needs. Thus, he opened to the first page of the freezing technique. And the initial line of text astonished him. When cultivating the freezing technique, one must ensure an abundant supply of spiritual energy. Chapter 42. The Freezing Technique. A place rich in spiritual energy. Hanemo found himself in a quandary. In this realm brimming with spiritual energy, where was he to seek it? Suddenly, a thought struck him. He possessed spirit stones, which contained a vast reservoir of spiritual energy. Thus, Hanemo retrieved a spirit stone, substantial as a fist. And the moment his palm made contact with it, he was enveloped by an astonishing surge of spiritual essence, far exceeding the terrifying intensity of what he usually absorbed during his cultivation. Hanemo immediately placed the spirit stone before him and commenced his practice of the freezing technique. In the next moment, the spirit stone emitted radiant halos that surged forth, coalescing into droplets of water around him. Under the meticulous manipulation of spiritual energy, Hanemo endeavored to merge the droplets. As time elapsed, the surrounding droplets completely amalgamated, and before Hanemo appeared a shimmering curtain of water, which gradually began to freeze. Soon, the water curtain transformed into a solid ice screen. With a decisive strike of his palm, Hanemo sent forth the ice screen, which shattered explosively into a myriad of ice crystals. Every surface touched by these crystals became blanketed in a layer of ice. Success! Hanemo was overjoyed, never expecting the practice of the freezing spell to be so effortless. However, he realized that its range allowed him to control only a single individual's movements, which could merely be deemed a modest achievement. Nonetheless, this was sufficient to satisfy Hanemo. Upon inspecting the spirit stone, he discovered it still contained a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Adhering to his principle of not wasting resources, he promptly commenced the absorption of the spirit stone. Time seemed to elapse unnoticed, and soon the spirit stone lost its initial radiance, gradually turning dull. With a crisp sound, the spirit stone transformed into an ordinary rock, which, upon the gentle breeze, dispersed into the air. Hanemo innerly focused on his dantian, and was suddenly taken aback. The spiritual energy within his dantian had remarkably become abundant. He recalled that 5 months ago, he was unable to store even a trace of it. To his astonishment, he had inadvertently reached this level. It appears that one must not rush in any endeavor. It is essential to proceed step by step. Now, he merely requires an opportune moment to break through to the first layer of chi refinement, achieving the true stage of chi refinement. Hanemo pondered as a sudden rumbling emanated from his stomach. During the chi refining stage, fasting was not an option. He had to rely on grains to satiate his hunger, although this would lead to an accumulation of impurities in his body. It seemed he had read somewhere that a certain elixir could cleanse these impurities and purify the mortal form. When the time came, it would be the perfect opportunity to establish his foundation. Of course, Hanemo had not contemplated these matters deeply. He was a pseudo-spiritual root. The old Immortal had once remarked that cultivating such a root was exceedingly arduous, and achieving the foundational stage was akin to reaching for the heavens. Hanemo now wishes to take one step at a time, as he is on the verge of breaking through to the first layer of chi refinement. Amidst his thoughts, Hanemo has already placed the flatbreads he made onto the stone slab to cook, indulging in them with great delight. Before long, he devoured 5 pieces in quick succession. Yet, despite this, he still felt unsated, a gnawing hunger lingering within him. It felt indulgent. 5 flatbreads were hardly sufficient. In the past, he would have been content with even a bowl of gruel. However, the pangs of hunger overpowered his reason, prompting him to retrieve another 5 flatbreads to roast. At last, Hanemo found himself utterly stuffed. This was the fullest he had felt since leaving Pingyang village. Previously, he had refrained from eating excessively to save for the old blind man's gravestone. But now the old man had found a better home, and Hanemo had plenty of provisions to spare. Hanemo ground the grain into flour and mixed it with wild vegetables to create numerous flatbreads, without the worry of impoverishing himself through his consumption. After satisfying his hunger, it was time for Hanemo to rest. Although he was not at Infeng Ridge during this period, he diligently set aside an evening every few days to venture into the realm of the Immortal Tower to clear the weeds, as he did not wish to spend consecutive days amidst the unruly vegetation. This recent journey to and from Jinzhou City spanned nearly 20 days. The crops he had sown before departing had begun to take shape, with vast fields now showing signs of ear formation. In another half-month, the 50 acres of grain would be ready for harvest. Hanemo discovered that ever since the land increased to 50 acres, the Immortal Tower no longer granted him any additional land after each harvest. However, the yield continued to rise. Initially, each acre could only produce 5 stones of grain. But now each acre yields at least 10 stones, effectively doubling the output. Once harvested, these 50 acres would yield no less than 500 stones, resulting in a considerable income upon sale. Hanemo had even begun to envision a life of immense wealth, indulging in a delightful dream of prosperity. When he awakened once more, it was already the following day. Upon awakening, Hanemo immediately consumed a bowl of thick batter he had prepared overnight. He then procured a 2-inch stone and began to practice the crushing mountain palm technique. With a resounding clap, he struck down, feeling a faint sting emanate from his palm, prompting him to draw a sharp breath. Indeed, the crushing mountain palm could not be neglected for even a day. As he contemplated this, Hanemo raised his hand to resume his training. However, in the next moment, the 2-inch stone began to crack gradually. Hanemo furrowed his brow and leaned in closer. Before he could discern the fissures upon its surface, the stone suddenly exploded. Hanemo was astonished, gazing in bewilderment at his own palm. When had his strength grown to such a magnitude? Previously, it would take him at least a month to completely shatter a 2-inch stone, yet today, he accomplished the feat with a single strike, and the result was even more explosive than before. Hanemo immediately found another 2-inch stone, examined his palm, and gathered his spiritual energy, striking down with a single hand. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered, yet his palm felt no sensation whatsoever. Hanemo was skeptical, yet this time he opted for a 4-inch stone, effortlessly shattering it with a single strike. The book stated that only after breaking a stone with one blow could one advance to the next level. 6 inches, 8 inches, 9 inches. Each required but a single strike, and Hanemo felt an overwhelming surge of excitement in his heart. Could it be that my mountain-shattering palm has reached its pinnacle? However, this speculation was swiftly shattered by reality. When Hanemo attempted to break a foot-long stone, he found himself unable to do so. The teachings of the mountain-shattering palm indicated that to achieve mastery, one must shatter a 9-foot boulder with a single blow. Hanemo gently shook his head, realizing that he still had a long journey ahead concerning the crumbling mountain palm. After 1,000 strikes, he managed to shatter 2 1-foot stones, subsequently concluding his practice of the crumbling mountain palm. He then ascended to the mountain peak to commence his meditation. However, when Hanemo turned his gaze inward to his dantian, he discovered that the abundant spiritual energy he had cultivated the previous night had now dwindled to nothingness. As if struck by a sudden thought, Hanemo hastily placed the Immortal Tower before him for observation. The tower's body was connected to its base, and after a duration equivalent to half a stick of incense, a resounding thud echoed as the base fell to the ground. The time remained unchanged. What could possibly be the reason for this? Hanemo was immediately struck by a sense of disappointment, as if the accomplishments of the previous night had been shattered. However, he swiftly recalibrated his thoughts and entered a meditative state. He continued his cultivation until the quarter past the hour of Yu, only to find that the spiritual energy within his dantian had remained unchanged. Today's practice proved to be far more arduous than ever before. Hanemo glanced at the time. Dusk had begun to descend, signaling that it was time to transport the grain down the mountain. At that moment, the wealthy landowner also arrived at the summit. The two commenced the arduous task of moving the surplus grain. Below the mountain, the officials had waited all day, their faces pallid, clearly suffering from hunger. "Young Master Han, you have arrived." Upon seeing Hanemo, the officials hastily stood up, but their swift movement caused them to momentarily lose consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Hanemo furrowed his brows and inquired, "Haven't you eaten for a whole day? Is there not a cart full of provisions here?" The leading officer, with an awkward smile, replied, "At first, we believed we would swiftly return to report. However, these supplies are still insufficient, so we thought it best to ration them, allowing the citizens of Jinzhou to have a little more to eat." A complex expression flickered in Hanmo's eyes. Though these individuals were merely city officials, they could not be compared to the valiant soldiers defending the fortress. Yet when war loomed on the horizon, they would still be compelled to take to the battlefield. Remarkably, their foremost concern was the well-being of the citizens of Jinzhou. Hanemo set down his unicycle and backpack, and from his bosom, he produced several pieces of flatbread. "Share and partake," he urged, "for bandits may occasionally roam these parts, and you must remain ever vigilant." Upon hearing the mention of bandits, the officials were immediately taken aback, feeling a wave of relief that fortune had favored them during the daylight, sparing them a confrontation with such rogues. "Young Master Han, we shall assist you." Hanemo generously offered food, and the crowd felt immense gratitude towards him. They all set aside the flatbreads they had received and stepped forward to lend a hand. Han Mo declined and addressed the leading officer, instructing him not to worry and to send a few individuals nearby to gather some firewood and tiles. For their sustenance in the coming days would solely consist of the provisions aboard the cart. Upon hearing this, the officer quickly grasped the situation and issued the necessary orders. "Young Master Han, how much longer must we wait?" "We shall know by the hour of the high," was the response. The officer, though puzzled, tactfully refrained from further inquiries. Watching as Han Mo and the wealthy Li departed once more. Half an hour later, the officers had merely roasted some grain, and with the coarse remnants consumed. They barely managed to stave off hunger, all of them instinctively refraining from overeating. Soon, Han Mo and Li reappeared, still carrying 10 stones of provisions. The officers, understanding the unspoken need, stepped forward to assist, efficiently utilizing a cart capable of holding 30 stones. At last, the hour of the high arrived. "Young Master Han, it is now the hour of the high. I still find myself perplexed by your earlier words." Han Mo gazed at the 5 fully laden carts and explained, "I still have over 400 stones of surplus grain. I shall endeavor to transport it all by tomorrow night and swiftly return to Jinzhou City." "What? For 100 stones? Young Master Han, are you jesting with me? A child possessing such an abundance of grain, what could his family possibly do? It surpasses the annual harvest of an entire city. However, young Master Han, we have only brought 10 carts this time. It is unlikely we can transport it all in one go. 10 carts can carry at most 300 stones, and anything beyond that cannot be accommodated. The remaining surplus grain will require at least another 10 carts for complete transport." Han Mo offered no explanation. Instead, he descended the mountain the day after concluding his training. The officials mistakenly believed they could commence loading the remaining supplies, only to find that Han Mo merely provided a few instructions before heading towards Tiannong City. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, the officials grew increasingly anxious at Han Mo's absence. After approximately 3 hours, he finally returned, accompanied by a convoy led by 2 burly, bare-chested men. "Little Master Han, these 2 are brothers from the Tianyong City workshop. I have enlisted their assistance to transport the grain," Han Mo explained. The officials suddenly understood. Little Master Han had ventured out to locate the grain transport team, a total of 10 carts. With their aid, the loading would not take long at all, especially with the workshop brothers, who could lift heavy items with remarkable speed. However, at that moment, the eldest of the workshop brothers leaped down from the cart. "Little Han, we shall wait here for you." Chapter 43, The Power of Celestial Techniques. The officials were astonished, pondering how long they would have to wait with the entire group lingering. Yet, Little Master Han would not allow any deviation from his plans, and they dared not act independently. Thus, everyone tethered their carts and remained in place, awaiting further instructions. Above them, the bright moon had risen high in the sky, casting its light upon the land, revealing the surroundings even in the night. The evening breeze carried a chill, tinged with an unsettling aura. The officials, wary of their surroundings, held torches aloft and spread out, meticulously observing for any sign of movement, leaving no rustle of leaves unchecked. "Soon the last cart will be filled. Let us hold on." After a considerable time, the group finally spotted Han Mo reappearing at the edge of the firelight. However, this time, the cart was not full, and Han Mo bore no burden on his back, suggesting that the loading was complete. Urgently, the officials hastened to load the remaining supplies, not daring to linger, as they guided their carts southward under the moonlight. As they departed, a sudden flare of light erupted from the distant mountain, revealing a group of 30 or so individuals, all shackled, their chains clinking as they walked. Ensure the brothers in the great wilderness guard against their entry. Little Master Han, once this grain reaches Jinzhou City, you shall be hailed as a benefactor, a great hero who rescues thousands from peril. Along the way, the officials beheld the laden carts, their excitement palpable, yet they prudently refrained from probing further into the circumstances. Han Mo sat in the carriage, his gaze fixed ahead. He could hardly be called a great hero. His desires were simple. I seek wealth, and you seek provisions. It is merely a matter of mutual necessities. Haha, young Master Han, Jinzhou is indeed a splendid place, abundant in wealth and land. Have you ever considered developing your prospects there? The officer's inquiry certainly caught Han Mo off guard. Develop in Jinzhou? Does Jinzhou have places like Yinfeng Ridge? He had not yet made up his mind, opting instead to take things one step at a time. The officer wore a smile, naturally respecting Han Mo's decision. Yet this matter would require the consent of Lord Liu, regardless of Han Mo's willingness. However, if this young Master Han were inclined, Lord Liu would likely acquiesce. Young Master Han, you mention a lack of funds. Selling all this grain would yield at least over 1,000 taels of silver. With such wealth, are you planning to embark on a grand venture? The speaker's words were casual, but the listener took them to heart. Han Mo has begun to contemplate how to utilize this newfound wealth. His first thought is to transform the land of Wind Ridge. The only access is a narrow path, which he plans to sever to prevent anyone from ascending the ridge. With the spatial ring now in his possession, he no longer needs to transport grains laboriously with a wheelbarrow. The ring's capacity far exceeds that of the cart, offering greater convenience. Furthermore, his strength has significantly increased. He can leap 3 feet high and traverse 10 zhang with ease. Even if the path is obliterated, he can simply jump over it. This way, the villagers of Pingong will be unable to enter Wind Ridge, and others will find it equally challenging. Unless they are martial artists like Master Li who might devise alternative means. Han Mo has considered this possibility, but in the current world, martial artists are few and far between. He will devise further strategies if and when the need arises. Additionally, the 50 acres of land atop the mountain require fortification. Initially, he hesitated to do so because the yield would increase each harvest, and at that time, he had little money. Observing Han Mo's sporadic conversation, the official wisely refrained from further interruption, while Han Mo entered a meditative state. The ordinary I cannot perceive the subtle spiritual energy permeating the world, which he is gradually absorbing, making the most of every moment for cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, time passed, and he was roused by the official, realizing he had meditated for 2 days. Upon awakening, an overwhelming hunger struck him. A glance revealed that the caravan had already exited the bounds of Tianyong City. Just 5 miles ahead lay the vast wilderness that separates the two cities, a territory frequented by bandits. Hastily consuming a few pieces of flatbread, Han Mo alleviated his hunger. Rest assured, young Master Han, those bandits would not dare show themselves in the presence of our officials. This stretch of road is relatively secure. Master Li approached, wielding a hatchet. Stay alert. If those bandits become desperate, they care not for your status. The official nodded, instructing everyone to be vigilant of their surroundings, while the remainder set up camp to rest, leaving 4 or 5 to stand guard. Once everyone had eaten their fill and the horses were well fed, the caravan resumed its journey, and Han Mo continued to absorb the spiritual energy for his cultivation. After traveling 5 miles, the caravan suddenly halted. Lifting his gaze, Han Mo recognized the familiar wilderness ahead. Did anyone hear something? A craftsman brother stepped forward, shielding his brow with his palm, squinting at the swirling sands stirred by the wind. Is there a sound? Indeed, the sound of metal clashing. Master Li's voice echoed from behind. The officials tensed, their hands quickly resting on their weapons. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, sweeping away large clouds of yellow sand. The clattering noise pierced through the howling wind, and the seasoned officials instantly deduced that it was the sound of shackles. As anticipated, figures began to emerge from beneath the sand. "Beware, bandits!" the officers shouted, their faces revealing astonishment. They had not anticipated that these escaped mortals would exhibit such reckless bravery, presenting themselves before the officials with the clear intent to seize provisions. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. Merely 4 or 5 bandits dared to provoke them. After all, they were officers of the law, and dealing with a handful of ruffians should prove trivial. However, at that moment, a sudden clanking sound echoed from behind, which, if the previous noise had been merely the wind, was now unmistakably the result of vigorous movement. And the clamor was chaotic and numerous. "This is bad. We are surrounded," one of the workshop brothers exclaimed. The officers turned to see over 30 bandits emerging from the rear. This was a grave predicament. It was no wonder these individuals had the audacity to act so brazenly. They had amassed such a formidable number. What were they to do now? "Li, I will cover you. Your horsemanship is unmatched. Unshackle a cart and charge forth to summon reinforcements. They are all shackled and cannot catch up to you." The officer known as Li did not hesitate. He swiftly severed the bonds restraining the horse, deftly mounted, and the startled steed neighed loudly, rearing up 3 feet high. The other officers immediately moved to provide cover. Li cracked his whip and, seizing the moment before complete encirclement, surged forward. At last, the bandits surrounded the group. Although the workshop brothers were robust, they faced desperate rogues who had nothing to lose, and thus they hastily concealed themselves beneath the cart. attempting to bury their bodies in sand as best they could. Meanwhile, Master Li unsheathed a machete and charged into the fray. His strikes were swifter and more ruthless than those of the officers. Although he wielded only one hand, it proved more advantageous than the shackled bandits, whose movements were hampered. With a powerful swing, he felled one bandit. The bandits, taken aback by Master Li's ferocity, quickly closed in on him. Realizing the peril he was in, Master Li thought to himself, "This is dire. My fists cannot withstand their numbers." The bandits raised their weapons to strike at him, when suddenly, a peculiar chill swept across the scorching plains. Before anyone could react, the bandits encircling Master Li found themselves frozen in place. Master Li, eliminate them. The voice of Han Mo resonated, and upon closer inspection, Li Kaiju discovered that Han Mo could indeed wield celestial powers. The 5 bandits, frozen in place, were undoubtedly a result of Han Mo's magic. With a swift motion, Li Kaiju severed 5 heads from their bodies. "That young lad, eliminate that impudent boy first." The leader of the bandits quickly spotted Han Mo and commanded his remaining men to eliminate him. In a spectacular leap, Han Mo descended from the cart and struck forth with a palm. Chapter 44, Foundation of Qi. With a resounding clap, his palm struck one of the bandits squarely in the face. In an instant, blood erupted from the bandit's forehead, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. This display of power momentarily stunned the remaining bandits, their weapons suspended in midair, hands trembling in fear. A celestial being. He is a celestial being. We are mere mortals. How can we hope to defeat a celestial? In that moment, the bandits were thoroughly intimidated by Han Mo's prowess, with some even retreating. Yet, at that critical juncture, the leader of the bandits charged forth on horseback, swiftly dispatching the retreating individual with a single blow. "Kill that boy. Anyone who dares to retreat will meet the same fate." With a ferocious expression, the bandit leader instilled fear in the others, compelling them to abandon thoughts of escape and charge toward Han Mo with their weapons drawn. "Han Mo, be careful." From a distance, Li Kaiju intercepted a bandit's weapon and shouted towards Han Mo. However, he observed Han Mo suddenly step back, simultaneously delivering a palm strike. A beam of golden light shot forth from Han Mo's palm, striking the foremost bandit squarely in the chest. With a sickening crack, the sound of shattered ribs echoed, and the bandit flew backward, blood spewing forth, as he succumbed to death. Han Mo, capture the leader first. Witnessing Han Mo's effortless ability to slay bandits, Li Kaiju promptly offered him a strategic suggestion. Han Mo surveyed his surroundings and swiftly discerned that the rider was none other than the so-called king. Without hesitation, he charged forth with remarkable speed, leaving those nearby unable to catch a glimpse of his movement. Yet, the bandit was evidently no ordinary foe. He deftly straddled his horse and struck its flanks, causing the steed to rear in fright and kick out, landing a blow upon Han Mo. However, a peculiar scene unfolded. An invisible barrier seemed to envelop Han Mo, shielding him from harm. Though he was knocked back, he retaliated in an instant, delivering a powerful strike in return. Han Mo retreated 3 steps, while the horse lay on the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. 10 paces away, the leader of the bandits sprang to his feet, his face contorted with rage as he brandished his weapon and charged once more. With one strike after another, Han Mo was oblivious to his own unique abilities, relying solely on his petite frame to dodge left and right. This marked his inaugural encounter in battle, devoid of any prior experience, leaving him to adopt a stance of passive defense. "You wretched scoundrel, perish!" The bandit leader, frustrated by his repeated failures to land a blow on Han Mo, bellowed furiously, raising his weapon high. "Now, Han Mo!" shouted Master Li, prompting Han Mo to react swiftly, channeling his spiritual energy into his palm. With a resounding clap, the bandit leader felt his weapon deflected by an unseen force, the blade grazing Han Mo's shoulder before it thudded into the yellow sand below. In the same instant, Han Mo struck the bandit leader in the abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. With a thud, the bandit leader fell to the ground, writhing in agony, blood pouring from his mouth along with fragments of his internal organs. The remaining dozen bandits, witnessing this ghastly scene, were immediately overcome with terror, fleeing in disarray as if shedding their armor and weapons. Soon, the clamor of clashing weapons faded, replaced only by the howling wind. Master Li, gripping his machete, wiped the blood from his face and approached the fallen bandit leader, only to discover that he was still alive. Upon closer inspection, Master Li sensed a profound energy emanating from the bandit. It was evident that this brigand was also a martial practitioner, and indeed, his prowess far surpassed that of Lee, as the energy swirled around him, awaiting a guide to embark on the path to immortality. The 5 surviving officers rushed forward to bind the bandit. Master Lee waved them off, declaring it a waste of effort, for this man was on the brink of death. True to his words, within mere breaths, the bandit's breathing grew faint, inhalations becoming scarce and exhalations more frequent, until he ultimately breathed his last. Young Master Han is indeed extraordinary. The officers unabashedly praised, having witnessed Han Mo's prowess firsthand, further solidifying their belief that this young master had attained the status of an immortal cultivator. It was no wonder he possessed such abundant provisions. Surely, it was a result of celestial abilities. They had heard that those who practiced immortality required no sustenance, which explained the large quantities of grain he had sold from his home. After a brief exchange, the officers set about clearing the battlefield. In this confrontation, they had lost 3 brothers, primarily due to their exhaustion. Had they been adequately nourished, they could have dealt with these bandits without incurring any losses. At this moment, the brothers from the workshop emerged from beneath the yellow sand, their lips trembling at the sight of the bodies strewn about. Young Master Han, what shall we do without horses? The once familiar address of Little Han brother had now transformed into Young Master Han. Let us handle this, for it is our responsibility to transport the grain to Jinzhou City. Due to the prior departure of Li Air with a horse, the remaining cart of provisions could only be dragged by human effort. Thus, for individuals pulled from the front sides while one pushed from behind, laboriously advancing through the desolate expanse. Fortunately, the subsequent path proved to be perilous yet manageable, allowing for a degree of ease, though they required intermittent rest along the way. At last, on the 7th day, the group emerged from the wasteland and arrived at the fearsome territory of Zhuangjianmen. The officials exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what to do next. Would the people of Zhuangjianmen allow them to pass as they had before? With this thought, the officials turned their gaze towards Han Mo. Han Mo understood the implication and said, I shall lead the way. Wait for the return of Master Li before you proceed. Thus, Han Mo and Master Li made their way to the foot of the Xianjian Gate. Han Mo, do you feel confident? Master Li, please wait here for me. Upon hearing this, Master Li looked at Han Mo, hesitating to speak. Han Mo took a deep breath and boldly approached the disciples of the Xianjian Gate, who were blocking the path. Ah, it is you 3 brothers again today. Han Mo endeavored to maintain his composure. Upon hearing the sound, the 3 disciples of the Xianjian sect immediately heightened their vigilance. However, upon recognizing Han Mo, they promptly sheathed their swords. One of them glanced towards the convoy laden with provisions in the rear, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Junior brother, is it you? Did you not complete your mission last time? Han Mo chuckled and said, Indeed, we shall meet often in the future. It is imperative that we do so. Once you arrive at the Xianjian sect, my elder brother will guide you in appreciating the exquisite scenery of our sect. The disciple holding the long sword waved his hand, urging, do not squander time. Swiftly complete the tasks entrusted to you by Master Xinqing, so that you may return to the sect at the earliest opportunity. A surge of joy filled Han Mo's heart as he gestured to Master Li, signaling him to proceed with the horse caravan. Soon, the officials approached the 3 disciples of Xianjian Gate, trembling with trepidation, scarcely daring to breathe or raise their gazes. The tension among them reached a fever pitch, fearing that the other party might suddenly renege on their agreement. In such a case, it would not merely be a matter of seizing grain. Their very lives would be at stake. Junior brother, why do you linger? One of the Xianjian disciples remarked, noticing that Han Mo had not joined the convoy. Han Mo, observing the trio, felt a flicker of anxiety rise within him. Summoning his courage, he opened his palm, revealing a pill that rested in his hand. May I ask the 3 esteemed brothers to identify this pill for me? He inquired. Upon hearing his words, the 3 disciples stared wide-eyed at the pill nestled between his fingers. This is the 5 elements solid spirit pill, exclaimed one disciple, who bore a sword and had strikingly arched eyebrows. He stepped forward, grasping Han Mo's wrist tightly. This is the 5 elements solid spirit pill from Master Xinqing. It is not easily bestowed upon anyone. How did you come to possess one? Han Mo was taken aback, as he had not anticipated that this individual could instantly recognize the celestial artifact from the storage of the Xinqing Taoist. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Uncle Xinqing has not returned to the Xianjian sect for quite some time. Brother, do you know something? The probing inquiries of this person sent a shiver down Han Mo's spine, prompting him to wonder if the other party had begun to harbor suspicions. Just then, another disciple approached. Brother Guqing, you are being excessively suspicious. Our brother Han possesses remarkable talent. Uncle Xianqing surely harbors fondness for him and wishes for his swift advancement, hence presenting him with a gift. Han Mo felt a surge of joy, utterly surprised that someone would provide him with an excuse. He immediately aligned himself with the other party's sentiment. Indeed, my three esteemed senior brothers, this is a gift from my teacher. Recently, I have felt my cultivation stagnating, which is why I resorted to this method, hoping to enhance my abilities through elixirs. However, I am uncertain of their efficacy, which is why I sought your guidance. My teacher instructed me not to disclose this to others, but I found myself at a loss, and thus approached you three. See, I told you so. Senior Gu, you mustn't treat our junior brother Han in such a manner. The sect has only just welcomed fresh blood. We cannot afford to frighten him away. Gu Jing nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that this indeed aligned with the style of their esteemed Uncle Xianqing. The 5-element spirit solidification pill could genuinely enhance one's cultivation. By harnessing the spiritual energy of the elixir for practice, one could achieve results with half the effort. Uncle Xianqing holds you in high regard. Do not let his hopes be in vain. With that, Gu Jing turned to a nearby disciple. Lu Quan, please go to the sect and retrieve a book on elixirs. The next time we meet, present it to junior brother Han as a token of our acquaintance. Lu Quan, upon being summoned, wasted no time and promptly ascended the mountain. At that moment, another disciple suddenly exclaimed, Senior Gu, junior brother Han has actually reached the first level of Qi refinement. The first level of Qi refinement. Gu Jing's gaze immediately shifted to Han Mo. After a thorough examination, he was astounded to find that Han Mo had indeed made a breakthrough. Just half a month prior, Han Mo had been at the peak of body refinement, yet in such a short span, he had advanced. Such rapid progress was unparalleled within the entire Xianjin sect. No wonder Uncle Xianqing insisted on departing. It turns out he had already recognized such a gifted junior brother. Everyone had misjudged Uncle Xianqing. This junior brother Han's rate of advancement was exceedingly rare. He likely possessed a celestial spiritual root, and even if not, he was most probably endowed with an earthly spiritual root. The current leader of the Xianjin sect possesses an earthly spiritual root. If junior brother Han truly has a celestial spiritual root, the sect would undoubtedly belong to him in a century's time. If they fostered a good relationship with junior brother Han now, their status within the Xianjin sect would surely rise. Gu Jing's heart could no longer remain calm. Junior brother Han, should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. I have 3 low-grade spirit stones here. Consider them a personal gift from your senior brother. Saying this, Gu Jing did not hesitate and retrieved a spirit stone the size of his thumb, placing it in Han Mo's hand. The nearby disciple, perceptive to the situation, promptly offered 2 additional spirit stones as well. Han Mo was utterly bewildered, having no inkling of what transpired as he was personally escorted away by Gu Jing and his companion. Once Han Mo departed, Gu Jing clenched his fist slightly. Junior brother Jiang, when junior brother Han arrives at the Xianjin sect in the future, we must befriend him. This may be our trio's fortuitous opportunity. Jiang Chuan was somewhat perplexed by his brother's words. What do you mean by this, senior brother? Our junior brother Han. Gu Jing took a deep breath and continued. His spiritual root is extraordinary. I suspect it is either a heavenly or earthly spiritual root. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan's heart was instantly filled with astonishment, and he chose to remain silent in tacit agreement. Meanwhile, Han Mo, with a rush of wind at his feet, caught up with the waiting Mr. Li and others. Seeing Han Mo return safely, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing Han Mo's silence, they wisely refrained from asking further questions and continued on their journey. In contrast, Han Mo sat in the carriage, appearing calm on the surface while his heart raced uncontrollably within. Earlier, when he had summoned the courage to present the elixir, he had nearly been exposed. He was prepared for a fierce confrontation but was unexpectedly aided in finding an excuse. Although he had narrowly escaped danger with clever deception, Han Mo still felt anxious, for this was his first experience in lying. Thankfully, he had only produced 1 elixir. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. I have actually broken through to the first level of Qi refinement. Han Mo delved into his inner consciousness, discovering that the energy stored in his dantian was but a mere trickle, pitifully scarce. Initially, he suspected that it had been siphoned off by the celestial tower. However, he soon realized that it was a result of his recent breakthrough and subsequent reabsorption of energy. He recalled that fateful night when he had absorbed the residual energy from the spirit stones. Perhaps that was indeed the moment of his breakthrough. Though he had been oblivious to it at the time, he had anticipated that it would take at least 3 to 5 years to achieve such a feat. Yet it had only been a few months since then, and here he was, having made significant progress. The pace of his advancement was quite commendable. Han Mo felt a surge of joy within, yet he remained humble, fully aware that the path of the pseudo-spiritual route would grow increasingly arduous. He understood the necessity of employing every conceivable method to enhance his cultivation. Otherwise, should his true identity be uncovered, the Xianjian sect would surely not let the matter rest lightly. Thus, he resolved to cultivate the ability for self-preservation before his true identity was revealed. With an abundance of spiritual stones, he believed his cultivation could ascend significantly. Han Mo contemplated the spiritual stones gifted by the two individuals, which were distinctly different from those contained within the ring of the Xianqing Taoist. These 5 thumb-sized spiritual stones, with their rough texture, appeared to be of inferior quality, lacking even 1/10 of the value held by those in the Taoist ring. Hence, it could be deduced that the Xianqing Taoist spiritual stones were of medium grade. Although the quantity of spiritual stones on his person was lamentably scarce, he was fortunate to possess 5 elemental solidifying pills, which were indeed remarkable items capable of accelerating cultivation. 3 days later, as they emerged from the mountains, the group caught sight of a corner of a majestic palace in the distance. They were finally nearing their destination. The craftsmen raised their heads in eager anticipation, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Was that Jianzhou City ahead? Indeed, it was Jianzhou City. Suddenly, the distinct sound of a lone horse's hooves echoed from afar, and soon they beheld a rider galloping swiftly towards them. As the rider dismounted, they recognized him as Li Er, the one who had departed earlier in search of assistance. Li Er, taken aback by the presence of the group, had traversed the path to Xianjian Gate with caution, opting for a longer route to ensure safety. Today, he had finally returned with reinforcements, only to encounter them unexpectedly. Upon counting, he noted the absence of 3 individuals, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. After a brief exchange, Li Er learned of Han Mo's contributions and, overwhelmed with gratitude, knelt before him, for among those who had returned alive was his younger brother. With the addition of horses, their pace quickened, and within half a day's time, they arrived beneath the city walls. There, they were met by none other than Lu Zhong, the esteemed official of Jianzhou City. Upon seeing their return, Lu Zhong was filled with immense joy, particularly at the sight of 20 carts laden with grain, which prompted him to clap his hands in delight. The previous supplies had yet to be consumed, and now they had received such a bountiful shipment, signaling that the crisis in Jianzhou City had passed a significant hurdle. Moreover, Lu Zhong was astounded to discover that the grain provided by Han Mo seemed to possess a miraculous quality. A single meal could sustain one for 2 days, and after consuming it, they felt no hunger at all. Initially, this went unnoticed, but as days passed, the refugees began to hoard the porridge, accumulating it until the foul odor indicated its spoilage, revealing the grain's extraordinary nature. Consequently, Lu Zhong adjusted the distribution to occur every 2 days, ensuring that none would go to waste. As the grain convoy entered the city, the refugees did not fixate on the food as they had previously. Instead, their gazes turned towards Han Mo, for they understood that it was this young boy who had saved them. Everyone instinctively stood aside, creating a path of welcome. At that moment, a little girl dashed out from the crowd. Han Mo recognized her as the girl who had once protected her grandmother. "Brother Han," she exclaimed, "the grain you cultivated is truly delicious. Thank you for saving me and my grandmother." Han Mo gazed at the petite girl, who was half a head shorter than himself. He found himself in a peculiar position, neither crouching nor standing straight, but rather bending at the waist. "Do you know me?" the little girl asked, playfully poking his nose with her tiny finger. In a sweet, childish voice, she continued, "Of course I do. The grown-ups say your name is Han Mo, and everyone calls you master. But you don't look like a master, you look like an older brother." Han Mo seemed to have recalled something, a fleeting glimpse of melancholy crossing his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and inquired, "What is your name?" The little girl tilted her head, pondering for a moment. "Grandma said that my parents did not have the chance to name me before they went to war. Later, my father died, my mother died, they both perished, and thus I was left nameless. Grandma also mentioned that I am the only child in the family, so everyone calls me Little Sprout, for reasons unknown." Upon hearing these words, Han Mo was reminded of his own past. He too had a family, a father and a mother, but they all succumbed to death, leaving him to wander alone until he arrived at Pingyang village. Subsequently, the old blind man also passed away, leading him to Infeng Ridge. As Hanemo listened, he noticed that the elderly lady nearby had reddened eyes, her weathered face etched with deep lines, already reduced to tears. Hanemo felt a sense of unease in his heart, hesitant to meet the innocent gaze of Xiao Miao. Dear Han, this elderly woman has endured a life of hardship and has long succumbed to dementia. She can only recall that she has a son and a granddaughter, oblivious to their names. You are the savior of her family. Why not bestow a name upon this child? Lu Zheng, with reddened eyes, approached Hanemo. He too yearned to rescue everyone from their plight, yet he lacked the capacity to do so. The weight of this responsibility was immense, at times. He even feared to enter the refugee district and confront these souls. Hanemo, the gentleman once imparted to me. The essence of all things in this world lies in cause and effect, and this holds true even for the path of immortality. Since Xiao Miao calls you brother, perhaps this signifies a connection, a cause and effect, the cause being her, and the effect resting upon you. If there is a bond, then let it unfold naturally. Li Caiju's words momentarily stunned Hanemo, as the inexplicable chaos in his mind suddenly found clarity. He turned to face Xiao Miao, for the first time truly seeing her, and in her, he seemed to glimpse his own past. Xiao Miao also gazed at Hanemo with hopeful eyes. Hanemo smiled gently. From now on, she shall be called Han Miao Miao. What do you think? Han Miao Miao, Han Miao Miao, the little sprout repeated joyfully, suddenly circling around Hanemo. I have a name. I have a name. Hanemo bent down and lifted Han Miao Miao, placing her onto the cart. Lu Zheng, understanding the cue, instructed his men to later escort the elderly woman into the city, thus leading the group through the second city gate. Young friend Han, not long ago, members of the Xinjian sect visited the city. Chapter 46, Entering the Game. The Xinjian sect? Have they not always remained stationed at the outskirts of Jincheng? A look of helplessness crossed Lu Zheng's face as he recounted the events in their entirety. It turned out that not long ago, the Xinjian sect had sensed a spiritually endowed hill located 30 miles south of Jincheng. They demanded a response from the city within half a month, or else they would resort to a massacre. However, given the current disarray within Jincheng and the formidable enemies outside, the city was beset by both internal strife and external threats. The journey southward was further complicated by the southern barbarians occupying the land, rendering the pursuit of this so-called spiritual essence a daunting task. Only by expelling the southern barbarians could they hope to succeed. Yet those barbarians were not only powerful, but possessed an uncanny vision, making nighttime as bright as day. A direct assault would require the return of soldiers stationed in the east to fend off the aquatic tribes. But doing so would surely provoke a full-scale attack on Jincheng from the sea. Moreover, even if the aquatic tribes held off their aggression, gathering all available forces would still take at least a month to drive out the southern barbarians. Time was simply insufficient. After deliberating on this troubling situation, Lu Zheng felt as lost as a headless fly. Yet just moments ago, he had heard of Han Mo's remarkable deeds along this journey. Han Mo, being a cultivator, had garnered the respect of even the disciples of the Xinjian sect, indicating that he must possess significant backing from celestial forces. With only 10 days remaining, if he could persuade Han Mo to invoke the support of his celestial allies, perhaps the Xinjian sect would relent, granting them a respite. Miao Miao, why don't you go play in the yard while your brother has a chat with Lord Lu? Han Mo gently set Han Miao Miao down, who obediently ventured into the courtyard to play alone. Within the pavilion, Lu Zheng had already instructed his servants to prepare a feast of wine and delicacies. Young sir, I beseech you, considering the pitiable plight of the women and children in this city, to employ your celestial powers and rescue Jianzhou from its dire straits. Lu Zheng relinquished his official demeanor, bowing respectfully to Han Mo, even altering his mode of address. Before a celestial being, not only he, a mere county official, but even members of the imperial family would be compelled to show the utmost respect. Should this endeavor succeed, Lu Zheng would willingly relinquish Jianzhou to the young sir. He raised the wine cup, presenting it with both hands before Han Mo. Han Mo pushed aside the wine cup and said, Lord Lu, I do not partake in alcohol, and I find myself powerless in this matter. Furthermore, what significance does my status as an official of Jianzhou hold? Yet, is not the young gentleman a practitioner of the celestial arts? Surely, he must possess a background of divine lineage. A bitter expression flickered across Han Mo's face, as he realized that this official must have misunderstood his identity based on the rough descriptions provided by the guards. Consequently, Han Mo elucidated the underlying reasons. Yet he refrained from mentioning anything about the impersonation. His trust in others was limited. given that his acquaintance with Lu Zheng was relatively brief and solely based on a partnership of mutual interests. Until he had the means to protect himself, he would not disclose his trump card to anyone. Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng gazed skyward, imploring the heavens, "Is it truly your will for Jianzhou to be ravaged?" Receiving no reply, he despondently returned to his stone bench, draining his cup of wine in one gulp. He continued to drink deeply, a hint of inebriation glimmering in his eyes. Is it true that the mineral vein possesses spiritual energy? Lu Zheng supported his chin with his hand, his body swaying slightly. It must be real. I discovered a stone on a captive from the south, and the individual from the Xian Sword sect confirmed it as a spirit stone, which led to these events. With that, Lu Zheng rummaged through his long sleeves, finally retrieving a spirit stone and placing it on the table. Slightly larger than an infant's fist. Han Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. This stone harbored spiritual energy, undoubtedly a spirit stone. Although it was merely of inferior quality, it still took Han Mo by surprise. Who would have thought that such a treasure could exist in Jianzhou City? After a moment of contemplation, Han Mo suddenly recalled a matter that the official had previously mentioned to him. He promptly inquired, "Lord Lu, it seems there is a trade between Jianzhou City and the southern barbarians, is that correct?" The reason Han Mo posed such a question was that he had previously encountered some oddly attired individuals within this residence, which coincided perfectly with the words of the official. A transaction? Lu Zheng slightly shook his head, then replied that indeed there was such a matter at the end of each month. Captives from both sides would be returned or hostages sent forth to ensure a temporary peace between them. Through Lu Zheng's explanation, Han Mo began to grasp the essence of this transaction. In simple terms, neither party wished to incur losses. Hence the exchange of prisoners or the establishment of hostages to solidify a mutual non-aggression pact. Naturally, there was a predominance of hostages sent from Jianzhou. Moreover, each year, they were required to pay tribute to the southern barbarians with costly silks and provisions. In 3 days, the time for this transaction would arrive. What does this question imply? Lu Zheng was somewhat puzzled. Han Mo smiled gently and said, "Lord Lu, 3 days hence, I intend to journey to Nanman as a hostage." This statement abruptly roused Lu Zheng from his stupor, causing him to rise sharply and gaze at Han Mo. "Young sir, you must not do this. You have already contributed immensely to Jianzhou. How could you possibly place yourself in such a precarious position? Lord Lu, have you forgotten? I am a cultivator. No matter how formidable Nanman may be, they are but mortals and cannot harm me. Moreover, to ascertain the authenticity of the spiritual minds, this is the only viable approach, is it not?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng fell into a contemplative silence. In truth, he had contemplated this very strategy, yet once a hostage was dispatched to Nanman, establishing contact would be utterly impossible, thus he had dismissed the idea. However, he was taken aback by Han Mo's youthful appearance, which belied his insightful grasp of the situation. Indeed, exploiting the brief window of time seemed plausible. Yet, how would the young sir convey the information? I have my methods. After a moment of silence, Lu Zheng promptly sanctioned Han Mo's plan, and for the next few days, Han Mo resided within the estate. Every day, Han Miao Miao seeks out Han Mo. Although their ages are not vastly different, Han Mo has endured numerous experiences which have stripped away his childishness, rendering him a veritable little adult. Yet, Han Miao Miao is filled with joy. Han Mo was aware that he had traversed this path before, thus he could not bear to see Han Miao Miao endure the same trials. The tender calls of brother from her truly warmed Han Mo's heart. "Brother, look, there are butterflies. Brother, help Miao Miao catch the butterflies." On the lawn, Han Miao Miao chased a butterfly, her laughter ringing like silver bells, full of joy. Han Mo lay on the grass, turning his head to gaze at her. Yet his thoughts wandered to the spiritual minds 30 miles away in Jianzhou City. If they truly existed, Han Mo believed he could elevate his cultivation, acquire self-defense capabilities, and thereby cultivate more grains, reducing the number of those who would suffer from hunger and cold. His wish was simple, to ensure that those who shared his plight could enjoy a hearty meal. Unbeknownst to him, he had been inexorably drawn into various disputes, unable to extricate himself. The Xianqing Taoist, the Xianjin sect, and the Faode he maintained. Every lie necessitated the fabrication of further deceptions, should one be uncovered. He could find himself in an irretrievable abyss. Thus, Han Mo began to contemplate the enhancement of his own strength. 3 days swiftly passed, marking the happiest interval Han Mo had experienced since the death of the old blind man, and the time filled with the most smiles. However, today, Han Mo cast aside his usual levity and his expression returned to a state of tranquility. In the southern region of Jianzhou City, beneath the city gate, Lu Zheng donned armor, wielding a spear, his scholarly demeanor entirely absent. Behind him stood a regiment of soldiers, each with eyes brimming with fearless determination. Before the army, a group of bare-chested, bronze-skinned barbarians wielded an array of bizarre weapons, swaying about and muttering in a language that was difficult to comprehend. Before long, a man donned with a mask that bore a green face and tusks approached, barefoot and accompanied by a white tiger. The barbarians immediately fell silent, all eyes fixed on this figure. Lord Lu, you, a civil official, don this armor and resemble a general. Lu Zheng rested his spear against his back, his warhorse shifting its hooves slightly. General Tiger, I have prepared what you asked for. Now, return my people. The laughter that emanated from beneath the tiger general's mask was chilling, followed by a hoarse voice. Lord Lu, this time it is not 50 measures of grain. I demand 100. Chapter 47, The Spirit Mountain. 100 measures? General Tiger, what do you mean by this? Are you intending to breach our agreement? Lu Zheng felt a surge of discontent. Initially, they had agreed upon 50 measures of grain, 100 bolts of silk, and 3 hostages in exchange for a month of peace in Jianzhou City. Yet now, the Tiger General had raised the stakes, demanding the very sustenance upon which Jianzhou City relied. Presently, there were only 800 measures of grain remaining in the city, and cultivating crops would take at least 3 to 4 months before harvest. Furthermore, with the ongoing warfare and the barren land, the yield would hardly suffice to meet the needs. Consequently, Jianzhou City would soon face another food crisis. If he were to acquiesce, how could the esteemed official of Jianzhou face the thousands of elite soldiers behind him and the townsfolk of Jianzhou? He simply could not concede. Furthermore, I demand an additional 100 bolts of silk and 5 hostages. Before him, General Hu, wielding his formidable blade upon his shoulder, gazed at Lu Zheng with a brazen smile, saying, Lord Lu, I believe you must understand that I am not here to negotiate terms with you, but to inform you. The might of my southern barbarians is formidable. Annihilating Jianzhou would be effortless. Your survival thus far is merely because Jianzhou is destined to serve as a vassal to my southern barbarians. Impossible, Lu Zheng retorted, his anger ignited by such audacity, firmly rejecting the unreasonable demands. To comply would hasten the demise of Jianzhou. With a clang, Lu Zheng pointed his spear at the southern barbarian army, exuding an aura of indomitable spirit, his eyes reflecting a resolve to face death unflinchingly. General Hu, should you continue to pressure me, I shall bear the infamy of calling back my elite forces from the seas and engage in a fight to the death with your southern barbarians. Even if your side emerges victorious, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Upon hearing this, General Hu was taken aback. He had not anticipated such fortitude from Lu Zheng, who was willing to risk everything over a mere escalation in demands. Moreover, the intensity of the situation suggested he was not jesting. For a moment, General Hu hesitated, contemplating whether it was truly worth incurring significant losses for the sake of Jianzhou, especially since the city still held potential for exploitation. Reports from the hostages indicated that Jianzhou was abundant in gold and silver, with countless beauties. For the past few months, Jianzhou had supplied substantial amounts of wealth and provisions, as well as hostages, which had undoubtedly brought much joy to his southern warriors. Of course, the hostages were deliberately dispatched to gather intelligence on the true state of Jianzhou. Forcing the issue too far could lead to disastrous consequences. Very well, Lord Lu, you have spirit. I shall be slightly lenient. I can forego the silk, but I must insist on the provisions and hostages. General Hu's lips curled into a sly smile beneath his mask, observing the unwavering stance of his adversary. Lu Zheng found himself wavering. After much negotiation, it seemed the provisions were non-negotiable, and he deeply regretted his predicament. If only he were stronger. How could he fear the southern barbarians? Had he pursued martial training in his youth, becoming a military official, he would not have to dread the southern barbarians. Now powerless, he could only watch as 100 measures of grain were delivered into the hands of his foe. At that moment, Han Mo approached Lu Zheng and whispered, Lord Lu, agree to their terms. I will handle the grain issue, and we can negotiate the price further. Lu Zheng turned abruptly to Han Mo, concealing his astonishment. Young Master Han. You. Han Mo nodded, signaling Lu Zheng to agree. Naturally, Han Mo had his own thoughts. He was somewhat eager to discover the nature of that mineral vein. Observing Han Mo's unwavering determination, Lu Zheng felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance, as if with Han Mo present, the day of Jianzhou's demise would never come. Very well. General Hu, I shall concede to your terms. 100 stones of grain, and 5 hostages. However, Lu Zheng had yet to finish his statement when Han Imo abruptly interrupted him. Lord Lu, do not permit their men to enter Jianzhou, and ensure that all hostages are sent back today. What? Young Master Han. Lu Zheng was taken aback by this pronouncement. The hostages represented an additional safeguard for Jianzhou. Should the other party return, he could leverage the lives of the southern hostages as a bargaining chip. Yet, Han Imo insisted on sending all the southern hostages back, which baffled him. However, since Han Imo had spoken, he could do little but trust his judgment. Despite Han Mo's youthful appearance of merely 7 or 8 years, he was indeed a cultivator, and one could not judge the capabilities of such individuals by their looks. It was entirely possible that Han Imo was many decades old. His manner of conduct and abilities certainly did not resemble those of a mere child. Thus, Lu Zheng promptly ordered the southern hostages to be brought forth. This action left everyone, including General Hu, utterly perplexed, leading him to believe that Lu Zheng was acting out of fear. Lord Lu, such magnanimity. I, General Hu, shall grant you a reprieve, and for 2 months, I will refrain from exerting pressure on Jianzhou. Lu Zheng remained silent, merely instructing his men to commence the transaction. Soon, the dealings between the two parties were concluded. General Hu glanced at Han Imo, contemplating whether Jianzhou had truly become so desolate as to resort to a child as a hostage. What harm could a child possibly inflict? Let it be. Under the watchful eyes of Lu Zheng and the others, Han Imo followed General Hu as they departed. This time, Jianzhou returned empty-handed, having even released all the hostages, leaving the people of Jianzhou in a state of anxiety for several days. Han Miao Miao incessantly clamored to meet Han Imo, leaving Lu Zheng utterly exasperated with her antics. In a fit of frustration, he decided to send Han Miao Miao to a private academy. Grandmother Han Miao Miao spends her days seated in the courtyard, leaning on her cane and gazing toward the horizon, her lips constantly murmuring the names of her long-deceased son and daughter-in-law. Only in the presence of Han Miao Miao does she momentarily regain a semblance of lucidity. Meanwhile, Master Li, adhering to Han Mo's directives, hastens back to Tianyong City's Enwind Ridge on the day of the exchange. All matters progress in an orderly fashion, though in recent days, individuals have incessantly streamed into the estate to voice their inquiries. However, upon learning that this is part of Han Mo's strategy, they depart with reassured smiles. Lu Zheng diligently visits the city walls of the southern city each day to observe the movements of the southern barbarians, occasionally accompanied by Han Miao Miao. As 5 days swiftly pass, we find ourselves in the realm of the southern barbarians. The mountains rise and fall dramatically, and at the foot of the hills, tents dot the landscape. General Hu sits within the encampment, voraciously consuming the meat of the game he has hunted. What use do I have for you gluttons? At the critical moment, you all fall silent, failing to devise a plan to send the hostage into Jianzhou City. At this moment, General Hu has removed his mask, revealing a face marred by a savage scar that traverses his visage, his eyes gleaming with a feral intensity that chills the soul. The atmosphere within the encampment is thick with tension, as no one dares to breathe audibly. Suddenly, a massive head thrusts into the tent, belonging to General Hu's steed, the White Tiger. The beast approaches the general, growling softly, prompting a slight furrow of concern on his brow, though he quickly masks it with indifference. A mere child cannot stir up much trouble. Let him be. The spirit beast of Yaoling Mountain protects the area, and without my personal guidance, anyone who ventures in shall meet certain doom. Yet, he is the hostage from Jianzhou City. What if something were to happen to him? One officer speaks up. But in an instant, General Hu slams his palm down on the table, roaring, "Silence." Rather than worrying about this, it would be more prudent to contemplate how we can infiltrate Jianzhou City. Regaining his composure, General Hu tears into a large piece of mutton. Reflecting on the folly of having acquiesced to that old rascal Lu Zheng, he casually tosses a leg of lamb from the table to the White Tiger. Meanwhile, Han Imo, following the map provided by Lu Zheng, scours the depths of Yaoling Mountain. Concurrently, he releases his spiritual awareness, swiftly detecting a faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from the east. Han Imo glanced at the marked location on the map, shook his head, and discarded it onto the ground. The moment the paper touched the earth, it froze, and a gust of wind turned it to dust, scattering it away. The map obtained from the captive was a forgery. Chapter 48, A Narrow Escape. Han Imo searched for 2 days within the mountains before finally pausing, as the path ahead had vanished, leaving only a precipice. The spiritual energy here was at its most potent, yet Han Imo found no trace of any or veins. Could it be beneath his feet? Hanemo lowered his gaze towards the precipice below, relinquishing the thought of leaping into the abyss. The height was a daunting challenge he dared not confront. A fall from such a height would surely leave him either dead or severely disabled. As for General Hu, Hanemo harbored little concern. During his days here, General Hu had seemingly overlooked his presence, allowing him the freedom to wander throughout the southern barbarian encampment, never once inquiring about his whereabouts. Hanemo searched around the cliff, and after half an hour, he finally discovered a steep path. This challenge posed no difficulty for Hanemo, as he frequently ascended the sheer stone walls of Infeng Ridge to meditate at the summit. As Hanemo cautiously descended, the surrounding spiritual energy grew increasingly potent. At that moment, he sensed an unusual tremor emanating from the celestial tower at his waist. Gripping a nearby rock, he carefully retrieved the tower and was astonished to find it radiating a brilliant light, while the surrounding natural spiritual energy was swiftly being absorbed by the tower. The base and the tower began to mend themselves, requiring no binding with ropes. Hanemo was filled with immense joy, eagerly anticipating the moment when the celestial tower would be fully healed. The celestial tower had become his lifeblood, bestowing upon him everything he possessed, ensuring his sustenance and warmth. He wondered what wonders the restoration of the celestial tower would unveil. Hanemo contemplated as he continued his descent along the rocky wall. At last, Hanemo reached the ground, lifting his gaze to find the path he had traversed had long since vanished from sight. Wasting no time, he headed directly towards his objective. Before long, Hanemo found himself amidst a dense thicket, where the trees stood extraordinarily lush, towering to heights of 100 feet. And the surrounding underbrush and roots were as thick as his own arms. Hanemo had never encountered trees of such towering heights. He could only attribute this phenomenon to the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. After a brief interval, he found himself disoriented, unaware of his exact location. However, a cave ahead caught his eye, igniting a spark of hope within him. The rich, abundant spiritual energy emanating from it suggested that this must be the mine sought by the Xianjian sect. The narrow entrance could accommodate only a single person. Perhaps intoxicated by joy, Hanemo ventured inside. The overwhelming spiritual energy surged towards him, causing his blood to boil as he fervently absorbed the surrounding aura. Time lost its meaning as he felt the space around him expand, and soon, a light appeared before him. Upon reaching this illuminated area, Hanemo was utterly astounded by the sight that greeted him. The surrounding stone walls were adorned with a profusion of spiritual stones, radiating a soft glow reminiscent of daylight. Drops of water even condensed on the walls. When he reached out to touch them, a sense of serene bliss enveloped him, prompting an involuntary sigh of delight. The walls themselves were indeed composed of spiritual stones. Suddenly, he sensed something brushing against his waist. Excitedly, he retrieved his Immortal Pagoda, only to discover that it too was eagerly absorbing the cave's spiritual energy, as if it shared his exhilaration. Hanemo suppressed the joy within his heart and attempted to pry the spirit stone from the stone wall, only to discover that the stone was extraordinarily resilient. As though it were an inseparable part of the wall itself, immovable and steadfast. Hanemo had no choice but to abandon his selection and delve deeper into the spirit mine. He had read in a book that spirit mines would periodically yield spirit stones, conveniently available for collection. Upon reaching the end, he was greeted by a plethora of spirit stones scattered across the ground, each as large as a fist and brimming with spiritual energy. Eagerly, Hanemo advanced to gather the spirit stones into his storage ring. However, at that moment, his movements came to an abrupt halt. A low growl echoed from behind, sending a shiver down his spine as an unprecedented fear enveloped his being. Before he could contemplate the situation, that chilling growl resounded once more from behind him. Hanemo quietly gathered his spiritual energy in the palm of his hand, secretly invoking the mountain-crushing palm. Whoosh! Hanemo suddenly turned around and struck with the palm. But in the next moment, he was violently thrown back, the overwhelming force causing a surge in his throat, and blood spewed forth. Hanemo clutched his chest, his expression contorted in extreme discomfort. At this moment, he finally discerned the source of the low growl, a colossal black tiger, its razor-sharp teeth capable of piercing through an adult's body. Hanmo's eyes widened in terror as he locked gazes with the beast. With a thunderous roar, the black tiger unleashed a sound so powerful that it left Hanmo dizzy and disoriented. Suddenly, the tiger leapt into the air, and Hanmo's expression shifted drastically. He swiftly rolled to the side. The tiger's forepaw descended upon him, and although it did not make contact, Hanmo was still sent flying. Once again, he was hurled away, his condition deteriorating further. Confronted by the black tiger, Hanmo felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. utterly at a loss for how to contend with such a formidable opponent. How could he, unarmed and defenseless, inflict any harm? Hanemo endeavored to maintain his composure, suddenly recalling that there seemed to be a frost sword within the storage ring, which had been discovered by the shinning Taoist. Hanemo had no time to hesitate. He immediately summoned the cold sword. The moment the cold sword materialized, the air within the cave plummeted in temperature, causing the droplets on the stone walls to freeze entirely into ice. In a moment when Hanemo wielded the cold sword, the colossal form of the black tiger paused, momentarily refraining from its assault. Fortunately, the black tiger's immense size limited its movement within this confined space, allowing Hanemo to subtly alter his stance as he faced the beast. However, in the next instant, the black tiger crouched slightly before leaping into the air, descending with ferocity. Hanemo's eyes widened in alarm as he wildly brandished the cold sword. With a resounding crash, an invisible barrier enveloped him once more, and he felt as though he had collided with an unyielding object, only to be sent hurtling away, gritting his teeth against the discomfort in his body. Hanemo surveyed his surroundings and realized that the exit lay just behind him. He must flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Hanemo sheathed his cold sword and plunged into the darkness, with the black tiger closely trailing behind him. As they fled, Hanemo lost count of how many times he had been sent flying, yet with each fall, he drew closer to the exit. At last, he beheld the glimmer of light at the cave's mouth. With a mighty leap, he burst forth from the opening. A roar erupted as the massive head of the black tiger emerged, but its colossal body was unable to break free, leaving it to bellow at Hanemo with its gaping maw. Hanemo sat helplessly on the ground, his entire being in disarray, bracing his wearied body against the looming figure of the black tiger, as he beheld the creature's gaping maw capable of devouring an entire person. Tremors coursed through Hanmo's frame. Just a fraction, merely a heartbeat away, he had been so close to meeting his demise beneath the lethal claws of the black tiger. Surviving such a harrowing encounter filled Hanemo with a profound appreciation for the beauty of the world, while simultaneously reflecting on the fragility of life itself. Hanemo could no longer concern himself with the mineral veins. His only worry was whether the black tiger would break through the cave entrance and escape. Thus, he scrambled to his feet and hastily departed from the area. Finally emerging from the forest, Hanemo stood at the edge, gazing upon the southern camp, a peculiar sense of reassurance enveloping him. In that moment, the southerners no longer seemed so dreadful in his heart. Hanemo tidied his clothes, adjusting his demeanor in an effort to conceal any signs of unease from those around him, before finally making his way towards the encampment. As he passed by the largest tent, he caught sight of General Hu's majestic white tiger steed, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. The white tiger, noticing Hanemo, turned its head, sniffed the air, and emitted a faint low growl. Just as it prepared to rise and approach Hanemo, General Hu suddenly emerged from the tent. With a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth, the general regarded Hanemo and remarked, "Back so soon, young one?" Hanemo was taken aback for a moment, then spoke calmly, "Does General Hu know where I have been?" Upon hearing this, General Hu burst into hearty laughter, patting the head of the white tiger. "It seems fortune smiles upon you, for you have returned alive." However, the smile on General Hu's face gradually faded, and he warned ominously, "But let me caution you, should this happen again, I shall not hesitate to see you swallowed by the white tiger." With that, General Hu turned and departed, leaving Hanemo standing still, locking eyes with the white tiger. The beast let out a furious roar, yet this time, Hanmo's expression remained unchanged, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering quietly in his eyes. Upon returning to his tent, Hanemo retrieved a spirit stone, preparing to absorb the ethereal energy within. That which is earned at the cost of one's life is indeed precious. Chapter 49. Sending Messages, Taking the Initiative. Hanemo eagerly absorbed a spirit stone until it lost its luster. He then held it in his hand, examining and probing it, attempting to absorb another spirit stone devoid of spiritual energy, refusing to squander even the slightest essence. With a gentle grip, he crushed the spirit stone into powder in his palm and proceeded to extract another one for further absorption. After consecutively absorbing 5 spirit stones, Hanemo turned his inner gaze towards his dandelion, only to discover that there was not the slightest change in the spiritual energy within. This revelation caused his brow to furrow slightly. Previously, a single spirit stone had enabled him to break through to the first level of chi refinement, bolstered by the residual energy from his cultivation of the ice technique. Yet now, a complete spirit stone yielded no discernible change, instilling within him a sense of frustration. Unbeknownst to Hanemo, his prior breakthrough was facilitated by nearly a year of accumulation, compounded by the fact that the previous stone was of medium quality, thus providing him with the opportunity for advancement. Less than half a month had passed since his last breakthrough. How could he expect another so easily? Moreover, the spirit stones he had obtained at the cost of his life were merely of inferior quality, and among the lowest grade at that. Han Mo let out a long sigh, his expression one of defeat. However, recalling the wise words of the old sage from Baiyun Temple, that cultivation should not be rushed, but approached step by step, like a gentle stream, his mood improved significantly. I have indeed been too hasty. Han Mo smiled faintly as he stepped out of the tent. The quarters designated for the hostages were somewhat secluded, guarded by only 3 or 4 southern barbarians, while the rest were hostages sent from Jianzhou City. The appearance of Han Mo startled the other hostages, who soon revealed a trace of desolation on their faces. Has the city of Jinzhou truly fallen into such despair that it resorts to sending a mere child as a hostage? Han Mo paid no heed to the gazes of the crowd. Seizing the moment when the southern guards were momentarily distracted, he stealthily slipped away, finding solace only when he reached a place devoid of prying eyes. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the silence. Han Mo, with a twinge of sorrow, tore a piece from his garment and inscribed a line of words upon it using his spiritual energy. Casually tossing it aside, the cloth, at the moment of its release, was swept away by a gentle breeze, swiftly departing from the southern barbarian camp. Meanwhile, Lu Zheng stood atop the city wall, cradling Han Miao Miao in his arms, his gaze surveying the desolation that stretched before him. The land had been ravaged by the southern barbarians. As he beheld the bleak scene, a whirlwind of emotion surged within Lu Zheng. His heart yearned to reclaim this lost territory and restore it to its former vitality. Father, is brother over there? Han Miao Miao pointed towards the boundless wasteland, where at its distant edge lay a tent hidden from her view. Lu Zheng curved his index finger and gently brushed Han Miao Miao's nose, his gaze tender. Indeed, Miao Miao is truly clever, he remarked. When will brother return? Miao Miao misses him. Soon. Very soon, he reassured her. How have your studies been lately? Have you been diligent in learning from the tutor at the private school? Upon hearing the mention of the private school, Han Miao Miao pouted and, in a sweet, childish voice, replied, Humph, the tutor is so strict. He struck Miao Miao's palm with a ruler. Han Miao Miao extended her small hand, pointing to her palm with an expression of grievance, which brought immense joy to Lu Zheng. After these past few days of interaction, he found himself increasingly fond of Han Miao Miao. How wonderful it would be if she were his own child. Yet, she was already the sister of Han Mo, a celestial being, and as an ordinary man, how could he dare to compete with an immortal? Lu Zheng's gaze shifted towards the southern barbarian lands, and anxiety began to stir within him. It had already been 9 days without any news. The southern barbarians were notorious for their brutality. What if something had befallen Han Mo? At that moment, Han Miao Miao in his arms suddenly grew excited, nearly causing Lu Zheng to lose his grip on her. Master, master, a little bird is flying over here. A little bird. Lu Zheng furrowed his brow. Jianzhou had long suffered from famine. The desolation was so severe that even birds and beasts avoided it, let alone the hearts of men. If not for a lack of escape routes, perhaps many would have fled this barren land. Yet, it was only recently that things began to change due to Han Mo. With food scarce for the people, how could there be sustenance for passing birds and beasts? However, when Lu Zheng looked at the creature Han Miao Miao spoke of, he was taken aback. This was no bird. It was clearly a piece of tattered cloth. Yet, the cloth, resembling a bird, soared through the fierce winds undeterred, heading straight for them, eventually landing steadily at his feet. Upon closer inspection, Lu Zheng's pupils constricted in shock. Master, master, this is my brother's clothing. It's brother. It's brother. Suppressing his astonishment, Lu Zheng recognized the rag as a fragment of Han Mo's garment. Considering Han Mo was a cultivator, Lu Zheng seemed to grasp the significance of this moment and hurriedly picked up the cloth. Upon unfolding it, he discovered that there were indeed inscriptions. The mountain has a spiritual vein. Hurry to the city outskirts, 10 miles north. This was a message sent back by Han Mo, indicating that he had discovered a vein of ore. Elated, Lu Zheng carefully tucked the cloth into his bosom, cradling Han Miao Miao as he descended from the city wall and returned to the Lord's mansion. Shortly thereafter, Lu Zheng himself mounted his warhorse and galloped out of Jinzhou City. When he returned once more, his face radiated with uncontainable joy, leaving everyone in the mansion perplexed. The steward approached with a cup of clear water, inquiring, What brings such delight to the master? Lu Zheng drank deeply from the cup, quenching his thirst, and immediately commanded the gathering of the city's army. Upon hearing this, the steward's expression shifted. Gather the army? Master, could it be? With a decisive slap on the table, Lu Zheng grasped a nearby spear and declared, "Tomorrow at dawn, we march into the southern barbarian lands, drive back the barbarians, and reclaim our great Zhou imperial territory." His voice rang with authority, his gaze resolute. Seeing the determination in his demeanor, the steward dared not delay and promptly exited. In an instant, the entire Jinzhou city erupted into a flurry of activity. Within the Lord's mansion, Lu Zheng finally comprehended Han Mo's prior maneuvers. It turned out that everything had already been calculated by Han Mo. Grain and silk. The hostages first strive for negotiation before ultimately conceding, which serves merely as a delaying tactic, allowing the southern barbarians to lower their guard. Consequently, they would presume that their adversaries are intimidated. The release of all hostages is but a prelude to the moment of rallying the troops. Mr. Han truly embodies the wisdom of a sage, exhibiting such foresight that I, Lu, cannot hope to match. That night, the entirety of Jinzhou City was ablaze with lights. Lu Zheng donned his battle attire early and stood atop the city walls, surveying the multitude of troops. Furthermore, he noticed that among the ranks, there were even individuals from the refugee zone who had come forth of their own volition. Those with farming tools brandished hoes and scythes, while the others wielded sturdy sticks. Standing orderly at the rear of the army, they had all received assistance from Han Mo, and now, in gratitude for a mere meal, they were willing to risk their lives. All soldiers, heed my command. Follow me, out of the gates. The wind howled as the grand army surged forth from Jinzhou City, stepping into the territory of the southern barbarians. Even though it was their first foray into this perilous land, each commoner bore an expression of fearless resolve. With such a formidable army, how could they fear defeat? The troops traversed the desolate plains, and soon, mountains began to loom in the surroundings. Though wild beasts echoed their last breaths in the night, this did nothing to deter the march of the resolute. Before dawn, the encampment of the southern barbarians came into view. My lord, behold, the mountains flank us on both sides, creating an opportunity for a pincer attack. I propose we strike unexpectedly from both flanks. Lu Zheng surveyed the scene, and indeed, as the strategist had suggested, a pincer maneuver would be optimal. However, today, a tactical shift was imperative. Jinzhou City had engaged the southern barbarians on numerous occasions. Their strategies were well known to the enemy, who might have already devised countermeasures, merely waiting for them to approach the mountains to spring a trap. Thus, this plan was not advisable. In this battle, we have reinforcements. Reinforcements? The strategist was taken aback, bewildered by the notion of assistance in this isolated Jinzhou City. What support could possibly emerge from a coalition of common folk? He inquired, but Lu Zheng offered no reply. The army pressed forward until they were less than 2 miles apart, at which point Lu Zheng commanded the extinguishing of torches. My lord, where are the reinforcements you spoke of? They have arrived. As Lu Zheng's words fell, a radiant light suddenly illuminated above their heads, prompting them to look up and behold 3 figures descending gracefully. It was none other than the trio from the Xianzhen sect. Such audacity from the southern barbarians. Chapter 50. Spirit Stones, Abundant Spirit Stones. Upon recognizing the newcomers, the strategist was astounded. The Xianzhen sect, renowned practitioners of cultivation, were indeed the reinforcements spoken of by his lord. Yet, why would the Xianzhen sect, which had consistently targeted Jinzhou City, suddenly choose to aid them in resisting the southern barbarians? Could it be that my lord had hastily sought their assistance? After all, the Xianzhen sect, being a sect of immortals, must have demanded something substantial in return for such swift aid. At this moment, the advisor was beset with countless questions, yet he dared not voice them. The 3 members of the Xianzhen sect held themselves in lofty disdain, not even casting a glance at the mortals behind them. A gust of wind arose beneath their feet, and they transformed into 3 streaks of light, soaring toward the southern barbarian camp. In that instant, Lu Zheng, brandishing a spear, pointed it toward the southern camp. All soldiers, heed my command. Charge with me. With his words echoing in the air, Lu Zheng led the charge. The first to surge forward, followed by thousands of soldiers and countless common folk, a formidable throng of over 10,000, roaring as they advanced. It was as though they sought to unleash all the grievances and fury that had been pent up within them for days. The earth trembled with their deafening roar. The white tiger being the first to perceive it, letting out a howl that awakened the slumbering southern barbarians. The southerners rose, scanning their surroundings, and upon witnessing the vast army charging toward them, their expressions shifted dramatically. The city of Jincheng is attacking. We must defend. In an instant, chaos erupted within the southern ranks. Many, still unarmed, fell victim to a swift flash of light that severed their throats, collapsing into pools of blood. Celestials, Celestial beings are intervening in mortal warfare. The Southerners realized the gravity of the situation, but it was too late. Lu Zheng, leading his forces, tore through the impenetrable Southern defenses, breaching their encampment with ruthless intent. At this moment, the Southern warriors were stricken with terror, as one comrade after another fell. Soon, General Hu emerged, and upon grasping the dire situation, he erupted in fury. Quick! Deploy the elite wings to defend. A red flare shot into the sky, bursting with a resounding explosion that illuminated the entire camp. The ambushed Southerners, upon seeing the red light, hastily retreated to the main encampment. Just as everyone was regrouping, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Han Mo. In fact, Han Mo had not been within the camp that night. Instead, he had taken advantage of the darkness to enter the forest, climbing a tree to observe, only revealing himself after both wings had departed. Han Mo continued forward, guided by his memories, and eventually located the spiritual mine he had previously encountered. However, this time he refrained from recklessly entering. Instead, he concealed himself in the shadows. For the Black Tiger had left a lingering psychological scar upon him. Yet, he speculated that someone would come to divert the Black Tiger's attention. After all, had not the Xianjin sect long coveted this spiritual mine? Surely, they would soon confront the Black Tiger. Once they had drawn it away, he could seize the opportunity to enter the mine and extract the spiritual stones. He felt no apprehension of being discovered. The dense spiritual energy here made it exceedingly difficult for anyone to detect his presence. Thus, Han Mo nestled himself amidst the lush underbrush. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, and a wave of drowsiness began to wash over him. Just then, a rustling sound broke the silence around him, instantly rousing him from his stupor. Peering through a narrow gap, he beheld 5 figures emerging at the cave's entrance not far away. Illuminated by the moonlight and aided by his extraordinary prowess, Han Mo discerned their attire. They were indeed members of the Xianjin sect, though he did not recognize any of them. Black Tiger, do not let me down, Han Mo contemplated as he watched the 5 members of the Xianjin sect enter the cave. However, as seconds ticked by, an unsettling silence prevailed within the depths of the cave. Yet, Han Mo remained unperturbed. The cave's entrance was narrow, preventing the formidable Black Tiger from escaping, and it was inevitable that they would confront the beast. After a quarter of an hour, a deafening roar reverberated through the air, and Han Mo's heart leaped with joy. Soon, he witnessed the 5 members of the Xianjin sect burst forth from the cave, followed by the massive head of the Black Tiger emerging behind them. How infuriating! This mine was guarded by a spirit beast of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. 3rd layer? Han Mo's heart sank in the shadows. It was no wonder he had been utterly powerless during their last encounter. This Black Tiger was indeed formidable. It appeared that fortune had favored him after all, sparing him from death. With such a spirit beast in the vicinity, it was unequivocally impossible for them to extract the spirit stones from the mine. Their only option was to slay the Black Tiger. However, the confined space of the cave restricted their strength. Were they truly to allow the tiger to escape? Let us breach the cave entrance and lure the spirit tiger into a more spacious area to collectively vanquish it. With this command, the 5 joined forces. And in an instant, brilliant light erupted, illuminating the surroundings as if it were day. Han Mo hastily concealed himself in the shadows. With a thunderous crash, Han Mo clearly saw the Black Tiger charge out of the cave, launching an assault on the 5. They, wary of the beast, swiftly executed their evasive maneuvers to escape. The Black Tiger, already enraged, pursued them relentlessly. After several breaths had passed, Han Mo cautiously emerged from the brush, anxious that they might quickly slay the Black Tiger. Without delay, he swiftly entered the cave. Han Mo moved with remarkable speed, swiftly arriving at the deepest part of the cave. The sight of scattered spiritual stones left him dazzled. At a cursory glance, there appeared to be even more than last time. He quickly began to collect the stones. Suddenly, he felt a collision at his waist and realized that the Immortal tower was overly excited. For the first time, he removed the tower from his waist and placed it on the ground, where it eagerly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. After half an hour, Han Mo had filled 2 spatial rings to the brim, yet many more stones lay scattered on the ground. Fearing that the 5 members of the Xianjin sect might suddenly change their minds, he hastily picked up a few of the largest spiritual stones and stuffed them into his clothing before seizing the Immortal tower and making a swift exit from the cave. Although he could not carry everything away, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He also harbored concerns. If he were to take everything, the Xianjin sect would discover the cave was empty and surely trace it back to him. It is essential to leave oneself a path of retreat in any endeavor, a lesson he had learned from books. Alas, it was a pity that he could not take the stones embedded in the rock wall with him. Unbeknownst to Han Mo, Once the immortal tower departed, the spiritual mind quickly lost its luster. A moment later, 5 bloodied figures appeared in the cave. Each of them bore varying degrees of injury. They had encountered a formidable spirit beast, and despite being cultivators at the second level of chi refinement, they had suffered significant losses and narrowly escaped with their lives. Fortunately, they had managed to slay it. With this spiritual mind, the strength of the Xianjian sect would rise once more, and the Baiyun Temple would inevitably be consumed by their power. The group rejoiced and immediately began collecting the spiritual stones scattered across the ground, even severing portions of the surrounding rock walls with their immortal swords to take with them. Though these walls were inferior to the spiritual stones, they still contained spiritual energy. Brother, why are there so few spiritual stones in this mine? Aren't spiritual mines typically rich in spiritual veins? It feels as if the spiritual energy here is almost non-existent. Upon hearing this, the others also felt puzzled. The mine was not small, yet the quantity of spiritual stones produced was pitifully scant. Something was amiss. At that moment, one of them frowned and said, I once read in ancient texts that some spirit beasts serve as the veins that nurture spiritual minds. Surely, that spirit tiger was the vein of this mine. What? A spirit beast has a spiritual vein? If we bring the spirit tiger's body back, will the Xianjin sect not possess a spiritual vein? Do not entertain such thoughts. Once the spirit beast dies, the spiritual vein dissipates. What a pity. Had we known, we would have spared the spirit tiger's life. Though they spoke thus, they were acutely aware that they had only managed to slay the spirit tiger by employing their life-saving techniques. Had they held back, they would have had no chance against it and would not have found themselves in a position to collect spiritual stones. This journey was not without reward. Let us hasten back to report our findings and not keep our master waiting. They urged Gu Jing and the others not to linger further. Cultivators should not meddle in mortal conflicts. The deaths of these mortals were inconsequential. If they attracted the attention of other powerful sects, the Xianjian sect could find itself in peril. Chapter 51. Dual cultivation of talismans and beast taming in the beast taming sect. On the battlefield, General Hu found himself encircled by 4 adversaries, with no avenue for retreat. His body bore numerous wounds, and a gruesome gash marred his left shoulder, from which blood gushed forth with every movement of his arm. Beneath his feet lay the white tiger, its mask pierced, lying in a state of near death. Lord Liu, how grandly you wield your power, resorting to such despicable tactics. If you possess the courage, let us duel one-on-one. You have won through dishonor. 3 paces away, Lu Zheng, brandishing a spear, had its tip stained with flesh, droplets of blood falling to the ground. Won through dishonor? General Hu, had you treated the hostages of the Great Zhou with kindness, you would not find yourself in such dire straits today. Do you comprehend the despair those women endure upon their return, ultimately leading them to take their own lives? Suddenly, General Hu erupted into a derisive laugh. Lord Liu, you are indeed the paragon of righteousness. Yet, is it not you who has orchestrated this tragedy? Their fate is a consequence of your cowardice and inability to protect those women. Here, they receive solace under the care of my southern warriors, for which they are eternally grateful. Clang. Before General Hu could finish his words, Lu Zheng thrust his spear forward. General Hu parried with his sword, unsteadily retreating, his great blade sinking into the ground to stabilize himself. Lu Zheng, do you believe you have triumphed? You have called upon celestial beings to achieve victory over me. Yet do you think I lack a hidden card? At this, Lu Zheng's brow furrowed slightly, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Just then, General Hu produced a talisman inscribed with beastly script, wrapping it around a spirit stone. In an instant, the talisman ignited, a beam of light shooting skyward. You may have celestial beings, but do I not possess my own? General Hu laughed maniacally, his visage contorted. Celestial beings, come to my aid. Suddenly, a tempest arose, and a radiant sun appeared on the horizon, illuminating the entire battlefield. Is dawn upon us? The combatants halted, their gazes fixed upon the celestial orb, which rapidly approached and expanded. At last, they discerned its true form, not a sun, but a peacock engulfed in flames. Gu Jing's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the creature. The solar flame peafowl, a master of both talisman and beast. Finally, the peafowl landed upon the battlefield, its size comparable to a pavilion, atop which stood a young man clad in azure robes. Forgive my intrusion, celestial being. It is a sin of mine. The youth surveyed the surroundings, his gaze resting upon the ailing white tiger. He waved his hand, casting a talisman that landed upon the tiger's brow. As the talisman ignited, the massive beast slowly rose, bending its forepaws to kneel. At that moment, the youth seemed to sense something amiss. His countenance darkened in fury. How dare you kill my black tiger? It was you. His gaze fell sharply upon Gujing and his companions, an overwhelming pressure descending upon them, causing their expressions to shift in alarm. What formidable pressure! This individual is at the third level of Qi refinement. Greetings, members of the Xinjiang sect. You possess an audacity unparalleled, besieging my beast-taming sect and slaying my spiritual beast. Yet, you, mere cultivators of the Qi refinement stage, shall meet your end. As the young man prepared to strike, 5 streaks of light soared from the forest. How dare you insult a member of the Xinjiang sect so brazenly? Before his words could fully escape his lips, 5 figures descended upon the scene, and the trio from Guqing appeared to have found a glimmer of hope. The young man's pupils constricted, his movements abruptly halting. 3 cultivators at the first layer of Qi refinement he could easily dispatch, but now, with 5 at the second layer arriving, he realized he was outmatched. A confrontation would surely leave him severely wounded, a cost too great to bear. Very well, Xinjiang sect, you shall rue this day. I vow to eradicate every last one of you. With a fierce declaration, he leapt onto his blazing phoenix, issuing a celestial decree. The phoenix unfurled its magnificent wings of flame and took to the skies. The general, who felt a chill run through him, and promptly knelt. Celestial being, I beseech you, take me with you. The young man glanced back, casting a talisman that incinerated the general into a charred remains, silencing his cries forever. How dare a mere mortal command me? With that, the young man commanded his phoenix to depart the battlefield, while the white tiger swiftly pursued. Lu Zheng and the others were utterly astonished by the celestial's prowess, their faces drained of color, their minds struggling to dissipate the haunting image of the earlier scene. Merely tossing a talisman had resulted in the general's instant demise. Before a celestial, mortals are indeed as fragile as dust, no, even less than dust. Unbeknownst to them. Within a nearby tent, Han Emo witnessed the unfolding spectacle, his heart pounding in terror. The young man's display of power reshaped his understanding of celestial beings. It was the first time he had witnessed such a decisive and formidable display of strength. Contemplating this, Han Emo glanced at his own hands, having also practiced celestial techniques. He pondered whether mastering them could bestow him with such formidable power. Han Emo harbored a resolute ambition to master the crumbling mountain palm and the frozen technique to perfection. Once the members of the Xinjiang sect had departed and Lu Zheng's men had tidied the battlefield, Han Emo emerged from the tent. Upon his appearance, Lu Zheng's face illuminated with joy, the weight of anxiety in his heart finally lifted. Approaching Han Emo, Lu Zheng performed a profound bow, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, young Master Han, for your timely intervention in saving the citizens of Jinsheng from peril. As Lu Zheng bowed, all the soldiers behind him knelt before Han Emo, with the citizens united in their heartfelt appreciation. Witnessing this spectacle, the captured southern barbarians looked on with disdain. The people of the Great Zhou are truly pathetic, they scoffed. To kneel before a mere child. Were it not for the Immortal, we southern tribes would be invincible. Despite their contempt, they were nonetheless confined to a prison under Lu Zheng's orders, destined to be sent to Tianjing, where the Emperor of the Great Zhou would decide their fate. Amidst the throng of admirers, Han Emo returned to Jinsheng. As he stepped through the city gates, the citizens rushed forward, kneeling along the sides of the road. Some even lifted their heads to closely observe the little immortal who had rescued their city from disaster. Eventually, Han Emo arrived at the city lord's mansion, where the exuberant Han Miao Miao dashed toward him and leapt into his embrace. Brother, Miao Miao missed you so much. As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears, stirring Han Mo's heart with compassion. He felt an inexplicable connection, as if naming her had woven an unseen bond that influenced him profoundly. Perhaps this was the karmic relationship that the wealthy Master Li had alluded to earlier. Brother, Grandma is better now. She wishes to see you. Without waiting for Han Mo's consent, Han Miao Miao pulled him along toward the dwelling of the elderly matriarch. Shortly thereafter, she guided Han Emo and Lu Zheng to a modest side room. From a distance, Han Emo noticed an elderly woman sitting beneath a tree, clutching a withered branch, her lips moving in a murmured incantation that suggested a state of unawareness. Driven by curiosity, he approached her. Grandmother, Miao Miao has brought her brother, he said, as Miao Miao waved her small hand excitedly in front of the old woman. After a moment, the elderly woman seemed to regain her senses, her murky gaze focusing on Han Emo. In her cloudy eyes, he perceived an indescribable sentiment, one he had encountered numerous times before yet could not quite articulate. Child, I believe I have seen you before. Before Han Emo could respond, the old woman continued, Miao Miao will only suffer by following me. She understands nothing. For her parents departed too early. The old woman spoke at length, yet Han Mo found no key information in her words, which seemed to be a nonsensical ramble. Lacking coherence. This left him feeling quite perplexed, as he had no clarity regarding the essence of her message. "Grandmother, what is the surname of Meow Meow's father?" Han Mo tentatively inquired, yet the elderly woman turned her back to him, facing the pond, remaining utterly silent. Han Mo exchanged glances with Lu Zhang, both feeling a sense of frustration. With no other recourse, they decided to take their leave, intending to return when the old matron had truly regained her senses. Han Miao Miao did not leave. Instead, she squatted beside the old woman, lifting stones to observe the ants transporting remnants of grain beneath them. After a considerable time, the old woman slowly turned her head, her gaze warm and gentle as she looked at Han Miao Miao. The surname was of little consequence. What mattered was Miao Miao's happiness. "Miao Miao, would you go play with your brother?" Han Miao Miao lifted her gaze, her watery eyes fixating on the old woman for a brief moment before she skipped away from the side room. Shortly after her departure, a resounding thud echoed from within. Chapter 52 concluded, returning us to the present. The following day, within the main hall of the Lord's mansion, Lu Zheng personally approached to pour tea for Han Mo. Though what he actually served was merely plain water. Although Jianzhou City had weathered the food crisis and the threat from the southern barbarians had been alleviated, resources remained exceedingly scarce, even tea leaves were lacking. However, a most delightful piece of news had emerged, just last night. Upon learning that Jianzhou City had allied with the celestial sects to repel the southern barbarians, the eastern sea tribes had sent a peace treaty post-haste. The document declared that they would refrain from any acts of aggression toward Jianzhou City for the next 30 years. This revelation brought Lu Zheng immense joy, causing him to lose sleep throughout the night. "Young master, it is thanks to Mr. Han's intervention that we have averted this crisis in Jianzhou City," Lu Zheng said respectfully, eliciting surprise from Han Mo. He hurriedly rose to support Lu Zheng's arm. "Lord Lu, you overly flatter me. I feel unworthy. One is more than deserving. Young master, your esteemed status is one that we mere mortals can only aspire to. You have shown compassion for the suffering of the world, rescuing countless souls. This bow is to express gratitude on behalf of the citizens of Jianzhou City." This time, Lu Zheng halted Han Mo, bowing deeply before him. And then he straightened up and moved towards the door. "Bring it in," he commanded. Moments later, servants entered, carrying 2 large chests. With Lu Zheng's approval, they opened the chests to reveal them brimming with glistening silver coins. Han Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. The 2 chests likely contained over 1,000 taels of silver, a sum he had never encountered before, and he swallowed hard. "Young master, this is the payment for the grain you sold to Jianzhou City. Due to various matters, I was unable to deliver it to you earlier, but now I present it in full. 600 stones of grain, at the agreed rate of 2 taels of silver per stone, amounts to a total of 1,200 taels of silver. All of it is here." Upon hearing this figure, despite having mentally prepared himself, Han Mo was still taken aback. He had only made 2 round trips to Jianzhou City. Yet he had earned over 1,000 taels of silver. Combined with his savings, he now possessed at least 2,000 taels. His wealth had surpassed that of Zhu Sailang, the richest man in Pingyong village. Zhu Sailang's family had been landlords for generations, accumulating assets of merely around 1,000 taels. And a series of misfortunes ultimately led to their downfall. Now, with this newfound wealth, Han Mo found himself the richest individual in Pingyong village. As he counted the coins, Han Mo suddenly furrowed his brow. There were not 1,200 taels, but in excess of 600. "Master Lu, why is there an additional 600 taels of silver?" Lu Zheng, not daring to be negligent, promptly explained, "Young master, you first sold grain to help Jianzhou City through its most challenging times. And then you bravely intervened to save the city from disaster. Therefore, this 600 taels is a token of gratitude from the citizens of Jianzhou. Please accept it as a gesture of appreciation. Otherwise, I would be unable to provide an explanation to the people of Jianzhou." Han Mo initially intended to decline, but upon witnessing Lu Zheng's distressed expression, he found himself at a loss on how to refuse. If Master Li were present, he would surely know how to navigate such a situation. Thus, he expressed his gratitude to Lord Lu and to the citizens of Jianzhou. Han Mo agreed, which left Lu Zheng feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude, causing Han Mo to feel somewhat awkward. Lu Zheng pondered over one perplexing matter. Since the young gentleman was already an immortal, the mundane gold and silver should, in theory, hold no significance for one who cultivates immortality. Yet, why did the young gentleman? Lu Zheng inquired, his gaze resting upon the 2 chests of silver, struggling to comprehend the necessity of such wealth for an immortal. It could neither be exchanged for use on the path to immortality nor employed for cultivation. I am in need of money. This wealth is essential for my survival. Han Mo, unsure how to articulate his reasoning, merely offered a few evasive remarks. Lu Zheng, perceptive enough, chose to refrain from pressing further, aware that continued questioning might border on rudeness. Should Han Mo suddenly take offense? The esteemed official of Jianzhou would risk becoming a figure of infamy overnight. Curious about when the young gentleman intended to return, Lu Zheng asked, "Might it be today? You have been away for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng mistakenly assumed Han Mo was merely homesick, whereas in truth, Han Mo was anxious to return. The 50 acres of grain had fully ripened and required prompt harvesting. Additionally, the weeds in the fields needed to be cleared, having already delayed for too many days. He dared not enter the realm of the Immortal Tower indiscriminately, thus spending his nights in meditation and cultivation. This return would demand several days of diligent effort. By the way, young gentleman, do you intend to take Miao Miao with you? The mention of Miao Miao left Han Mo feeling somewhat troubled. His concern was not that she would witness his treasures in the Immortal Tower, after all. She was blissfully unaware, but rather that her ignorance was precisely what weighed heavily on his mind. He wished for Miao Miao to enjoy a comfortable living environment. To be able to learn to read and write openly in a school, rather than growing up as illiterate as he had. Noticing Han Mo's indecision, Lu Zheng's heart was stirred with compassion. If you trust me, young gentleman, why not allow Miao Miao to remain in Jianzhou? I assure you, I will treat her well and will not betray your trust. At these words, Han Mo's eyes brightened. This official had indeed presented him with an excellent suggestion. Although Tianyang City had its own schools, and even Pingyang Village boasted a makeshift classroom, the distance to Tianyang City was considerable. And Pingyang Village was currently rife with refugees. If Miao Miao were to grow up in such an environment, her future would undoubtedly be bleak. The city of Jianzhou boasts exceptional conditions, with the esteemed officials providing a formidable backdrop, making it unlikely for anyone to dare bully Miao Miao. Last night, I heard Miao Miao mention that Lord Lu possesses a kind heart and treats her with great care, making him a commendable choice. Thus, Han Mo agreed to Lord Lu's proposal, which filled Lu Zheng with gratitude. Initially, Lu Zheng feared that his selfish motives would be uncovered, provoking Han Mo's ire. However, he was pleasantly surprised when Han Mo genuinely acquiesced, bringing him immense joy. To be candid, he genuinely cherished the child Miao Miao, whose soft and gentle voice was immensely comforting, coupled with her obedient and sensible nature that never caused trouble. However, upon learning that Han Mo intended to depart, Miao Miao clung to his pant leg, resolutely refusing to let him go. Amidst her repeated pleas of "Brother, don't leave," Han Mo had no choice but to steel his heart. "Miao Miao, I will come to see you often." Yet, those words fell on deaf ears. She remained unwilling to release her grip. Ultimately, Han Mo instructed Lu Zheng to take Miao Miao away as he embarked on his journey from Jianzhou. Upon reaching the refugee area, the populace, upon seeing Han Mo, knelt in reverence. Although he intended to dissuade them, Lu Zheng urged him to accept their homage. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Han Mo completely departed from Jianzhou. Following the main road, he walked to the western side of the city, a necessary passage. Gazing at the imposing mountains ahead, he noted the only concealed path that led beyond, which would take him into the realm of Xuanjiamen. This brought to mind the words of his mentor, who had spoken of the southern barbarians invading Jinzhou, the eastern sea tribes lurking with ill intent, and the mountains to the west acting as a barrier. With Xuanjiamen spanning the area, effectively severing any ties with the distant imperial court of the Great Zhou in Tianjing, one could only wonder when this isolation might be shattered. Han Mo shook his head and plunged into the concealed path. Half an hour later, he emerged from the trail, having traversed the great mountain, and beheld the stone steps leading directly to the Xianjian gate. However, Han Mo was not audacious enough to approach the gate directly. Though he had earlier promised Gu Jing and the others that he would hasten to the Xianjian gate, it was merely a verbal assurance. Ascending the Xianjian gate was akin to courting death. After narrowly escaping from the Demon Spirit Mountain, Han Mo had become exceedingly cautious and more appreciative of life. The Black Tiger, a mere third-level Qi refiner, had been effortlessly slain by 5 disciples of the Xianjian Gate. It was certain that within the sect there were even more formidable cultivators. If he were to be discovered as the one who had killed Daoist Shanqing, he would not have enough lives to pay the price. Thus, Han Mo opted for invisibility, deliberately circumventing the stone steps. After about a quarter of an hour, he had exited the great mountain and arrived at the barren expanse at its end. He was finally about to enter the great wilderness. Beyond the great wilderness lay the region of Tianyang City. Just then, a group of individuals appeared at the mountain's edge, and upon discerning their attire, a chill ran down Han Mo's spine. It was the same 5 from that night, each a second-level chi refiner. The group noticed Han Mo as well. The leader's gaze fixated on him before addressing Gu Jing beside him. Is this the disciple of Master Xinqing you often mention? I feel as though I have seen him somewhere before. Chapter 53. Brother Chio's suspicion. The words of the second-level chi refiner sent Han Mo's heart racing. Did they already know he was hiding in the shadows that night? What was he to do now? If suspicions arose, it would be impossible to conceal the matter of Daoist Xinqing. Should a confrontation ensue, Han Mo was acutely aware that he was no match for these individuals. Even a single second-level chi refiner could easily subdue him. Contemplating this, Han Mo discreetly began to channel his spiritual energy, knowing that even if he could not prevail, he had to at least try. What if? At that moment, Lu Quan unexpectedly stepped forward, positioning himself perfectly between the second-level chi refiner and Han Mo, which somewhat bolstered Han Mo's confidence. Brother Chio, have you forgotten? It was precisely because our junior brother took the risk to venture into the southern barbaric lands as a hostage that we were able to locate that mine. Beside him, Jiang Chuan quickly chimed in. On that day when the Beast Tamer sect sought to annihilate the 3 of us, the senior brothers arrived just in time. Perhaps Brother Chio inadvertently caught a glimpse of our junior brother then, but paid little attention. Is that so? However, I must remind you 3 to remain vigilant while guarding this essential route. Do you understand? Upon hearing the two's explanations, Brother Chio finally relaxed, then promptly warned the trio. They dared not oppose him and quickly nodded in agreement. Brother Chio, do you not possess a method to test spiritual roots? Why not assess our junior brother? Upon hearing the suggestion of a spiritual root test, an inexplicable sense of panic welled up within Han Mo. As the trio from Gu Jing awaited eagerly, Brother Chio let out a sigh, expressing that in his haste to depart today, he had inadvertently left the method within the sect. Moreover, this junior disciple had already attained the first level of chi refinement and had undoubtedly passed the assessment of Uncle Xinqing. If we were to test him, would that not be a direct affront to Uncle Xinqing? Let us not speak of this matter again. Otherwise, when Uncle Xinqing returns, I cannot guarantee your safety. Upon hearing these words, Han Mo felt his anxiety gradually dissipate, while the trio from Gu Jing exchanged fearful glances and repeatedly apologized. During our first encounter, there is little I can offer, yet I have a spirit stone here, which I shall present as a token of gratitude for the kindness bestowed upon me by Uncle Xinqing in years past. With that, Brother Chio retrieved a spirit stone from his storage ring and handed it to Han Mo, who hesitated to accept it. Junior brother, what are you still hesitating for? Brother Chio seldom gifts items to others. Upon hearing this, Han Mo reluctantly accepted the stone, though Brother Chio noticed something amiss. Why did he not place it in his storage ring? Oh dear, Brother Chio, please do not put the junior brother in a difficult position. He has been training among mortals and has never encountered a spirit stone. Let him hold it and truly experience the aura of spiritual energy. After all, those in the mundane world do not recognize such an object. Brother Chio furrowed his brow but chose not to press the issue further. After giving the trio a few more instructions, he led the other 4 up the mountain. Junior brother, that is simply how Brother Chio is. Do not take it to heart. Return home now. Han Mo, unwilling to delay, hurriedly bid farewell to the 3 and swiftly quickened his pace to depart. Danger. It was far too perilous. Although senior brother Chio was quite perceptive, it was not that he wished to conceal it within the spatial ring. Rather, the ring was already filled to capacity, with even the 2 chests of silver squeezed in with difficulty. There was absolutely no room left. However, the trio from Gu Jing had repeatedly provided him with excuses, leaving Han Mo in a state of helpless amusement. Fortunately, the crisis had been averted. Unencumbered and alone, Han Mo moved with remarkable speed, traversing the vast wilderness in merely 3 days, and after another day's journey, he returned to Yinfeng Ridge before nightfall. However, upon witnessing the crops that had been harvested time and again, his expression shifted instantly, and he dashed fervently towards the summit. Before long, Han Mo spotted a figure approaching. Han Mo, is that you? I thought someone had intruded into Yinfeng Ridge. It was Master Li. Han Mo finally felt a sense of relief. He had feared that this precious land had been discovered by others. At this moment, Li Kaiju was descending the mountain with a hoe. After a brief inquiry, Han Mo learned that Li Kaiju intended to head down the small path, planning to sever it. This had been a task assigned by Han Mo long ago. But Li Kaiju had been preoccupied with harvesting 50 acres of crops for an extended period, laboring from dawn until dusk, ultimately taking over 10 days to complete the task. Now, he intended to descend and accomplish this final task. With a bit more effort tonight, he believed he could successfully block the only path leading into Infeng Ridge. However, he did not expect to encounter Hanemo here. The day was drawing to a close, so let us proceed together tomorrow. Hanemo led the wealthy Li up the mountain, and naturally, Li was more than willing to accompany him. After all, witnessing Hanmo's safe return filled him with immense joy, surpassing that of anyone else. When Hanemo initially decided to plunge into the fray, Li harbored deep concerns for an extended period. Upon returning to Infeng Ridge, he found himself praying nightly at the old blind man's grave. It was only upon seeing Hanemo return today that he truly set his worries aside. The two men conversed within the cave, recounting the events of the recent days. When Li learned that Hanemo had been attacked by a formidable black bear at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, he was greatly alarmed and hastened to inspect Hanmo's body, ensuring he had not sustained any injuries before he could continue to listen to Hanmo's narrative. Upon discussing the final battle and discovering that an Immortal had intervened, Li felt a surge of excitement coursing through his veins, lamenting his absence from the scene. For he longed to witness a clash among Immortals. After all, he had never been destined for the path of the Immortals, a regret that had lingered throughout his life. However, Hanmo's account was exceedingly detailed. The Immortal had effortlessly slain the valiant General Tiger with a mere talisman, which left Li utterly astonished, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear. He had not anticipated that the path of the Immortals could be so enigmatic and perilous. Li lamented and grew increasingly concerned about the multitude of secrets surrounding Hanemo, fearing that one day the truth might emerge, placing Hanemo in jeopardy. Thus, he repeatedly cautioned Hanemo, do not engage in such perilous endeavors in the future. I share a profound bond with the old blind man. I once promised him that I would safeguard you. He has departed, and you must not encounter any misfortune, for otherwise, I shall have no way to account for you to him after my passing. Hanemo could discern the profound sincerity in Li Caiju's words. His genuine concern for Hanmo surpassed even that of the kind-hearted uncle at the kanji stall in Tianyong City and the brothers in the workshop. Consequently, Hanemo unhesitatingly accepted his offer. At that moment, he was consumed by fear of perishing at the hands of the black bear, fear of being discovered by the Xianjian sect, and fear of never returning home. However, in the aftermath of this event, Hanemo exhibited remarkable prudence, refraining from venturing out of Infeng Ridge for an extended period, with Li Kaiju taking charge of nearly all matters, large and small. The following morning, Hanemo and Li Kaiju dedicated 3 hours to severing the soul path into Infeng Ridge, rendering it utterly impassable for ordinary people. In the days that followed, Hanmo's time was consumed with training during the day, aside from meal times, while evenings were spent clearing the weeds within the realm of the Immortal Tower. After a relentless week of labor, Hanemo finally reclaimed a patch of pristine land, sowing seeds with the thought of employing his freezing technique for irrigation, much like the rain. Without hesitation, he summoned his spiritual energy, and suddenly, the immense Immortal Tower erupted with a thunderous roar. In an instant, the crystal-clear water cascading down the mountainside was levitated into the air and rapidly froze. Accomplishing this feat left Hanemo utterly drained, more so than after days of relentless toil. With a resounding crash, the ice shattered, melting into droplets before touching the ground, showering the sown earth. Hanemo, overwhelmed, fainted, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself unaware of the time, with Li Kaiju anxiously tending to him by his side. Hanemo shook his still heavy head and asked, Masterly, how long have I been unconscious? Upon seeing Hanemo regain consciousness, Masterly hurriedly approached him. It has already been the 7th day. What transpired? How could you suddenly faint like this? Hanemo shook his head, merely attributing his condition to excessive cultivation. He had not anticipated that a single frost spell could leave him in such a state. It seemed prudent to refrain from casting such an expansive frost spell in the future, at the very least. He must wait until his strength had sufficiently increased and he had mastered the spell before attempting it again. Fortunately, with the care of Masterly, he had not perished from hunger during his 7-day slumber in this desolate wilderness. Chapter 54, Breakthrough in Cultivation. After resting for 2 days, Hanemo finally felt completely restored. He prepared a porridge from wheat flour and began to diligently pursue his daily cultivation goals. Upon completing his training in the mountain crumbling palm, he ascended to the mountain's summit, where he took out a spirit stone to aid his practice. He continued this way until dusk descended, at which point he commenced his training in the frost spell. He also devoted time to studying various subjects from books, and he did not forget the alchemical text previously gifted to him by Lu Quan, which he also diligently studied. During the night, Aside from entering the world of the Immortal Tower in his dreams, Han Mo spent nearly all his time meditating and cultivating. Days passed, and he discovered that a single spirit stone could sustain him for 3 days of practice. As for the 5-element solid spirit pills, he was reluctant to use them. With only 10 pills in his possession, each use diminished his supply, and he wished to fully comprehend the alchemical texts before consuming any, thus preventing any unforeseen mishaps. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, Han Mo rested daily, hardly wasting a moment outside of mealtime. Even so, he felt as though time was insufficient. Fortunately, all his efforts bore fruit. He could now crush a stone of 1 inch within 3 palms. Although the requirement for the mountain-crumbling palm was to succeed with a single strike, he was confident that success would soon be within his grasp. As for the frost spell, Han Mo had learned to control it over a span of 10 zhang. Occasionally, he would take time in the Immortal Tower to mimic the rains summoned by the Celestial Elder, and he realized that this method greatly benefited crop growth. Concerned about falling into another state of slumber, he exercised great caution each time he practiced. Moreover, upon introspecting his dantian, he discovered that he could now perceive the stored spiritual energy. He also noted that since returning from Jinzhou City, the Immortal Tower seemed to have ceased drawing energy from him, which significantly accelerated his cultivation speed when utilizing spirit stones. However, despite spending considerable time with the alchemical texts, he had only mastered less than 1% of the content. To fully comprehend it, he feared it would take at least 2 to 3 years. Yet, this did not dishearten Han Mo. Rather, it invigorated him even more, for the Immortal Tower had begun to heal. Indeed, it had healed. Although the layer was thin and fragile, it no longer required binding with hemp ropes. Furthermore, a refreshing mist enveloped the tower's interior, enhancing his sense of well-being. Beneath the veil of mist, the crops flourished more splendidly than ever before. The grains were plump and round, bursting forth at the slightest touch. Each time he entered the realm of the Celestial Tower, he found it hard to part with it. As time swiftly passed, half a month slipped away, and Han Mo had upgraded the stones for his cultivation to 2 inches, while the icy veil expanded to a length of 15 zhang. The spiritual energy stored in his dantian showed only the faintest signs of change, imperceptible unless observed with utmost care. The sole notable transformation was the increase in his strength. Yet, this was not what excited Han Mo. What truly thrilled him was the impending harvest of the crops. This season's maturation seemed to have arrived a fortnight sooner than the last. Han Mo contemplated as he grasped the sickle and ventured into the wheat fields to harvest the wheat and rice. Fortunately, the more than 500 stones harvested last month had been entirely sold by Master Li within a month's time. Half of this yield was sold to the city of Jinzhou, while the remainder was strategically directed to the granaries of Tiannong City through Master Li's extensive connections. However, the prices in Tiannong City were significantly lower than those in Jinzhou. Initially, Master Li suggested that Han Mo sell everything to Jinzhou, but Han Mo firmly asserted that such a course would result in considerable delays, as the round trip would consume an entire month, making it impossible to sell all the surplus grain. Furthermore, the journey was fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could result in the loss of all the grain to bandits. Thus, only enough grain to sustain Jinzhou for a month was dispatched. Moreover, he was not in dire need of money at present. What purpose would it serve to amass wealth? One could not simply follow in the footsteps of Zhu Sailang and be buried with riches upon death. His aspiration was merely to cultivate crops and earn a modest sum sufficient for his needs. Han Mo was unaware that the city of Jinzhou had ample provisions and had begun to revive its agricultural practices, perhaps due to the onset of the cold season. The growth was not particularly robust, yet it was still manageable. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, Han Mo adorned himself with warm clothing and occasionally descended the mountain to gather firewood. This time, he collected a substantial amount, piling it high outside the cave, just as he had done the previous year. Naturally, Han Mo did not forget about Han Miao. They frequently exchanged letters. Initially, Han Miao was unable to write, and her words were penned by Lu Zheng, characterized by a youthful innocence, yet each sentence radiated concern. A few months later, Han Miao had learned to write, albeit her characters were crooked and difficult to decipher. Consequently, Han Mo took the initiative to have several garments custom-made, entrusting them to Li Kaiju for delivery to Jinzhou. And upon his return, he brought back a letter. In the correspondence, Han Mo discovered that Han Miao was thriving in Lu Zheng's household, lacking for nothing, and her teachers at the academy seldom reprimanded her. Reassured by the knowledge that Han Miao was content, Han Mo began to contemplate a visit to her, especially since every letter she sent contained a heartfelt plea for him to come see her. Since departing Jianzhou, he had not ventured beyond Yinfeng Ridge for 5 months. Han Emo had intended to accompany Han Miaomiao to Jianzhou City on New Year's Eve this year. However, due to his promise to keep vigil for the blind elder for 3 years, he ultimately refrained from going. After the New Year's Eve had passed, Han Emo celebrated his 10th birthday. Winter transitioned into spring following the festive season. Han Emo has embarked upon another year of bustling activity. On this day, Master Li brought forth a letter from Han Miaomiao, and this time, the handwriting was notably more refined. In every letter, Han Miaomiao speaks of various matters. Yet the one constant remains her fervent desire to see Han Emo. Just a little longer. Once she finishes her current tasks, she will go. Han Emo pondered. Yet to wait a little longer, would mean a wait of 4 years. On this day, Han Emo woke early, expelling the stagnant energy accumulated over the night. After 4 years of tempering, his gaze had grown even more resolute. The spiritual energy stored within his dantian was nearly at its peak. Han Emo murmured softly, his gaze drifting towards the tattered alchemical tome beside him. In truth, he had completely read the entire book 2 years prior, yet he had spent the past 2 years revisiting its pages numerous times. Ultimately, he had committed every single elixir to memory, along with the composition of each potion. He retrieved a long-preserved 5 elements solidifying spirit pill, and upon careful examination, he sensed 5 distinct auras of spiritual herbs contained within. Should the opportunity arise, he could seek out the ingredients for this elixir. With only 20 remaining, each one precious, Han Emo resolved to replicate some based on its components. The expenditure of spirit stones for cultivation was exceedingly burdensome. 5 years ago, he had acquired fewer than 1,000 spirit stones from the mines of the southern barbarians, and in just 5 years, he had consumed half of them. Despite this, he had yet to achieve a breakthrough, underscoring the immense toll it had taken. The remaining 500 stones might not suffice for his advancement. Thus, Han Emo devised this plan. Fortunately, his diligent efforts over the past 5 years had once again invigorated his dantian. He could even sense that in another month, he would be poised to break through to the second layer of chi refinement. However, impatience gnawed at him. He wished to harness this elixir for an immediate breakthrough. Consequently, Han Emo ascended to the mountain peak, seated himself in meditation, and after regulating his breath, placed a spirit stone before him. He then poured out a 5 elements solidifying spirit pill and swallowed it whole. The instant the elixir descended his throat, it transformed into refreshing streams of energy that coursed through his entire being, prompting an involuntary groan of pleasure. With the aid of the spirit stone and the elixir, Han Emo felt the spiritual energy within his dantian begin to swell. Before long, energy began to overflow from his body, startling him. He swiftly initiated his circulation, and after half an hour, having completed 10 small circulations, the energy finally ceased its overflow, securely confined within his dantian. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated, and Han Emo let out a muffled groan, immediately followed by an exquisite sensation of comfort enveloping him. Soon after, he turned his inner gaze to his dantian and was astonished to discover a droplet of liquid had materialized within. Han Emo was overjoyed. He had successfully reached the second layer of chi refinement. Chapter 55, Departing from the Yin Windrich. At long last, he had attained the second layer of chi refinement. Han murmured to himself, gazing at his hands, yet his face betrayed no hint of joy. It seemed that this breakthrough was a fate long foretold. Or perhaps the exhilaration of such a breakthrough had already been savored throughout the repeated anticipations of these past 4 years. Han Emo held his breath and concentrated, endeavoring to suppress the chaotic energy resulting from his recent breakthrough. He retrieved the celestial tower, gazing at the prominent cracks that marred its surface. With a sigh, Han Emo lamented that it had yet to fully recover. Over the years, he had developed a daily ritual of observation, making it a point to assess the healing progress of the celestial tower each morning. However, 5 years had elapsed, and the tower remained unchanged. The only alterations lay within the realm of the tower itself. The mountains had grown taller, the rivers had widened, and the mist had thickened. Furthermore, each time he sowed seeds, their maturation accelerated significantly. Han Emo took a deep breath, leaped gracefully before the cave, and struck the massive stone with the palm. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered, scattering debris across the ground. Han Emo smiled faintly, increasing his power by another foot. The 4-foot boulder shattered effortlessly under his palm. Yet when he attempted the 5-foot stone, it merely sustained a minor fracture. Nevertheless, this achievement filled Han Emo with satisfaction, for he was drawing ever closer to his goal of shattering a 9-foot boulder. The day he accomplishes this will mark the completion of his mountain-crushing palm technique. Immediately, Han Mo turned his palm upward, and from the ground, 30 zhang of dark clouds began to coalesce. With a mere gesture, droplets of water formed within the clouds. And under Han Mo's adept control of spiritual energy, these droplets condensed, falling rhythmically upon the earth. In an instant, the surrounding weeds were frozen solid. With a fierce grip of his palm, the weeds crumbled into icy fragments. Weeding would henceforth be a much simpler task. Now, he possessed the ability to summon clouds with a mere flip of his hand and bring forth rain with a simple gesture, a true manifestation of celestial prowess. Yet, the details regarding the mastery of this freezing technique remained elusive. Could it be that this celestial art has no upper limit, expanding its range as one's power grows? Han Mo speculated within his heart, and soon dispelled the dark clouds that enveloped the 30 zhang radius. After 4 to 5 days, Han Mo became thoroughly acquainted with the changes occurring within him. The departing Master Li returned to the Wind Ridge. He placed the wheelbarrow back in its original position and gazed at Han Mo, puzzled. Is it really raining here at Wind Ridge? The ridge was exceedingly mysterious. While the outside world experienced the ebb and flow of the seasons, it remained untouched by their influence. Yet today, it surprisingly rained. Upon inquiring further, Master Li learned that it was Han Mo who had employed his celestial art, leaving him astounded. Have you truly broken through to the second level of Qi refinement? Han Mo nodded, leaving Li Kaiju in a state of profound shock. Hadn't he, the gentleman, mentioned that cultivating a false spiritual root was exceedingly arduous? Every breakthrough felt akin to scaling the heavens. Many cultivators with false spiritual roots struggled throughout their lives to reach the third layer of Qi refinement. Yet Han Mo, having awakened his spiritual root merely 5 years ago, had already attained the second layer of Qi refinement. Have we sold all our remaining provisions? At this, Li Kaiju finally emerged from his astonishment, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, it's quite troublesome. The officials in Tianyang City refuse to purchase our grain, so I must rely on connections to sell it through various channels. But it's of little concern, as we are not lacking in funds at present. As Han Mo spoke, memories of the little girl who once surrounded him, calling him brother, suddenly flooded his mind. Calculating the passage of time, he realized that Miao Miao must be 10 years old now. How had these 5 years treated her? What changes had transpired in Jianzhou City? Master Li slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh dear, how could I forget? This is a letter from Miao Miao." With that, Master Li handed the envelope to Han Mo. Upon opening it, Han Mo recognized the familiar handwriting, undoubtedly that of Han Miao Miao. The letter read, "Brother, Miao Miao has passed the teacher's examination and will no longer need to stay in the school so often." Miao Miao inquired, "And the townsfolk said you reside in Tianyang City." Miao Miao wishes to visit Tianyang City, but Lord Lu mentioned that the outside world is fraught with chaos, and there are celestial beings who prevent Miao Miao from leaving the city. Lord Lu also said that you are a celestial being. What exactly is a celestial being? Are they truly formidable? It has been 5 years. When will you return to see Miao Miao? From the lines of the letter, Han Mo could discern that Han Miao Miao had shed some of her childish innocence and had gained a deeper understanding of the world. Indeed, 5 years had passed, and he too was now 15, possessing a wealth of knowledge. However, it was precisely because he had learned so much that he approached everything with utmost caution. Over these 5 years, he had come to comprehend the path of immortality more profoundly. The old sage of Baiyun Temple and the masters of Master Li had not deceived him. The road to immortality was indeed fraught with peril, where a moment's carelessness could lead to utter destruction. While mortals yearn to become celestial beings, those celestial beings longed to return to the simplicity of ordinary life. It seemed there existed a barrier between the mundane and the celestial, with those outside striving to enter and those within yearning to escape. Yet, only the celestial beings understood that the moment one stepped onto the path of immortality and crossed that threshold, there was no turning back. Han Mo felt fortunate that although he had become a cultivator, he still resided among mortals, living a life akin to theirs. He only needed to devise ways to sustain himself, free from the burdens of conflicts along the path of immortality. Han Mo, when do you sow the seeds for the harvest? I am more than willing to assist. Mr. Li, the wealthy landowner, expressed his curiosity for every time Han Mo planted. He was absent, only to find upon his return to the mountain that Han Mo had already sown seeds across 50 acres of land. Han Mo pondered for a moment, struggling to decide what to cultivate. He had stored an abundance of surplus grain for his own consumption, enough to last him a lifetime, with no financial constraints. Selling grain seemed devoid of purpose. Instead, he contemplated growing something that could enhance his cultivation, such as spiritual herbs. However, such herbs were not as common as weeds, and were typically guarded by spirit beasts. In the Windridge, there were indeed a few specimens. He had discovered them 2 years prior during a descent from the mountain, near a pond, particularly the red fruits. Now, he could recognize most medicinal pills and spiritual herbs. And he was well aware that the red fruit was known as the redskin fruit. This fruit possessed the capability to heal wounds and eliminate impurities from the body. The Xianqing Taoist, back then, must have been gravely injured, prompting him to venture into the Windridge in search of the redskin fruit. Unbeknownst to him, the fruit was indeed guarded by a creature, the Great Black Bear. While the Great Black Bear was a beast, it had also developed a semblance of intelligence. The Xianqing Taoist, in his carelessness, ultimately fell victim to his own path, suffering grievous injuries from the Great Black Bear, only to be subsequently slain by Han Mo with a stone. Now, Han Mo no longer regarded his survival as mere fortune. Rather, he recognized it was a confluence of favorable circumstances. Otherwise, he would have long since perished at the hands of the Xianqing Taoist. It was time to seek out more spiritual herbs. He needed to consider his own needs. He decided to temporarily set aside the land and plan for a journey to Jianzhou City. Li, the wealthy landowner, naturally supported Han Mo's decision and offered to guard the Windridge in his absence. Thus, Han Mo descended the mountain, leaving the Windridge behind. This marked his first departure in 5 years, and the surroundings felt entirely alien. The once familiar path had transformed into a sheer cliff of Tinjiang. For an ordinary person, crossing a Tinjiang cliff to enter the Windridge would be utterly impossible. Yet, for Han Mo, this distance posed no challenge. He took a few steps back, gathered his strength, and sprinted forward, leaping with great force. In an instant, he soared through the air, effortlessly traversing the Tinjiang cliff and landing securely on the opposite side. Han Mo wasted no time and set off towards the direction of Jianzhou City. Along the way, he observed that the number of refugees seemed to have diminished compared to 5 years ago, indicating a significant transformation in the lives of all individuals and matters during this span. 3 days later, Han Mo emerged from the desolate region and entered the territory of the Xianjian sect. As he gazed around, 3 familiar faces appeared before him indeed. It was the trio from Gujing. Just moments ago, they had sensed an approaching aura and hastily descended the mountain, only to discover an old acquaintance. Little junior brother. Have you completed the test set by Master Xianqing? Chapter 56. Do you not recognize me? Seeing Han Mo alone, the 3 from Gujing eagerly approached him, all assuming that he had successfully passed the trials of Master Xianqing, thus gaining entry into the Xianjian sect. Yet, only Han Mo understood that there was no Master Xianqing, nor any test to speak of. Nevertheless, Han Mo was aware that revealing the truth was not prudent at this moment, especially since time was of the essence. After all, Master Xianqing had been deceased for 6 or 7 years. If the Xianjian sect were to catch wind of any discrepancies after such a prolonged absence, it would spell disaster. It has been 5 years since we last met. Given your temperament, little junior brother, you must have successfully completed the test, right? Do not jest, senior brother. The trials set by the master are not so easily surmountable. A hint of bitterness surfaced on Han Mo's face, conveying an earnestness that left the 3 companions somewhat disheartened. However, upon reflection, they recognized that Master Xianqing was renowned throughout the Xinkai sect for his stern demeanor. His trials were likely the most arduous within the sect. The young junior brother, being solitary in this mundane world, would require considerable time to meet Master Xianqing's expectations. It is regrettable. The 3 of us have been deliberating on when to bring you to the sect, yet it seems we must wait another 4 or 5 years. Dear brother Han, how has Master Xianqing fared in recent years? When he departed from the Valley of the Setting Sun, he bore injuries. Han Mo pondered for a moment before speaking. It has been quite some time since I last saw my master. After he left the 5 elements solid spirit pill and the spirit guiding technique, he departed. As he uttered these words, Han Mo's demeanor remained composed, to the point where he almost convinced himself. Alas, Master Xianqing has his own mission. It will likely be several decades before he returns from his training journey. Sighing at the thought of this training, Han Mo realized that once the 3 of them reached the 3rd level of chi refinement, they too would need to descend the mountain for their own cultivation. As he listened to their conversation, Han Mo silently committed this timeline to memory. Junior brother Han, what is your current cultivation level? The 2nd level of chi refinement. Han Mo replied, perhaps the only truthful statement he had made to the trio thus far. Upon hearing this, astonishment flickered in the eyes of his companions. 5 years ago, Junior brother Han had just broken through to the first level of Qi refinement. Who would have thought he had managed yet another breakthrough in such a short span of time? Truly, he is worthy of his exceptional spiritual root. To have already reached the second level of Qi refinement, junior brother Han's cultivation had now matched theirs, and it seemed that in 3 years, they would have to address him as senior brother. The three of them shared a wry smile, for in the realm of cultivation, strength dictates status. Those with higher cultivation hold greater esteem. The thought of calling a teenager like Han Mo senior brother was somewhat hard to swallow for men in their 30s. Yet they could not deny Han Mo's extraordinary talent. Not only that, but Han Mo was destined to rise within the ranks of the Xianjian sect and could potentially become its master. The trio felt a sense of balance restored. Maintaining a good relationship with the future leader of the Xianjian sect seemed far more advantageous than relentless cultivation. Junior brother Han, when you achieve great success in the future, do not forget about us, your 3 brothers. One exclaimed. Indeed, junior brother Han will surely be among the upper echelons of our Xianjian sect. At the very least an elder. They showered him with compliments, eager to curry favor with Han Mo, even offering him the spirit stones they had saved over the past 5 years. Han Mo was puzzled by the profound respect shown to him by the 3. Yet he had no desire to squander any more time in their presence, so he took his leave. As he vanished from sight, Gu Jing let out a deep sigh. The talent of this junior brother Han was truly extraordinary. It took us a decade to progress from body refinement to Qi cultivation, and another 20 years to advance from the first to the second layer of Qi cultivation. Now, we have been stagnating at this layer for 20 years. Will we ever break through to the third layer in our lifetime? How fortunate is junior brother Han, who from the very beginning was guided by Master Su Qing to undergo trials in the mortal realm. Gu Jing gently patted the shoulders of the 2 others, offering comforting words, urging them not to rush. Once the 3 of us have spent sufficient time honing our skills in the world below, we will surely break through to the third layer of Qi cultivation. The trio consoled one another, filled with envy for Han Mo's remarkable talent. Meanwhile, Han Mo swiftly entered the hidden path, and after half an hour, he traversed the great mountain, catching a glimpse of a corner of the celestial palace on the horizon. At last, he had arrived. Han Mo quickened his pace, observing the remarkable transformations surrounding Jianzhou City. Once barren tree trunks now sprouted fresh buds, and tender blades of grass emerged from beneath the yellow sand by the roadside. Everything was evolving towards a brighter future. At that moment, atop the city wall, stood a young woman clad in a pale pink dress with a light blue hem, her lively eyes gazing northward, brimming with anticipation. Outside the city walls, hundreds of clay figures stood in a row, while below, the refugee area thrived. The refugee zone, once teeming with displaced individuals, had transformed into a community where everyone built their earthen homes, and merchants had begun to conduct their trade in the streets. The young lady must have felt a sense of longing, standing daily on the city wall and gazing northward. Surely, she missed the esteemed Mr. Han. It had been 5 years since Mr. Han's last appearance, yet he had never ceased to deliver provisions to our Jianzhou city. The mere mention of Mr. Han invoked a profound reverence among all present. 5 years prior, the arrival of a child had altered the fate of Jianzhou City, rescuing it from the clutches of southern marauders and ensuring the survival of countless citizens. Consequently, after the city's restoration in the 3rd year, the people constructed a shrine at the end of the refugee area S Street, enshrining a statue of Han Mo within. Each day, individuals would come to pay their respects. After a brief moment, Han Miao Miao placed the clay figure upon the city wall and descended. As she traversed the long street cutting through the refugee area, everyone she passed greeted her with respectful nods. Han Miao Miao concealed her disappointment behind a smile, graciously responding to each greeting. Today, the young lady looked truly splendid. In Han Miao Miao's eyes, a glimmer of pride emerged. This was a gift from her brother. Has the young master prepared a present for Mr. Han? Perhaps Mr. Han will visit our Jianzhou city today. Han Miao Miao smiled faintly, harboring a wish that her brother would indeed appear in Jianzhou City. Yet she was acutely aware of the impossibility of such a scenario. Uncle Li had mentioned that her brother was entangled in significant matters, rendering him unable to extricate himself. As she glanced at her attire, a wave of self-reproach washed over her. Uncle Li had conveyed that her brother was reluctant to purchase clothing for himself, yet had spent several taels of silver to commission this exquisite gown for her. Consequently, Han Miao Miao ventured into the inner city, wandering the streets in search of a tailor's shop. After a considerable amount of time had passed, Han Mo had already entered the city, yet none recognized him. After all, 5 years had wrought substantial changes in his height and appearance, leading the onlookers to believe that he hailed from a distant place. At the end of the street, Han Mo stood and beheld the once desolate refugee district now flourishing, a satisfied smile gracing his face. However, as he lifted his gaze, a slight frown creased his brow. Upon the city wall, he observed a row of meticulously arranged clay figurines, from which an overwhelming sense of nostalgia washed over him. In an instant, a wave of melancholy surged within his heart. At that moment, a vendor selling steamed buns noticed Han Mo and cheerfully remarked, "These are left here daily by our little lord of Jinzhou. If you desire one, feel free to take it. The little lord will not mind. We all have them." The vendor then picked up a clay figurine to showcase it. As Han Mo entered the city, the merchant, upon catching sight of Han Mo's silhouette, suddenly furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with that figure. He instinctively glanced at the clay figurine in his hands. There was a striking resemblance. Could it be that Mr. Han has returned? No, it cannot be. I clearly remember Mr. Han's appearance. I cannot be mistaken. The merchant murmured to himself before resuming his call to sell his buns. Once inside, Han Mo followed the path etched in his memory towards the Lu residence. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out, as sweet as a lark. "This is the money I must pay. If you refuse to accept it, I shall be quite displeased." The woman from the tailor's shop, holding the silver in her hands, appeared somewhat helpless but nonetheless accepted the 10 taels of silver, subsequently handing over a beautifully crafted robe to Han Miao Miao. Han Miao Miao received the finished garments and joyfully stepped out of the tailor's shop. Yet, as she crossed the threshold, she suddenly halted upon noticing a figure standing not far away. The smile on her face gradually faded. "Miao Miao, do you not recognize me?" Chapter 57. 100 Years of Pinky Promise. Hearing that familiar voice, Han Miao Miao's eyes brimmed with tears, and 2 streams of sorrow cascaded down her cheeks. "Brother, brother." Han Miao Miao could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears, rushing towards Han Mo and throwing herself into his embrace. "Brother, I miss you. Why haven't you come to see me? I think of you every single day. I thought you no longer wanted me." The sound of Han Miao Miao's weeping swiftly attracted the attention of the crowd. Initially, they presumed it was merely a playful quarrel between some young masters and young ladies. However, upon realizing that it was, in fact, their young mistress, the expressions of the onlookers transformed dramatically. Their beloved mistress had been wronged and was in tears. Han Miao Miao is the sister of little Mr. Han, and one could say that her status in Jinzhou City is akin to his. Can this be tolerated? A multitude surged forward, intent on capturing Han Mo and delivering him to Lord Lu for severe punishment. However, as they encircled Han Mo and charged, a barrier erupted, forcefully repelling them, leaving them sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. "Ouch, my backside. How peculiar. I can't even lay a finger on this fellow. Everyone, grab your weapons." The shout rang out, prompting those around to scan their surroundings, seizing nearby sticks, while some picked up stones from the ground, their faces contorted with fury. "Release our young master, or you shall not escape our wrath. To upset the young master is a grave offense. What are you doing?" At that moment, Han Miao Miao, noticing the commotion, turned to the crowd, tears streaming down her face. "Young master, this person bullies you. He is bullying little Mr. Han. Little Mr. Han is our benefactor in Jinzhou City. How can we allow such injustice? Indeed, those who torment little Mr. Han and the young master must be apprehended and delivered to the authorities, so that Lord Lu may administer justice." As the crowd prepared to charge once more, Han Miao Miao immediately positioned herself in front of Han Mo. "Stop at once. He is not the one who has wronged my brother. He is my brother." Her words struck like lightning, and the crowd, upon hearing this revelation, was taken aback, their motions halting as they turned to regard Han Mo. "Impossible. I remember little Mr. Han's appearance. He does not resemble this." Han Mo smiled helplessly, surprised to discover the considerable weight he held in the hearts of the people of Jinzhou. He had merely performed a modest deed, motivated by self-interest, yet it had lingered in their memories for 5 long years. In this world, not everyone is driven by malice. At that moment, a corpulent man standing behind Han Mo rubbed his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Wait, everyone, wait. This truly seems to be Mr. Han." His words sparked renewed surprise among the crowd. The stout man, growing increasingly assured, recalled that although they had not seen Mr. Han in 5 years, every day, Han Miao Miao crafted numerous clay figurines with exquisite precision. Each of those figures was modeled after Mr. Han. The townsfolk remembered that when Mr. Han departed, Han Miao Miao could only recall his silhouette, which had left a lasting impression on them all. The resemblance of this man's figure to Mr. Han was striking. It truly must be Mr. Han. Come and see. As a second voice echoed the sentiment, the crowd surged towards Han Mo, collectively taken aback by the striking similarity. For a moment, no one dared to move. Just then, a palanquin came to a halt behind them. Lord Lu has arrived. Everyone make way. The crowd quickly parted to the sides of the street as Lord Lu lifted the curtain and stepped down from the palanquin. Han Mo noticed the additional lines of weariness etched on Lu Zhang's face, and the proliferation of white hair atop his head suggested that he had borne considerable burdens for the sake of Jinzhou City over the past 5 years. Lu Zhang stepped forward, directing all his attention towards Han Miao Miao. Miao Miao, it is time to return, otherwise your brother will surely be upset. Han Miao Miao playfully stuck out her tongue and said, "My dear, my brother would never be angry. Do you see who this is?" Upon hearing her words, Lu Zhang turned his gaze toward Han Mo, feeling perplexed. When their eyes met, Lu Zhang was taken aback. "Little master, is it truly you?" "Lord Lu, it's been quite some time." The familiar voice instantly reminded Lu Zhang of their first encounter, stirring excitement within him as he stepped forward and placed both hands on Han Mo's shoulders. "It really is you, little master. Hurry, get on the carriage." Without allowing Han Mo a chance to decline, Lu Zhang directly pulled him onto the palanquin, taking the reins himself. Upon returning to the residence, Lu Zhang promptly instructed his servants to prepare a lavish feast. Compared to their modest meals 5 years ago, the current spread was remarkably abundant, featuring both meat and fish, transforming the once plain water into exquisite wine. Aware that Han Mo abstained from alcohol, Lu Zhang poured him a cup of tea. "Little master, please. I never expected you to return to Jinzhou. I thought you had long forgotten this place." He had heard that once one embarks on the path of immortality, they bid farewell to the mortal realm. Cultivators must sever all ties to the mundane world and cut off the bonds of earthly cause and effect. Yet, to his astonishment, the possibility of encountering Han Mo again in this lifetime filled him with immense excitement, prompting him to drink 3 cups of wine in quick succession. Han Mo, substituting tea for wine, cannot possibly forget this place where Miao Miao resides. Please wait a moment, dear sir. Miao Miao will return once she has completed her studies for the day. After several rounds of drinks, Lu Zhang began to feel the effects of inebriation. Following Han Mo's instructions, the steward summoned a maid to assist Lu Zhang in returning to rest. In the midst of his cultivation, Han Mo suddenly heard a call. Releasing a breath of stale air, he opened his eyes to see Miao Miao rushing towards him, her voice tinged with urgency. It was not a dream. His brother had not yet departed. Han Miao Miao was filled with joy as she retrieved a bunch of grapes from behind her. "Brother, I brought these for you from school. Please, do have a taste." Han Mo picked a fruit and placed it in his mouth. It was incredibly sweet. He had never tasted anything like it before. Was it delicious? Indeed, it was. "Brother, will you stay for a few days this time? Can Miao Miao accompany you every day?" Han Miao Miao stepped aside and sat down, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed at Han Mo stay a few more days and spend more time with Miao Miao. "Really, brother, you aren't lying, are you? Let's make a promise." As she spoke, Han Miao Miao extended her pinky finger to entwine it with Han Mo's, declaring, "A pinky swear. For 100 years we shall not change. Whoever changes will be a little dog." How childish. A faint smile graced Han Mo's lips as he accompanied Han Miao Miao in completing this childish ritual. "Brother, I wish to ascend the mountain and gaze upon its splendor. Lord Lu forbids me from leaving the city. Would you take me there? After all, Lord Lu would not dare to anger you." "Very well." Han Mo did not hesitate to agree immediately. He sensed a significant change in Han Miao Miao, who had become exceedingly clingy and, one might say, somewhat reliant on him. Over the years, he had promised Han Miao Miao numerous times, yet he had never fulfilled those promises. This time, Han Mo was determined not to disappoint her. The two departed from Jinzhou City and ascended the mountain path until they reached the summit, where a verdant meadow awaited them. From this vantage point, the entirety of Jinzhou City lay before them, the scenery utterly breathtaking. "Brother, Lord Lu said you are an immortal. Do immortals really fly? I want to fly too." "Fly? It merely refers to riding a sword through the skies." Han Mo shook his head, declaring that not all immortals possess the ability to fly, and he was among those who could not. Indeed, while those in the Qi refinement stage can soar upon swords, it necessitates the cultivation of aerial techniques. Moreover, the spiritual essence within a Qi refinement practitioner is limited, rendering prolonged flight unsustainable. A moment's carelessness could result in a catastrophic fall. Observing Han Miao Miao's eager gaze, Han Mo contemplated the necessity of honing his aerial skills. recognizing their utility for travel. However, such celestial arts were predominantly held within the grasp of immortal sections. Then, dear brother, you must study diligently like Meow Meow. The teacher says that with earnest effort, one can master anything. Once you learn to fly, you can take Meow Meow to the skies, she urged. Very well, I promise Meow Meow, he replied. Thus, Han Meow Meow encouraged Han Mo to expedite his learning, while she frolicked amidst the flowers, playfully dancing with the butterflies. Watching Meow Meow, carefree and joyous, Han Mo could not help but feel a twinge of envy. It seemed as though these were experiences he had never known. Since he could remember, his days had been consumed with the struggle for survival. Han Mo, finding himself unoccupied, seated himself cross-legged upon the mountain peak and commenced his meditative practice. The spiritual energy surrounding him began to converge. Han Meow Meow plucked a four-leaf clover, intending to present it to Han Mo, yet she found him engrossed in his cultivation. She was unfamiliar with the practice of cultivation, but she recalled Lu Zhang's advice that if her brother sat motionless on the ground, she should refrain from disturbing him. Han Meow Meow clutched the four-leaf clover and settled beside Han Mo, propping her chin on her left hand as she gazed at him. Gradually, the sky darkened, and a wave of drowsiness washed over Han Meow Meow, prompting her to curl up and drift into slumber beside Han Mo, her small hand still grasping the hem of his garment. Chapter 58, The Spirit Branch. The following day, Han Mo awakened from his cultivation, intending to rise, only to find his clothing tugged by Han Meow Meow. Hastily, he sat back down, anxious not to disturb her. In her deep sleep, Han Meow Meow suddenly murmured, calling out brother, before abruptly waking with a startled cry, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Upon seeing Han Mo, she swiftly embraced him, as if fearing he might vanish into thin air. This unexpected turn of events left Han Mo momentarily at a loss, his hands hovering in midair before he gently patted her back to offer solace. Han Meow Meow calmed her emotions and suddenly recalled the four-leaf clover she had picked. She opened her palm, for Lord Lu had said that the four-leaf clover symbolizes good fortune. Meow Meow wished for her brother to always be blessed with luck. Han Mo smiled faintly, holding the four-leaf clover in his hand, only to suddenly furrow his brow. This four-leaf clover emanated a peculiar aura. No, this is not a four-leaf clover. It is, in fact, the Earth Spirit Branch. Han Mo discovered information about the Earth Spirit Branch within his memories. The Earth Spirit Branch thrives in the shade, drawing life from withered trees, and is one of the principal ingredients for the Vitality Restoration Pill. This Vitality Restoration Pill is, in fact, the 5-element Spirit Solidifying Pill. However, since it is crafted using ancient methods, it does not possess the authenticity of a true Vitality Restoration Pill. Thus, it is referred to as the 5-element Spirit Solidifying Pill. Only those concocted by skilled alchemists retain all the spiritual essence, earning the title of Vitality Restoration Pill. In Han Mo's heart, a sudden jolt of surprise struck him. Amidst the desolate and uninhabited mountains, there existed the elusive Earth Spirit Branch. If he were to gather all the necessary materials, he could employ ancient methods to craft the 5-element solid spirit pill. His elder brother adored four-leaf clovers, and there were more over there. Meow Meow would guide her brother to them. Han Meow Meow was unaware of the reason behind her brother's exuberance, yet she discerned his fondness for clovers. Thus, she took Han Mo by the hand and led him to a nearby shady grove. Before long, Han Mo's eyes fell upon 3 sprigs of the elusive Earth Spirit Branch. There was no doubt they were indeed the Earth Spirit Branches, which thrived under exceedingly stringent conditions. Only when 4 sprigs appeared simultaneously could they truly flourish. Han Mo's heart raced with excitement, yearning to carry away all the Earth Spirit Branches. However, these branches would perish instantaneously upon exposure to sunlight. Fortunately, the recent days of incessant rain had allowed the Earth Spirit Branches to flourish. The gnarled shape of the tree trunk provided the perfect conditions for their survival. In the distance, the first rays of sunlight began to break through. Should they be illuminated, the Earth Spirit Branches would wither away, losing all vestiges of their ethereal essence. Han Mo swiftly extracted all the Earth Spirit Branches and placed them into his spatial ring. The first category of spirit herbs is secured. Meow Meow, let us return home. Upon seeing Han Mo, Han Meow Meow was filled with joy, and she eagerly grasped the hem of his garment as they descended the mountain together. Upon their return to Jinzhou City, they encountered Lu Zhang, who was leading the household servants in a frantic search throughout the streets. "Young master, the young master has returned," exclaimed the servants. "Sir, mister." Han has returned with the young master. Upon spotting the two safe and sound, Lu Zheng's worry dissipated, and he hurriedly embraced Han Miao Miao, overwhelmed with concern. Master Lu, my brother was with me. She reassured him. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. You had me quite worried. Lu Zheng gently placed Han Miao Miao onto the sedan chair, and then led the two of them back home. Once at the estate, Han Miao Miao took the initiative to head to the academy, while Han Mo remained in the courtyard. Dear sir, I kindly ask that you inform me next time you take Miao Miao out. Last night, we searched all through Jinzhou City, and everyone was dreadfully anxious. Han Mo's expression was one of awkwardness as he nodded in agreement. What should I say to her grandmother if something were to happen to Miao Miao? Lu Zheng remarked with a hint of trepidation. Lord Lu, how has Miao Miao's grandmother fared over the years? Has she ever mentioned Miao Miao's biological father? Upon hearing Han Mo's inquiry, Lu Zheng's demeanor grew somber. Despite his efforts to conceal it, Han Mo detected the shift in his expression. For reasons unknown, an unsettling premonition lingered in Han Mo's heart. Under Han Mo's penetrating gaze, Lu Zheng felt a wave of guilt wash over him, unable to meet Han Mo's eyes. Miao Miao's grandmother has passed away, hasn't she? Young sir, in truth, Miao Miao's grandmother departed this world 5 years ago. Lu Zheng sighed heavily, his expression grave. Over the years, Miao Miao had endured profound loneliness. Ever since her grandmother's demise, she would ascend the city wall each day, gazing towards the direction of Tianyong City. Hearing this revelation, Han Mo's heart sank. Miao Miao's grandmother had died 5 years prior? Why had Miao Miao never mentioned this in her letters? At that moment, Lu Zheng recounted the events that transpired 5 years ago when Han Mo left. After their last meeting, Miao Miao's grandmother had jumped into the pond. And by the time they discovered her, she had already lost her life. They concealed the truth from Miao Miao and buried her grandmother in silence. For days, Miao Miao searched the streets in desperation, having not seen her grandmother. Lu Zheng, feeling heartbroken, embraced Miao Miao and reluctantly revealed the truth. Upon learning it, Miao Miao mourned for several days. From that point onward, she climbed the city wall daily, crafting 2 clay figures, one representing her grandmother and the other Han Mo. Yet, when Han Mo had departed, he had left only a fleeting silhouette behind. Thus, this ritual continued for 5 long years. Young sir, there is something I am uncertain whether I should disclose. Han Mo's expression was complex. He was taken aback by the multitude of events that had transpired concerning Miao Miao. Lord Lu, please speak. Suddenly, Lord Lu knelt down, astonishing Han Mo, who hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. My lord, what is the meaning of this? Esteemed scholar, I dare to implore you to remain in Jinzhou City. Upon hearing this, Han Mo fell into a moment of silence before inquiring, is it solely for Miao Miao? Indeed, it is solely for Miao Miao. Is that truly the case? Han Mo's gaze bore into Lu Zheng, who, realizing that he had been seen through, had no choice but to concede. There is one more matter. The Sea Clan, is it not? Han Mo stated calmly. Lu Zheng suddenly lifted his head to look at Han Mo, surprise evident in his eyes. Esteemed scholar you. Han Mo pondered deeply. Upon his arrival, he had already observed the strategic location of Jinzhou City. To the east lay an endless expanse of ocean, and during his first visit, the steward had warned him that the Sea Clan lurked with predatory intent. It seemed that Lu Zheng was concerned about this matter. To speak candidly, many years ago, after repelling the southern barbarians, the Sea Clan, upon hearing of a celestial being's presence, sent a peace treaty, vowing not to assault Jinzhou City for 30 years. Yet, they remain the Sea Clan, not of our kin, and their hearts must be different. Vigilance is essential. Should they breach Jinzhou City, they could directly threaten Tianjing and the imperial family of the Great Zhou. After absorbing this information, Han Mo harbored a question. Given the significance of Jinzhou City, the imperial family of the Great Zhou could not possibly be unaware. Why had they never dispatched reinforcements, leaving Jinzhou City to fend for itself against the Sea Clan? At that moment, Lu Zheng articulated the dilemma that had troubled him for many years. A formidable mountain range separated Jinzhou City from Tianjing, and with the celestial sect stationed there, external threats had long severed communication with Tianjing. Only recently, due to the leniency of the Xinjian sect, had they managed to establish a tenuous connection with the imperial family through Tianyong City. However, the situation in Tianjing was equally dire. With limited military strength and each county left to survive independently, the Great Zhou was on the brink of peril. Yet, if the gentleman remained in Jinzhou City, the nature of the situation would change. Although the Sea Clan was formidable, They could not rival the celestial sects, and thus, they would inevitably exercise caution. Han Mo did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered deeply. Lord Lu, may I take a moment to contemplate? By the way, has there been any change regarding the Demon Spirit Mountain? A glimmer of hope blossomed in Lu Zheng's heart. You truly hold us mere mortals in high esteem, dear sir. The Demon Spirit Mountain is a place of great peril, and how could any mortal dare to tread there? Even now, we remain unaware of how the southern barbarians managed to traverse the Demon Spirit Mountain into the territory of the Great Zhou. Are you indeed intending to venture into the Demon Spirit Mountain? Han Mo nodded. Indeed, the Demon Spirit Mountain may possess the treasures I seek. Chapter 59, The Choice. Upon arriving at the southern city gate, just as Han Mo intended to exit the city, he beheld Han Miao Miao standing resolutely at the entrance, her arms outstretched, tears glistening in her eyes. Han Miao Miao's gaze was resolute as she fixed her eyes upon Han Mo. Brother, you promised to stay a few more days. Why do you sneak away from Miao Miao? Upon witnessing this, Lu Zheng became flustered and hurried forward to lift Miao Miao, yet she struggled incessantly, leaving him at a loss as to how to proceed. Miao Miao, your brother is not leaving. He has important matters to attend to and will return to be with you in a few days. You are deceiving me. 5 years ago, you said the same thing. If I had not overheard the adults conversing with you after school, I would have remained in the dark once more. Lu Zheng opened his mouth but could find no words, feeling helpless and turning to Han Mo for assistance. Miao Miao, do you still remember the promise made with your brother? Han Mo approached Han Miao Miao, crouching down before her, extending his pinky finger in a gentle curve. After a moment of surprise, Han Miao Miao mirrored his gesture, intertwining her pinky with his. A pinky promise for 100 years, unchanging. Han Mo whispered softly. Han Miao Miao, with tearful eyes, sobbed as she spoke. Is it truly not a deception? No, this time my brother speaks with sincerity, and he will never secretly leave Miao Miao, will he? Han Miao Miao raised her hand to wipe away her tears, her youthful voice melodious as she exclaimed, Be careful, brother. Han Mo smiled faintly, gently wiping away the tears from Han Miao Miao's eyes. He then rose and stepped out through the southern city gate, while Han Miao Miao stood beside Lu Zheng, gazing tearfully as Han Mo vanished from sight. Once again treading upon the desolate land of the southern barbarians, he surveyed the surroundings, which were devoid of life. The ground lay strewn with the bones of birds, beasts, and even the long-departed barbarians who had perished on this soil. A wave of scorching wind swept through, revealing an expanse of endless desolation. 5 years had passed, and perhaps the only constant was this barren land of the southern barbarians. As he traversed this forsaken territory, Han Mo soon arrived at the Spirit Demon Mountain. Guided by his memories, he finally discovered the entrance. Taking a deep breath, he plunged headlong into the depths of the Spirit Demon Mountain. His consciousness expanded, and within a 30-zhang radius, nothing escaped Han Mo's perception. Han Mo determined his direction and continuously sought out usable spiritual herbs within the Demon Spirit Mountain. Although he possessed 9 5-element solidifying pills, he believed it prudent to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, such precious elixirs were not something he wished to squander. Given the quality of his spiritual roots, the path to enhancement would only grow more arduous, necessitating increasingly valuable medicinal pills. Thus, Han Mo resolved to consume alternative pills in the early stages, ensuring they could be crafted using ancient methods. As dusk descended, Han Mo had yet to uncover the desired spiritual herbs, although he stumbled upon several valuable traditional medicinal ingredients, none of which aligned with his intentions. Soon, night enveloped the land, but fortunately, the current Han Mo was no longer the same as before, even in the dark. He could discern a range of several dozen zhang. His search persisted for an entire day and night, and as the sun set once more the following day, he remained empty-handed, ultimately arriving at the very place where he had nearly met his demise. The spiritual mine lay before him. Han Mo sighed softly. Having traversed the entire Demon Spirit Mountain without discovering a single herb suitable for crafting the 5 elements solid spirit pill, this realization inevitably filled him with a sense of disappointment. As the day waned, he decided against wasting further effort and ventured into the spirit mine devoid of any spiritual energy. The entrance, once breached by the 5 members of the Shansword sect, was now sufficiently spacious for him to enter without the need to crawl like a dog. However, the absence of heavenly spiritual energy within was disheartening. He surmised it had likely all been extracted by the Shansword sect, leaving him with a sense of regret, if only some remnants had been overlooked. Yet, the holes in the walls astonished him. The Xiansword sect had even excavated the stones embedded in the rock face. Truly, they were a celestial sect, possessing remarkable means. He recalled how he had been unable to extract even the spirit stones that had once grown from the stone walls. Hanemo found a flat spot to sit cross-legged and took out the spirit stone to aid his cultivation. The following day, as he prepared to depart, Hanemo suddenly halted at the entrance of the cave, an idea blossoming in his mind. Lacking silver ginseng vines, chi spiritual roots, blood lotus flowers, and fire vine leaves, the prospect of replicating the 5-element solid spirit pill seemed utterly impossible. Yet, could he perhaps concoct a pill with similar effects using ordinary Chinese herbs? Although traditional herbs may not rival spiritual plants, some aged herbs possess a trace of celestial essence. While their efficacy may not match that of the 5-element solid spirit pill, they could still yield comparable results. Reishi, ginseng, astragalus, cistanche, and FOTI? Hanemo swiftly identified several traditional Chinese medicinal herbs that could serve as substitutes for 5 types of spiritual grasses. After a day of diligent exploration, he discerned that the demon spirit mountain appeared to harbor some of these herbs. Consequently, Hanemo devoted another day to his search, ultimately uncovering various medicinal plants. Perched upon a steep cliff, he collected Ganoderma, and within the ancient woods, he found both ginseng and cistanche. However, he was unable to locate astragalus and rehmannia. Initially, Hanemo suspected he might have overlooked a location, yet after 2 additional days of searching, he confirmed that the demon spirit mountain lacked these 2 herbs. Reluctantly, he resolved to depart, but before leaving, he took a moment to organize his thoughts. The spiritual energy on the demon spirit mountain was even more potent than that of the Yin Wind Ridge, suggesting that cultivation here would yield faster results. Moreover, the abundance of medicinal herbs indicated that should he require additional elixirs for future cultivation, alternative herbs could be utilized as substitutes. Hanemo suddenly felt that this place suited him better. Additionally, there was Han Miao Miao. Had her grandmother still been alive, Hanemo might not have pondered so deeply. However, the words spoken by Lu Zheng inexplicably stirred a sense of compassion within him. Perhaps it would be best to remain here, after all. Cultivating these spiritual herbs would not require much land, and he could clear some space for it. He possessed ample strength and experience, and he was not afraid of hard work. As for the 50 mu at Yinfeng Ridge, he could continue to plant grains there, balancing both endeavors. This arrangement would ensure a food supply and, to some extent, alleviate unnecessary challenges in his cultivation. Having made his decision, Hanemo retraced his steps. It had been 5 days since he left Jinzhou City, and Miao Miao must be anxious by now. After half an hour, he returned to the city. And upon entering the gates, he spotted Han Miao Miao rushing towards him, her eyes red from worry as she grasped his arm, fearing he might vanish once more. This little girl was indeed overly dependent on others. On the way back, Han Miao Miao fell asleep on his back, concerned that the jolting of the palanquin might wake her. Hanemo chose to carry her, walking with utmost caution. Although he usually found 10 stones of grain easy to manage, today, with Miao Miao's petite form on his back, it felt somewhat strenuous. Finally, they arrived at the residence, and Hanemo gently placed Miao Miao on the bed, tiptoeing to close the door behind him. Upon reaching the main hall, Lu Zheng had already prepared tea and snacks for their reception. "Young master, did you find anything of value?" Lu Zheng naturally knew Hanmo's purpose for visiting the Spirit Herb Mountain, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He, too, wished to see what the spiritual herbs appeared like in the eyes of an immortal. After all, as a mortal without the abilities of an immortal, one might mistakenly regard even a single divine herb as mere weeds and feed them to livestock. Although he did not find any, he had sought out some substitute medicinal herbs. Hanemo seemed to ponder for a moment before inquiring, "Lord Lu, does Jinzhou City have a traditional Chinese medicine shop?" "A traditional medicine shop? Does the young scholar require assistance in regulating his health?" "No, I merely lack some herbs, specifically He Shou Wu and Huang Qi, and wish to procure them from a shop. However, I have specific requirements. I need them to be complete." He Shou Wu and Huang Qi? Lu Zheng gazed at Hanemo with a perplexed expression. These herbs are known for nourishing the yin and replenishing the kidneys. Potent tonics indeed. Does even an immortal contend with such earthly concerns? Or perhaps immortals, too, harbor human desires? Acquiring them in their entirety may prove somewhat challenging, but rest assured, young scholar, I shall have someone dispatched to procure them at once. Lu Zheng was not one to dawdle. Upon confirming all of Hanmo's requests, He promptly instructed his steward to accompany the household servants in fulfilling the task. Lord Lu, I have one more matter on which I seek your assistance. Please, do not hesitate, young scholar. As long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall not falter. I would traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire without hesitation. Han Mo offered a bitter smile, deeming the matter not so grave. He merely wished to request Lord Lu to assist him in constructing a humble cottage at the foot of the Spirit Mountain, where he intended to reside henceforth. Chapter 60. Han Mo's responsibility: a cottage? Living at the foot of the Spirit Mountain? Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng immediately stood up, astonished. Young sir, do you mean to say? Indeed, I shall remain in Jianzhou City from now on, until Miao Miao grows up and is ready to depart. At the age of 15, Han Mo had shed the boyishness of 5 years prior and had developed a sense of responsibility. Having promised Miao Miao and bestowed upon her the same surname as his own, he felt compelled to shoulder this responsibility. Once Miao Miao matured, found a worthy partner, and established her own support, Han Mo would consider his mission accomplished. Moreover, Miao Miao was already 10 years old. In merely 6 or 7 years, he would likely have acquired the strength to protect himself and should also contemplate his own future. Han Mo had never aspired to attain great strength. His sole desire was to survive in this mortal realm, eventually marry a wife, lead a life of agrarian simplicity, and bear a healthy son, thus leaving no regrets in this lifetime. These aspirations were the essence of what Han Mo truly yearned for. Upon learning of Han Mo's decision to remain, Lu Zheng was elated for several days. During this period, he ventured daily to the city of Jianzhou, personally selecting and purchasing materials, and escorting carpenters to the foot of the Spirit Demon Mountain. Initially, when the carpenters heard the location was the Spirit Demon Mountain, they collectively declined. However, upon discovering that it was for the esteemed Mr. Han, they eagerly volunteered, and those lacking carpentry skills even devoted their nights to learning, fearing they might not be chosen. Recalling the past, before the southern barbarians had entered, the lands of the southern barbarians were still part of Jianzhou. Beyond the Spirit Demon Mountain lay the territories of the barbarians, and with the mountain as a barrier, after reclaiming the lands of the southern barbarians, everyone had busied themselves with agriculture. Lord Lu even had the soldiers, who once fought in battles, wielding hoes instead. Consequently, there had been no reconstruction of the reclaimed city grounds. Now, with Mr. Han's demands, the southern city gates were relocated further back, and the city walls advanced perilously close to the Spirit Demon Mountain, effectively expanding Jianzhou fivefold. Moreover, Lu Zheng planned for the newly expanded areas to be utilized by the citizens of the refugee district, constructing houses and roads along the way. Within a mere 5 months, the city walls rose dramatically, and one could even glimpse the Spirit Demon Mountain from the southern ramparts. After 5 months, the once barren land was revitalized, with the sounds of merchants calling out echoing through the streets. The transformation of Jianzhou filled the hearts of the citizens with immense gratitude towards Lu Zheng. It was thanks to such a capable official, alongside the benevolent Han Mo, that they could lead fulfilling lives. In the eyes of all, Han Mo held an equal status to Lu Zheng. 3 miles outside Jianzhou, a wooden cabin was erected at the base of the Spirit Demon Mountain, surrounded by a fence. Over the past few months, passers-by had heard tremendous roaring emanating from the cabin, or occasionally glimpsed tumultuous clouds swirling above it. At that moment, Han Mo was practicing the crumbling mountain palm in the courtyard, where the once sandy ground was now covered in crushed stones. Before him, 6-foot boulders shattered piece by piece. With a single strike, I can now crumble a 6-foot boulder. Perhaps in 3 years, the crumbling mountain palm will reach its pinnacle. Han murmured softly, then proceeded to layer another coat of crushed stones upon the ground. Han Mo walked into the workshop beside the wooden cabin, a structure he had specifically commissioned Lu Zheng to erect, merely to shield himself from the elements. Inside the workshop, Han Mo had placed a grinding trough of moderate size. He maneuvered the rollers back and forth, grinding the thoroughly dried earth spirit branches. Given the rarity of these branches, it had taken him several months to achieve complete drying. During this process, due to a moment of carelessness, he lost one branch, a loss that weighed heavily on his heart for quite some time. However, he was relieved to finally commence the replication of the 5-element solid spirit pill. He had conveniently procured his Shouwu and Astragalus from Jianzhou City 5 months prior. Upon acquiring these medicinal herbs, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the celestial tower had begun to emanate the vitality of these herbs, even sprouting new life. Not only that, but these 2 herbs were also flourishing within the celestial tower. Initially, Han Mo had harbored concerns that these herbs might take root in the soil of Wind Ridge, but after corresponding with Master Li, he dispelled that worry. This meant that only he knew where these herbs were growing, and they were solely for his use. Han Mo was filled with immense joy as he immediately planted all the medicinal herbs he had gathered, and to his delight, they all sprouted. Even the Earth Spirit branch found its place in the soil. Thus, Han Mo was convinced that the Celestial Tower world was not merely a figment of his dreams, but a tangible reality that he carried with him each day. The reason for its lack of growth might be attributed to its incomplete healing. However, one aspect troubled Han Mo greatly. He could only access the Celestial Tower during his dreams at night. Perhaps once the Celestial Tower is fully healed, I will be able to enter and exit freely through my spiritual awareness. Han Mo contemplated this as he continued to grind the remaining Chinese herbs in the mortar until they were reduced to a fine powder. Once he completed this task, he labeled the powder, meticulously categorized it, and placed it all into his storage ring. Now was not the time for the ancient method of alchemical pill refining. Han Mo discovered through comparison that the elixirs formed by mixing traditional Chinese medicine with external water exhibited minimal efficacy, even lacking the essence of spiritual energy. To preserve the full potency of the medicinal properties, only water imbued with spiritual energy would suffice. Such water resided within the Celestial Tower, and with nightfall approaching, it was prudent to venture into the realm of the Celestial Tower. Having endured 5 months already, a few more days would not pose a significant burden. After completing these tasks, Han Mo resolved to return. Previously, Master Li had sent word that ample surplus grain had been stored at Wind Ridge. He indicated that the harvest of these grains was increasing monthly, and he found himself somewhat overwhelmed, particularly at the foot of Wind Ridge, where no roads existed. Master Li needed to exert considerable effort to reach the location. The remainder of his time was devoted to the harvest. Fortunately, he had left behind a spatial ring upon his departure, and Han Mo had instructed Master Li on its usage. Although Master Li was not a cultivator, years of experience had rendered him a semi-refined body practitioner, and having studied at Baiyun Temple, he was familiar with the application of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, the spatial ring had its limitations, and Master Li was never idle. This matter, however, could not be disclosed to others, prompting Han Mo to plan a return to assist Master Li. Upon entering Jinzhou City, Han Mo sought out Lu Zheng and specifically called for Han Miao Miao. At the North City Gate, Han Miao Miao grasped Han Mo's rough hand and gazed up at him, her eyes filled with reluctance. "Little master, when will you return from this journey?" she inquired. "I shall return after selling all the surplus grain. It should not take long." Han Miao Miao gently tugged at Han Mo, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "Brother, how long will it take to sell everything? I don't want you to be so exhausted. Let me give you some money, and will you stay with me?" Han Mo crouched down, now at the same height as Han Miao Miao. He gently stroked her head, and then, with an open palm, a small stone materialized in his hand. This enchanting display instantly filled Han Miao Miao with awe. "Miao Miao, when the stone blossoms, your brother will return." "But brother, that's impossible. How can a stone ever blossom?" Han Mo smiled faintly. "When has brother ever deceived Miao Miao? It is certain that it will sprout." Miao Miao has forgotten that brother is indeed a celestial being. Han Miao Miao grasped the pebble in her palm and pressed it against her heart. "Let us make a pact." Their pinky fingers intertwined, and Han Mo listened as Han Miao Miao pronounced the ritual with a clear and melodious voice. Afterward, she rose and departed. Soon, Han Mo traversed the narrow path through the dense forest and arrived at the foot of Xinjiang Gate. Yet there was no sign of Gu Jing and the others. A sudden realization struck him. 5 months ago, Gu Jing had mentioned that they were about to embark on their mortal trials. They must have already begun. Otherwise, given their nature, they would undoubtedly have lingered at this mountain for an entire day. Perhaps it was for the best, this way. He need not worry about revealing his secrets through frequent interactions. Han Mo quickened his pace, venturing into the vast desolation spanning 30 miles. That night, upon returning to Yinfeng Ridge, he spotted the figure of Master Li struggling from a distance. Master Li had tied a rope around his neck and was gripping the handle of a wheelbarrow with one hand, his body swaying precariously as he feared the vehicle would topple over. At that moment, the wheel rolled over a stone, causing the cart's center of gravity to shift dangerously to one side, leaving Master Li alarmed and unable to regain control in time. Suddenly, a pair of rough hands steadied the wheelbarrow. As Master Li turned to express his gratitude, he was astonished to find it was Han Mo. "You've returned." "Indeed, I have. Did I not teach you how to use the spatial ring?" Master Li's countenance flushed with embarrassment, as if he had been caught in a transgression. I merely wish to experience the trials you endured in your past. Chapter 61. Resolving the karmic cycle. Master Li, why do you act in this manner? Master Li sat down, exhaling a deep sigh. To speak candidly, initially I was merely fulfilling the promise made to the old blind man. However, over the years, I have come to regard you as my own child. I am aware that I lack the qualifications for such sentiments. Yet I am troubled by the thought that one day you may leave and never return. Upon hearing this, Han Emo felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, reflecting on Master Li's actions throughout the years, it was evident that he had always catered to Han Emo's needs, as though fearing the loss of their bond. Han Emo had been acutely aware of these gestures and had accepted them long ago. Nevertheless, Master Li continued to tread cautiously. In this very moment, they possessed an abundance of food and wealth, yet Master Li still clung to his struggles as if he were enduring hardship. Han Emo collected all the grains scattered on the ground into his storage ring, and then proceeded ahead. Li, the wealthy man, the departed are also returnees. We are all mere transient visitors. Even the old blind man is no exception. Though he has passed away, the cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death is an immutable aspect of human existence that no one can alter. Do not dwell in the past with feelings of guilt and regret. Look forward. Allow the past to remain in the past, for the path ahead is the one you must tread. Upon hearing these words, Li trembled. And suddenly the phrase once entering the immortal path, mortals and immortals part forever surfaced in his mind. Once entering the immortal path, mortals and immortals part forever. Has Han Emo begun to sever his ties with the mundane emotions of the world? Han Emo did not notice the changes in Li Kaiju, but walked straight into Pingyong village. The current Han Emo no longer feared the villagers of Pingyong. Those who had bullied him in the past had now become beggars along the roadside. Years ago, bandits had invaded the village, committing acts of arson and murder, leaving strong men slain and young women subjected to humiliation, driven to madness and stripped of their ability to work. Only the frail women and children remained. Although the years had passed, and the children could now labor and become self-sufficient, they had unwittingly confined themselves, shackling their hands and feet, begging on the streets day after day. They believed that merely extending their hands and opening their mouths would elicit alms of food. Upon entering Pingyong village, Han Emo was taken aback by the desolation. Beneath the dilapidated eaves, a family huddled together in a corner, and upon seeing Han Emo, fear welled up in their eyes. However, when they noticed the accompanying Li Kaiju, they lowered their guard. Hadn't these individuals once divided the rewards bestowed upon them by the officials of Tianyong City? Why then did they still suffer so? With a sigh, Li Kaiju shook his head and explained that Han Emo, not being in Pingyong village, was unaware of the circumstances. After they had divided the rewards, that very night, they were robbed, and the perpetrators had formed a faction in Pingyong village. Moreover, the tenants' lands were seized, and those few individuals overnight transformed into the new landlords of Pingyong village. The tenants, reliant on their land for sustenance, found themselves bereft of food sources, ultimately reduced to the status of beggars whom they had once scorned. Initially, those individuals had aimed to target Li Kaiju. However, Li Kaiju had learned martial arts, and despite having only one arm, he was remarkably brave, compelling them to abandon their plans. 3 months ago, Shen Dasun suddenly led a group towards Infeng Ridge, yet returned empty-handed each time, perhaps thwarted by the cliffs. Shen Dasun was one of the principal culprits who had stolen the gold and silver. Hearing this, Han Emo furrowed his brow. When the officials from Tianyong City arrived, everyone in Pingyong village knew that he had lived on Infeng Ridge for 2 years, and suspicions must have arisen. Were these individuals targeting the land on the mountain? If so, Han Emo would not mind administering a bit of punishment. Li Kaiju, I implore you, show some compassion and provide a little porridge for me. My dear grandson is on the brink of collapse. At that moment, an elderly woman emerged, cradling a chipped bowl, her face a mask of pleading hope. Han Emo turned to the corner, where a boy of similar age to himself clutched his stomach, crying out for food. Han Emo had expected Master Li to readily agree, given that he was renowned as a benevolent figure in Pingyong village. However, to Han Mo's astonishment, Master Li approached and forcefully seized the woman's cracked bowl, shattering it upon the ground. Isn't your family related to Chindasan? The land has not been taken by him. And besides, your grandson is already strong enough to work. Yet he remains idle, seeking to elicit pity through his lamentable state. I provided you with seeds for cultivation. Yet your family has not farmed, instead choosing to languish in complacency. The elderly woman, trembling with fear, collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded. "Kind Master Li, my grandson is still young and knows nothing. I beseech you, have mercy and spare us some food." "Han Mo, let us depart," Master Li declared, clearly unwilling to waste further words on this family. As he turned to leave with Han Mo, she abruptly halted upon reaching the adjacent tent. "Is this also your property?" she inquired, glancing back at the despondent woman. The elderly woman, momentarily taken aback, nodded slowly. "It once belonged to us, years ago. Bandits killed my husband and stole our laying hens. Left with nothing, we abandoned it." Han Mo turned and approached the elderly woman, retrieving a small pouch of grain from his storage ring and placing it before her. The wealthy Li remarked that her family owned land, suggesting that this should serve as their seed grain, and with the strength of her ox, they could cultivate it well. The elderly woman was momentarily taken aback. Astonished that Han Mo possessed such capabilities, could it be that he had ascended to immortality? When she lifted her gaze again, Han Mo had already distanced himself. Kneeling on the ground, the woman expressed profound gratitude towards Han Mo, and then she cradled the grain as she hurried to her beloved grandson. "There is food. There is food. My dear grandson, hurry and eat. Once you've eaten, you shall no longer feel hunger." In the distance, Han Mo shook his head and sighed. He had bestowed upon this family the hope of life, yet it was lamentable that some remained obstinately ignorant, actively burying the very hope he had offered. Han Mo pondered. Why had he extended such generosity to this family when they were unworthy of it? Han Mo's countenance remained serene. The reason he extended his hand to assist this family was that many years ago, he stealthily entered Pingyang village and took 2 eggs from their chicken coop. He regarded it as a way to repay a debt of gratitude, though it was an unintentional act. Han Mo was unaware that this seemingly trivial gesture would inadvertently resolve a karmic bond, playing a significant role in his future path of cultivation. Without uttering a word, Han Mo left Li Kaiju unaware of the circumstances, and naturally, Li followed Han Mo's lead. Soon, the two arrived at the western village. As they walked ahead, Li Kaiju pushed open the courtyard gate, which creaked open with a resonant sound. Han Mo gazed at the earthen walls of Li Kaiju's residence, as if he were transported back to his own past, crouching in the corner, yearning for sustenance. Li Kaiju had graciously offered him 2 steamed buns made from fine flour. That night, he and the old blind man each relished their portion, feeling deeply content. "Thank you, Li Kaiju," Han Mo expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Li Kaiju, taken aback and somewhat perplexed, replied, "It was merely a matter of inviting you to my home for a bite to eat. There is no need for thanks. Do come inside." Han Mo smiled faintly as he stepped into the courtyard. This marked his first entry into this space. Previously, he had merely stood outside in a daze, silent and unmoving. Upon entering the courtyard, Han Mo noticed a large pot in the corner and a movable stove, though the stove was quite sizable, making it unlikely that the owner, Master Li, could manage to move it outside on his own. "Feel free to look around. I shall prepare a couple of dishes," Master Li declared, taking the reins of the cooking himself. He retrieved some smoked meat that had long hung on the wall, reluctant to be consumed, and even went so far as to sacrifice the family's only laying hen. Han Mo barely had time to intervene. Master Li, however, remained unconcerned, stating, "If it weren't for Han Mo, I wouldn't have made it this far," expressing his genuine gratitude towards Han Mo. Before long, Master Li had prepared a lavish feast, one that even the wealthiest landowners might seldom enjoy. "The remaining grains will be sent to the city for sale tomorrow. They should fetch around 600 taels of silver. Unfortunately, only Jianzhou offers a higher grain price," he added. Han Mo nodded slightly. The price no longer mattered to him. He had ample wealth that seemed inexhaustible. "Li, I shall accompany you to the city tomorrow." Chapter 62. The official suppressed grain prices. The following day, Li, the wealthy landowner, awoke early. Upon seeing Han Mo practicing in the courtyard, he quietly tiptoed away, returning with over 30 horse-drawn carts. "Li, how much surplus grain do you possess to require so many carts?" The caravan, seemingly new to this locale, appeared quite unfamiliar with their surroundings. This was, of course, a deliberate tactic by Li. Each time he sold grain, he employed a different caravan to avoid raising suspicions and attracting unnecessary trouble. If word spread that Han Mo's crops could be harvested within a month, it might incite envy and greed, even among the villagers of Pingyang, from whom he secretly transported bags of grain under the cover of night from the Shadow Wind Ridge. Li entered the courtyard and noticed Han Mo had already departed, but he paid it no mind. Instead, he proceeded to the back courtyard, clearing away the firewood atop the cellar. He then led the caravan into the cellar to begin loading the grain onto the carts. Initially, the caravan members were unconcerned, thinking that in such a barren place, how much grain could there possibly be? They anticipated yet another and profitable venture. However, when they beheld the cellar, 20 feet wide and towering 10 stories high, brimming with surplus grain, they were taken aback. There was an abundance, at least 1,000 stone. In all their years of transporting grain, they had never encountered such a vast quantity at once. With an initial charge of 10 stone of grain, earning 10 cash for each stone, this trip would surely yield them a minimum of 10 taels of silver in reward. Moreover, they were solely responsible for transportation. Should they encounter bandits or unforeseen circumstances, they could request additional compensation from the landowner. This was indeed a lucrative deal. The caravan members were instantly invigorated, completing the loading of 1,000 stone of grain onto the carts in just 1 hour. After an inventory check, they found a total of 1,200 stone. Lee handed over 12 taels of silver to them and provided each driver with the delivery location, ensuring they would deliver the grain reliably. With contracts signed, Lee felt assured that the caravan would uphold their end, as no one wished to face the repercussions of a lawsuit. Theft would tarnish their reputations. A loss not worth the risk. Lee was at ease. We will certainly transport the grain to the buyers as per the designated route. The caravan captain patted his chest in assurance. The remaining empty carts will return promptly. No need to return. I have more grain here to be transported as well. A voice called from outside the courtyard, and as all eyes turned in curiosity, Han Imo entered through the door. I have surplus grain. Let it be taken as well. A business opportunity presented itself without effort, and the unexpected abundance of grain in this desolate village made the journey worthwhile for the empty carts that had not yet loaded. If possible, they could also negotiate a higher price. However, the caravan captain's calculations fell short. They had not anticipated that this affluent landowner was well acquainted with this young man, and indeed, quite familiar. Young brother, where is your grain? Han Imo raised his hand and, with a swift motion, a pile of grain suddenly appeared in the open space before the crowd. This extraordinary display startled the horseman, who promptly knelt in reverence. I am but a humble individual, unable to recognize the identity of an immortal. I sincerely hope you are not displeased. Rise, all of you. Simply deliver the grain to the designated locations, Han Imo instructed. Yes, esteemed immortal. We shall attend to it at once. The demeanor of the crowd shifted to one of compliance, and they even prepared to return the silver coins to Han Imo. However, he graciously declined, assuring them that they would receive every last coin owed, and urged them not to delay. Another 2 taels of silver were handed over, and the remaining carts were filled to capacity. The horsemen departed from the small road on the other side of Pingyong village, with Han Imo and the wealthy merchant Li naturally following in a convoy towards Tianyong City. That night, the convoy arrived at Tianyong City. Han Imo was already well aware of the officials' disposition towards him, so he and Li opted to leave the convoy ahead of time, allowing the horsemen to enter independently. Inside the city, the workshop brothers had prepared for the grain's arrival, placing it all within the workshop. Upon the return of the horsemen, the 2 brothers entered the city as well. The guard at the city gate recognized Han Imo but could not place him, so he allowed them to pass without further thought. Soon, Han Mo finally met the workshop brothers, who initially assumed he was there to process grain. They were about to refuse, stating that the workshop was closed for the day, when they realized the visitor was none other than Han Imo. Although they did not recognize him at first, they were well aware of Li's identity. Who else could be so closely associated with Li if not Han Imo? Mr. Han, you have indeed changed significantly. My brother and I failed to recognize you, and we beg your pardon for our oversight. The brother's demeanor was exceedingly respectful. Fearful of offending Han Imo, who had once effortlessly vanquished bandits before their eyes with his celestial prowess, leaving a lasting impression on them. Mr. Han, as per your instructions, we have sold 100 stones of grain to the tavern and 200 stones to the granary. Here is the documentation. After presenting the documents, the elder brother's expression grew somewhat complicated. Mr. Han, there is a matter I must bring to your attention. The younger brother tugged at the elder's arm, but the elder shrugged him off. The official seems to be aware that we are selling grain on your behalf and has reduced the price to 300 won. Otherwise, he would not issue the grain sale documents. I took it upon myself to agree, and I hope you can forgive me. Upon hearing this news, Han Mo's expression shifted. 300 won was significantly below market value. Did the official not fear repercussions from above if this were to come to light? The workshop leader, feeling quite helpless, promptly unveiled the truth of the situation. The official was not concerned. He had his advisors and myriad strategies at his disposal. While he would report a portion of the grain to the royal court, he would not disclose it all, reserving some for himself, an amount that would remain undetectable in any royal inquiry. The quantity of grain purchased and the corresponding tax paid were meticulously recorded in ledgers. In essence, if the market price stood at 500 coins per stone, yet I permitted you to sell only 100 stones, I would only pay you 300 coins per stone, leaving 200 as unclaimed wealth. 100 stones would equate to 20 taels of gleaming silver, and whoever possessed it would rightfully claim it. Furthermore, I could accumulate more grain, and if I failed to document it in the ledgers, the royal court would have no grounds for scrutiny regarding either the funds or the grain. A double advantage. Thus, the price continued to plummet, now resting at 300 coins. Upon grasping the crux of the matter, Han Mo was eager to confront the local official at the magistrate's office. However, as night had fallen, it was uncertain whether the official would still be present. That evening, the two found lodging at the workshop leader's home. The following day, Han Mo delivered the grain to the winery, and upon recognizing the workshop brothers, the winery owner was overjoyed. "Gentlemen, your grain has been invaluable over the years. The wine produced is exquisitely fragrant, and my sales have been thriving. This is our agreed amount of 100 stones. Has there been any alteration from the granary?" The workshop brothers dared not overstep, for the grain belonged to Han Mo, who was present. Any discussion should rightfully be with the owner of the grain. The workshop leader glanced at Han Mo, then addressed the owner, "Mr. Zhang, the grain has indeed been entrusted to us by Mr. Han for sale. You may discuss matters with him. My brother and I have pressing matters to attend to." With that, the brothers hurriedly departed. Han Mo raised his hand, summoning all the grain into his spatial ring, startling the winery owner, who exclaimed in awe, "A celestial being." He nearly fell to his knees in reverence. "Celestial one, please come in." Suddenly, he could not afford to be negligent. He had previously been curious about the notorious reputation of the workshop brothers in the market, known for their defiance, and rumored to have traversed the wilds of the great wasteland, witnessing their deference to a mere youth. He soon comprehended the truth upon observing Han Mo's prowess. Indeed, he was a celestial being, and the workshop brothers had not been forthright. Upon entering the winery, the rich aroma of wine enveloped Han Mo, inducing a slight intoxication, prompting him to quickly channel his spiritual energy to dispel the effects. "All this grain is mine. You wish for 150 stones, correct? It is all here." The winery owner was momentarily taken aback. "What? 150 stones? Was it not 100? He dared not request more. Should the magistrate learn of this, he would surely face a severe punishment, and his modest winery would be dismantled. "Celestial one, please do not say such things. You are a celestial being. The authorities would not dare offend you. But I am merely a humble winery owner. How could I possibly withstand such repercussions?" Han Mo chuckled lightly as he took a seat. "You have mentioned that even the officials fear me. Therefore, does it not stand to reason that the quantity I sell is entirely at my discretion?" The owner of the distillery immediately displayed a look of conflict. To be candid, he yearned to purchase the entire stock. The grains cultivated by the celestial beings, when transformed into liquor, were immensely popular, selling out within a day. He eagerly anticipated that day each month, for only then could he reap substantial profits. "My grains, I dictate their fate. On the basis of 500 coins per stone, I shall reduce the price by 50 coins and can offer you an additional 50 stones, and the authorities will remain none the wiser." Suddenly, a commotion erupted as the back courtyard of the distillery was forcefully entered, and a group of officials stormed in, drawing their swords towards the two men. "What audacity! How dare you discuss my lord in private?" Chapter 63. The courtroom encounter with the official. The sudden intrusion of the officials caused the distillery owner's complexion to pale dramatically. Before he could comprehend the situation, a blade was pressed against his throat. "You will accompany us for a while." "Wait. On what grounds do you accuse us of engaging in illicit trade?" Han Mo flicked his fingers, snapping the knife around his neck with an unexpected ease. This astonishing scene left the officials utterly astounded, causing them to instinctively retreat. What do you intend to do?" Han Mo chuckled softly, gradually approaching the official. He was no longer the timid Han Mo of his past. Having endured numerous life and death experiences, he had long since attained a sense of composure. Words alone are insufficient. "You must present evidence," he asserted. "I heard it with my own ears. There is no room for doubt. Do not presume that a mere show of strength grants you the audacity to act insolently before my esteemed family." Han Mo directly produced the grain sale document. presenting it before the official. Can you see clearly? It states 100 stones of grain, accompanied by the seal of your esteemed master. This courtyard contains but 100 stones. How could there be any excess to buy or sell? After speaking, Han Imo deliberately stepped aside, prompting the official to glance over. His countenance swiftly contorting in fury. Preposterous. There are clearly 150 stones here. You are speaking utter nonsense. The official approached the remaining grain on the ground, pointing out the fact, indeed, it was 150 stones. Yet, in the next moment, Han Imo advanced forward, swiftly stowing the excess 50 stones into his storage ring. My lord, you are mistaken. There is only 100 stones here, is there not? Thud. The official, witnessing Han Mo's earlier maneuver, was overwhelmed with terror, and he instantly knelt upon the ground. Spare me, Immortal. I am but a humble man who failed to recognize your greatness and inadvertently offended you. I have an elderly mother of 80 and a child who cries for sustenance. I beseech you, gracious Immortal, grant me mercy. At this moment, despair enveloped the official's heart. He could scarcely fathom that an immortal had descended upon Jianzhou City, and for the sake of such a trivial achievement, he had incurred the wrath of a celestial being. Should the immortal be provoked, it seemed the city of Jianzhou would face devastation due to his folly. Han Imo let out a cold snort and instructed, "Go back and inform your master that Han Imo frequently visits the Yamen to inquire about matters. Let him know." Upon hearing this, the constable dared not linger any longer and hurriedly retreated, taking his companions with him in a flurry. The courtyard returned to a serene silence. But the tavern owner remained in a state of shock. It was only when Han Mo's voice pierced through the stillness that he regained his senses. "Boss Zhang, let us continue. I am eternally grateful to the Immortal for saving my family." Han Imo waved his hand, inquiring whether 150 stones of grain could still be procured. "Indeed," he replied, "I shall fetch the silver for the Immortal at once." The owner of the winery hastily departed, only to return with a large chest. Upon opening it, they were greeted by a dazzling sight, an entire chest brimming with shimmering silver, almost blinding in its brilliance. "Immortal," he said, "this is the wealth I have saved over the years. I did not anticipate the extent of your powers and foolishly sought to claim your riches. I humbly beseech your forgiveness." Han Imo stepped forward, reclaiming his rightful 45 taels of silver, asserting that the agreed-upon 401 was indeed 401. He would not take a single coin more. "Take it back. Zhang boss, this money rightfully belongs to you. Will you continue to do business with me in the future?" The tavern owner, momentarily taken aback, nodded vigorously, not daring to show any reluctance. "Of course, I shall conduct business with you, even if granted 100 chances. I would not dare to refuse the dealings of a celestial being. To serve under such a figure is a stroke of fortune for someone like me." By the time the tavern owner raised his head, Han Imo had already departed. Upon returning to his workshop, Han Imo took the remaining grain and made his way towards the government office. Meanwhile, within the government office, the official of Tianyong City was meticulously counting his ledgers, delightfully placing the silver from his desk into a box. The officials, having rushed back in disarray, disrupted the official's contentment. "What is the matter? Can you not see that I am occupied?" The officials collapsed onto the floor in a state of panic, trembling as they pointed towards the door. "Sir, trouble is afoot. A celestial being has arrived." "Celestial? What nonsense is this? Look at your demeanor. You are bringing shame upon me. Speak. What has transpired?" "Sir, a celestial being has come to Jianzhou City, capable of conjuring grain from thin air. He has even stated he wishes to personally question you." Upon hearing this, the official's heart sank, his complexion paling in fear. Could it be that his actions had drawn the ire of this celestial being? Had his misdeeds warranted such a divine visitation? In a flurry of anxiety, he summoned his secretary, who, upon hearing the news, was already beside himself with dread. He might dare to contend with others, but even 100-fold courage would not suffice to provoke a celestial presence. In a state of turmoil, the two paced anxiously within the grand hall. Sir, the celestial being is here, right at the entrance." The official, startled, raised his gaze, not daring to delay. "Quickly, invite the celestial being in." They hurried into the main hall, where they beheld Han Imo standing in the center. The official felt a sense of familiarity wash over him, as if he had encountered this figure before. Beside him, the secretary appeared exceedingly uncomfortable, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he wiped his forehead repeatedly. "Sir, this person appears to be Han Imo from Pingyong Village." "Han Imo? Who is he?" The secretary's legs trembled as he cautiously approached the official, whispering, "Sir, do you not recall 6 years ago, during the royal commendation? The recipient was a child named Hanemo. Is that not a good thing? Such a royal honor should be met with gratitude." Upon hearing this, the secretary felt a wave of dread wash over him, an overwhelming impulse to resign and return home. "Sir, you seem to have forgotten. That commendation was distributed among the villagers of Pingyang, and you took half for yourself. For years, you have made it difficult for Hanemo, denying him the documents to sell grain." Upon hearing this, the official was so frightened that he fainted on the spot. Fortunately, the scribe, well versed in methods of revival, quickly applied pressure to the official's acupoint, bringing him back to consciousness. "I deserve 1,000 deaths. I should never have coveted the celestial reward, nor dared to defy the immortal." The official trembled as he knelt upon the ground. "Sir Zhu, what is the meaning of this? I merely came to sell grain, as per your authorized document. Please verify." With that, Hanemo presented the parchment, which the official accepted with both hands, showing utmost respect. "The document appears to be in order. How much grain does the immortal wish to sell? Is it not clearly stated? 1,000 stones. Perhaps your eyesight is failing, and you require assistance from a humble citizen? 1,000 stones?" The official was struck with terror, his face paling as he collapsed to the ground, his hands trembling uncontrollably as they clutched the document. It distinctly stated 100 stones. How was he to account for the additional 900 stones? "Immortal, 1,000 stones is far too excessive. I simply cannot purchase such a quantity." Hanemo smiled faintly, seated in the chair to the left, observing the proceedings. Those in positions of power often exhibit a tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong. When one lacks the means to defend oneself, they become a target. However, when one possesses strength, such individuals become wary. For instance, just a few years ago, the official wielded immense authority, disregarding everyone, even the sacred edicts from Tianjing, as he looked down upon the common man. At that time, Hanemo was merely an ordinary grassroots individual. Yet now, the once mighty official kneels before him, trembling with fear, rendering the situation somewhat tedious for Hanemo. "Lord Zhu, over the years, the grain you have procured from me must exceed 1,000 stones, correct?" The official gasped sharply, uncertain of the exact amount, though his home was already brimming with several warehouses full of it. As he prepared to respond, his secretary hastily interjected, "My lord, do not hesitate. Hanemo is now a celestial being. Even the emperor of Tianjing would think twice before offending him. Should he be provoked, the repercussions would be unimaginable." At that moment, the official lacked any resolve, yielding entirely to the secretary's counsel. He promptly authorized the documentation, commanding that all the embezzled gold and silver from the years be swiftly delivered to Hanemo. Naturally, Hanemo did not retain a single coin. It was imperative to rein in the official of Tianyong City. Otherwise, if allowed to continue unchecked, it would ultimately be the common folk who suffer. After Hanemo departed, the official finally exhaled in relief, though his hands and feet continued to tremble. "Secretary, do you think he will report this to Tianjing? If the emperor learns of this, it would be considered treason, punishable by death. I have also offended a celestial being. The emperor may very well eradicate my entire lineage. What shall I do?" The secretary maintained a level head, able to think despite the recent encounter with the celestial being. "Perhaps not. If he were to seek retribution, he would have taken your life just now. However, my lord, you must absolutely avoid antagonizing him in the future." The official repeatedly waved his hands, his eyes filled with dread. No, I dare not. I will not." Chapter 64. The Ancient Method of Reproducing Pills. Upon returning to the workshop and learning of the events that transpired in the government office, the brothers of the workshop rejoiced. Over the years, the official had relentlessly exploited the impoverished, siphoning off their resources and leaving them in dire straits. Now that Hanemo had taken action, it brought great relief to everyone. Aside from the workshop, Hanmo sought out a herbal medicine shop in the northern market, needing to procure additional traditional Chinese herbs. After all, the 5-element solidifying pill is far more complex than the average hand-rolled pills, and its ingredients are notoriously difficult to obtain. Therefore, before attempting to concoct the 5-element solidifying pill, he decided to practice with other herbs, uncertain of achieving success on the first try. Hanemo made a substantial purchase of precious traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, specifically those aimed at enhancing vitality, leaving the proprietor of the apothecary utterly astonished. He mused to himself about how someone so young could be so eager to replenish their health, reflecting a certain level of frailty. However, in the realm of commerce, such contemplations are irrelevant. As long as the payment is made, one may procure whatever they desire. As Han Mo prepared to depart, the apothecary owner particularly urged him to return should he require more, assuring him that he would ensure a steady supply of herbs. Upon returning to Infeng Ridge, Han Mo gazed at the land that had accompanied him throughout the years, feeling a twinge of nostalgia and reluctance. Yet, he found solace in the fact that he could now afford sufficient sustenance, with ample funds at his disposal. What he sought was no longer mere food, but rather an abundance of spiritual herbs. As for his future plans, Master Li discerned Han Mo's sentiments and understood that he intended to leave this place. The question lingered: how would Han Mo manage the fertile land he was about to abandon? Han Mo pondered for a moment before speaking in a low voice. I intend to stay in Jinzhou City for a while, perhaps 1 or 2 years, or possibly even longer. As for the crops here, I shall sow a lesser amount. How can you cultivate crops when you are leaving? Laughed Li, the wealthy landowner. This departure will last for several years. There will be no time for back and forth travel. I have my own methods. You need only to come here when the harvest is ripe. Han Mo replied. I am departing now, and I express my gratitude for your assistance over these years. If fortune permits, I might even guide you towards the path of immortality. Li chuckled softly, declining Han Mo's generous offer. There is no need for that. I have come to understand many things. Whether or not to pursue immortality is no longer of significance. While cultivating immortality is indeed splendid, granting one a lengthened lifespan, what meaning does life hold after such a long duration? Seeing your current achievements brings me contentment, and I feel I have not disappointed the old blind man. Han Mo, Li raised his voice, cautioning him. You are a person of great ambition, and it is impossible for you to remain confined within this pool. One day, you shall transform into a dragon, soaring high into the skies. However, the path to immortality is long and fraught with peril. You must exercise caution on the road ahead. Han Mo has departed, and Master Li gazes upon the once shared patch of land with a deep sense of nostalgia. He wanders into the cave where the 2 wooden beds still remain, flooding his mind with memories of days gone by. On that wooden bed, Master Li envisions Han Mo, diligently studying by lantern light each night, and recalls the moments of relentless training that filled Han Mo's days and nights. All of this feels so surreal. It seems like just yesterday that Han Mo was a mere beggar 7 years ago, enduring the scorn of others in Pingyong Village, scavenging for scraps to survive day by day, much like the child who once crouched at the doorstep, pleading for food. Time has flown swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Han Mo has matured into a composed young man, achieving everything through his own efforts, no longer subjected to bullying, no longer compelled to gather firewood in the frigid winter deep within the mountains, nor to bear the burden of grain heavier than his small frame. As memories flood back, Master Li snaps to attention, cleaning the cave inside and out. He picks up a hoe and cultivates a small plot of land outside the cave, planting various vegetables and fruits. In the following days, Master Li moves all his belongings from Pingyong Village to Infeng Ridge, erecting a wooden shed before the grave of the old blind man. He pours a bowl of wine, reflecting, "Oh, old blind man, how proud you once were. How have you fallen so low? Had you heeded my advice back then, perhaps your fate would have been different." He tilts the bowl, allowing the wine to spill, as if sharing a drink with the old blind man. The task you entrusted to me, I have fulfilled, but who compelled you to take on that burden? Alone before the grave, Master Li recounts many tales, from his first encounter with the old blind man to the transformations Han Mo has undergone over the years. He is no longer the young Han Mo of yore. What he shall become in the future remains a mystery to us both. If you have any spirit in the heavens, may you bless young Han Mo with smooth sailing ahead. Time passes unnoticed, and 3 years have quietly slipped by. Han Mo is now 18. Emerging from the wooden house at the foot of Yaoling Mountain, he appears disheveled, bursting through the door as thick smoke billows upwards. Clutching a clay jar, he rushes to unveil its contents, only to find a dark, powdery substance inside, prompting a resigned sigh. Another failure. What went awry this time? Han Mo was engulfed in a profound melancholy. Over the past 3 years, he had endeavored countless times, adhering to the traditional methods, yet each attempt culminated in failure, yielding no results whatsoever. Fortunately, Han Mo possessed foresight. He refrained from utilizing the materials for the 5-element solidifying spirit pill until success was assured. However, the resources he had squandered weighed heavily on him, as they represented a substantial financial loss, consuming over a tael of silver daily. No matter how affluent one might be, such expenditure was unsustainable. Hanemo felt a profound sense of helplessness. Could it be that the issue lies not with him, but rather with the ancient method? The mere thought startled him. After all, he had spent several months searching and had invested a considerable sum of silver to acquire this technique from a renowned master. This master, a well-known wandering practitioner, possessed an ethereal demeanor and claimed to have achieved the 9th level of chi refinement solely through the painstaking process of crafting pills with this ancient method. At that moment, he reasoned that such an esteemed peer would not deceive him, prompting him to purchase the technique without hesitation and immerse himself in arduous study. Upon mastering it, he immediately began his alchemical endeavors. If indeed the fault lay within the ancient method, then his time and money would have been squandered. Moreover, he felt too intimidated to confront the wandering practitioner, not to mention that the practitioner had boldly proclaimed his mastery of chi refinement. Hanemo knew he was no match for him. Furthermore, the wandering practitioner had departed from Jianzhou 2 years prior to seek experiences elsewhere, making it impossible to locate him. "Brother, are you all right? What has happened to you?" At that moment, Han Miao Miao rushed in, anxiously examining Hanemo from head to toe. Behind her, dozens of people each carried wooden buckets. "What are you all doing?" "Mr. Han, you terrified us. From afar, we saw dark smoke rising from your residence and feared that your wooden house was ablaze. Thus, I brought everyone here." Hearing this, Hanemo could only manage a wry smile. This was hardly a fire. Rather, the clay pot had nearly exploded, and fortunately, he had enveloped it with his energy to avert disaster. Otherwise, his wooden abode would have been lost. Even if there were a fire, distant waters cannot quench a nearby blaze. Besides, even if it were a blaze, I could extinguish it myself. Hanemo was not boasting. His freezing technique was now capable of enveloping an area of 50 zhang. The wooden cabin was modest in size, and with a mere gesture, he could summon a torrential downpour. Even if it could not extinguish the flames, a single strike could obliterate the cabin, thus preventing the fire from spreading to them. Over the course of 3 years, Hanemo had significantly enhanced his control over power, effortlessly shattering 8-foot boulders. And he was but a step away from mastering the 9-foot pinnacle. Yet, the progression of his realm was slow, and the spirit stones he possessed were nearly depleted. Without the synthesis of the 5-element solid spirit elixir, his cultivation speed would inevitably diminish. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Lu Zheng arrived one after another. His worries alleviated upon seeing Hanemo unharmed. "Lord Lu, is there anyone in Jincheng skilled in the ancient methods of pill refining?" Chapter 65. The Spirit Stones Within the Celestial Tower. Hanemo was reluctant to remain cloistered in his endeavors, recognizing that persistent failure was not a viable strategy. He urgently needed to replicate the Wuxi solid spirit pill to resolve the issue of cultivation resources. Upon learning of Han Mo's requirements, Lu Jing plastered the city of Jianzhou with notices, proclaiming that anyone proficient in the ancient art of pill concoction would receive a monthly stipend of 10 taels of silver. This alluring reward immediately attracted a multitude of onlookers. However, upon reading the stipulations, they all departed with disappointment, shaking their heads. Hanemo is indeed an immortal, and the demands of immortals are rarely simple. Moreover, if even the immortals do not comprehend certain matters, how could these mundane beings possibly grasp them? However, after 3 continuous months, the notice, having endured the ravages of wind and rain, has already turned yellowed, yet still, no one has come forth to claim it. One evening, Hanemo, disheartened, discarded the wasted herbal remnants. This marked the 100th failure in 3 months, and the corner of the courtyard was now piled high with a veritable mountain of discarded herbs. Hanemo set aside the cauldron for alchemy, preparing to commence his cultivation. However, upon reaching into his pouch, he was met with disappointment, for no spirit stones emerged. Casting a glance at his spatial ring, his expression darkened instantly. The spirit stones had been completely exhausted. Hanmo's expression was one of bitterness. He ultimately failed to concoct the 5-element solid spirit elixir before his spiritual stones were depleted. Upon examining his dantian, he found it merely half filled. The 3rd level of chi refinement proved to be exceedingly arduous, and despite the expenditure of over 500 spiritual stones, he could not break through his cultivation. Reluctantly, Hanemo decided to temporarily forego the assistance of spiritual stones and resorted to the most primitive method of meditation, harnessing the sparse spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth for his practice. The wind rustled, the grass swayed, and the sounds of burrowing insects echoed beneath the ground. Time became an abstract concept, and Hanemo soon felt as though his senses had been magnified several times over. He could distinctly hear the symphony of life surrounding him. It was a peculiar sensation, though the cacophony was overwhelming, it managed to still his heart in that moment. Suddenly, a deep, resonant sound of breathing pierced the air, causing Han Mo's nerves to tense instantaneously. He opened his eyes wide, fully releasing his consciousness in that instant. However, as he beheld the scene before him, he was taken aback. What met his gaze was a towering celestial pagoda, standing 100 feet high. Before the pagoda lay fertile land, abundant with crops of millet. And encircling this verdant expanse were rolling mountains, from which clear springs cascaded melodiously. This was the realm of the celestial pagoda. Han Mo was taken aback. Could it be that I fell asleep while cultivating? No, my awareness of the external world remains intact. I am not in slumber. Soon, Han Mo confirmed that this was not a dream, but rather a renewed connection with the realm of the Immortal Tower. In the past, he had entered the Immortal Tower during daylight, yet it required an intense focus, free from any distractions, not even the faintest sound. Moreover, it was a feat that might not succeed even after thousands of attempts. Yet now, he had entered the world of the Immortal Tower without any hindrance. This revelation filled Han Mo with exhilaration as he hurried to the base of the tower. There, he observed the prominent fissure Tianzhong Hai still present. Though it appeared significantly shallower than it had been a few years prior, Han Mo extended his hand to touch the outer wall of the celestial tower. A chilling sensation enveloped him, and to his astonishment, he sensed an abundant aura of spiritual energy swirling within the tower. Han Mo sought to extract the spiritual energy within the celestial tower, yet after much endeavor, he found himself utterly devoid of success and reluctantly chose to abandon his efforts. The deep, resonant sound of breathing lingered on, echoing within the confines of the tower. Han Mo stepped back, lifting his gaze towards the pinnacle of the celestial tower. This additional level had emerged during the tower's transformation. The deep, resonant sound of slumber emanated from within its highest chamber. Could it be that there were still living beings within this celestial tower? A hint of trepidation arose within Han Mo, yet upon further contemplation, he reasoned that if even the spiritual energy could not penetrate the celestial tower, it was likely that the being within was likewise confined. With this thought, Han Mo's courage swelled slightly, prompting him to take the initiative to circle the tower. Subsequently, he began to ascend along its structure. He yearned to glimpse what lay within each level through the windows, but the celestial tower remained as inscrutable as it had been upon his initial discovery. Shrouded in a veil of chaos that obscured his vision, Han Mo initially intended to ascend further, but upon casting a glance downward, he was taken aback, nearly losing his grip and plummeting into the abyss below. Should he fall, it would likely result in his demise. Han Mo, now wary of taking reckless risks, cautiously descended to the ground. However, in a moment of carelessness, he inadvertently collided with a hard object, which caused him to collapse onto the ground. Han Mo gazed at the object that had caused his stumble. It was a luminous stone. His pupils dilated in sudden realization as he hastily grasped the stone in his hand, only to discover that it was imbued with a remarkable essence of spiritual energy. A spirit stone. This was truly a spirit stone. Han Mo was filled with joy as he swiftly approached the celestial tower for a closer examination. The sudden emergence of spirit stones within this ethereal realm piqued his curiosity, especially since they were absent moments ago. He circled the tower, yet his investigations yielded no discoveries. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the copper door of the tower. The door possessed but a narrow slit through which light seeped, but Han Mo dismissed it. This gap had existed for an eternity. He had previously leaned in to inspect it, only to find nothing discernible. After a thorough observation, he found no anomalies and reluctantly abandoned his inquiry, choosing instead to inspect the earth. The medicinal herbs he had planted 3 years prior were flourishing, now imbued with a faint aura of spiritual energy. However, Han Mo refrained from uprooting them immediately. The value of medicinal herbs increases with age. The older they are, the more potent their effects, particularly for rare varieties like Ganoderma and ginseng. Additionally, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that he could effortlessly manipulate the celestial tower. For instance, he could cultivate within the tower's realm without the need to clear a separate plot of land outside. With merely a thought, he could even revert the 50 acres of fertile land in Yinfeng Ridge back into desolation. However, the landlord Li had relocated to Yinfeng Ridge to accompany the old blind man, and without land, his source of food would be jeopardized, complicating his return to Pingyong Village. Over the years, Han Mo observed that the crops cultivated within the tower matured at an increasingly rapid pace, from once a month to every half month, and now, harvest could be reaped in 3 to 5 days, with yields steadily increasing. Each acre could produce at least 20 stones of grain. Consequently, Han Mo planted anew each month. ensuring that he did not overplant, providing just enough for the landlord to remain worry-free regarding sustenance, alongside an ample surplus, while also cultivating various grains. This arrangement significantly alleviated the landlord's burdens, as he merely needed to collect the harvests each time they ripened. Han Mo did not linger long in the realm of the Celestial Tower. With a subtle movement of his consciousness, he returned to awareness, finding the outside world still shrouded in darkness. To validate his hypothesis, Han Mo attempted multiple times and was astonished to discover that 7 or 8 out of 10 attempts allowed him to traverse back and forth to the Celestial Tower. This revelation left him exhilarated, robbing him of sleep throughout the night. From this day forth, he could visit the Celestial Tower at will, no longer needing to enter dreams each night. The following day, as the warm sun rose, Han Mo exhaled a breath of stagnant air, then opened the door to see Han Miao Miao running towards him from afar, a small cloth pouch slung over her shoulder, cradled closely to her chest. Behind Han Miao Miao, a group of maids from the Luzheng residence followed closely. Now 13 years of age, Han Miao Miao had blossomed into a graceful young lady, shedding her childishness. Under the tutelage of the esteemed gentlemen of the Luzheng household, she had made considerable progress in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, though she could not yet claim mastery. Yet, in the presence of Han Mo, she would still unveil her innocent and pure side. "Young miss, please slow down. We cannot keep up," the maids exclaimed, clutching their bellies as they hurried after her. Han Miao Miao quickly approached Han Mo and removed the cloth bag from her shoulder. "Greetings, esteemed master." The maids arrived at the wooden cottage and respectfully bowed to Han Mo. As the benefactor of Jinzhou City, Han Mo commanded respect even from their own superiors. With the passage of time, he had transitioned from being referred to as young master to Mr. Han, and ultimately, they simply addressed him as master. After all, it was not an exaggeration to call him master, considering he once sold grain in Jinzhou City. Han Mo cast a disapproving glance at Han Miao Miao, feigning displeasure. "What if something were to happen while you sneaked out alone? You must inform me beforehand next time. I shall come to fetch you." "Humph." Han Miao Miao stuck out her tongue and made a playful grimace. "I want tea. My brother resides in Jinzhou City, and Lord Lu has assured me that as long as my brother is in Jinzhou, the city is safe, and so am I. Besides, my brother's residence is merely a couple of miles from Lord Lu's estate. I can easily visit him on my own." "What is that?" Han Mo noticed the cloth bag in the little girl's hand. Han Miao Miao chuckled softly as she retrieved 3 rice balls wrapped in oil paper from within. Upon unwrapping them, she discovered they were indeed rice balls. Lord Lu remarked that his brother was perpetually busy, with little time to dine. Thus, Miao Miao secretly prepared some rice balls and brought them to him. "Brother, please do indulge and savor the flavor." Han Miao Miao cradled her cheeks in her hands, gazing at Han Mo with an expression of eager anticipation. Han Mo helplessly shook his head. Yet he still picked up a rice ball of varying sizes from the table and placed it in his mouth. Indeed, it was delightful. "Did you add sweet flag to it?" Upon hearing this, Han Miao Miao's eyes widened in awe, and with excitement, she clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Wow, brother! You are truly remarkable to know this. I have inquired with the physician at our residence, and he mentioned that a suitable amount of Acris calamus can invigorate the spirit and soothe the soul." Han Mo nodded. The herb, Acris calamus, is a traditional Chinese medicine known for its ability to awaken the senses, calm the spirit, and alleviate dampness and stomach discomfort. Consuming it in moderation indeed aligns with what Han Miao Miao had mentioned. "Brother, there is still some left. The adults say you often become overwhelmed with your busy schedule. Miao Miao doesn't want you to be so exhausted." Upon hearing this, Han Mo felt a surge of joy within. This little girl, who struggles to care for herself, had thought of taking care of him. Under Han Miao Miao's persuasion, he finished the entire portion in one go. "Tomorrow, I will prepare more for you, brother. I must return now. Lord Lu will be upset if he cannot find me." Watching Han Miao Miao's departing figure, Han Mo was filled with a myriad of emotions. In the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed since he had met this little girl. In a few more years, he would be able to find a suitable partner for Miao Miao. At that time, his mission would be deemed accomplished. Nonetheless, these rice balls were indeed delectable. "If only I could also craft a rice ball using the medicinal properties of the 5-element solidifying spirit pill, wouldn't that be remarkable?" As Han Mo spoke, he suddenly froze, his pupils gradually dilating as if he had stumbled upon a revelation. Chapter 66. The completion of the elixir, and a return to the White Cloud Temple. The following day, Han Mo unwrapped the remaining oil paper from the previous day, revealing 50 plump, round white pills, each no larger than a thumb, appearing outwardly akin to elixirs. Hanemo placed the Dan pills in the ventilation outlet, and soon after, he eagerly retrieved the first batch of dried Dan pills. As he swallowed one, a potent and stimulating flavor surged through him, causing him to involuntarily gasp. However, as he felt a gentle warmth spreading through his blood, invigorating his entire being, Hanemo could no longer contain his excitement and let out a triumphant shout. Yes, it works. It truly works. After 3 years of diligent research without success, he had unexpectedly found inspiration in such a seemingly trivial matter. By the break of dawn, the table by the window was already piled high with numerous Dan pills. Naturally, these were merely practice for Hanemo. The next step would be the formal preparation of the 5 elements solid spirit pills: Reishi, ginseng, astragalus, cistanche, and FOT. Hanemo retrieved 5 meticulously prepared powders and blended them in precise proportions. He then combined this mixture with finely ground rice flour, incorporating the unique spring water from the Xiantao world, and stirred it together. Finally, he shaped the mixture into uniform-sized elixirs with his bare hands. Once this task was completed, Hanemo carefully wrapped the elixirs in oiled paper and placed them on the windowsill to dry. As the clock approached the 3rd watch, he hurried to the window, unwrapped the oiled paper, and gingerly pinched the elixirs between his trembling fingers. In that instant, Hanemo felt the spiritual energy contained within the elixirs, which was several times more potent than the natural spiritual energy found in the world. While it could not compare to the true 5-element solid spirit pill, it undoubtedly possessed a significant amount of spiritual essence. Hanemo eagerly swallowed the elixir in one gulp, and the spiritual energy within it instantly erupted in his mouth, permeating his entire being. It worked, it truly worked. It has indeed come to fruition, Hanemo exclaimed excitedly, his voice resonating throughout the city of Jinzhou, instilling fear in the hearts of the onlookers. It was clear, the master had lost his sanity. We must summon Lord Lu at once. The master has gone mad from his cultivation. In an instant, panic spread among the citizens of Jinzhou. Upon learning of the situation, Lu Zheng hurriedly left the city with his companions. Meanwhile, Han Miao Miao, who was in the kitchen shaping rice balls, turned abruptly towards the window upon hearing the news. Brother. Han Miao Miao's expression was fraught with concern as she hastily seized the small cloth bag from the table, stuffing in the dried rice balls before dashing out of the kitchen, heading straight for the direction of Yaoling Mountain. Moments later, the others arrived outside the wooden cabin, but Hanmo's calls had ceased, and none dared to approach recklessly. If the master were not mad, how could they justify intruding upon him? Yet if he had indeed lost his sanity, who could withstand the might of a celestial being? In that instant, uncertainty enveloped the crowd, many turning their gazes toward Lu Zheng, who too was in a state of indecision. Just then, a figure clad in a pale pink dress darted past the crowd, plunging into the wooden cabin. Miao Miao, come back. Lu Zheng's face paled as he attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The next moment, a startled cry from Han Miao Miao sent a chill through everyone's hearts. Without a second thought, Lu Zheng rushed toward the wooden cabin. However, at that moment, the crowd witnessed Han Mo emerging, hand in hand with Han Miao Miao. Upon seeing Han Mo unharmed, Lu Zheng breathed a sigh of relief, and the people of Jianzhou City relaxed as well. The master was sane, the master was safe. Why did you shout just now? Sir, we thought something had befallen you. Han Mo smiled gently and waved his hand, saying, It's nothing, I'm simply overwhelmed with joy. Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng's eyes flickered with surprise. Master, have you broken through to the 3rd level of qi refinement? He was well aware of Han Mo's situation and knew that he had been stuck at the 2nd level for 3 long years. If there had indeed been a breakthrough, it would be entirely understandable for him to feel elated. However, it was not merely a breakthrough in cultivation, but rather a significant advancement. Han Mo's gaze fell upon Han Miao Miao as he softly remarked, Miao Miao truly is my lucky star. Had it not been for her, I might still be ensnared in my predicament. This statement left everyone even more perplexed. How could a mere mortal assist an immortal? Did this imply that they too might one day be capable of aiding their master? Sir, what do you mean by that? Han Mo continued, thanks to Miao Miao. I had a sudden inspiration last night and finally managed to replicate the 5-element solid spirit pill. Though its effects are minimal, it can still be considered a breakthrough. Congratulations. Sir, we celebrate your achievement. Lu Zheng clasped his fists and bowed, genuinely pleased for Han Mo. Although he was unaware of the specifics of the 5-element solid spirit pill, he understood that as long as it was beneficial to Han Mo, that was what truly mattered. His only concern was the day when there would be nothing left in Jinzhou City to assist Han Mo, forcing him to depart. Lord Lu, please allow everyone to return. I prefer a tranquil environment for my cultivation. Lu Jing promptly dismissed the others, choosing to remain behind, his gaze filled with affection as he looked at Han Miao. Over the years, he had come to regard her as his own daughter. Brother, there are only 5 rice balls today. Han Mo said little and directly picked up the rice ball, devouring it with great enthusiasm, which brought immense joy to Han Miao. Miao, do you have any good friends to play with in this city? Han Miao tilted her head back, resting her chin thoughtfully for a moment. Indeed. The eldest daughter of the Lu family, Han Wei, is quite admirable. She often brings me treats and, when the teacher reprimands me, she intercedes on my behalf. There is also the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Han Miao spoke at length, yet most of her words pertained to her identity as a young lady. Han Mo, sensing the underlying current, inquired, is there no young gentleman who treats you exceptionally well? Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. He comprehended Han Mo's implication. Miao is now 13 years of age, and in a few years, she would be of marriageable age. Han Mo had already begun to seek a suitable match for her. After all, matters of the heart require nurturing from the outset. Yet, an unsettling sensation stirred within him. It felt as though his cherished little girl was destined to be taken away, while he, the venerable Lord Lu, found himself bereft of any say in the matter. However, Han Miao remained oblivious to this deeper implication, perceiving only her brother's concern for her well-being. The young lady pondered, furrowing her brow, and with a pout, she replied, Ah. Indeed, the elder brother Yishuan from the west side of the city treats me very well. Once, when the teacher disciplined me with a ruler, Yishuan brother snatched it away and even, while the teacher was asleep, plucked some of his beard. Han Miao reminisced about the past, occasionally bursting into laughter. Hearing Miao repeatedly refer to him as Brother Xin Yi, Han Mo cast a complex glance at Lu Zheng, who hurriedly interjected. The Yi Xian that Miao speaks of is Gu Yishuan, the son of the Gu family, who has been engaged in commerce for generations in the west of the city. He is 2 years older than Miao. At 15, he had reached the age where he could take a wife. However, Han Mo was reluctant for Miao to enter an unfamiliar family at such a tender age. In a few more years, when Miao had undergone her coming-of-age ceremony, it would be more appropriate. By then, Gu Yishuan would be 17 or 18, possessing the ability to protect Miao, allowing Han Mo to depart with greater peace of mind. Moreover, it was essential to thoroughly assess this Gu Yishuan. Lu Zheng keenly observed Han Mo's burgeoning curiosity about the young man and promptly remarked, the Gu family's enterprises are widespread in Jinzhou. They possess the means to connect with other regions. Over the years, their assistance has been invaluable in maintaining our ties with Tianjing. We should visit the Gu family soon. Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng felt a pang of anxiety. It seemed that Han Mo had taken a liking to this Gu Yishuan and intended to personally investigate him. Alas, my daughter, whom I have raised since childhood, is about to be entrusted to another. Despite his reluctance, what could Lu Zheng say? He could only blame himself for not having fought harder for Miao's custody. Yet, upon reflection, he was but a mere mortal, while Han Mo was a celestial being. Furthermore, Han Mo had done much for Jinzhou. How could he bring himself to broach such a subject? Of course, more importantly, Miao shared a deep bond with Han Mo. She wished to follow him alone. By the way, there is a matter for which I hope the celestial being can lend assistance. Without hesitation, Lu Zheng produced a roster listing all the boys aged 8 to 13 in Jinzhou, as these children had reached the age for spirit root testing. In the past, they had to wait for a celestial being to pass through to conduct such tests. But how often does a celestial being visit? Waiting for their arrival could take years. Consequently, many children missed the golden opportunity for spirit root awakening, resulting in a scarcity of those who could awaken their roots. Now that Han Mo resided in Jinzhou, Lu Zheng had contemplated for some time before requesting his help. Upon hearing the request, Han Mo naturally did not decline. Awakening one's spiritual root was hardly a troublesome matter. It merely required a spirit testing stone and the application of spiritual energy to discern the nature of the root. However, as a solitary cultivator, acquiring such a stone posed a challenge, as it was typically possessed solely by sects of immortals. Thus, it appeared that a visit to the Baiyun Temple was inevitable. Of course, Han Mo could directly seek assistance from the Xinjian sect, but he was reluctant to forge too many connections with them, fearing that prolonged association might lead to exposure. If Gu Jing and his companions were still present, it wouldn't be an issue, as they could always concoct excuses for him. Yet, They had embarked on their own journeys of cultivation, and their current whereabouts were unknown. Moreover, after so many years, Han Mo could not guarantee that they still believed in his fabricated identity. This was a risk he could not afford to take. Lord Liu, please gather the children. Tonight, I shall escort them to Baiyun Temple. Ultimately, Han Mo resolved to proceed to the temple. Without delay, after making the necessary arrangements, he departed from Jianzhou City that very evening, accompanied by the children whose names Lu Zheng had submitted, heading north towards Tianyang and Fengchuan. After 2 months, they finally arrived at the foot of Baiyun Temple. Certainly, had he been alone, Han Mo could have reached the destination in less than a month. But the process of testing spiritual roots was exceedingly meticulous, and he felt that he could not afford to be careless. Additionally, he harbored another thought. Among these children was Gui Xuan. Given that Miao Miao held a particularly profound impression of Gui Xuan, coupled with a hint of affection, it would be prudent to observe the character of this child as well. Over the past 2 months, Han Mo had noted that Gui Xuan was somewhat reticent. Yet he exhibited remarkable intelligence and kindness towards his companions. He consistently took the initiative to cover their expenses for food and lodging, earning the unwavering trust and respect of the other children. Han Mo yearned for the same, yet this little rascal always rushed ahead, leaving him no choice but to meticulously record Gu Yishuan's expenditures, intending to deliver them to the Gu family upon his return. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Han Mo gazed at the familiar stone steps, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. It was Master Li who had brought him here years ago. Now, after an 8-year hiatus, he returned, but this time, he found himself as the guide, accompanied by an increased number of children. Han Mo's thoughts inevitably drifted back to the past. After a brief moment, he turned a glance at the 10 children who had followed him. From here on, you must rely on yourselves to ascend on foot. Let us proceed. Chapter 67. The Enigmatic Sword Tomb, the Qinglian Sword. It was still midday, and it was estimated that they would not reach the stone steps amidst the clouds until the following day. Tonight, they would have to spend the night in the mountains. The young boys and girls, being away from Jinju City for the first time, found everything to be quite wondrous, believing that immortals resided in the mountains. Their excitement intensified upon learning that the immortals would assist them in awakening their spiritual roots. During their journey, the host had mentioned that awakening their spiritual roots would enable them to cultivate and ultimately become immortals. The group quickly fell into step with Han Mo, with Han Miao Miao darting ahead to grasp the sleeve of his garment, while Gu Yishuan remained closely by his side. Han Mo smiled gently, signaling the crowd behind him to follow. Initially, he anticipated a swift journey. However, as darkness enveloped them and shadows danced upon the ground, the sounds of birds and beasts in the forest instilled a sense of fear among them. Master, where is the immortal? Why have we not yet laid eyes upon them? One inquired. Indeed, Master, how much longer must we ascend? Do the immortals dwell in the heavens? The group, seeking to assuage their trepidation, engaged Han Mo in conversation, and he addressed each of their concerns with care. As the moon ascended high in the sky, some children lagged behind, struggling to climb the ladder on all fours. Han Mo glanced back at the crowd and said, "Let us rest here tonight, and resume our journey at the break of dawn." The children, upon hearing this, were instantly filled with joy. Gu Yishuan swiftly ventured into the woods and soon returned with an armful of firewood, clearing a patch of ground to ignite a fire. As the temperature plummeted during the night, everyone huddled together for warmth. When the flickering flames emerged, the group hurriedly approached to bask in the heat. Expressing their gratitude to Gu Yishuan, Han Mo couldn't help but glance at the child once more. "Yishuan, come here." Gu Yishuan hurriedly approached Han Mo upon hearing the call, his gaze momentarily resting on Han Miao Miao before swiftly averting. "Master, you summoned me." Han Mo nodded. "I ask you, if you were to remain unawakened in your spiritual roots, and thus have no connection to the path of immortality, what would you do?" Gu Yishuan pondered for a moment before responding with calm assurance. "I would return home and strive to cultivate the family business, ensuring that those who are displaced no longer suffer from hunger or cold." "And if you were to awaken your spiritual roots?" he inquired. "Then I would enter the immortal sect and make a name for myself." Gu Yishuan replied succinctly, his gaze now resolutely unwavering. "Have you never considered marrying and starting a family?" In the darkness of night, Gu Yishuan felt a slight flush creep over his face. "My father always said I am still young. It is best to establish a career before settling down. Besides, the head of our family has yet to marry and have children, has he not?" Han Mo was taken aback, unexpectedly outmaneuvered by Gu Yishuan, and could only manage a bittersweet smile. You should return now. The weather is cold. Wake everyone early tomorrow to resume our journey. Gu Yishuan nodded, his gaze once more lingering on Han Miao Miao as he turned back to the campfire, glancing over his shoulder with each step. Brother, are you not cold? Han Mo shook his head. His physical strength had transcended the realm of mortals. Even in winter, he felt no chill, and the celestial tower seemed capable of repelling the cold. Brother, may Miao Miao join everyone? Of course, you may decide your own matters. It is thus now, and it shall remain so in the future. Go ahead. Han Miao Miao nodded with a semblance of understanding, rising to jog towards the group, settling amidst a cluster of young boys and girls. Sister Han Wei, Brother Yishuan, she exclaimed. Miao Miao, this is for you. I picked these wild fruits on my way here. They're quite sweet. Gu Yishuan opened his palm, offering 2 fruits to Han Miao Miao. She glanced at them, then scampered over to Han Mo, presenting one of the fruits to Lu Han Wei. The two shared their treat like close sisters, and witnessing the harmonious bond among the trio, Han Mo couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Yet, that was where it ended. The following day, Han Mo was roused from his cultivation by a rustling sound. Discovering that everyone had already awakened, he led the group onward up the mountain. After approximately 2 hours, they beheld the mist enveloping the mountainside, prompting involuntary exclamations of awe. Brother, is this the abode of immortals? Surrounded by the ethereal fog, the group displayed a childlike curiosity as Han Mo prepared to guide them through the mist. A melodious voice emerged from within, and a young boy appeared, donning a conical hat and clad in a raincoat fashioned from brown leaves, with a bundle of firewood slung over his shoulder. In his left hand, he held a goldfish, while his right wielded a bamboo stick, creating a gust of wind as he waved it along the roadside. As he drew nearer, Han Mo noticed the boy's sharp brows and bright eyes, his countenance resolute, seemingly of similar age. The boy, upon noticing the group, displayed a flicker of surprise and inquired, "Are you, fellow cultivator, leading these children to the Baiyun Temple for the awakening of their spiritual roots?" Upon being addressed as fellow cultivator, Han Mo quickly deduced that this boy was undoubtedly also a practitioner of cultivation. Yet, he wondered why no aura emanated from him and how he was aware of Han Mo's purpose for being there. The boy gestured towards a nearby path, explaining, "You have arrived early. The spiritual root awakening ceremony at Baiyun Temple is still half a month away." Hearing that there was still half a month to wait, Han Mo found himself in a quandary, caught in indecision. It was impractical to descend the mountain only to wait idly, yet there was no place to stay overnight. While he himself could manage, his primary concern was for the children. The trek to Baiyun Temple was already arduous. A second descent might undermine their confidence and foster thoughts of giving up. At that moment, the boy pointed to a small path not far away. "If you do not mind, fellow cultivator, you may stay at my humble abode until the time arrives for your departure." "Thank you, fellow cultivator." Han Mo, without further contemplation, followed in the footsteps of the young boy along with the others. He inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name, fellow traveler?" The youth, waving the goldfish in his hand, replied humbly, "I do not presume to hold a distinguished surname. I am but Yi, with the given name Hao. Yi Hao." Han silently committed this name to memory. "I am Han Mo, and I express my gratitude for your assistance, fellow friend." "There is no need for thanks, Han. My father often advises that all who ascend the mountain are guests and friends, deserving of kindness." Yi Hao's response left Han Mo somewhat astonished. The inhabitants of this mountain spoke only profound truths, devoid of any semblance of rustic simplicity, suggesting their status was indeed remarkable. The group followed closely behind Yi Hao. Yet as they progressed, Han Mo suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with the environment flanking the path. "Here we are, Han. You shall reside in this humble abode. I hope you do not find it lacking." As Han Mo gazed intently, the sight of the familiar dwelling sparked a profound realization within him. He remembered everything. 8 years prior, when Master Li brought him here, they had also stayed for a night, and Master Li referred to the owner, who bore the surname Yi, as his senior brother. This young man also shared the surname Yi and resided in this very place. Undoubtedly, he must be the son of that Yi family patriarch. "Hey, we have guests." Before Han Mo could inquire about the whereabouts of the Yi family patriarch, a familiar voice resonated from within the thatched cottage. Soon after, a figure emerged, revealing the very Yi family patriarch he had encountered 2 times before. A wave of astonishment washed over him, despite the passage of 8 years. This Yi patriarch had not changed at all. He still bore the visage of youth. Han Mo bowed respectfully, addressing Uncle Yi. The Yi clan patriarch was momentarily taken aback. His gaze fixated on Han Mo, and he inhaled sharply before advancing rapidly. Are you the child brought by Master Li all those years ago? Indeed, Han Mo replied. Haha. The Yi patriarch clapped Han Mo on the shoulder, clearly delighted. It has been 8 years since we last met, and you have grown so tall. Ah. Still at the second level of Qi refining, soon to reach the third level. Impressive, impressive. You flatter me, Uncle Yi. It is merely luck. Han Mo replied modestly. Nonsense. Hard work is hard work, and talent is talent. My foolish son cannot compare to you. At that moment, Yi Hao returned, having set aside his raincoat and goldfish, and he was visibly displeased upon hearing his father's words. Father, the Yi patriarch seemed to disregard him, leaving a command to treat these children well before ushering Han Mo inside the house. Upon entering, Han Mo noticed the interior was exceedingly simple, furnished with only a bamboo table and 2 bamboo chairs. A few bamboo leaves lay upon the main table, and the sight of them caused a sharp pain in Han Mo's brow, as if a pointed object were pressed against it. Has Master Li been well these past years? Has he embarked on the path of immortality? The Yi patriarch inquired warmly. Han Mo promptly recounted all that had transpired with Master Li over the years. Upon learning of Master Li's decision, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed the Yi patriarch's eyes, quickly replaced by a sense of acceptance. It is well. Since Master Li has chosen this path, there must be a predetermined fate in the cosmos. Perhaps he will encounter opportunities that belong to him in the future. Though he may not attain immortality, he can still have a good ending in this life. However, you truly impress me. You have already approached the threshold of the third level of Qi refining, exhibiting more determination than my foolish son. There is indeed some disparity at the third level of Qi refining. As he spoke, the Yi patriarch's gaze drifted toward the window, following his line of sight. Han Mo observed Yi Hao meditating in the courtyard, attuned to the whispers of the wind and the rustling of the grass. Suddenly, Yi Hao opened his eyes, extending 2 fingers to catch a falling bamboo leaf. With a swift motion, he sliced the leaf, which flew forth and severed another falling bamboo leaf in midair, even piercing through a nearby dead bamboo stalk. The children in the courtyard erupted in astonished cheers at this spectacle. Han Mo's pupils suddenly contracted, filled with astonishment. Uncle Yi, your realm must surely surpass mine by a great margin, am I correct? Han Mo felt a pang of envy towards the art of transforming leaves into swords. The Yi clan master took a sip of tea, revealing that he had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, barely brushing against the threshold of sword intent. However, his indolence rendered him lackadaisical, showing little dedication to cultivation. Upon hearing this, Han Mo was struck with shock. The master, despite his lethargy and lack of focus, had already attained the 5th level of Qi refinement and even approached the understanding of sword intent at a mere age similar to his own. In contrast, Han Mo had only reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, possessing a scant few skills, and his years of practice in the crumbling mountain palm had yielded little success. Feeling utterly inadequate in comparison, he pondered, is Brother Yi also cultivating at the White Cloud Monastery? His rare visits to debate with his fellow disciples are merely a source of embarrassment for me. Though the words conveyed dissatisfaction with his son, Han Mo could discern a glimmer of pride and satisfaction in the Yi clan master's eyes. Uncle Yi, I possess a sword of unknown material. I humbly request your discerning eye to assess it. Upon hearing this, the Yi clan master set down his tea set, intrigued. Oh, let me see. Han Mo's thoughts stirred slightly as he summoned the cold sword, which had been stored in his spatial ring for several years. Grasping it in his hand, he exuded the demeanor of a master swordsman, prompting the owner of the Yi surname to cast a more lingering glance. Han Mo placed the cold sword upon the bamboo table, and the owner of the Yi family gently grasped it. In the next instant, a flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes. The divine sword tomb, the Qinglian sword. Wasn't this blade in the possession of the Xianjian sect Xianqing Taoist? The Yi family owner turned his gaze towards Han Mo, his expression peculiar. Han Mo took a deep breath and solemnly stated, the Suqing Taoist has perished. This sword was obtained from him. Chapter 68, Fundamental Swordsmanship. Immediately, Han Mo recounted the entire sequence of events to the master of the Yi family. This marked the first occasion he revealed such intricate details to another individual. The first to be informed was Master Li. Had it not been for the close relationship between Master Li and this Yi family master, Han Mo would undoubtedly have refrained from disclosing the truth. Upon learning this, the Yi family master was equally astonished. The manner in which Su Qing Daoist met his demise was truly beyond comprehension. In this world, there exists a mysterious and predetermined order. With the death of Su Qing Daoist, and after a year's time, you have acquired the Qing Lian sword once more, indicating a profound connection between you and the sword. Han Mo smiled wryly, acknowledging that the younger generation lacked the skill to wield a sword, rendering it useless. The master of the Yi family responded with a slight smile, opening his palm to reveal an ancient tome, marked by the passage of time. It matters not. I possess a foundational sword technique. Once you master it, you may then delve into the profound arts of swordsmanship. Thank you, Uncle Yi. The Yi master laughed heartily, rising to pat Han Mo on the shoulder. Since you've addressed me as Uncle Yi, I feel obliged. The last time we met, you had just awakened your spiritual roots, and I had no gifts prepared. Consider this foundational sword technique as a token of our reunion. Study diligently, and do not disappoint the choice of the Azure Lotus Sword. Han Mo nodded, watching the master of the Yi family lead Yi Hao into the courtyard for training, while he remained indoors, engrossed in the study of fundamental sword techniques. From the very first glance, Han Mo was captivated by the profundity of the swordsmanship. The art of the sword is characterized by its peculiarities, swiftness, ingenuity, precision. And among the most commonly employed techniques are thrusts, slashes, jabs, flicks, lifts, breaks, cuts, sweeps, shaves, and presses, encompassing dozens of variations. Complementing the sword techniques are various footwork styles, including bow stance, false step, ding step, rest step, insertion step, seated stance, leap step, follow step, jump step, turning flash, and knee lifts. By harmonizing swordsmanship with footwork, one can adeptly respond to myriad changes with unyielding stability, achieving the trifecta of peculiarity, swiftness, and ingenuity. As for precision, it requires diligent practice and a comprehensive understanding to achieve mastery. Immersed in his studies, Han Mo dedicated 7 consecutive days to this endeavor, until he felt the world around him darken and his insides twist painfully, prompting him to finally emerge from his literary trance. A wave of hunger surged forth, reminiscent of his past struggles, nearly causing him to faint from exhaustion. Rushing to the water barrel, Han Mo gulped down several mouthfuls of water, feeling a slight alleviation. Yet he realized that mere hydration would not suffice. He needed sustenance to quell his hunger. Han Mo hurriedly retrieved some provisions from his interdimensional ring, consuming a dozen or more flatbreads before finally feeling a sense of satiety. I must not allow this to happen again. Han Mo felt a lingering sense of trepidation. Yet it was thanks to his physique being far superior to that of an ordinary person that he could endure for so many days. A lesser individual would have perished from starvation long ago. However, despite having embarked on the path of cultivation, he remained bound by the limitations of the Qi refinement stage, which forbids fasting. He still relied on grains and cereals to satiate his hunger. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage could one fast, drawing sustenance directly from the ethereal energies of the world. Thus, the process of foundation establishment is of paramount importance to cultivators. Before arriving at this stage, practitioners often consume numerous elixirs to expel the impurities accumulated within their bodies. It is only after eradicating these impurities that they will consider establishing their foundation. The fewer the impurities, the more favorable the outcome of the foundation establishment, leading to significant enhancements in consciousness and potential. This explains why even among cultivators of the same foundation establishment level, discrepancies in strength may still exist. Han Mo entered the courtyard and discovered Gu Yishuan gathered with other children, intently watching Yi Hao practice swordsmanship. However, in Yi Hao's hand was not a long sword, but rather a bamboo stick. The bamboo stick whistled through the air, creating a current that sliced through the atmosphere with an astonishing sharpness. After completing a set of sword techniques, Yi Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exhaling a deep breath of stagnant energy. Brother Han, you have emerged from your seclusion. The term emergence refers to a common practice in the realm of cultivation, where practitioners, upon encountering a bottleneck, retreat into seclusion for rigorous training, only to reappear once they have achieved success. Some cultivators may isolate themselves for a short span of 3 to 5 days, while others may remain in seclusion for months. The higher one's cultivation, the longer the period of seclusion, with some even disappearing for decades or centuries. Where has your esteemed father gone? With a sharp flick of his wrist, Yi Hao casually tossed the bamboo stick, which struck a nearby post with a crisp sound. My father went to Baiyin Temple a few days ago. He should return soon. As they spoke, a gentle breeze swept through the mountain, carrying with it a faint yet formidable aura. At that moment, Yi Hao suddenly moved, gripping the bamboo stick and swinging it forcefully forward. Zhan, one of the sword techniques. Han Mo's mind conjured the image of the Zhan technique. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Yi Hao was sent flying, the bamboo stick shattering in his grip. Father, you really should be more careful. As his words fell, a figure descended gracefully from the sky. It was the head of the Yi family. Upon reaching Han Mo, the head of the Yi family exhibited a fleeting look of surprise before turning to Yi Hao with a glare filled with anger. Did I not instruct you to diligently practice your swordsmanship while I was away? How have you been progressing? If your swordsmanship continues to stagnate, you might as well remain at Baiyun Temple and squander your life. Father, I have been trying my best, but it seems I have hit a bottleneck in my swordsmanship. Foolishness. If your swordsmanship is not advancing, have you considered that there may be an issue with your own foundation? My nephew Han Mo is already on the verge of catching up to you. The head of the Yi family's words astonished both Han Mo and Yi Hao. Yi Hao clearly did not believe it. He sensed no trace of sword energy emanating from Han Mo. Meanwhile, Han Mo felt immensely puzzled. Having never truly wielded a sword, and having only practiced the fundamentals once, to reach Yi Hao's level seemed an unattainable dream. Uncle Yi is attempting to spur Yi Hao's motivation. Yi Hao, evidently unconvinced, stepped forward and declared, Father, you are deceiving me. Brother Han clearly lacks any sword energy. Do you dare to compete with Han, my esteemed nephew? At this, Han Mo abruptly turned to the head of the Yi family, hastily declining, Uncle Yi, please do not jest. I am but a novice. Although he had mentally rehearsed the basic sword techniques countless times over the past few days, he had never practiced them in reality, rendering him effectively untrained. However, the owner with the surname Yi stepped forward, placing his palm upon Han Mo. In that fleeting moment, Han Mo's mind was suddenly flooded with the techniques and forms he had practiced while reading over the past few days. As Han Mo's thoughts stirred, a long sword materialized in his grasp. In an instant, an overwhelming chill surged from his feet, causing Yi Hao to widen his eyes in disbelief. Rendered speechless by the sight before him. Uncle Yi, what on earth is happening? The master of the Yi clan responded gravely. I have invoked my sword intent to awaken the sword path within you. Consider this a test of your progress over the past few days. Upon hearing this, Han Mo hesitated no more. Having a mentor was far more advantageous than toiling in solitude. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, he stepped forward with the sword in hand, feeling a twinge of nervousness. He inhaled deeply to calm himself, then closed his eyes, allowing the myriad techniques of swordsmanship to flash through his mind. After a brief moment, Han Mo gripped the hilt firmly and raised the sword above his head, executing a powerful downward strike devoid of technique. Chop, one of the foundational sword techniques. In an instant, a wave of cold enveloped the long sword, even forming blossoms of ice. And the next moment, a streak of cold light shot forth. Whoosh! Everything within 3 paces was encased in ice. Brother, you are truly remarkable. The voice of Han Miao Miao suddenly resonated, and Han Mo swiftly regained his composure. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a sight frozen in ice, which left him utterly astonished. Is this the consequence of my actions? Han Mo was profoundly astonished, gazing in disbelief at the Qinglian's sword in his hand. However, following that singular strike, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped him, causing his body to weaken and descend into a half-kneeling position on the ground. Fortunately, the Qinglian sword provided the necessary support to prevent him from collapsing. Dear nephew, he cautioned, remember this. When engaged in combat, one must never exert their full strength unless absolutely necessary. It is essential to retain a third of your energy, allowing yourself ample time to react for the subsequent move. This is what is meant by striking with 70% while reserving 30%. Han Mo weakly nodded, summoning the residual spiritual energy within him to begin his restoration. After several breaths, he finally regained the strength to stand. Did you see that, Chia? Yi Hao's face still bore the marks of astonishment. Han Mo's sword strike, although merely a fundamental technique devoid of sword intent and lacking any true mastery of the sword path, was fueled solely by the purest spiritual power. The impact of this strike was astonishingly more formidable than his own leaf-plucking sword technique. Friend Han, your talent is extraordinary. I am truly in admiration, Yi Hao said, bowing respectfully, filled with profound conviction. Receiving praise and recognition for the first time, Han Mo appeared somewhat bashful and at a loss. quickly seeking assistance from the esteemed Yi family elder beside him. Having seen it, why are you not practicing your swordplay? Very well, I shall not disappoint my father's expectations. I am determined to achieve great things in the realm of swordsmanship and carve out my own destiny. Among peers, a competitive spirit inevitably arises. Upon recognizing his own shortcomings, Yi Hao immediately devoted himself wholeheartedly to sword practice, unfazed by external distractions. Esteemed nephew, it's time to ascend the mountain. The Lingjian awakening ceremony at the Baiyun Temple has commenced earlier than expected. Upon hearing this, Han Mo recalled what Yi Hao had previously mentioned. It was highly probable that Uncle Ye's visit to Baiyun Temple was also in connection with the awakening of spiritual roots. After all, why would a prestigious celestial sect hastily alter its schedule? This realization deepened Han Mo's gratitude towards the Yi family patriarch. Consequently, Han Mo swiftly set forth with 10 companions along the mountain path. Indeed, as the Yi patriarch had indicated, the spiritual root awakening ceremony had been advanced, and numerous figures had begun to appear in the mountains. Just like 8 years prior, it was the elders accompanying their children, and every face was alight with anticipation. Han Mo and others traversed through the mist, arriving at the pinnacle of the clouds, where the path ahead had vanished. Brother, there is no road left. Master, could it be that we have taken a wrong turn? Han Mo shook his head, indicating that it was not a matter of lacking a path or having taken a wrong turn, but rather that the journey had yet to reach its destination. He then instructed the 10 children to rest momentarily. Before long, one child spotted a stone staircase gently ascending from the horizon, and in an instant, excitement bubbled forth, drawing the attention of the others. Amazement filled their eyes as they beheld the miraculous sight. Could it be that stones could soar through the sky? Could this be the work of celestial beings? Han Mo was uncertain, yet he urged everyone to ascend the stone steps one by one, subsequently following suit to ensure their safety and prevent any from slipping. After a brief moment, they beheld the appearance of a mountain gate ahead. Gazing at the familiar entrance, Han Mo felt a wave of nostalgia. It remained unchanged, just as it was in years past. Even the individual tasked with welcoming them had not altered. Han, my young friend, is that you? No, I should now address you as fellow cultivator. Chapter 69. The Awakening Ceremony of Spiritual Roots. Fellow cultivator Han, I trust you have been well. The leading disciple, Brother Zhang, clasped his fist in a gesture of respect. Han Mo reciprocated the salute. Adhering to the fundamental etiquette of the cultivation realm, Brother Zhang still recognizes me. Though one may change, one's essence remains constant. Brother Zhang then glanced at the 10 children accompanying Han Mo and inquired, these must be the children you brought for the awakening of their spiritual roots? Indeed, the measuring stones for spiritual roots are exceedingly rare and unobtainable in the mundane world. Thus, I resorted to this approach. I hope you can forgive the inconvenience. Brother Zhang, unfazed, instructed a junior disciple to guide Han Mo and the children to their accommodations at the peak of Baiyun Temple. Gu Yishuan and the others marveled at the floating mountain, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Master, upon becoming immortals, shall we possess such extraordinary abilities as well? Once I ascend, I too shall relocate a colossal mountain to my home, construct a pavilion upon it, and create a pond to live the life of a reclusive sage. Observing their exuberance, Han Mo felt reluctant to dampen their spirits. He merely explained the fundamental requirements for becoming a cultivator. Upon learning that awakening their spiritual roots was essential to becoming immortals, the children grew somewhat anxious. After all, without spiritual roots, their aspirations of the future would dissipate like mirages. Once the children were settled, Han Mo contemplated visiting the venerable Immortal who had facilitated his own awakening of spiritual roots, thus retracing his steps through Baiyun Temple, guided by memory. The scenery of Baiyun Temple was exquisite, with a curtain of water cascading from the heavens, resembling a celestial tear in the sky, where heavenly waters descended to the mortal realm. Yet, upon closer inspection, Han Mo discerned that it was not divine water, but rather the pure springs from the peaks hidden within the mist. In these springs, he could even sense the vibrations of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, filling him with astonishment. Not only the springs, but the mountains, forests, stones, and structures of Baiyun Temple all pulsated with spiritual energy, while the celestial tower at his waist began to absorb the surrounding ethereal essence. Han Mo was certainly unwilling to let this splendid opportunity slip away. Half an hour later, he arrived at a pavilion situated in the heart of a lake. Within the pavilion, an elderly man with white hair was meditating by the shore, seemingly aware of Han Mo's impending arrival. For he had already arranged a staircase of clouds on either side of the pavilion. Han Mo ascended the cloud ladder and soon arrived behind the elder. Observing that the elder was still deep in meditation, Han Mo chose to stand quietly beside him. After a considerable time had passed, the elder finally opened his eyes, and his voice, soft and resonant, floated through the air. "Young friend Han, have you been waiting long?" Han Mo bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "The younger generation has just arrived." The elderly man chuckled warmly, refraining from revealing Han Mo's intentions. He simply remarked, "You may return. I am aware of your inquiries. However, the truths I speak may not encompass the entirety of reality. Only time shall unveil what constitutes the genuine answer. Destiny cannot be swayed by human intervention." Han Mo felt a tinge of disappointment. However, since the venerable elder had spoken, he realized that no amount of probing would yield the ultimate answer. As the elder had stated, only time would reveal the truth. The following day, the awakening ceremony for spiritual roots commenced as scheduled. In the square, Han Mo noticed a considerable number of children present, no fewer than 230, who stood quietly, awaiting their turn, devoid of any raucous chatter. Meanwhile, the parents of these children engaged in lively discussions, each boasting that their offspring possessed extraordinary talents from an early age, destined to awaken their spiritual roots and embark on the path of cultivation. A palpable tension filled the air, as none wished to concede superiority. Had it not been for the fear of provoking the overseer from Baiyun Temple, conflict might have ensued. After a brief interlude, the figure of the elder gradually materialized in the square, and upon his arrival, the crowd fell into a hushed silence, apprehensive of incurring his displeasure, which might jeopardize their children's awakening. At that moment, Brother Zhang stepped forward with the roster in hand to announce the names. In total, 23 children from Fengchuan City were called forth. As each name was uttered, eager parents eagerly urged their children forward until all had stepped up. The elder then opened his palm, revealing a stone unlike the spiritual stones they had anticipated. Han Mo recalled that this was the spirit testing stone. Under the guidance of the venerable sage, all the children sequentially completed the assessment. Among the 23, 3 awakened their spiritual roots, 2 possessed spiritual roots, and 1 had a pseudo-spiritual root. However, this pseudo-spiritual root was somewhat superior to Han Mo's. It merely exhibited the coexistence of 4 attributes and did not qualify as a 5-element mixed spiritual root. It could barely remain at Baiyun Temple for cultivation, but the path to immortality would not be far-reaching. Undoubtedly, the parents of the 3 children chose to retain them at Baiyun Temple, for there is nothing more commendable than becoming a cultivator. With their child becoming an immortal, they could hold their heads high in the village, proudly proclaiming to all, "My child is a cultivator. They are destined for great success." In stark contrast, the children who failed to awaken their spiritual roots returned to their parents with downcast expressions, only to be scolded harshly, "Utterly useless. Raising you, a good-for-nothing, is worse than raising a pig." The harsh words gradually filled the square with the sounds of sobs and grievances. Han Mo could not fathom the mindset of those parents who, despite having their own children, resorted to such humiliating words to scold them, showing no regard for their feelings. Shouldn't they offer comfort and seek to provide an alternative path for their offspring upon returning home? Naturally, Han Mo did not meddle in others' affairs. Instead, he became increasingly concerned. In another city, out of more than 20 children, only 3 had awakened their spiritual roots. He wondered how many of the 10 children he had brought with him would succeed. The awakening ceremony was a protracted affair, taking over 2 hours to complete the awakening of just 5 out of more than 100 children from 5 cities. After such exertion, even the elder sage felt a tinge of fatigue, having succeeded in awakening only 6 children, regrettably with none possessing earth's spiritual roots. At last, as the sun began its descent, Han Mo arrived at Jinzhou City. Upon hearing the name, he approached with Gui Xuan and others. The parents of the children who had failed the awakening immediately scoffed at the sight of a ragged youth, evidently a tenant farmer, leading a group of children to undergo the awakening, surely expecting none to succeed. Han Mo stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the venerable elder and Brother Zhang in turn. "Thank you, esteemed elder, and your hard work, Brother Zhang." The elder nodded, preparing to awaken the 10 children. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward Han Mo, a smile gracing his face. "Young friend Han, it is now your turn." Han Mo was momentarily taken aback, somewhat astonished. For awakening a spiritual root was indeed a matter of great significance. With his mere cultivation at the 2nd level of qi refining, could he truly succeed? Taoist Han. Come forth. The process of awakening your spiritual root is remarkably simple. Once you master it, you shall no longer endure the rigors of travel. You will be able to independently awaken your spiritual root. Upon hearing these words, Han Emo turned to the venerable old Immortal and accepted the spirit testing stone. The instant he grasped it, an indescribable sensation enveloped him, most peculiar indeed. Furthermore, Han Emo distinctly perceived 5 distinct auras emanating from within the stone. Under the guidance of the old Immortal, he channeled the spiritual energy within his body to activate the spirit testing stone. As the stone emitted a faint glow, the parents present were utterly astonished, their hearts gripped by trepidation. The tenant they had previously looked down upon was, in fact, a cultivator. Some parents clasped their hands in prayer, beseeching the Immortal not to hold their prior disdain against them, for they had come to realize their folly. Once the spirit testing stone was mastered, senior brother Zhang began to call out names. The first to step forward was Lu Hanwei, who appeared somewhat anxious and glanced toward Han Emo. Master, I am afraid. Do not fear, do not dwell on the outcome, regardless of what transpires. Do not lose faith in yourself. Lu Hanwei nodded, somewhat understanding, and timidly extended her palm to rest upon the spirit testing stone. In the next moment, the originally faint luminescence of the stone abruptly intensified, becoming blindingly brilliant. Taoist Han, behold, the spirit testing stone has emitted 2 distinctly radiant beams of light, signifying that this child possesses 2 spiritual roots, belonging to the earth root. Moreover, the brilliance is exceptionally dazzling, indicating the purity of each root. As he spoke, senior brother Zhang suddenly halted, his recording hand freezing in astonishment as he gazed at the spirit testing stone, his countenance alight with ecstasy. An earth root. It is indeed an earth root. Master, this child possesses an earth root. Senior brother Zhang exclaimed, promptly drawing the attention of all those present. Lu Hanwei, uncertain of what an earth root entailed, felt self-conscious under the multitude of gazes, presuming it to be a reflection of her own inadequacy. The old Immortal's expression remained inscrutable, merely nodding for senior brother Zhang to document the findings. Han Emo was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lu Hanwei would awaken an earth root, second only to the celestial root. It could be said that Lu Hanwei would undoubtedly traverse far upon her path of cultivation. Indeed, her name would resonate throughout the cultivation realm, immortalized for future generations to recount. Master, have I failed? Han Emo smiled gently, his voice tinged with excitement. Hanwei, you have succeeded, remarkably so. From now on, you shall become a cultivator. Upon hearing this news, Lu Hanwei's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Han Emo. Is it true, Master? Thank you, Master. Han Emo gestured, and Lu Hanwei, her petite face brimming with excitement, stood eagerly behind him in anticipation. Han Emo proceeded to awaken the remaining children one by one. However, it was unfortunate that the subsequent 7 children failed to awaken their abilities. Only Gu Yishuan and Miao Miao remained. This realization caused Han Emo to feel a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that among the 10, only Hanwei had awakened her spiritual root? Yet, recalling that in other cities, out of more than 20 children, only 2 or 3 had succeeded. Han Emo suddenly felt that the situation was not as dire as it seemed. Yishuan, you may go first. Gu Yishuan nodded and boldly extended his hand to begin the test. Unfortunately, the testing stone remained unresponsive, and even its faint glow began to fade. After observing for so long, Gu Yishuan had an inkling of what this meant. He was reluctant to accept the reality and placed both hands on the testing stone. Yet still, no fluctuations were summoned. Gu Yishuan, no spiritual root. Upon Brother Zhang's announcement, Gu Yishuan finally conceded, his expression heavy with disappointment as he stepped aside to wait. Miao Miao noticed the change in Gu Yishuan and was about to step forward to offer comfort when she suddenly heard Han Mo's voice. Miao Miao, it is your turn to try. Han Miao Miao hurriedly approached the spirit testing stone and placed her hand upon it. 1 beam, 2 beams, 3 beams. As the 3 rays of light emanated, Han Miao Miao activated the 3 strands of brilliance, signifying her spiritual roots. Han Emo revealed the outcome, his expression somewhat intricate. Miao Miao had awakened her spiritual root, and it was indeed a human spiritual root, which would surely lead to her recruitment by Baiyun Temple. However, Han Emo was acutely aware of the perils that lurked within the realm of cultivation, and he did not wish for Miao Miao to become ensnared in its depths. Han Emo only wishes for Miao Miao to live a safe and peaceful life. Young Han, I observe that this child shares no blood relation with you. Yet the ties between you are woven by the threads of fate, an inescapable law of nature. Even if you deny her participation today, she will inevitably awaken her spiritual roots in the future due to the unfolding of these karmic connections. You cannot hinder this. A voice resonated in Hanmo's mind, startling him as he glanced at the old immortal, who merely nodded slightly without uttering a word. At that moment, Han-mo comprehended the depth of the old immortal's words. Meow meow, you are more formidable than your brother. You shall undoubtedly become a remarkable immortal in the days to come. As Brother Zhang closed the roster and addressed the crowd, he declared, the awakening ceremony has concluded. Those who have not awakened their spiritual roots may descend the mountain. Carriages await at the foot of the mountain to escort you home. At that moment, Gu Yixuan suddenly rushed forward, kneeling before Brother Zhang and repeatedly bowing. Immortal, I wish to stay. I wish to remain and learn martial arts. Please allow me to stay. Chapter 70, A Century's Promise. Gu Yixuan's unexpected plea left Han-mo and the others taken aback. Undeterred by the surrounding disbelief, Gu Yixuan continued to kneel, fervently bowing his head. Brother Zhang furrowed his brow and turned to the old immortal beside him. Master Ancestor, this. The old immortal waved his hand and spoke in a solemn tone. All things must align with the natural order. Since this child earnestly wishes to remain in the temple, let him stay. Thank you, old immortal. Thank you. Gu Yixuan exclaimed through tears as he bowed deeply. Before moving to kneel before Han-mo, Master, I am useless. I have not awakened my spiritual roots and have brought you shame. I have let down your expectations, Master. Han-mo sighed, choosing not to voice his thoughts as he assisted Gu Yixuan to his feet. Since this is your decision, I shall comply. I will personally explain the situation to your family. Thank you, esteemed host, thank you. Gu Yixuan wiped away his tears, his eyes brimming with gratitude. He had once contemplated becoming an immortal but had never considered what he would do once he achieved that status. Now, with the path to immortality seemingly closed, he suddenly understood. He could not simply return home. Having come this far, he must strive for success. One day, when he returned home, he would ensure that his family and fellow villagers would feel a sense of pride in him. As the awakening ceremony concluded, parents began to escort their children home. Some children wished to remain and study martial arts, yet their parents vehemently opposed. The expenses associated with martial training were exorbitant. Not only did they need to provide lavish meals to strengthen their children's bodies, but they also had to spend additional funds on weapons and martial arts manuals. Every aspect required financial investment. They were mere tenant farmers who had toiled in the fields for generations, scarcely saving a few coins each year, certainly not enough to afford martial training. In contrast, those who practiced cultivation often had the support of celestial sections. With access to spiritual methods and resources, cultivators needed only to occasionally undertake tasks to earn spiritual stones for exchange. Thus, it was more prudent to return home, dig a few more pits, and plant more grains to fill their bellies rather than squander time and money here. Under the insistence of their parents, the children were forcibly led down the mountain and stuffed into carts to be taken back home. Meanwhile, in the square, the remaining children were assigned to their respective lodgings. Next, they would be given tasks based on the nature of their spiritual roots and assigned mentors, while those pursuing martial arts were directed to the miscellaneous peak. The requirements for martial training were stringent, necessitating rigorous exercises to enhance physical strength. Dear fellow, now that the awakening ceremony has concluded, when do you plan to depart? If you are not in a hurry, you may stay at the temple for a few days. Brother Zhang will arrange your accommodation. You may depart in a few days. Han-mo chose to remain primarily because it was Miao Miao's first departure from home. He wished to witness her complete settling before he departed. Brother Zhang waved his hand, gesturing for Han-mo to wander freely within the temple, and then he took the children who had awakened their spiritual roots and left. Once everyone had departed, the old immortal suddenly called out to Han-mo, young friend Han, would you care to take a stroll with me? Upon hearing this, Han-mo felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. How could he possibly refuse the sudden stroke of good fortune that had befallen him? The other disciples in the temple spoke of the venerable elder as a formidable foundation-building expert. Acquiring knowledge of the cultivation world from such a master could only serve to benefit him greatly. However, as they walked, the elder remained silent, guiding Han-mo to a majestic peak, half of which was shrouded in mist. Before reaching the summit, Han-mo leaned over to gaze down. Taking in the breathtaking view of the entire Baiyun Temple, it was truly magnificent. This must be the main peak of Baiyun Temple, typically reserved for those of the sect leader's stature. The disciples had referred to the elder as their ancestral master, indicating his esteemed status. At that moment, the elder suddenly spoke. Baiyun Temple comprises 49 peaks, each named after its respective master. The place we stand upon is known as Zhengyang Peak, and the world knows me as Zhengyang Taoist. I pay my respects to Senior Zhengyang. Han Mo replied. The Taoist waved his hand dismissively, seemingly indifferent to the title, and continued to lead Han Mo up the stone steps. I have 3 personal disciples, each excelling in different arts, one in spirit planting, another in alchemy, and the last in puppetry. I have noticed your keen interest in the girl named Miao Miao. Should you wish, you may choose one of these 3 peaks to become her disciple. Upon hearing this, Han Mo was taken aback, realizing that the elder was essentially offering Miao Miao the opportunity to choose her own path in life. With Zhengyang Taoist's guidance, he felt significantly reassured. At the very least, should Miao Miao encounter difficulties in her cultivation, the Taoist would not turn a blind eye. Furthermore, the personal disciples mentioned by the Taoist were undoubtedly extraordinary individuals. Such immense kindness and generosity from you, esteemed elder, I truly do not know how to repay. Han Mo expressed. Repayment is unnecessary. Consider it a favor returned to me on behalf of my unambitious disciple. Had it not been for you, that disciple might still be lost in confusion to this day. Han Mo remained silent, fully aware that the disciple referred to by the Taoist Zhengyang was none other than the wealthy Li. However, in his memory, Li had long been a resident of Pingyang village, where he was esteemed as a benevolent figure. Yet, this seemingly virtuous man was deemed a disappointment in the eyes of Taoist Zhengyang. What, then, constitutes a person of merit and achievement? The standards of the Immortal are indeed stringent. Time passed unmeasured until Taoist Zhengyang abruptly halted, and Han Mo realized he had arrived before a grand edifice, the Zhengyang Hall. Within, a chessboard was laid out, depicting a critical endgame. The pieces, black and white, were meticulously placed. The white pieces exhibited a calm and calculated strategy, while the black pieces radiated an ominous energy, revealing an aggressive inclination. Strangely, despite this, the white pieces maintained a firm grip, encircling the black ones, leaving no sign of hope for escape. Were this situation presented to young Han, how would he maneuver to break the stalemate? Han Mo found himself unable to comprehend the intricacies of the chessboard, yet it seemed as though he could perceive 2 silhouettes continually placing their pieces upon it. Noticing Han Mo's silence, the Taoist Zhengyang appeared to have an epiphany and inquired, Young friend Han, are you skilled in the art of chess? Would you care to engage in a match with this old man? Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment crossed Han Mo's features as he replied, I have not had the privilege of learning, but should you not mind, I would like to return home, study diligently by candlelight, and once I have mastered it, I shall gladly challenge you to a game. A light chuckle escaped Taoist Zhengyang's lips as he extended his palm, revealing a chess manual placed before Han Mo. Of course. Let us set a time for your return. When the appointed hour arrives, you shall come back to play a match with me. Very well. I kindly ask you to propose a time, Han Mo responded eagerly. After a moment of contemplation, Taoist Zhengyang slowly articulated. I am currently at the 4th level of foundation establishment, and it seems my cultivation will not advance further in this lifetime. With a remaining span of little over 100 years, shall we agree upon a date a century hence? A century? Han Mo was suddenly taken aback, for he understood that the lifespan of cultivators far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. However, this was intricately linked to their cultivation level. The higher the cultivation, the longer the lifespan. Yet, with his mere pseudo-spiritual root, should his cultivation progress at a sluggish pace, he would only live an additional 10 or 20 years beyond the average person. Would he even reach the age of 100? Han Mo felt a sense of uncertainty within. However, having made a solemn promise moments ago, he resolved to adhere to it, even if it meant pushing through with determination. He accepted the game manual. Very well, I shall certainly arrive on this day a century hence. The Taoist Zhengyang refrained from uttering further words, merely handing Han Mo a map marked with the locations of various peaks. Han Mo immediately comprehended the implications of the Taoist gesture, placed the game manual into his storage ring, and then departed from Zhengyang Peak. Han Mo approached the base of Zhengyang Peak and glanced at the location marked on the map. The closest peak was Danyang Peak, and he decided to venture there first. Approximately half an hour later, Han Mo caught sight of a plume of smoke rising from the summit. At the foot of the mountain, he noticed a familiar figure. The figure was holding an alchemical furnace, emptying the remnants of its contents onto the ground. Friend Chen, are you a disciple of Danyang Peak? Han Mo inquired. Aside from Brother Zhang, Chen Ming was the person he had interacted with the most. To his surprise, Chen Ming was indeed a disciple of Danyang Peak. Finally, You have arrived, Han Daoist. The ancestral master has already informed our master. He is currently awaiting you in the Danyang Hall, Shinming said, preparing to lead Han Mo up the peak. However, as they passed a pile of discarded remnants at the base of the mountain, Han Mo suddenly halted. His gaze fixed upon the discarded herbs, which still retained a hint of spiritual energy. Friend Shin, from what spiritual herbs were these remnants derived? Chun Ming's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. Our master instructed us to refine the Peiyuan pill, but it is exceedingly challenging. At least a second-tier alchemist is required for success. I have only just advanced to the second tier, and my control over the heat is still lacking, which has led to continuous failures. Han Mo fixed his gaze upon the remnants of spiritual essence left behind, pondering the success of the endeavor. Are these the residuals from the refining of the Peiyuan Dan, my friend Shin? Are they to be discarded? Chun Ming replied nonchalantly, indeed. They are merely the byproducts of the Peiyuan Dan, naturally regarded as refuse. However, Han Mo was filled with excitement. What was deemed waste here was, in the mundane world, a treasure beyond price. These residues were the spiritual herbs used in the concoction of the Peiyuan Dan. If he were to take them back for study, he might even replicate an improved version of the 5-element solid spirit pill. Although he had cultivated many medicinal herbs, their maturation required a lengthy period, and there would inevitably come a day when sustenance would become arduous. Yet, with these remnants, perhaps he could save himself considerable time. Chin, may I take these residues with me? Upon hearing this, Chin Ming was taken aback. They were merely refuse. What use could Han have for them? Nevertheless, if Han desired them, he could take them all. Han Mo, without hesitation, collected the 2 towering heaps of waste into his spatial ring. Are there more in Danyang Peak? I want them all. Chun Ming gestured. There is plenty more. Much is yet to be cleared. Please, follow me. The task of transporting these remnants was indeed laborious, and regrettably, the servant disciples had yet to be assigned to clean up, leaving them to undertake such tasks. Fortunately, with Han Mo's assistance, Chin Ming found himself considerably relieved. As they approached the entrance of Danyang Peak, a rich and enchanting aroma enveloped Han Mo, invigorating his senses. Is this the famed aroma of elixirs spoken of in books? Just the fragrance alone makes me feel the spiritual energy beginning to swell. Imagine consuming a genuine Peiyuan Dan. In his heart, Han Mo contemplated, yet he did not dare to indulge excessively as he followed Chin Ming into the alchemy hall. Brother Han, here it is. These are all essence-nourishing pills. Please take them all. Shortly, I will escort you to meet our master. Before long, Han Mo had collected all the remnants of herbs from the entire alchemy hall and promptly followed Chun Ming to the Danyang Hall. Upon entering the Danyang Hall, they found Daoist Dan Young engrossed in his alchemical endeavors, and the two did not dare to interrupt. After more than half an hour, as Daoist Dan Young unveiled the alchemical furnace, an intense fragrance of elixirs instantly filled the entire Danyang Hall. Han Mo felt as though he had plunged into a pool brimming with spiritual essence, eagerly inhaling the aroma with greedy gulps. Master, I have brought Brother Han. Chapter 71. A Visit, Gifts from the Two Peak Masters. Daoist Dan Young opened his palm, and 5 pills soared out from the furnace. Daoist Zheng Yang nodded in satisfaction, and suddenly tossed one of the pills, which gracefully floated towards Han Mo. Young friend Han. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Might you take a look at this elixir? Han Mo did not reach out to catch it. Instead, he attentively sensed the aura emanating from the elixir. As the fragrant essence enveloped him, he felt the blood within his body begin to simmer. His mind commenced a search for knowledge pertaining to the medicinal pill before him. This particular elixir possessed the ability to invigorate physical capabilities and enhance vitality, promising a temporary boost in strength. However, despite his diligent search, Han Mo could not recall the true name of this elixir within his memory. Only the term anger pill surfaced, yet a significant disparity existed between the two. After a moment, Han Mo let out a sigh, acknowledging his inadequacy in the art of alchemy, thus disappointing Master Dan Yang. Master Dan Yang offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. His gaze, laden with meaning, turned once more toward Han Mo. What do you think, my friend Han? How would you feel about having your younger sister join my esteemed sect? Han Mo was taken aback. He had merely come to observe, never anticipating that the esteemed Danyang Daoist would proactively make a suggestion, as if Miao Miao had become a coveted prodigy. Nevertheless, it is imperative to honor Miao Miao's choice. Esteemed elder, one must not impose. I cannot make choices on behalf of Miao Miao. Perhaps it is best to leave the decision in her hands? Ha ha ha, you clever young lad. The Danyang Daoist laughed heartily. Very well, I shall not press you further. Upon your return, kindly relay my message to the child. I shall await her here at Danong Peak. Go now. My senior brothers and sisters are all at their respective main peaks, anticipating your arrival. Han Mo cupped his hands in salute, poised to depart, when suddenly a thought struck him, prompting him to turn back. Do you have any further inquiries, my young friend? Han Mo nodded and retrieved some medicinal residues from his storage ring. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, Senior, I have a humble request. There is no need to elaborate. I am already aware of your thoughts, the Taoist of Danyang interjected, gesturing for Han Mo to cease. He continued, If you truly require it, I shall provide you with the medicinal residues from Danong Peak each year. You need only leave behind a storage ring, and I will inscribe the usage instructions upon it. However, should you desire superior elixirs, you must procure them with spirit stones, and you will need to visit Lingji Peak for that. My disciples here at Danyang Peak are no exception and will be treated the same. Upon hearing this, Han Mo was overwhelmed with excitement and felt immense gratitude towards the Taoist of Danong. Thank you, Senior. Your kindness and generosity will not be forgotten. Should you ever require my assistance, I shall respond without hesitation. After departing from Danyang Peak, Han Mo consulted a map to ascertain his next destination, Lingji Peak. Approximately an hour later, as the sky began to darken, he arrived at the foot of Lingji Peak. The moment he stood there, he was nearly swept off his feet by the rich aura of spiritual energy that enveloped him, leaving him profoundly astonished. The spiritual energy at Lingji Peak was even denser than that at Baiyun Temple. Truly, it was a place abundant with spiritual herbs. Every flower, blade of grass, and tree seemed to nurture the essence of heaven and earth, and to take away even a single item would be to acquire a treasure beyond measure. Han Mo took a deep breath and then stepped onto the Spirit Herb Peak. Throughout his journey, he had not encountered any disciples coming in or out. The entire Spirit Herb Peak was eerily quiet, leading Han Mo to question whether he had taken a wrong turn. After a considerable period, he arrived at a field of spiritual herbs, where he finally spotted a cultivator clad in a straw coat diligently tending to each individual spirit herb with meticulous care. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that every section of the field was filled with a particular type of spirit herb, leaving Han Mo awestruck. In the mundane world, one might traverse countless mountains and rivers to find just a few rare specimens, yet within the confines of a celestial sect, spirit herbs were as abundant as grains of rice scattered across the land. This realization ignited a fervent desire within Han Mo to join the celestial sect, envisioning a future where he could possess an inexhaustible supply of 5-element solid spirit pills. However, he recalled the words of Danyang Taoist, who had mentioned that spirit herbs required the purchase of spirit stones, and he possessed only a single spirit stone, acquired from the world of the celestial tower, which he had been reluctant to use. With his finances in a precarious state, how could he procure more spirit herbs? Moreover, he still had a significant amount of money in the mundane world. Although the efficacy of traditional medicine was somewhat inferior, this sum could sustain him for a considerable time. Han Mo cast aside his distractions and stepped into the spiritual field. There, he observed the edges of the field piled with spirit herbs that were on the verge of losing their vitality. The disciples within the field, upon seeing Han Mo, were momentarily filled with curiosity, mistakenly believing him to be a menial disciple sent from the servant's peak. Junior brother, swiftly dispose of these lifeless spirit herbs. We must not delay the harvest of the next batch. Upon hearing this, Han Mo was taken aback. Such good fortune exists? Although these spiritual herbs had lost their vitality, they still emitted fluctuations of spiritual energy. To simply discard them? What an incredible waste! Han Mo swiftly collected all the spiritual herbs from the edge of the spiritual field into his storage ring, intending to cultivate them in the Immortal Tower world, hoping to salvage something. The disciples from the Servant's Peak were impressively efficient this time, quite commendable. Ha ha ha. It seems that the Servant's Peak must have recruited quite a number of disciples this time. While the crowd engaged in casual conversation, a graceful figure suddenly soared from the distance. Clad in a flowing azure gown, her trailing ribbons fluttering like a celestial being, the woman landed beside the spiritual field, hands placed on her hips, and then raised her delicate finger to sweep across the gathering. What are you all chatting about? The disciples from Danyang Peak have arrived. Do hurry and prepare the spiritual herbs to send over, lest we delay the refining of the Blood Fury pill. Understood, Master Peak. The disciples in the spiritual field, upon seeing her, quickly crouched down to continue harvesting the mature spiritual herbs. At that moment, the woman turned to Han Mo and inquired, Are you the Han Mo summoned by my master? I have heard of you. Junior pays his respects to the Ling Shou Taoist. Han Mo replied respectfully with a nod. Very well, let Han Miao Miao come directly to my spiritual plant peak, and I shall overlook your private gathering of spiritual herbs. Upon hearing this, Han Mo's expression swiftly changed. He promptly laid out all the spiritual herbs he had previously taken. If compelled to make a choice, it would be best for the younger generation to return these herbs. For it was indeed a transgression to have taken them without permission. I beg your pardon for the disturbance. I shall take my leave. Noticing the unwavering determination in Han Mo's gaze and the decisiveness of his actions, the spirit plant Taoist was momentarily taken aback. It is human nature to harbor greed, especially in the realm of cultivation. This individual was willing to relinquish these spiritual herbs for the sake of a girl with no blood ties. Even though they had lost their vitality, remnants of their spiritual essence still lingered. If one were to seek out adept alchemists, it could yield inferior pills, which would greatly benefit one's cultivation. Wait, the spirit plant Taoist called out to Han Mo, her brows slightly furrowed. Why are you so stubborn? Akin to the brothers from Puppet Peak? I was merely jesting, yet you took it to heart. She sighed, realizing that further words would fall on deaf ears. Much like that lifeless puppet. Regardless, these spiritual herbs hold no value for me at the Spirit Plant Peak or Danyang Peak, so you may take them. Inform Han Miao Miao that if she cherishes her sister, she should come directly to the Spirit Plant Peak. With that, the Spirit Plant Taoist waved her sleeve. A gust of fragrant wind enveloping Han Mo, and by the time he glanced back, she had already soared away. Han Mo shook his head with a smile, once again gathering the spirit herbs from the ground before turning to leave. The day was drawing to a close, and it seemed unlikely that he could reach Puppet Peak now. At the foot of Spirit Herb Peak, Han Mo glanced at the map, realizing that Puppet Peak was situated at the edge of White Cloud Temple. At his current pace, it would take him 2 to 3 hours to arrive, by which time it would be far too late. Moreover, the very name Puppet Peak did not bode well. It was unlikely that a girl like Miao Miao would be fond of such a place. With this thought in mind, Han Mo put away the map and turned to walk towards the outer area of the 49 peaks, where all disciples yet to be initiated were arranged to wait. Only after their initiation could they ascend to their respective peaks. Half an hour later, Han Mo returned to his residence. Finding Han Miao Miao already fast asleep with her head resting on the table, Han Mo shook his head in resignation, draping his robe over Han Miao Miao. At that moment, Han Miao Miao awakened, her eyes instantly filled with tears. Brother, can I still cultivate now? Does it mean I will never descend the mountain and will be unable to see you again? Why do you think like this? Han Mo inquired. Han Miao Miao wept softly. Today, the old Immortal came to find me. He said that once one embarks on the path of immortality, the mortal and immortal realms will be eternally separated. Brother, I do not wish to cultivate any longer. I do not wish to become an immortal. I do not want to be forever parted from you. Han Miao Miao wept ever more sorrowfully, leaving Han Mo utterly at a loss, uncertain of how to console her. He longed to whisk Miao Miao away, to forsake the path of immortality, and wait a few years until she could marry, living a tranquil life in this world. Yet, the words of Xinjiang Taoist echoed in his mind. No matter how intentionally he might try to obstruct it, one day, fate would inevitably arrive, leading Miao Miao unwittingly into the realm of immortals. Rather than endure the torment of waiting, it would be wiser to allow Miao Miao to embrace the natural course of destiny, empowering her to safeguard herself in the future. Miao Miao, do you not remember? Your brother is not an ordinary man. He too is an immortal. Though you cannot descend the mountain, your brother can certainly come to the Bayan Temple. Upon hearing this, Han Miao Miao ceased her tears, gazing up at Han Mo with glistening eyes. Is that true? Han Mo nodded, affirming that his brother spoke the truth. Miao Miao, do you still remember the stone I gave you? Of course, I have kept it with me at all times. Han Miao Miao retrieved a stone, no larger than her pinky finger, from the bag slung over her shoulder, its surface chilling to the touch. Her brother had assured her that as long as the stone blossomed and her heart yearned to see him, he would return. Yet, after all these years, the stone had shown no signs of sprouting. How could it ever bloom? Surely, if it could, her brother would never deceive her. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from outside, instantly heightening Han Mo's vigilance. He instinctively grasped the Qinglian sword. However, he quickly reconsidered. This was the Bayan Temple. How could there be any danger? Even if peril loomed, it would merely be an ambush from the Xianjin sect, who would never initiate a conflict lightly, let alone infiltrate the Bayan Temple under the cover of night. Han Mo sheathed the blue lotus sword and stepped outside, only to encounter a bearded man whose eyes were ablaze with fury. Are you not a disciple of the Bayan Temple? You young rascal, you have kept this old man waiting for quite some time. My master foretold your arrival at Puppet Peak, and I have waited for several hours, yet even at the stroke of midnight, You have not appeared. The man's face betrayed no emotion, yet his tone was laced with intense anger. Hanemo suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. It turned out to be the unintentional Taoist. And the younger generation had not acted with malice, but rather, due to the lateness of the hour, they were compelled to forego a visit to Puppet Peak. The unintentional Taoist let out a cold snort and was about to speak when Han Miao Miao suddenly pointed at him and exclaimed, "A puppet. Brother, he is a puppet." Chapter 72. The Three Taoists Compete. A puppet? Hanemo furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze fixed intently upon the heartless Taoist, suddenly realizing that the Taoist's eyes were hollow, devoid of any expression, and lacking the vitality characteristic of a living being. Was this the puppet crafted by the heartless Taoist on Puppet Peak? This revelation compelled Hanemo to glance at Han Miao Miao. How had Miao Miao, who had yet to embark on her cultivation journey, discerned this so swiftly? Recognizing that the heartless Taoist was not a genuine person, the puppet of the heartless Taoist suddenly erupted in laughter, a grin that was more masked than mirth. "Oh, what a remarkably astute young girl. She has perceived my false guise at a mere glance. Surely she could surpass me in the art of puppetry. Little girl, would you care to join me at Puppet Peak? I shall personally guide your cultivation." The heartless Taoist puppet extended an invitation, while Hanemo found himself in a quandary. Just as he was about to inquire about Puppet Peak, two familiar presences suddenly manifested above him. "Hey, you lifeless puppet, you violated the rules. Brother, this is not right at all." As Hanemo fixed his gaze, he recognized the figures of the Danyang Taoist and the Lingxiu Taoist, both of whom had taken the initiative to intervene. Among all those who had awakened their spiritual roots, Miao Miao was not the most exceptional. In fact, she possessed merely a singular spiritual root, while Lu Hanwei, lacking even a terrestrial spiritual root, did not enjoy the same favor from the Peak Master. It seemed that he had inadvertently incurred a significant favor from the Baiyin Temple, yet he was merely a pseudo-spiritual root, a hybrid of 5 elemental spiritual roots. What leverage did he have to owe a favor to the Baiyin Temple? Hanemo was perplexed by the reasons behind the situation. "Dead puppet," he exclaimed. "Did not our master instruct us to compete fairly among the three of us? Your unsolicited approach seems to disregard the master's admonitions." The expressionless face of the heartless Taoist puppet conveyed a tone of mockery. "Junior brothers and sisters, between your two peaks. The bonds of righteousness only leave our Puppet Peak in solitude. Shouldn't you yield to your senior brother? Spare me this rhetoric, dead puppet. We can negotiate on other matters." "But this is non-negotiable," Hanemo retorted. "You need not look at me, for I share the same sentiment." Danyang Taoist maintained a knowing smile throughout the exchange. The trio found themselves embroiled in a spirited debate, yet their demeanor remained lighthearted, devoid of any hint of conflict. At that moment, Hanemo interjected, "Wait. Shouldn't you first inquire about Miao Miao's willingness?" The three paused, suddenly realizing the oversight, and promptly adjusted their gazes towards Han Miao. "Little sister. I am the charming and gentle older sister next door. Follow me, and I shall personally guide your cultivation." The heartless Taoist puppet interrupted, "Spare the seduction. She is but a child, and a girl at that. Miao Miao, I can bestow upon you a yuan cultivation pill each month at no cost, allowing you to surpass everyone in cultivation. I assure you, I can help you reach the foundation establishment stage. Enough with the empty bravado. Overdosing on pills can be fatal. And as for your master, she has yet to agree to this." The two immediately turned to the heartless Taoist puppet, their expressions filled with discontent. "Then you take the lead." The heartless Taoist puppet stepped forward, addressing the young girl. "My mastery of puppet techniques has reached its zenith, resembling that of a true human. Others cannot discern the difference, and I possess 60% of my true self-strength. Once your cultivation advances, you shall command a formidable team, invincible and unassailable. The puppet techniques require no medicinal accumulation, no spiritual herbs for nurturing, and certainly no financial expenditure. All puppets can be crafted by your own hands." Hearing these words from the heartless Taoist puppet, Danyang Taoist and Lingxiu Taoist exchanged anxious glances. "Brother, what should I do?" At that moment, Han Miao Miao found herself at a loss regarding her choice, thus seeking assistance from Hanemo, who stood nearby. Hanemo softly remarked, "Do you still remember what I once told you? You are the one who must make decisions regarding your own life. It is this way now, and it shall remain so in the future. Choose what you love, and pursue it. No one will hold it against you." Han Miao Miao weakly nodded, then turned her gaze towards the three individuals, her expression tense. "Big sister, you are very beautiful. But my brother says that beauty is of no use and cannot be eaten. I fear starvation. If it weren't for my brother, I would have perished from hunger when I was very little." She added, "I will take your compliment as praise for my sister." Lingshu Daoist took a deep breath, forcing a strained smile as she tried to calm herself. However, her gaze drifted to Han Emo, who felt an inexplicable chill, pondering how the summer day had suddenly turned cold. Then, Han Miao Miao looked towards the Danyang Daoist and inquired, "Old Grandpa, what is a medicinal pill?" Uft. Ha ha. Junior brother, old grandpa. Ha ha. Lingshu Daoist couldn't contain her laughter, while Danyang Daoist wore a grim expression. Despite their similar ages, both being in their 70s or 80s. Being called sister and old grandpa was somewhat difficult for him to accept, leaving him momentarily at a loss to respond to Han Miao Miao's question. He could only wave his hand in resignation, saying, "Forget it, I shall not contend for it. I cannot win against my senior sister anyway. Senior brother, do not hold on to such thoughts. You cannot outshine senior sister either." Although Han Miao Miao had not explicitly agreed with her senior sister, she had not outright rejected her either, indicating there remained a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, her senior brother, Wuxing Daoist, was rather uncouth and unrefined, hardly someone who could attract affection, especially from a young girl. Thus, senior sister had a far greater advantage. "Old uncle, you mentioned that puppets can behave like real people. Is that true?" Danyang Daoist fell silent, feeling somewhat taken aback at being called old grandpa while his younger peers were referred to as young. Wuxing Daoist puppet nodded vigorously, "Indeed. Behold, this is my puppet. Is it not lifelike?" As he spoke, the puppet demonstrated its limbs to prove its authenticity. However, Han Miao Miao did not observe the puppet's movements. Instead, she turned to Han Emo brother. "I wish to go to the old grandpa." "What?" Lingshu Daoist and Danyang Daoist exclaimed in disbelief, and even Han Emo was taken aback. He had considered numerous factors. Yet the puppet peak had never crossed his mind, and now Miao Miao had chosen to join willingly. Upon hearing Han Miao Miao's choice, Wuxing Daoist's puppet was overjoyed. It strode confidently before Danyang Daoist and Lingshu Daoist, exuding an air of arrogance as if to proclaim its triumph. "Excellent choice. Truly. My little disciple has made the best decision. Junior brother, junior sister, my disciple has made the finest choice, has she not?" The two exchanged exasperated glances at Wuxing Daoist's puppet before soaring away. The puppet laughed heartily, approaching Han Emo and extending its palm, revealing 3 wooden figures that landed before him. "Little one, these are puppet wooden figures with the cultivation level of Qi refining stage 3. In times of danger, you can unleash the puppets to combat, but remember, they can only be used 3 times. Gazing at the puppet of the heartless Taoist, Han Emo felt a twinge of perplexity. Why had his esteemed predecessor bestowed this upon him? The puppet of the heartless Taoist chuckled heartily. "Having promised to take this young girl as my disciple, it is only fitting that I do not allow you to depart empty-handed. If anything were to befall you, how would I explain it to her?" He continued, "Enough of this idle chatter. The time for my puppet is drawing near." With that, the puppet turned to Han Miao Miao. "Dear disciple, take the time to reminisce with your brother. I shall personally come to fetch you tomorrow." No sooner had the words left his lips than the puppet's form began to undergo a transformation, vanishing before their eyes and morphing into a small wooden figure upon the ground. Han Miao Miao picked up the small wooden figure and held it in her hand. That evening, the two conversed until the late hours of the night. Ultimately, Han Miao Miao succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep, while Han Emo did not remain idle. He directed his consciousness into the realm of the Celestial Tower. However, upon entering, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Beneath the copper doors of the Celestial Tower, a faint glow emanated, leading Han Emo to believe that the tower had undergone another transformation. He hurried forward, only to discover that the source of the light was, in fact, spirit stones. To his astonishment, there were 15 spirit stones. The spiritual energy within them was extraordinarily abundant, filling Han Emo with elation. He had initially thought that the previous spirit stones were merely remnants inadvertently overlooked, but to his amazement, it appeared that the Celestial Tower had generated these spirit stones on its own. Considering the passage of time, it had been over a month since he last entered the tower, and in that time, it had produced 15 stones, more than sufficient for his cultivation. This development thrilled Han Emo, and he swiftly collected all the spirit stones into his storage ring. Subsequently, he scrutinized the Celestial Tower with great care. Yet, after several thorough inspections, he found no anomalies. Han Emo was somewhat perplexed about when the Celestial Tower began to sprout spirit stones. It seemed that after his initial departure from the Demon Spirit Mountain, the Celestial Tower commenced its healing process, no longer requiring the binding of the Gu rope. Subsequently, after extended intervals, transformations would occur. Han Emo speculated that the Xian Tower inadvertently absorbed something while drawing in spiritual energy from the mind cave of the Demon Spirit Mountain. This exhilarating thought left Han Mo in a state of restless excitement. With a heart full of anticipation, he removed the hoe from the copper door and planted all the spiritual herbs he had acquired that day. Although these herbs had lost their vitality, they still possessed spiritual energy. Han Mo hoped that the skin tower could facilitate the maturation of crops even in winter and perhaps even hasten their growth. He fervently wished the tower could also revive the lifeless herbs. Even if only a few were to survive, it would suffice. 2 hours later, Han Mo had filled 10 acres with the spiritual herbs he had gathered, and he gazed at the Sien Tower, silently offering his prayers. The following day, the unconcerned Taoist arrived early at the wooden cottage. After a tearful farewell from Han Miao Miao, the unconcerned Taoist took her away, leaving Han Mo once again alone. It was time to depart from Baiyun Temple, but before he left, he felt it necessary to take one last look at Gu Yishuan, the child. Gu Yishuan had chosen to remain and study martial arts. According to the rules of Baiyun Temple, those who pursued martial arts could only reside on the servant's peak, and they must serve as disciples for 5 full years before they could begin their martial training. One could only wonder if Gu Yishuan, who had grown up in a wealthy family, would be able to endure hardship. Han Mo swiftly arrived at the servant's peak, and from a distance, he observed Gu Yishuan clad in the garb of a servant disciple, diligently chopping wood in the courtyard and neatly stacking the firewood beside him. Upon noticing Han Mo's arrival, Gu Yishuan wiped the sweat from his brow and excitedly ran over. "Master, you haven't left yet." "Indeed, I came to see you," Han Mo nodded and then solemnly inquired. "Yishuan, have you made up your mind? Are you truly willing to stay and endure the arduous life of a servant disciple for 5 years? If you wish to reconsider, I can intercede on your behalf and take you back to Jincheng." Gu Yishuan glanced at his blistered hands, then looked up with unwavering determination in his eyes. "Master, I have made up my mind. I want to stay here to learn martial arts, to fight bravely on the battlefield in the future, accumulate merit, and return in triumph." "Very well. I respect your choice. Those who remain at Baiyun Temple to study martial arts must endure 5 years as servants, 10 years to establish their foundation, and 5 years to solidify their skills. 20 years from now, I will personally come to retrieve you, and at that time, you may make your decision." Gu Yishuan took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. "Master, farewell, and may you have a safe journey." Chapter 73, Eliminate Them. After departing from Baiyun Temple, Han Mo declined the offer of a carriage from the temple. The children had long been returned to Jincheng by Baiyun Temple, and he bore no burdens. If he exerted himself fully, his speed would rival, if not surpass, that of a carriage. After a 10-day journey, Han Mo finally returned to Jincheng, where the entire populace came out to welcome him. This time, Han Mo had nurtured 3 promising talents for Jincheng. When those 3 children returned, Jincheng would have a celestial being to guard it, thus deterring the barbaric tribes and foreign factions from daring to assault the city. However, Lu Zheng's expression was somewhat complex. The little girl he had painstakingly raised for many years had silently remained at Baiyun Temple. Though it was a good thing, he could not help but feel a sense of loss. Nevertheless, everything must return to its proper course. Reports from the eastern troops indicated that the Sea Tribe seemed to be making moves, which compelled Lu Zheng to adopt a cautious stance. Should the Sea Tribe catch them off guard, Jincheng would undoubtedly suffer another catastrophe. "Mr. Han, not long ago, someone from the Xianjian sect ventured to the Demon Spirit Mountain." At this news, Han Mo's expression grew serious, for the Demon Spirit Mountain was home to many precious medicinal herbs, which were of utmost importance to him. Why had the Xianjian sect suddenly decided to visit the Demon Spirit Mountain? Hadn't the spiritual mines there been depleted 6 years ago? Could it be that they were after those medicinal herbs? After all, some rare herbs had aged enough to emanate a faint aura. However, it appeared they had gleaned no rewards as they departed the Demon Spirit Mountain on the 3rd day. Lu Zheng continued to elaborate. Han Mo remained silent, his mind racing with the potential upheavals that might arise. If, as Lu Zheng suggested, he were to return empty-handed, perhaps it would not be so dire after all. Moreover, in the eyes of the Immortals, the mundane herbs held no significance. Even a plant imbued with a faint aura could not compare to a withered spiritual herb. "Very well. I am aware of this. But are there other matters at hand?" Noting that Lu Zheng had not taken his leave, Han Mo surmised there was more to convey. Lu Zheng nodded, then retrieved a scroll from his sleeve. "Mr. Han, this is a list sent by the Gu family. I believe it is imperative for you to return to Tianyang City." "How so?" Han Mo furrowed his brow as he accepted the list. According to the document, numerous citizens from Tianyang City had vanished without a trace, including many from Pingyang Village. Knowing that Pingyang was Mr. Han's homeland, I have kept a watchful eye for some time. Lu Zhang hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge more to Han Mo. With a gesture, Han Mo urged him to proceed. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhang continued. The Xianjian sect is also involved in this matter. Disappearances began over a month ago, no, to be precise. They commenced 3 months prior, but it was only this month that they began to attract attention. Notably, each disappearance occurred in places where disciples of the Xianjian sect were present. Lu Zhang refrained from elaborating further, feeling he had already communicated enough. His initial reluctance stemmed from the peculiar relationship between the Xianjian sect and Han Mo. After a moment, Han Mo perused the list, discovering that most names belonged to tenant families from Pingyang village, including the household that had previously gifted grain. Their grandson, Dinyo, had also vanished. What of Jingzhou City? Have there been any disappearances there? Lu Zhang shook his head. I have warned everyone to remain within the city, particularly at night. However, he gestured to the list. After a brief glance, Han Mo's expression grew grave. There were still individuals reported missing. Just as Han Mo was about to speak, he suddenly raised his head, casting a fierce glance toward the direction of Yaling Mountain, a shadow of foreboding crossing his features. Something has transpired at Yaling Mountain. You must return. With that, Han Mo dashed out of the wooden hut, heading directly toward Yaling Mountain. Soon, he arrived at the area where herbs were cultivated. And from a distance, he spotted 3 figures. Dressed in Taoist robes and unarmed, they were accompanied by a spiritual beast, clearly not ordinary individuals. Moreover, the robes bore a familiarity that unsettled Han Mo. The spiritual beast crouched low, its nose pressed to the ground, as if searching for something. Before long, it led the trio into the herb cultivation area, where their eyes lit up with delight upon spotting the abundant herbs. We found it, one exclaimed, while the others hurried forward, marveling at the scattered herbs. What a remarkable feat! To cultivate mundane herbs to such a degree, their aura rivals that of first-grade spiritual herbs. This is indeed an unexpected boon. Consuming these spiritually enriched mundane items will surely enhance my thunderstorm beast strength. One of them patted the head of the spiritual beast. Pointing ahead, Wind Thunder Beast, go forth, all of this is yours. Upon receiving the command, the beast let out a low growl, preparing to charge into the medicinal herbs. At that moment, Han Mo dashed forward to intercept the Wind Thunder Beast. Halt. Take another step forward, and you shall not find me merciful. The sudden appearance of Han Mo caused the Wind Thunder Beast to pause, lifting its head with fierce eyes fixated upon him, a hint of anger evident in its gaze. The 3 individuals, surprised to encounter another practitioner in this remote mountainous region, exchanged glances. My friend, we discovered these items first, naturally. They belong to us by right of first claim. Your actions seem somewhat inappropriate, do they not? These are all crops of my own cultivation. When did they become mere spoils for your claim of priority? Han Mo, emboldened by his confidence, noted that the individuals around him did not mask their auras. All were at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, just as he was. Furthermore, he bore a puppet of the 3rd level of Qi refinement. What was there to fear? These precious herbs had been painstakingly sought after and nurtured for 3 years to achieve such growth, and now they were to be offered to a mere beast? How could Han Mo acquiesce to such a fate? The 3 men frowned, clearly skeptical of Han Mo's claims. Would a distinguished cultivator willingly degrade himself to the status of a rustic laborer, toiling day in and day out on this parched earth? Fellow cultivator, please step aside. We have already shown you due respect. Should you continue to obstruct us, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. This thunder beast is not one to be trifled with. One of the man's companions opened his palm, summoning a talisman. Upon seeing the talisman, Han Mo's pupils constricted. He recognized it from the battle against the southern barbarians years ago, when the one mounted on a skybound beast employed this very talisman to instantly slay General Tiger. Moreover, it was this type of talisman that could control avian and beast alike. Han Mo carefully recalled that the other party seemed to belong to a celestial sect. The Beast Taming Gate. The individuals before him were indeed disciples of the Beast Taming Gate. Han Mo secretly summoned his spiritual power, refusing to relinquish the precious treasure he had painstakingly nurtured for 3 years. How could he allow it to be squandered by others? Humph, utterly unaware of their impending doom. Thunderstorm Beast, this individual shall be your dinner. With a fierce roar, the Thunderstorm Beast lunged at Han Mo, although the beast was more than twice his size. A flicker of apprehension crossed Han Mo's eyes. Nonetheless, he struck out with a decisive palm. Bang! Han Mo was struck violently, sending the Wind Thunder Beast flying, which lay on the ground, blood oozing from its mouth, teetering on the brink of death. How daring! You have grievously injured my contract, Spirit Beast, roared the man, brandishing a talisman as he charged forth. Han Mo, wary of the threat, promptly summoned the Qinglian sword. the haunting memory of General Hu being reduced to cinders flickering in his mind. With a thunderous crash, Han Emo felt a tremendous force surge through the Qinglian sword, propelling him back several feet, and the sword was suddenly adorned with the talisman. In the next moment, the talisman ignited in a fierce blaze, causing Han Mo's expression to shift dramatically. "You dare to incinerate my treasured sword?" Clang! Han Emo flicked the Qinglian sword, and the burning talisman was enveloped in an icy aura, extinguishing the flames instantly, leaving the sword unscathed, not even a trace of soot remaining. The three observers were momentarily stunned. This talisman could incinerate even a first-tier Qi refinement cultivator, yet it was utterly ineffective against a mere sword. "Let us strike together," leaving him no chance. Exchanging glances, the trio summoned their spirit beasts, encircling Han Emo. "With our combined might, we are equivalent to third-tier Qi refinement cultivators, while you are merely at second tier. Surrender now." With a gust of wind at their feet, they charged at Han Emo, whose expression turned grave. He had no avenue for retreat. In that instant, he recalled the puppet wooden figure gifted by the unintentional Taoist. Without hesitation, he summoned the puppet, channeling his spiritual energy. In the next moment, a figure clad in black robes, its face obscured, materialized in the arena. With a mere wave of its hand, a fierce gale surged forth, producing 6 resounding thuds as the 3 men and their spirit beasts were sent crashing backward, shattering trees in their wake. Witnessing this, Han Mo's pupils constricted, astonished by the puppet's formidable power, and equally shocked by the combat prowess of the third-tier Qi refinement cultivators being so swiftly vanquished by just one strike. Coughing violently, the trio clutched their chests, spewing blood, while their spirit beasts suffered even worse, losing all vitality instantaneously. "Puppet, are you a disciple of the unintentional Taoist from Baiyun Temple? To craft a puppet of third-tier Qi refinement at merely second tier is intolerable. He must not be allowed to grow stronger. Let us attack as one. He must not survive." They gritted their teeth, standing once more, shattering their talismans. In an instant, their auras surged violently, murderous intent glimmering in their eyes, a chill emanating directly towards Han Emo. Sensing the impending threat, Han Emo felt no hesitation, issuing the command, "Eliminate them." In the next moment, the puppet flickered and appeared before one of the individuals, raising its hand to grasp the opponent's neck. With a sudden surge of strength, it twisted the neck, extinguishing the life within. The other two, witnessing this shocking turn of events, were taken aback, instinctively preparing to flee. However, Han Emo, wielding the Qinglian sword, advanced with reckless abandon and struck downwards. The man's expression shifted, and before he could comprehend the situation, he heard a scream from his fallen comrade. Turning around, he saw that his companion had already perished. Now left with only himself, he realized that failure to act would lead to his own demise today. "You have forced my hand," he snarled, his visage contorted with rage, veins bulging as his aura surged, breaking through the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Suddenly, seizing the opportunity while the opponent was distracted, Han Emo thrust the Qinglian sword forward with all his might, piercing through the man's chest and robbing him of all vitality. The man's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 74. The Beast Steals the Medicine. After dispatching this foe, Han Emo felt as though all his strength had been drained, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, his complexion pale. It had been perilously close. Had that individual broken through the 3rd layer of Qi refinement and gained control over the spirit beasts, the puppet would have perished today, and he too would have met his end. Fortunately, the opponent's distraction had granted him a fleeting opportunity. However, this strike had required him to channel all of his spiritual energy, and the previous battle had already drained him significantly. He now lacked the strength to rise. In that moment, a phrase uttered by his master, Yi, echoed in his mind. "Unless absolutely necessary, during any combat, exert 7 parts of your strength and reserve 3. Had it not been for the puppet, even a wild beast could have effortlessly slain Han Emo. He felt a twinge of relief. Certainly, he believed he had acted rightly. After all, it was a matter of life and death. One must not hold back when survival is at stake. Gather all the belongings from these individuals." Han Emo issued a command, and the puppet, devoid of any expression, approached the 3 corpses and gathered all their belongings. Subsequently, it presented these items to Han Emo. Among them were 3 storage rings, each containing a modest amount of low-grade spirit stones, along with several talismans whose functions remained a mystery to Han Emo. He was hesitant to employ them without a clearer understanding, believing it prudent to wait until he could ascertain their effects before daring to use them. Han Emo gathered all his belongings and then sat cross-legged on the ground to recuperate, even extravagantly taking out a spirit stone to assist in his recovery. The demon spirit mountain is fraught with peril. One must not be careless. With my cultivation at the second level of chi refinement, the spiritual energy stored within me can sustain only a quarter of an hour of combat at full capacity. This marks my first genuine battle against a practitioner of immortality, compelling Hanemo to reassess himself. The puppet can only be used 3 times, and I have already utilized it once. What shall I do next? Without the puppet, what means do I have to ensure my survival? Moving forward, I must exercise caution. It is best to remain in the shadows and never again expose myself in such a manner. Hanemo deepened his thoughts. After approximately half an hour, he had regained a measure of his strength and hastily rose to address the aftermath of the battle. With a swift gesture, he summoned a mist that coalesced above him, and the 3 corpses were rapidly encased in ice. Following that, Hanemo employed the technique of shattering mountain palm to obliterate the completely frozen bodies, burying them deep within the earth. This way, it is likely that no one will uncover the remains of these 3 individuals. Hanemo pondered. Yet he overlooked a crucial detail. Every cultivator who joins a celestial sect must leave behind a soul token within the sect. Should they meet their demise, the soul token will shatter, alerting the sect to their fate. Of course, this was knowledge that Hanemo would only acquire much later. After completing his tasks, Hanemo approached the carcass of the ordinary beast lying on the ground, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. The flesh of a common beast, when roasted, can satiate hunger. I wonder how the flesh of a spirit beast would taste? Driven by this intrigue, Hanemo stored the beast's body within his spatial ring. Once he ensured that no errors had occurred, he meticulously examined the herbal medicine in the field. Fortunately, there were no issues. Now, with a substantial amount of medicinal residue at his disposal, these herbs would sustain him for a while longer. Hanemo had previously contemplated the creation of the 5-element solid spirit pill by harvesting and refining precious herbs that nurtured the essence of heaven and earth. After all, these medicinal plants had been cultivated for over 3 years, boasting a lineage of at least 400 years, thus qualifying as rare and valuable traditional medicine. However, due to the considerable amount of herbal residue now present, he chose to temporarily abandon this endeavor. The herbs grown in the world of the Celestial Tower exhibited a growth rate far superior to that of ordinary medicinal plants, with 1 month's growth equating to a decade of conventional herbs. Nevertheless, he must remain vigilant in the future, ensuring that no one approaches them. Hanemo pondered, resolving to encircle the area with a fence, thereby signaling to others that the medicinal herbs here were claimed. Without hesitation, he ventured into the demonic spirit mountain to gather materials, while also searching for any medicinal herbs that might have been overlooked. Having resided in Jianzhou City for many years, Hanemo had become thoroughly acquainted with demonic spirit mountain, no longer at risk of losing his way as he had on his initial visit. After half an hour of exploration, he arrived at the opposite side of the mountain. According to Lu Zhang, descending from this side and traveling another 100 miles would lead him to the southern barbarians. In the past, the southern barbarians had crossed demonic spirit mountain to reach the central plains, renaming the area they occupied after Jianzhou City. However, those regions had long since become part of Jianzhou's domain. Yet, Hanemo could not help but wonder, were the southern barbarians truly devoid of intelligence? Did they not realize that demonic spirit mountain was a perilous area? Hanemo pondered to himself, realizing that it was futile to dwell further on the thoughts of others. Rather, it would be more prudent to reflect upon his own circumstances. With this resolution in mind, he sought out additional vines for binding and prepared to make his return. However, just as he had traversed 3 miles, he was suddenly startled by the roar of a wild beast. There were indeed beings present in the spirit demon mountain. A sudden shock coursed through Hanmo's heart as he hurriedly approached from the side to observe. Soon, from his concealed vantage point, he discerned numerous lethal traps laid within the dense thicket ahead. Within these snares, various creatures were ensnared. Some had been pierced through the abdomen, while others suffered grievous wounds to their skulls. The still-living beast emitted agonizing cries, writhing in torment. Before long, a small group of 5 approached. Their robust physiques bare from the waist up, wielding wooden clubs bound with blades. Upon spotting the creatures trapped in the snares, they exuberantly raised their hands and began to gesticulate, speaking in a tongue that Hanemo could not comprehend. They were, astonishingly, from the southern tribes. Hanemo was taken aback, but upon closer inspection, he discerned that these southern barbarians were somewhat distinct. They lacked specialized weaponry for combat, and the blades they wielded were quite dull, serving at most to render one unconscious. Hanemo speculated that these individuals were likely ordinary folk from the southern tribes, driven by ignorance and the necessity of survival to venture into the Spirit Beast Mountain for hunting. However, they seemed to have forgotten that this mountain was home to ferocious beasts. Even Hanemo, in his quest for materials, chose to steer clear of areas frequented by these creatures, apprehensive of an encounter. No. The very region where the 5 southern tribesmen resided was indeed the territory of these formidable beasts. Hanemo was taken aback, and in a moment of daze, he suddenly caught a glimpse of an incredibly swift figure darting past. Before he could comprehend the scene, the 5 southern barbarian citizens collapsed to the ground, with grotesque bloodied wounds grotesquely marring their necks. Hanmo's pupils constricted suddenly, reflecting his astonishment at the remarkable speed. Yet, before he could ponder further, the fleeting shadow abruptly came to a halt, crouching upon the corpse and gnawing on it. The sound of bones being crushed elicited an unsettling sensation. In no time, 5 bodies lay devoid of flesh, their bones carelessly discarded by the beast. Subsequently, the creature approached the trap, dismantled it, and liberated the ensnared beast. The freed creature quivered on the ground, too fearful to raise its gaze towards the predator. However, at that moment, the beast departed only to return shortly, clutching several roots in its grasp. Angelica, astragalus, and pine resin, my precious herbs. Upon recognizing the items in the creature's possession, Hanemo felt a pang of anguish. These were rare medicinal plants he had cultivated with great care, now plucked by this beast. Nevertheless, he was astonished. The distance from here to the herb garden was no less than 3 miles, yet the creature had made the round trip in less than a quarter of an hour. What intrigued Hanemo further was the precise quantity of herbs gathered. Neither too many nor too few, just enough for the injured beast to consume. At least it shows some conscience, not taking it all. Although anger simmered within him, Hanemo was acutely aware of his own limitations. Given the creature's extraordinary speed and formidable strength, coupled with his recent battle and incomplete recovery, he dared not confront the beast head-on. Moreover, even at full strength, he might not stand a chance against it. He resolved to enhance his power before seeking out this creature once more. Hanemo no longer lingered, promptly departing from the location and returning to the herbal field. Surrounding him were numerous chaotic footprints, undoubtedly left by the mystical beast. Additionally, there were 7 hand-excavated pits in the ground. After a thorough inspection, Hanemo finally exhaled in relief. All the herbs were of the lowest grade and had yet to cultivate the essence of heaven and earth. However, he was taken aback, pondering how certain mystical creatures possessed more sentience than some individuals. Had it been the 3 disciples of the beast tamer sect from earlier, they would have uprooted every herb without hesitation. Yet, Hanemo felt a sense of perplexity. Logically, mystical beasts are deemed as such because they have begun to absorb the essence of heaven and earth and possess sensitivity to spiritual energy. The fact that this beast did not target the herbs imbued with spiritual essence was indeed unexpected for Hanemo. Hanemo did not dwell on it further. He encircled the collected branches around the land, binding them securely with vines. After leaving a wooden door, he departed with a sense of satisfaction. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. Hanemo retrieved the corpses of the spirit beasts he had slain, only to find that ordinary blades could not pierce the beast's tough hides, nor could they even manage the hair. With a sense of helplessness, Hanemo summoned the Qinglian sword and, after half an hour of effort, successfully obtained a pristine spirit beast. He gathered firewood and, cutting off a thigh of the spirit beast, placed it over the flames. Soon, the delightful sizzle of fat melting filled the air, and the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted towards him, making it hard for Hanemo to resist. After more than an hour of labor, he finally savored his first taste of spirit beast meat in his life. It was incredibly tender and melted in his mouth. This was the most delectable meat he had ever tasted. Moreover, with each bite, he felt a significant surge of strength coursing through him. Even his vital energy seemed to warm up. After devouring the entire thigh, Hanemo felt an inexhaustible vigor welling up within him, rendering him unable to sleep. Thus, he ventured into the courtyard, practicing swordplay under the moonlight. Although he focused on the most fundamental sword techniques, he felt no fatigue. He poured all his energy into each movement. Throughout the night, he practiced his swordsmanship over 100 times. And only when he no longer felt exhilarated did he adjust his breathing and meditate, taking advantage of the serene morning ambience for cultivation. Unlike his earlier frantic pace, Hanemo had now mastered the crumbling mountain palm, and his grasp of the freezing technique was flawless, merely awaiting an elevation in his realm. Thus, he only needed to cultivate diligently and concoct elixirs, while any spare moments were spent exploring medicinal herb locations in the Yaoling Mountain. The daily consumption of spirit beast meat further enhanced his cultivation efforts. Time swiftly passed, and over half a year flew by. One day, Han Mo felt exceptionally invigorated and hastily consumed a 5-element solid spirit pill, subsequently utilizing spirit stones to attempt a breakthrough. Perhaps due to his ample preparation, Han Mo experienced little resistance and successfully broke through with ease. In the courtyard, a muffled thud resonated. As he expelled a breath of stale air and slowly opened his eyes, filled with surprise and excitement, he had reached the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Success. The remnants of the 5-element solid spirit pill had not yet been fully absorbed when he achieved this breakthrough, which filled Han Mo with elation. He settled down to absorb the entirety of the pill, drawing in the essence of the spirit stones until they were reduced to powder. He quickly checked his dantian, where a second drop of spirit liquid had already begun to coalesce. Next, he would strive toward reaching the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Han Mo murmured to himself, yet did not press for further immediate success. Han Mo constantly recalls the words of Zhongyang Daoren, who advised that in the pursuit of cultivation, one must avoid impatience. Haste leads to failure. It is essential to progress step by step, allowing for gradual refinement. Thus, the next endeavor is to wholly devote himself to the replication of the 5-element solid spirit pill. Han Mo swiftly arrived at the workshop, extracting the medicinal residues and commencing the refining process as per his previous methods. Over the past 3 months, he had made numerous attempts and discovered that these residues could indeed successfully replicate the 5-element solid spirit pill, yielding results superior to those of traditional Chinese medicine. Although the initial success rate was quite low, allowing him to manually craft only 10 pills at a time, his efficiency improved significantly over time. He had now produced over 100 5-element solid spirit pills from the residues. As for the pills obtained from the Xianxing Daoist, only 8 remained. Yet they were sufficient for his needs, ensuring his future self-sufficiency. Nevertheless, Han Mo conceived a notion to employ individuals to replicate the 5-element solid spirit pills. Using either residues or traditional herbs, ordinary people could perform this task, and they would not require spiritual stones from the cultivation realm as remuneration. Mere currency would suffice. Speaking of money, Han Mo was certainly not lacking in that regard. That day, he discreetly ventured to Jianzhou City, aware that the local populace was exceedingly enthusiastic, making it challenging to escape detection. Simultaneously, within the Jianzhou City mansion, Lu Zheng was engrossed in handling confidential reports from the front lines when Han Mo entered the room. Master Lu. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Zheng furrowed his brow, not lifting his gaze. It was only upon hearing the second call that he snapped back to attention. And upon seeing Han Mo, he hastily rose. Sir, it is you. Please, have a seat. Lu Zheng set aside the confidential documents to host Han Mo, then inquired. What brings you to my mansion so unexpectedly? Master Lu, I need your assistance in finding some individuals to come daily to the wooden house to refine pills. Rest assured, their compensation will not be lacking. Upon hearing Han Mo's request, Lu Zheng frowned in confusion. Sir, those pills are used by immortals. How could mortals possibly refine them? Immediately, Han Mo elucidated the details of the process, and Lu Zheng came to understand that it was indeed feasible for mortals to produce items utilized by cultivators. Consequently, he ordered his secretary to seek out skilled artisans. Lu Zheng was initially quite tempted by the idea, though not for monetary gain, as a government official in Jianzhou City. He lacked for nothing in that regard. His primary motivation was to engage more with cultivators, perhaps even uncover a fortuitous opportunity. However, upon further reflection, he realized that if he were to leave, who would oversee Jianzhou City? Reluctantly, he had to abandon the thought. The two conversed freely in the main hall. And through Lu Zheng's narratives, Han Mo gained a general understanding of the events that had transpired during this period. The most striking incident that lingered in Han Mo's mind was the disappearance of the populace. Over the past few months, an increasing number of individuals had vanished, drawing the attention of officials across various counties, and even the authorities in Tianjin had taken notice, urging local officials to investigate the matter thoroughly. Han Mo contemplated returning to Pingyang village, recalling that while Master Li was a martial artist and possessed some combat skills, the strongest individuals had been among those who had disappeared in this troubling series of events. After half an hour, the secretary returned to the mansion. Master, the individuals you requested have been selected and are ready to commence work at any time. Han Mo nodded and handed a list to the steward, instructing him to ensure that everyone becomes thoroughly acquainted with its contents before commencing their tasks. I have prepared all the materials. I appreciate your efforts, steward. The steward bowed respectfully, showing no sign of negligence, and then departed. Once the steward left, Lu Zheng seemed to recall something. hastily rising to retrieve a letter from beneath the desk. "Sir, this is an invitation from the envoy of the Sea Clan." Han Mo opened the letter and quickly comprehended its contents. It revealed that 2 months prior, the Sea Tribe had discovered a hidden paradise atop an underwater mountain, believed to be a secret realm left by powerful cultivators. This place was said to be abundant with rare treasures and rumored to house the legacies of foundational-level practitioners. However, due to the limited capabilities of the Sea Tribe, they were unable to uncover the full truth of this mystical domain. Consequently, they extended invitations to various celestial sects among the human race, allowing each sect to select 2 disciples to venture into the hidden paradise. In return, the Sea Tribe would retain the right to obtain a copy of any cultivation techniques acquired, as well as a 10% share of any resources obtained. This condition was not overly demanding, igniting enthusiasm among the terrestrial celestial sects. Initially, Jinsheng had no qualification to receive such an invitation, as it was home to mere mortals. Yet, due to the relationship between the 2 parties, the Sea Tribe generously bestowed a single quota, deeming it a favor to Jinsheng. Although Lu Zheng felt angered, he found himself powerless to change the situation, especially since the invitation likely stemmed from Han Mo's influential background. However, over the years, the dynamics between the 2 parties seemed to have undergone subtle changes. Sending an ordinary person could be tantamount to competing with immortals. A slight misstep could lead to certain death. Just as Lu Zheng was grappling with whom to send, Han Mo fortuitously appeared. Han Mo is indeed a cultivator, and thus possesses the qualifications to partake in this matter. Furthermore, this serves to foster goodwill with Han Mo, which is undoubtedly beneficial for Jianzhou City. "Sir, this letter was delivered a month ago, and the mystical realm shall be unveiled in 7 days." Upon learning that this realm also harbors a legacy of profound techniques, Han Mo felt a surge of excitement, for he is acutely aware that in the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, and a formidable technique can significantly enhance a cultivator's combat prowess. Han Mo immediately agreed to go. With a week at his disposal, he could certainly reach the destination at his own pace. Moreover, the letter mentioned that the Sea Clan would transport the travelers to the Cave of Heavenly Blessings, which would undoubtedly save considerable time for the journey. Han Mo no longer delayed and set forth on the journey to Haishan that very day. 100 miles east of Jianzhou City lies an expanse of ocean, its flat terrain making Jianzhou vulnerable to the covetous gaze of the Sea Tribes. After a brief 3 days of arduous travel, Han Mo finally beheld the vast waters, quickening his pace until he arrived at the coastline as night fell. The Sea Tribes had already constructed numerous edifices along the shore, hinting at the emergence of a burgeoning city. Anchored near the coastal settlement was a colossal sea vessel. Upon entering the city, Han Mo observed a remarkable mingling of people. There were human cultivators, ordinary humans engaged in trade, and the Sea Tribes, who were prone to mutation. These sea beings were adorned with scales and armor, wielding an array of peculiar weaponry: spears, axes, forks, halberds, needles, rings, and nails, a veritable cornucopia of armaments. Han Mo expressed his intentions and presented the invitation, and the denizens of the Sea Tribe posed no obstacles, guiding Han Mo to a resting station. "Please wait for 2 days. At that time, we shall escort the cultivators arriving from various regions to the Blessed Realm." With this remark, the Sea Tribesman departed to attend to the incoming cultivators from other locales. Left to his own devices, Han Mo resolved to wander through the Sea City, seeking items of interest to purchase, for he was not short of funds. However, he soon found himself disillusioned in this aquatic city. The currency was not the mundane gold and silver, but rather spirit stones. Moreover, the wares available for sale were not ordinary goods, but rather infused with spiritual energy, weaponry, spiritual herbs, and elixirs, items that could only be of use within the realms of cultivation. Han Mo possessed very few spirit stones to begin with, and now he was even more reluctant to part with them. Although he had an abundance of money, it was utterly futile here, leading Han Mo into a moment of despondency as he contemplated a route back. However, upon passing a particular shop, he came to a halt. Xianbao Pavilion. The wares sold at Xianbao Pavilion were neither weapons nor elixirs, nor were they spirit herbs. Instead, they were talismans. Han Mo suddenly recalled that he possessed a few talismans, prompting him to enter the Xianbao Pavilion. Upon seeing the shopkeeper, he was taken aback. The shopkeeper was, in fact, a practitioner of the first layer of qi refinement. "What does my fellow cultivator wish to purchase or sell? Can your establishment truly buy items from patrons?" Han Mo inquired with curiosity. The shopkeeper smiled gently. "In the realm of cultivation, all items can be traded. It merely depends on whether your wares pique my interest." Seemingly sensing Han Mo's apprehensions, the shopkeeper assured him, "Rest assured, our transactions at Xianbao Pavilion are strictly confidential, and no information about our patrons will ever be disclosed." Reassured by these words, Han Mo felt a sense of calm. The world of cultivation adheres to its own set of rules, and once established, they are not to be violated. Doing so would surely invoke the wrath of the heavenly Tao. "I possess a few talismans, yet I am uncertain whether you are interested in purchasing them. Might you be willing to take a look?" Han Mo did not hesitate. Bound by the constraints of established rules, there was no need for excessive contemplation. He promptly retrieved the talismans acquired from the 3 Beast Tamer sect members a few months prior. In total, there were 10, each inscribed with distinct patterns. The shopkeeper merely glanced at them, and a flash of astonishment crossed his eyes. "Are these all talismans from the Beast Tamer sect? Are you a member of that esteemed sect?" Han Mo initially contemplated denying it, but upon further reflection, he recognized the necessity of concealing his identity while alone in the outside world, for otherwise, he might inadvertently invite calamity. "The shopkeeper need only inform me of the price for each type of talisman," he stated. The shopkeeper opened his mouth, but the words were swallowed back down. He then placed Han Mo's talismans upon the table. The 4 beast taming talismans were priced at 3 inferior spirit stones each. The explosive flame talisman at 5 inferior spirit stones, and the wind control talisman at 4 spirit stones. "Are you, my friend, preparing to venture into a cave of fortune?" Han Mo nodded in acknowledgement, not denying it, for nearly everyone who came here sought a paradise of opportunity. The shopkeeper spoke in a subdued tone, "My friend, these 2 are indeed water-repelling talismans." Han Mo maintained his composure, silently noting the functions of the various talismans. For beast-taming talismans, 3 explosive flame talismans, 1 wind control talisman, and 2 water evasion talismans. He began to ponder their potential uses. The explosive flame talismans would greatly benefit him, and the wind control talisman could fulfill Meow Meow's desire to experience the sensation of flying. When next visiting the White Cloud Temple, he could bestow the wind control talisman upon her. As for the remaining talismans, would his companions be selling them all? Han Mo shook his head, retrieving 2 fire explosion talismans and a wind control talisman from the table. He sold the beast taming talisman and the remaining water shield talismans, deciding not to part with anything else. "Wait, I shall only sell 1 water shield talisman." With that, Han Mo took 1 water shield talisman back into his possession. The shopkeeper did not hesitate, collecting the beast taming talisman and the water shield talisman, then produced a pouch of spirit stones, totaling 25 low-grade spirit stones. "Please accept these, my friend." Han Mo was taken aback. The water-repelling talisman was astonishingly expensive, priced at 8 low-grade spirit stones per piece. Just as Han Mo stepped outside, a young man clad in simple linen entered, exuding an aura reminiscent of one long departed, sending a chill down Han Mo's spine. The man swaggered into the Xianbao Pavilion, clutching several talismans in his hand. Upon seeing the newcomer, the shopkeeper's face broke into a slight smile. "Ah, fellow cultivator, it has been quite some time." Chapter 76, Forbidden Alchemical Arts, Blood Pill. The man waved his hand dismissively, casting all the talismans onto the table with a loud thud. "Enough of the trivialities. Dispose of these talismans quickly." The shopkeeper's expression shifted subtly as he spoke softly. "Have you once again provoked those individuals? It is not them. It is the Spirit Talisman Pavilion seeking to commit murder and pillage, and I dealt with them all. Who would have thought these wretches would trail me?" Following the scent of these talismans. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper frowned. "Did they not follow you here?" "Huh, they certainly did. But they all met their end at my hands." The man waved his hand impatiently. "Hurry up. I require some spirit stones. They wouldn't dare act recklessly against your Xianbao Pavilion." The shopkeeper, undeterred, simply chuckled as he collected all the talismans and then handed the man a large sack of spirit stones. At that moment, the man noticed 4 beast-taming talismans and a water-repelling talisman on the table. "Is today a special occasion?" The shopkeeper pointed at Han Mo, who was leaning by the door. Smiling, "The Sea Clan's blessed land has opened, and this outsider has sold me these talismans." Upon hearing this, the man turned to Han Mo and suddenly slammed his palm on the table. "Old Lin, are you still human? You would deceive even a mere child. Unafraid of the karmic repercussions it may bring to your Xianbao Pavilion? Ah, fellow cultivator, you missed the point. A sale is a sale. This shop bears no responsibility." Shopkeeper Lin shrugged and casually sank into his armchair, dozing off. The man snorted in disdain, tossing 8 spirit stones to Lin before grabbing the water-repelling talisman. As he passed by Han Mo, The man tossed the water-repelling talisman into Han Mo's hands. Kid, the blessed land is not so easily breached. This talisman is of great significance. Han Mo furrowed his brows slightly and turned to glance at the shopkeeper Lin. The latter merely lifted his gaze for a moment, then continued to wave his fan, showing no inclination to collect the spirit stones on the table. By the time Han Mo regained his focus, the man had already vanished into the distance with astonishing speed, leaving Han Mo unable to pursue him. Holding the water-repelling talisman in his hand, Han Mo sighed in resignation. He had unwittingly incurred a favor from such a person. Although it was merely worth 8 low-grade spirit stones, he harbored a deep-seated reluctance to owe anyone anything. Moreover, he already possessed a water-repelling talisman. After departing from the Xianbao Pavilion, Han Mo returned to the inn. 2 days later, envoys from the Sea Clan arrived, escorting Han Mo and the other cultivators resting at the inn to the sea vessel. After handing over 5 low-grade spirit stones, Han Mo successfully boarded the ship. Upon careful inspection, he noted that there were thousands of cultivators surrounding him, all from various celestial sects, most of whom were at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. However, he was unaware of what lay on the topmost deck. For entry, there required the submission of 10 medium-grade spirit stones. 1 medium-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 1,000 low-grade ones, amounting to a staggering 10,000. That upper tier was undoubtedly reserved for the affluent celestial forces within the realm of cultivation. Han Mo possesses a keen self-awareness, for he has but a meager sum of slightly over 100 inferior spirit stones. It is prudent for him to remain on this level. Furthermore, even if he had the means, he would not opt to ascend to the uppermost tier. Rather than expend 10,000 spirit stones merely as an entry fee, he would prefer to invest that in his cultivation. As noon approached, the ship began its voyage into the vast sea, and the crashing waves against the hull jolted Han Mo, unsettling his very core and causing him immense discomfort. Han Mo ascended to the deck and took a seat, allowing the howling sea breeze to soothe his senses. After a considerable time, the surroundings grew dim and quiet, with only the sound of waves crashing against the ship. At that moment, he caught a faint murmur, and Han Mo furrowed his brow, hastily concealing himself. Brother Chiu, is there any chance we might be discovered? In the dead of night with the wind howling, no one will notice. Once we finish, we shall return as if nothing has transpired. Even if we are discovered tomorrow, we shall act as though we were entirely unaware. Shortly after, 2 figures approached from behind. Han Mo, hidden in the shadows, felt a jolt of recognition as he identified one of them, Brother Chiu from the Xianjian sect. Had it not been for the intervention of Gu Jing and his companions, he would have likely been exposed before Brother Chiu at that very moment. What business did these 2 have here? A sense of bewilderment enveloped Han Mo as he held his breath, intently observing the actions of the 2 individuals. Soon, they ascended to the deck, engaged in hushed whispers. Before extending their hands over the edge of the deck, a series of splashes echoed relentlessly, and Han Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. They were all human beings. Those cast into the sea were indeed people, and, moreover, they had lost their breath. Han Mo suddenly recalled the significant events that had caused widespread anxiety over the past 2 years. Individuals had been vanishing mysteriously from various cities. Could this be the work of the Xianjian sect? However, the Xianjian sect was known merely for its acts of murder, arson, and the plundering of cultivation resources. What purpose would they have in capturing so many ordinary people? Just then, a startled exclamation from Brother Chiu caused his companions' expressions to change drastically. They immediately ceased their grim task of discarding the bodies and followed Brother Chiu toward Han Mo's hidden refuge. In an instant, Han Mo felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. If it were discovered that he had witnessed everything, Senior Brother Chiu would undoubtedly resort to lethal measures to silence him. What should he do? Just then, a large hand rested upon Han Mo's shoulder, nearly causing him to cry out, but the hand swiftly covered his mouth. With a sudden force, Han Mo was yanked away, and Senior Brother Chiu and his companion rushed over. Yet, to their bewilderment, there was nothing before them. Senior Brother Chiu, could it be that you misheard? He furrowed his brow, grappling with self-doubt as he murmured, "Am I too sensitive?" After meticulously inspecting the surroundings and confirming that no one was present, Senior Brother Chiu returned to the deck with his companion, continuing to cast a body into the depths of the sea. At that moment, at the rear of the ship, a corpse lay before Han Mo, accompanied by a living person. Han Mo recognized the individual before him as the young man he had encountered 2 days prior at Xianbao Pavilion. "Thank you, fellow cultivator. Please, let us dispense with such formalities. My name is Chen Shouyuan. You may call me Su Yuan." With that, Chen Shouyuan bent down to examine the corpse lying on the ground. The body had been retrieved by him, and upon closer inspection, Han Mo was startled to discover that it belonged to Dinyo from Pingyong village. What, one wonders, is the true intention behind Xianjian's sect's abduction of so many individuals? Are you not from Pingyong village? Furthermore, given your connections with Xianjian's sect, how can you remain oblivious to their motives? Han Mo's countenance remained serene, untouched by any indignation over the demise of Dinyo. In fact, within the entirety of Pingyong village, aside from the old blind man and Master Li, no one held the merit to evoke any emotion in Han Mo. However, the words of Qin Xiu Yuan set his heart racing. Who exactly is this person? How could he possess such extensive knowledge? Qin Xiu Yuan, oblivious to the shift in Han Mo's expression, continued his examination of the lifeless body sprawled on the ground. The corpse bore a grotesque visage, pallid and emaciated, resembling a desiccated husk, as if all blood and flesh had been siphoned away. The life essence had been utterly drained. The methods of the Xianjian sect are indeed formidable. Han Mo was momentarily taken aback, recalling the title that the manager Lin of the Xianbao Pavilion had bestowed upon this individual. He then inquired, "Do you, my fellow cultivator, have any insight into the intentions behind the Xianjian sect's abduction of these individuals? Is it truly so difficult to conjecture?" Han Mo refrained from interrupting and instead listened intently as Qin Xiu Yuan spoke. A few years ago, the Xianjian sect launched an assault on the Baiyun Temple. Ah, it seems you have some connections to Baiyun Temple, don't you? What exactly do you know? Qin Xiu Yuan waved his hand dismissively and continued. The leader of the Xianjian sect is at the third level of foundation establishment, yet he still could not contend with the righteous Taoist of Baiyun Temple. Frustrated by their prolonged failure to breach its defenses, the Xianjian sect had no choice but to seek alternative methods. I surmise they intend to concoct blood pills, utilizing the vengeful spirits of mortals to enhance their cultivation. Blood pills, what are those? Qin Xiu Yuan raised his gaze. It appears you truly know nothing at all. Han Mo felt a sudden chill, while Qin Xiu Yuan spoke with piercing clarity, though his words were harsh and critical. They held an undeniable truth that left no room for rebuttal. The blood pill, as its name suggests, is a concoction forged from flesh and blood, a practice strictly forbidden in the alchemical arts due to its violation of natural law. At this juncture, Qin Xiu Yuan cast a curious glance at Han Mo, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. "I find myself quite curious," he remarked. "You, a mere tenant awakened to a pseudo-spiritual root at Baiyun Temple, seemingly lacking any formidable background. How is it that you have garnered the trust of the Xianjian sect? Why have they not seized you to concoct the blood pill? I have also heard that this is closely related to Xianqing Taoist. Indeed, it has been nearly 8 or 9 years since he last appeared